Chapter 64. A season for the youth in a thrilling encounter that concluded last night. The young athletes of our province's team, Andong Shining Stars, valiantly triumphed over the formidable adversary, Yunyang Phoenix, with a score of 1-0 in their first match of the Chinese Super League. Despite Yunyang Phoenix's impressive 7th-place finish in the previous season, a testament to their status as a seasoned powerhouse, the Shining Stars exhibited remarkable courage and tenacity. This marked their inaugural participation in the league, yet the youthful squad showcased their exceptional talent and skill, ultimately securing victory thanks to the brilliant goal by the prodigious player. Li. As Li Ziqiang passed by the entrance of the security office at Dongchuan High School, he overheard the security guard inside announcing this very news. Spotting Li Ziqiang, the guard called out, "Coach Li, did you catch last night's match?" Li Ziqiang nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I did." "Oh. They say Li scored the first goal for Shining Stars in the Super League. He truly is remarkable. I even have his autograph," the guard exclaimed, beaming. "That's quite impressive," Li Ziqiang replied, choosing not to prolong the conversation. After a brief exchange, he bid farewell and made his way to the stadium, ready to commence the winter training session for the school team. Upon his arrival, he noticed several players from the Dongchuan High School football team busily transporting training equipment from the storage to the field. From a distance, he could hear their animated discussions, undoubtedly revolving around the match that had just concluded. "Did you see Li's goal? It looked so effortless," one player remarked. "Indeed. That's the hallmark of senior Li. His goal seemed simple, but one must not overlook the positioning he executed to score so effortlessly," another replied. "Xiaoyu was also in the starting lineup yesterday, continuing his excellent form from the Super Cup. I feel Qin Lin can comfortably retire now," one player suggested. "Let us not be too hasty. Xiaoyu has immense respect for Qin Lin. It's not about one replacing the other. It's about a legacy," another interjected. "Speaking of legacy, our Dongchuan High School football team has produced 3 professional players, the highest number among all high schools participating in national competitions. Rumor has it that Shining Stars is considering collaborating with our school to establish a youth training initiative." "Really? That would be amazing. I want to become a professional player too, just like Li and Xiaoyu," exclaimed a hopeful student. "Good morning, coach." Upon noticing Li Ziqiang, the students quickly ceased their chatter and greeted him with enthusiasm. Others paused their activities, standing respectfully on the field to acknowledge their coach. Li Ziqiang nodded. "Please, continue." With that, he turned and entered his office, hands clasped behind his back. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon a red jersey of the Chinese national team proudly displayed on the wall, emblazoned with 2 names signed in golden ink. Upon closer inspection, the signatures belonged to Li and Luo Kai. This jersey was sent to Li Ziqiang as a memento following the Chinese U23 team's victory in the Asian Cup, symbolizing the successful contribution of 2 exceptional talents from Dongchuan High School to the national squad. The jersey left the old principal, Zhai Guangming, salivating with desire. Several times he contemplated requesting it from Li Ziqiang to display in the honor room, yet each time he was met with refusal. Li Ziqiang insisted that it was a keepsake for the Dongchuan Middle School football team and must be hung in the team's office rather than in the honor room. Zhai Guangming expressed his confusion. If it was indeed for the Dongchuan Middle School football team, why could it not be placed in the honor room? The honor room was filled with accolades earned by the team, and surely this jersey, representing their accomplishments, deserved a place among them. However, Li Ziqiang remained steadfast, asserting that the championship trophies of the Dongchuan Middle School football team belonged in the honor room, but the jersey must remain on the wall of the football team's office. He wished for his players to see the jersey regularly, as a source of inspiration to train diligently and play their best. Reluctantly, Zhai Guangming conceded. He was somewhat concerned that Li Ziqiang might take the jersey home, so he accepted its continued presence at the school. Li Ziqiang's gaze did not linger on the jersey. He proceeded directly to his desk by the window to prepare his training plans. Outside, on the football field, young players basked in the morning light, animatedly discussing the previous day's Chinese Super League matches and dreaming of a bright future. Xiaolan went to the market to buy ingredients, planning to prepare a sour fish dish for Lao Hu. After selecting a fish and placing it on the scale, she inquired about the price. To her astonishment, the fish vendor waved his hand and promptly placed the weighed fish into a plastic bag, declaring, "No charge." Xiaolan was taken aback. She had never experienced such generosity at this market before. The middle-aged vendor cheerfully handed her the bag, saying, "This is my treat." "Why?" Xiaolon asked, perplexed. It's a way to thank you for raising such a successful son. The vendor replied. I used to be a fan of the Andong Shining team myself, but after they disbanded, I stopped watching football. Xiaolon felt a bit embarrassed. Oh dear. With such kind words, I feel shy to buy fish from you. Just this once, Xiejia, he chuckled. After all, Hulai scored the first goal in 21 years. So it's a special occasion, and it won't happen again. Well, I won't be polite then. She replied, finally retracting her hand that held the plastic bag. Don't mention it, please. The vendor insisted, waving his hands vigorously. As Xiaolon turned to leave, a smile graced her face. And the vendor felt as if he had finally contributed something small to the revival of Andong football. When the Andong Shining team disbanded, he was just a young worker away from home, shocked by the news yet powerless to act. His feelings of melancholy did not linger long, as he had to focus on his work and barely had time to mourn the passing of his youth. Now, gifting a fish to the mother of a player who had breathed new life into Andong football felt like a small rectification of his earlier regret. Dragging a cart filled with fish and vegetables, Xiaolon continued to stroll through the market, blissfully unaware of the vendor's reflections, while she reveled in her own joy. Basking in the glow of her son's accomplishments, she resolved to boast about him at the lunch table. Li Ziqiang jogged along the greenway, while a group of children played football on a nearby lawn. When the ball was inadvertently kicked over to him, the children shouted towards the only adult exercising on the path, Uncle, Uncle, please help us retrieve the ball. Thank you. Li Ziqiang slowed his pace as the ball descended from the air, bouncing several times before finally coming to rest at his feet. Thank you, Uncle. The children waved their arms in gratitude. As he gazed down at the ball, a reflex compelled him to bend down and pick it up. However, he paused mid-motion, opting instead to rise again and, with the tip of his foot, flick the ball into the air. Watching the ball ascend, he raised his thigh gently to cushion it, and when it descended, he switched feet to juggle it. Initially, his movements felt somewhat awkward, reminiscent of a machine that had long lain dormant. He nearly fumbled the ball in front of the wide-eyed children. Yet, he quickly regained his rhythm. The machine roared to life, its once rusted joints showing signs of flexibility, as flakes of rust were shed and scattered about. With these constraints cast aside, the operation became increasingly fluid. After a few clumsy steps to regain control of the ball, Li Ziqiang's movements grew more graceful and natural. The children, captivated, watched in awe, occasionally erupting in exclamations of delight. After juggling the ball for a while, when it fell again, he swept his right ankle across, sending the ball towards an open space behind the children. Quick, chase it. That ball is mine, they cried, turning to sprint after its trajectory. Li Ziqiang, slightly out of breath, observed their retreating figures with a faint smile. In the Energy Stadium of Hadong, 40,000 home fans were cheering fervently for their team. On the right flank of the field, a player clad in jersey number 19 swung his right foot as if to cross the ball, prompting a defender from the Shanghai Blue Moon to lift his leg in an attempt to intercept. However, upon landing, he did not deliver the cross. Instead, he deftly flicked the ball inward with his left foot. He then surged past the now off-balance Blue Moon defender. "Luokai!" exclaimed the enthusiastic commentator from Hadong TV. "What a beautiful dribble! Magnificent!" After outmaneuvering his opponent, Luokai glanced into the penalty area, raising his left foot as if to shoot, prompting the Blue Moon center back to rush in, attempting to block his line of sight. Yet, Luokai's left foot executed a feint, drawing the ball back into the penalty area. With a series of deft changes in direction, the cheers from the stands grew louder. Amidst this cacophony, Luokai swung his leg a third time, this time using his right foot to strike the ball towards the center of the penalty area. There, the foreign striker Stuart Berrigan from Hadong Thunder charged in, using his robust physique to shield off the Blue Moon center back, and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball soared into the net. The energy emanating from the stadium radiated with immense vigor, as cheers resonated through the heavens, nearly dispersing the clouds that enveloped the night sky. Following the goal, the German striker Stuart Berrigan sprinted towards Roque, enveloping him in a hearty embrace and ultimately lifting him triumphantly. The other players from the Lightning team rushed in to encircle the two. The young prodigy Roque dazzled with a series of remarkable individual breakthroughs, rendering the Blue Moon's defense a chaotic mess, leaving them vulnerable and neglecting Berrigan in the center. Consequently, Berrigan achieved a hat trick in this match. The television broadcast captured a close-up of the goal scorer Berrigan before swiftly shifting focus to Roque's jubilant face. Surrounded by teammates, he beamed with happiness. Roque could sense that this season in the Chinese Super League was destined to be his. Chapter 65. The chasm between reality and dreams. While securing the club's inaugural victory in the Chinese Super League was undoubtedly a cause for celebration, the Lightning team swiftly set aside this triumph that could have delighted fans for an entire week. Fans were free to revel in the match without overthinking. Winning brought joy, while losing invited criticism. However, the players and coaching staff could not afford such indulgence. Immediately after their match against the Yunyang Phoenix, the Lightning team transitioned into preparation mode for the AFC Champions League. As last season's champions of the Chinese FA Cup, they earned direct qualification for the group stage of the Champions League, bypassing the preliminary rounds that other teams, such as the Super League's third-place finisher, had to endure. During the draw for the AFC Champions League group stage, the Lightning, participating for the first time, found themselves in a group that was less than favorable. Given the vast expanse of Asia, coupled with the inclusion of the Australian and New Zealand federations in the AFC, teams often faced the awkward predicament of traveling nearly a third of the globe for away matches. This situation bore resemblance to Western European teams traveling to Vladivostok for UEFA competitions, although such occurrences had yet to materialize, as teams from Vladivostok had never partaken in the UEFA tournaments. However, in Asia, such scenarios were a stark reality, as West Asian teams journeying to Australia for the Champions League faced considerable travel distances. To alleviate the burdens placed on teams, the AFC divided the Champions League into Eastern and Western zones. The Western zone comprised clubs from West Asia, Central Asia, and South Asia, with all teams in this region automatically categorized into the Western bracket during the draw. The Eastern zone encompassed teams from East Asia, Southeast Asia, as well as Australia and New Zealand, competing amongst themselves. Until the finals, teams from both halves would not encounter each other. This format bears resemblance to the NBA structure, where champions from the Eastern and Western conferences face off to determine the overall champion of Asia. Furthermore, securing the title of their respective halves grants teams qualification for the FIFA Club World Cup, unlike in the past when only the overall champion could participate. The AFC, taking a cue from UEFA, instituted a points system for international competition, termed the Asian Battle Points, to categorize participating teams based on their standings, thereby facilitating the draw process. Due to the fact that Flash Star has never accumulated points in the Asian tournament, they have naturally been placed in the lowest tier, becoming a fourth-tier team. This categorization is highly unfavorable for Flash Star, as it often leads them to compete alongside a group of formidable opponents. Consequently, they have been assigned to Group H, where they will face teams from South Korea, Japan, and Australia. These opponents include the Seoul FC, the third-place team from last season's K-League, the Vissel Kobe, the runner-up from Japan's J1 League, and the Sydney FC, the second-place team from last season's A-League. Not only do they contend with strong adversaries, but they also face the arduous journey of traveling to Australia for matches. As newcomers to the AFC Champions League, many observers are not optimistic about Flash Star's prospects in the tournament. Some even express concern that participation in the Champions League may adversely affect their performance in the league, potentially leading to relegation. This sentiment is not rooted in disdain for Flash Star, but rather in a wealth of historical precedents. In the more professionally developed European football scene, such situations are not uncommon. There are instances of mid-table teams, through sheer determination and a stroke of luck, managing to qualify for the European competitions. The jubilant scenes of fans celebrating such achievements at seasons end still resonate vividly. However, the subsequent season often leads to a dramatic decline in performance, with the team failing to make a significant impact in European competitions, which disrupts their rhythm in the league and ultimately sees them languishing at the bottom of the standings. Teams with a modicum of strength, upon being eliminated from European competitions, may still muster the resolve to focus on their league commitments and successfully avoid relegation. In contrast, some teams cannot halt their downward trajectory, finding themselves relegated to a lower division by season's end. A stadium that once resonated with joy becomes eerily quiet, akin to a mortuary. Flash Star has only just ascended to the Chinese Super League, having given the fans a taste of success. No one wishes for them to return to the China League One after just one season. If given a choice, many Flash Star supporters would likely prefer that their team forego participation in the Champions League in favor of consistently competing in the Super League. The AFC Champions League is predominantly a realm for the elite, Only those clubs willing to invest heavily in their teams can hope to participate and achieve commendable results. Flash Star is evidently not one of those financially affluent clubs, and their backers have never resorted to aggressive financial strategies to enhance the team's performance. Otherwise, they would not have remained in the lower and mid-tier leagues for so many years. The joy experienced last season was largely due to the team securing the FA Cup title, rather than merely qualifying for the Champions League. To underscore the fans' apprehensions, in the first round of the group stage of the Champions League, Flash Stars suffered a 0-3 defeat to Vissel Kobe. This scoreline starkly illustrated the gap between the champions of the China League One and the runners-up of Japan's J1 League, with the former thoroughly outmatched by the latter. Junpei Morikawa started the match, but his efforts could not help the team secure even a draw. Following the loss, Morikawa felt quite disheartened and then encountered the head coach of the national U23 team, Koichi Sato, after the match. It is evident that Coach Sato had come specifically to observe his performance. Playing domestically in China, he knew that Japanese broadcasts do not cover the Chinese league. Therefore, if Coach Sato wished to monitor his match condition, attending the AFC Champions League was certainly the way to do so. This indicates that, contrary to his earlier claims, Coach Sato had not truly given up on him. Upon realizing this, Junpei Morikawa felt a surge of relief. Yet, the thought of having just lost the match caused his expression to fall once more. How could Koichi Sato not understand the turmoil within this young man's mind? Sensing his distress, he gently patted Junpei's shoulder and reassured him, "Do not worry. The defeat in this match is not a reflection of your abilities, but rather a testament to the vast disparity in overall strength between the two teams. You have fulfilled the tasks assigned by the head coach, and in terms of personal performance, you may hold your head high." Nevertheless, Junpei did not leave with his head held high, for he remained deeply affected by the outcome of the game. For many, the loss of the match by Flash Star was hardly surprising. Given the comparative strength of the two teams, a defeat was to be expected, and no one would criticize Flash Star's performance based on this outcome. Yet, many players of Flash Star, including Junpei, remained silent on the flight home. Apart from Qin Lin, the others were participating in an Asian-level club competition for the first time, akin to country folk arriving in a bustling metropolis. Prior to their arrival, they had harbored various dreams and fantasies about the vibrant world filled with opportunities. They imagined making a name for themselves in this new realm, where fortunes lay on the ground waiting to be picked up. However, upon arrival, they discovered the stark contrast between their fantasies and reality, a chasm that seemed insurmountable. Was the ground truly paved with gold? Rather, it felt like being battered and bruised. Dongchuan, traveling with the team, sensed the prevailing atmosphere of despondency. Even before the plane had touched down, he hurried to speak with the head coach, Zhao Kongming, to express his concerns. After listening attentively, Zhao reassured him, "There is no need for excessive worry, old Dong. This is characteristic of youth. When we decided to embrace a youthful strategy, we should have anticipated their emotional highs and lows. Their feelings rise swiftly, yet dissipate just as quickly. Should we then do nothing at all?" Dongchuan inquired. "It depends on the cause of their despondency. Is it merely a negative response to losing? On the surface, it appeared so, but the deeper issue stemmed from the significant disparity between their previous fantasies and the reality they now faced. They had underestimated the challenges of the AFC Champions League, perhaps influenced by their triumph over the South China Tigers in the Super Cup and a victorious start in the first round of the Chinese Super League, leading many to mistakenly believe that the AFC Champions League would be no different. Zhao Kongming patiently elucidated, in such circumstances, experiencing a loss and confronting the true difficulties of the AFC Champions League is perfectly normal. They will recover shortly, and this experience can help temper their expectations, encouraging a more pragmatic approach. After Dongchuan listened to Zhao Kongming's explanation, he pondered for a moment and then asked, "Old Zhao, are you not concerned that the young players might be too severely impacted, leading to a loss of spirit and the confidence they have painstakingly built?" Zhao Kongming chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "You exaggerate, old Dong. Just losing a single match, and they would falter? Let us not mention anything else. Our team's confidence is not a product of mere luck. It is rooted in our achievements, such as winning the FA Cup as a second-tier team and claiming the Super Cup as a newly promoted squad. We have solid foundations, and our confidence is not as fragile as a house of cards that would collapse at the slightest touch. While competing in the AFC Champions League may present challenges for our league, it does not imply that we are merely fortunate to participate. We possess the capability to compete at this level. As he spoke, Zhao Kongming's tone swelled with pride, reflecting his accomplishments as the head coach. Just as he reveled in his team's success, assistant coach Chen Imo interjected, "Moreover, old Dong, have you overlooked a crucial factor?" "What factor?" Dongwen asked, perplexed. "Hu Lai," Chen Imo exclaimed, thumping his thigh. "With Hu Lai in the team, can you really worry about the internal atmosphere becoming disheartened and despondent?" Dongwen's eyes lit up with realization. "Oh my, how could I forget him? You are absolutely right, old Chen. With Hu Lai here, I have nothing to worry about." Seeing his relief, Zhao Kongming smiled. "That's the other reason I refrained from mentioning earlier. When have you ever seen Hu Lai appear before us with a long face?" "Never." Dongwen shook his head vigorously, finally at ease. As the announcement echoed in the cabin that the plane would land in half an hour, a weight lifted from his heart. P.S. Apologies for forgetting to update automatically. Chapter 66. Should we abandon the AFC Champions League? After the midweek AFC Champions League match, the Shining Stars rotated their squad for the second round of the weekend league, with most of the key players seated on the bench. This arrangement did not surprise anyone, given the back-to-back matches in the group stage of the AFC Champions League. With the depth of the Shining Stars bench, failing to rotate the squad could lead to exhaustion and potential collapse of the entire team. Thus, the Shining Stars faced the Nanjia Lions with a rotated lineup. After a tough battle, they ultimately lost 1-2 to their opponents. Li Rong scored his first goal since joining the Shining Stars, yet it could not avert the team's defeat. Following consecutive victories in the Super Cup and the first round of the league, the Shining Stars now faced 2 consecutive losses in both the AFC Champions League and the league, leaving their fans feeling as if they were on a roller coaster, having just soared to great heights, only to start plummeting downwards. Fortunately, the majority of Shining Stars fans maintained a positive mindset, recognizing their team's strength and positioning, as well as the actual challenges they were currently facing. After all, enduring a week of back-to-back matches against formidable opponents, losing was a natural outcome. Moreover, the season has only just commenced. Even if they were to lose matches, Flash Star currently occupies the 8th position in the league standings, a safe distance from the relegation zone. Thus, there is no need for undue panic. Consequently, the sentiments among Flash Star supporters remain remarkably stable. The discordant voices primarily emanate from the media. While the media possesses the right to critique the team following a loss, their current discourse leans not towards criticism, but rather towards a pessimistic outlook. They speculate that given Flash Star's depth on the bench and their performance in the ongoing dual competitions, the AFC Champions League may prove to be a sweet trap for them, casting doubt on their prospects for survival this season. The evidence for this is not solely based on Flash Star's recent performances, but also on the visible challenges in their forthcoming schedule, which any knowledgeable observer can easily discern. At the season's outset, when player stamina is at its peak, Flash Star faces a grueling series of matches in the AFC Champions League, which is a considerable strain on the players' physical endurance and disrupts their rhythm in league play, resulting in limited points accrued on the league table. Just when the 6 group matches of the AFC Champions League conclude in mid-April, the FA Cup will resume. The most severe impact arises from the upcoming Olympic Games this summer. Flash Star has heavily invested in youth, with several outstanding young players who dominated in the China League last season. However, this has also created a lurking risk. Should the national U23 team require players for matches, they will draw from Flash Star's key players. Although the Olympic football tournament begins on August 8th, the national U23 team will commence training a month prior, meaning Flash Star will lose vital players such as Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, and Wang Guangwei starting in July, all of whom are instrumental to the team. Additionally, Junpei Morikawa, a key midfielder for the Japanese U23 team, is likely to be called up for training and competition in the Olympics. Furthermore, Zhang Qinghwan, who is merely 1 year over the Olympic age limit, may also be summoned to the national U23 team as an overage player. Given the synergy between Zhang Qinghwan, Hu Lai, and Chen Xingyi, this integration into the national team should be seamless, avoiding the issues faced previously by Qin Lin. Should Zhang Qinghwan indeed be called up as an overage player, it would likely be a severe blow for Zhao Kongming. This would result in the team losing 5 players, effectively having their starting lineup. How can they compete under such circumstances? They are expected to miss at least 7 league matches, and by the time they return, only 7 rounds of the league will remain. if Flash Star fails to withstand the onslaught during these 2 months without their key players, they may find themselves in a dire situation. Upon the return of Li and the others, they would be left battling solely for survival, which, at best, would still be a fight to avoid relegation. The more troubling outcome could be that it is too late. After all, the early stages of the league will still be influenced by the AFC Champions League. As such, it is evident that Flash Star's inaugural season in the Chinese Super League presents insurmountable challenges. It is no wonder that Zhao Kongming, after clinching the Super Cup, expressed that the team's primary objective remains survival. Moreover, they may find themselves battling for relegation as the league commences. On Wednesday, March 13th, the Andong Sports Center hosted its inaugural AFC Champions League match since its establishment. The bottom-ranked Star team faced off against the third-placed Sydney Coast. However, the fans of Star team harbored mixed emotions regarding this encounter. On one hand, it marked a momentous occasion in Andong's football history, a true testament to the glory of Andong football. On the other hand, the implications of the AFC Champions League for the current Star team remain ambiguous. While supporters hope for an exceptional performance, there is a lingering concern that exerting themselves in this prestigious tournament might adversely affect their subsequent league matches. If there were no Olympic Games this year, such dilemmas would be unnecessary, as even if their early performance in the Champions League hindered their league standing, they could gradually recover, with survival in the league likely assured. However, with the Olympics on the horizon, Li and his teammates will miss at least 7 rounds of matches, an impact that cannot be overlooked. After all, the Chinese Super League consists of only 30 rounds, meaning they would be unable to participate in a quarter of the games. Recently, a notion has emerged online suggesting that the AFC Champions League should be abandoned. The rationale is clear. In striving for success in the Champions League, the league performance suffers, and given their current capabilities, it seems improbable that they would progress far in the tournament. Thus, why expend such effort on an event from which elimination is inevitable? Why not redirect that energy towards the league? Should they entirely forsake the Champions League and focus solely on the league, the prospects for survival would appear decidedly optimistic. In the locker room, during the final 5 minutes before the match, Zhao Kongming posed a question to the players. Are you willing to accept such a strategy? To abandon the Champions League and devote yourselves fully to the league? The response was unanimous. Heads shook in disapproval. The sentiments Zhao referenced from the internet had not gone unnoticed by the players, who had privately contemplated similar issues. Consequently, Zhao's inquiry had already found its answer among them. In truth, the club and coaching staff have not set specific expectations regarding the team's performance in the Champions League. After receiving the players' feedback, Zhao continued, however, this does not equate to abandoning the Champions League. I believe it represents a rare opportunity for us, a chance to compete against the finest teams in Asia. Just as last season, as a team from the second division, we benefited from our encounters with Super League teams in the FA Cup. Therefore, I diverge from the opinions expressed externally. I do not perceive participating in the Champions League as detrimental, nor do I believe it will hinder our chances of avoiding relegation. On the contrary, as newcomers, we can glean invaluable insights from the Champions League, insights that will ultimately enhance our performance in the league. Do you understand what I mean? The players nodded in agreement. This resonated deeply with them. After competing against Haihe Shuanggang and Lingnan Haishan in the FA Cup last season, they felt a significant improvement in both their skills and mindset. The remarkable enhancement has granted the entire Shining Star team an overwhelming advantage in the China League One, dominating their opponents during the league's final stretch while maintaining a consistent performance, leaving no opportunities for rivals to exploit. However, if we merely adopt a complacent attitude toward the Asian Champions League, I firmly believe we shall glean not even a modicum of wisdom from these matches. Thus, even if we do not have specific performance expectations in the Asian Champions League, I earnestly hope that each player gives their utmost in every game. The question of how to manage the midweek Asian Champions League alongside the weekend league matches should rest with the coaching staff, not the players. Your sole responsibility is to exert your full capabilities in each match. Today's game is no exception. Give your all and remain focused. Upon concluding his speech, Qin Lin, the captain set to start the match, stood up and turned to his teammates, exclaiming, regardless of what our final outcome in the Asian Champions League may be, if we leave with nothing to show for it, then we might as well not have participated. When your relatives and friends inquire about your experience in the Asian Champions League, how will you respond? I don't know, I just played casually. That would be utterly disappointing. His words elicited laughter from the Shining Star players in the locker room. Amid the laughter, Qin Lin raised his voice. Let us take the field now. We must not keep our friends from afar waiting too long. Hu Lai jumped up and declared loudly. Friends come from afar? They must be vanquished. Chapter 67. There will always be those worthy of your expectations. The stands at Shining Star's home ground, the Provincial Sports Center, erupted with joyous cheers. The fans raised their arms and chanted their signature slogans. Their excitement stemmed from a recent shift in the scoreline. After a fiercely contested first half lasting 45 minutes, the score had remained unchanged. However, as the second half commenced, following a successful collaboration, Qin Lin seized the opportunity created by Hu Lai and Chun Xingyi, drawing the defender's attention, and from outside the penalty area, unleashed a long-range shot that shattered the deadlock. This marked the first goal for Shining Star in the history of the Asian Champions League and the inaugural Asian Champions League goal at the Provincial Sports Center. Setting aside the implications of the Asian Champions League on Shining Star's league season, and regardless of what the future holds, at the moment the ball soared into the Sydney Coast goal, every Shining Star fan in the stands leapt to their feet, arms raised in jubilant celebration. They simply wished to revel in the present joy, harboring a faint hope that perhaps the situation was not as dire as portrayed by the media. Qin Lin. Splendid. He has broken the deadlock for Shining Star. Moreover, this is the first goal in the history of Shining Star in the Asian Champions League. As he phone lauded Qin Lin, Yin Kong quickly rifled through his notes beside him and excitedly added, He phone. I just checked. Qin Lin's goal not only holds significance as the first for the club, but it has also made him the oldest scorer in the history of the Asian Champions League. No player over the age of 40 had ever scored before. And now at 41, Qin Lin has made history. The televised broadcast captured the numerous wrinkles etched upon Qin Lin's face, particularly the pronounced nasolabial folds that starkly contrasted with the visage of his younger self. It was evident at a glance that he had become a veteran on the field. When he departed from the South China Tigers, certain media outlets confidently proclaimed that Qin Lin's professional career had reached its twilight. Leaving the South China Tigers and the Chinese Super League was perceived as a precursor to retirement and a life of leisure. Many seemed to have prematurely sentenced Qin Lin's career to demise. Little did they anticipate that he would not only lead the Stars back to the Super League, but also return to the AFC Champions League, scoring upon his return. This hardly suggests a descent into the twilight of his career. Reflecting on his retirement announcement following the Super Cup evokes a sense of melancholy. Why would a player in such form choose to retire, even if he were not a starter? Could he not contribute as a rotational player or a substitute? It seems a pity that he would retire after just one season in this condition. Yet, Qin Lin appears resolute in his decision. After announcing his intention to retire, when questioned by reporters about reconsidering his choice, he firmly stated that he would not reassess his decision and would indeed retire upon the expiration of his contract. Many outsiders find it difficult to comprehend the steadfastness of Qin Lin's resolve, as he has never publicly articulated his thoughts. Speculation arises that perhaps he has grown weary of the game. However, Qin Lin's goal, which had initially given the Stars the lead, was not sustained for long. In the 66th minute, Sydney Coast equalized, capitalizing on a defensive blunder by the Stars. The previously vibrant atmosphere at the Provincial Sports Center dimmed slightly. What a pity, lamented He Feng upon witnessing the conceded goal, adding, but this is the AFC Champions League, the pinnacle of club competition in Asia. A minor error in league play might not yield significant consequences, yet in the Champions League, it can lead to conceding a goal. He described a momentary lapse in communication within the Stars' defense, where Wang Guangwei and Ding Yuanhai exhibited a lack of synergy. The two players inadvertently allowed the Sydney Coast forward to seize the opportunity, snatching the ball between them and scoring. It is not unusual for such miscommunications to occur. On one hand, they have not played and trained together long enough, and on the other, the circumstances at that moment were conducive to misunderstanding. With the ball situated between them, Wang Guangwei presumed Ding Yuanhai would advance to claim it, while Ding Yuanhai believed Wang Guangwei would secure control. This hesitation ultimately enabled the opposing forward to capitalize on their indecision. Following the goal, Wang Guangwei raised his arm, assuming full responsibility. It was my fault. Although the blame could be fairly shared between him and Ding Yuanhai, as the team's third captain, he felt it imperative to take responsibility rather than deflect blame or criticize his teammate after the goal was conceded. His actions compelled Ding Yuanhai to glance at him once more, pondering why, during the team's captain voting. The majority of teammates had cast their votes for this young man. In this regard, Wang Guangwei indeed embodied a remarkable leadership quality. The equalizing goal invigorated Sydney Coast, who sought to secure all 3 points away from home. After all, the Shining Stars were widely regarded as the weakest team in the group. Although Sydney Coast had also suffered a defeat in the first round against Seoul Lejeune, they had only conceded 2 goals, while the Shining Stars had let in 3. Therefore, Sydney Coast had ample reason to believe they could earn valuable points against the group's weakest opponent, laying a foundation for their quest for progression. They believed their equalizing goal had shattered the morale and confidence of the Chinese team. Sydney Coast boasted Australian internationals who had previously faced Chinese national teams and were aware of the players' capabilities. Wasn't the Chinese team notoriously inept at overcoming adversity? Their psychological fortitude was alarmingly fragile. A hint of setbacks could lead to their collapse. However, as Sydney Coast advanced, they discovered that the situation was not as they had anticipated. At the very least, this seemingly weakest team was not demoralized by conceding a goal. Just after the setback, they tightened their defense and withstood Sydney Coast's onslaught. Initially, Sydney Coast aimed to exploit the young defender Wang Guangwei, hoping to capitalize on his potential emotional instability following the goal conceded, intending to utterly dismantle him. Yet, they soon realized that this young Chinese defender appeared unaffected by the recent setback. Rather, he swiftly learned from his earlier mistake, displaying greater decisiveness in ball handling. Even in moments when teammates might hesitate, he would boldly call out, "I got this," and rush forward to clear the ball. He even reminded his teammates to stay vigilant. Witnessing this scene from the sidelines, Zhao Kongming smiled. "This is precisely why I urged them to give their all in the AFC Champions League. The young man has indeed not let me down. Some lessons cannot be imparted through 1,000 repetitions on the training ground, but experiencing them in a match brings clarity." Chen Imo nodded, remarking on Wang Guangwei's remarkable growth. It was no wonder that prior to this season, everyone was willing to cast their votes for him as the third captain. As for captaincy candidates, I initially assumed Hu Lai would garner many votes. After all, he had a good rapport with others, yet surprisingly, he received none. Zhao Kongming cast a sidelong glance at Chen Imo. "Old Chen, do you have any misconceptions about popularity?" Chen Imo chuckled and shook his head. "Can you envision Hu Lai as a captain?" This remark evoked memories for Zhao Kongming of the moment during the national competition when Dongchuan High School claimed victory, as the original captain unexpectedly fastened the captain's armband onto Hu Lai's arm at the award ceremony, compelling him to lift the trophy as captain. The captain's armband seems to possess an enchanting quality. When an ordinary individual dons this emblem, they instinctively adopt a more composed demeanor, epitomizing the essence of a worthy leader. However, Hu Lai was an exception. As he lifted the trophy, he deliberately feigned a slip, startling everyone present. Zhao Kongming, observing from the stands, initially believed Hu Lai had genuinely lost his grip, contemplating the disastrous possibility of the championship trophy being dropped. Would this not constitute an award ceremony mishap? To his surprise, Hu Lai was merely jesting. After successfully alarming the crowd, he beamed as he cradled the trophy. This was the only instance Zhao Kongming had witnessed Hu Lai embodying his role as captain. Reflecting on this, Zhao remarked, "He must be the most extraordinary captain. It is indeed difficult for me to imagine. I often feel that if Hu Lai were to assume the captaincy, his remarks in the locker room would likely lead unfamiliar teammates to perceive him as somewhat irreverent. Yet, when the team encounters adversity, many, including myself, would instinctively cast our hopes upon him, harboring what seemed to be unrealistic expectations," Chen Imo commented, gazing at Hu Lai on the field. Wang Guangwei intercepted the ball from Sydney Coast once more, promptly passing it to Zhang Qinghuan ahead. As Zhang received the ball, he lifted his head to assess the unfolding situation. Not finding a suitable opportunity to release the ball, he chose to maintain possession. However, a midfielder from Sydney Coast charged forward, utilizing physical advantage to displace him and seize the ball. The Shining Stars fans erupted in gasps of astonishment. Yet, before their astonishment could dissipate, they witnessed Sichuan Junping nimbly emerge from the flank, intercepting the ball that had just been taken from Zhang, swiftly passing it back to him. With the defender who had been marking Zhang now absent, he effortlessly controlled the ball, pivoted, and with the outside of his foot, directed it forward to Chen Xingyi, who was sprinting along the wing. A counterattack for the Shining Stars, amid the roars of encouragement echoing through the Provincial Sports Center Stadium. Chen Xingyi halted the ball passed by Zhang Qinghuan with his foot and surged forward. The Sydney Coast fullback hurried back to defend, racing alongside him. Chen Xingyi glanced up to evaluate the situation in the center and observed considerable space, yet Hu Lai had yet to advance. Thus, he nudged the ball forward and pursued it with all his might. Chen Xingyi's speed was indeed remarkable. He exclaimed in genuine admiration. When Chen Xingyi caught up to the ball again, he did not bother to glance at the central situation but directly sent the ball towards the middle with his left foot. As Hu Lai positioned himself on the right flank, ready to receive the pass from Chen Xingyi, he swung his right leg as if to strike the ball directly. However, as the ball approached, he deftly flicked it with his right foot, allowing the defender from Sydney Coast to slide past him. What a splendid play! The cheers from the stands reached a crescendo at that moment. Having evaded the defender, Hu Lai prepared to strike again. This time, it was no mere feint. The football was deftly directed towards the far corner, and the Sydney Coast goalkeeper, who had just been deceived by Hu Lai's feint shot, staggered momentarily before attempting to make a save. Alas, it was too late. Hu Lai's strike was exquisite. 21. The Shining Stars regained the lead. Above the Provincial Sports Center, it felt as if thunder had suddenly erupted. Amidst the tremendous roar, Hu Lai, the goal scorer, turned and sprinted towards the camera near the corner flag, performing his signature celebration. This sequence of movements has been witnessed countless times by Chinese fans, yet this marked its debut on the AFC Champions League stage. Hu Lai. He scored his first goal in the Champions League. Thus, he has now netted goals in every competition he has participated in. From the China League, the Chinese Super League, the FA Cup, the Super Cup, the East Asian Cup, to the U23 Asian Cup. Now the name of the AFC Champions League shall be added to his list of accomplishments. This young striker is racing along the expressway of success. What goal remains unconquerable for him? What feat is beyond his reach? Score, Hu Lai. Let your goals resonate with the world. Chapter 68. House viewing in a recent AFC Champions League group match. The home team, the Shining Stars, showcased exceptional performance, scoring first in the second half to take the lead. Although Sydney Coast later equalized, the young Stars remained unfazed by this setback. They steadfastly withstood the fierce assaults from Sydney Coast, and in the 74th minute, executed a successful counterattack, culminating in Hu Lai's inaugural goal in the Champions League. Ultimately, with goals from Qin Lin and Hu Lai, the Shining Stars triumphed 2-1 over Sydney Coast at home, securing their historic first victory in the AFC Champions League. Moreover, Qin Lin became the oldest player to score in the tournament. The television was broadcasting the morning sports news on CCTV Sports Channel. Qin Lin sat at the dining table, enjoying breakfast prepared by his wife while listening to the news report emanating from the television. His wife, Wang Yuan, sat beside him, glancing at the screen. When she turned back, her face was radiant with smiles. "Oh, at last we won. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bring this up with you." "What matter?" Qin Lin inquired. "Didn't we discuss buying a house?" She replied, resting her chin on her hand. "I thought about it and realized I've been quite happy living in this neighborhood. Instead of searching elsewhere, why not just buy here?" She continued, "So, I took the liberty of looking around and found a few properties, planning to take you to see them. But since your team hasn't won, I hesitated to mention it. What is there to hesitate about? I won't lose my temper at you just because the team hasn't won." Qin Lin chuckled. "No, it's not that. I worry that if word got out about us viewing houses, the media and fans would criticize your team for 2 consecutive losses while you're contemplating real estate," she explained. Qin Lin paused, then shook his head in resignation, acknowledging his wife's thoughtfulness. Though he personally did not consider it a significant issue, her concerns were indeed valid. Although the fans currently maintain a stable emotional state, some media outlets are eager to create sensational headlines. Should they choose to sensationalize the captain's house hunting amidst the team's consecutive losses, claiming that it is inappropriate for him to be joyfully searching for a new home while the team struggles, the backlash could be explosive. There are indeed those who believe that players should wear a perpetual frown and forego meals until victory is achieved. In such circumstances, purchasing a home and displaying a cheerful demeanor would seem like an unnecessary provocation. With this thought in mind, Qin Lin turned to his wife and remarked, "You have a point. That would indeed be unwise." His wife responded with a light-hearted tone, "Exactly. So now that the team has won, it should be fine. You can breathe a little easier now, right?" Qin Lin chuckled at his wife's playful notion of breathing rights. Despite the team's recent back-to-back defeats in the league and the Asian Champions League, which, while not catastrophic, had begun to create a palpable tension in public sentiment. The team had ultimately triumphed in yesterday's match, alleviating some pressure. Your team's training is scheduled for the afternoon. Shall we go view the house this morning? His wife inquired further. Upon receiving Qin Lin's affirmative response, she eagerly picked up her phone to arrange a viewing with the property management staff. As the news about the team faded from the television, Qin Lin focused intently on his breakfast. Following the previous night's match, the coach, Zhao Kongming, had granted a half-day off to the players who participated, allowing them to skip morning training. For the seasoned professional Qin Lin, this quiet time was a treasured respite, offering him a chance to unwind both his mind and body. Mr. Qin, Mrs. Wang, this charming townhouse may be modest in size, but it perfectly suits your needs. As the outermost unit of the row, it offers ample privacy, being distanced from the adjacent standalone home. The impeccably dressed staff member from the rental center led Qin Lin and Wang Yuan into the townhouse. Despite being a second-hand property, the previous owner had excellent taste, evident in the home's decor, which eschewed dreariness for a more vibrant aesthetic. Wang Yuan surveyed the living room, noting the open layout. With a massive floor-to-ceiling glass door separating the living area from the backyard, providing sound insulation without sacrificing light. Although the day was overcast, one could easily envision how radiant and warm the space would feel when sunlight streamed through that southern-facing glass door on a clear day. Frankly, compared to their previous residence, this townhouse may indeed be somewhat smaller, but why would the three of them require such an expansive home? The two-story structure seemed to meet their needs splendidly. Outside the master bedroom, there lies a spacious terrace, an area generously gifted, offering an expansive view that is unobstructed. From this vantage point, one can gaze upon the western mountains, fully immersing oneself in the timeless beauty that evokes the imagery of snow-capped peaks reflected through the window. On sunny days, the terrace serves as a perfect sanctuary for basking in the warmth of the sun. The sales representative possessed an eloquence that increasingly stirred Wang Yuan's emotions. Yet, casting a discreet glance at her husband, who wore a stoic expression, she stifled her burgeoning excitement and ascended the stairs alongside him. After touring the guest bedroom and the master suite on the second floor, the sales representative guided the esteemed guests to the terrace he had described. Exiting the master bedroom through a glass door, they stepped onto the terrace adjacent to it, directly above the living room on the first floor. Indeed, the view was breathtaking. As Wang Yuan approached the edge of the terrace and gazed westward, her sight was met not by towering buildings, but by a park that resembled a natural forest. Beyond that lay the hazy horizon. Drawing from her year-long experience in Jincheng, she was convinced that the sales representative had spoken the truth. On clear days, one could indeed see the snow-capped mountains rising majestically to the west of the city. Look, dear. She intended to call Qin Lin's attention, but her voice went unanswered. Puzzled, she turned to find her husband lost in thought, staring in another direction. Is there a football field in the community? He inquired, pointing towards it. Ah, Mr. Qin. That football field was constructed by the tenants of that building, the sales representative explained, as it does not significantly alter the garden's appearance. Our community approved it. It is nearing completion, with minimal noise and no disruption to residents. Moreover, this standalone villa has reportedly been rented by several players from your team. Though I cannot disclose their identities as we must protect our client's privacy. Wang Yuan approached her husband, and without searching, she spotted a large independent villa diagonally across from their row house, its angle revealing the garden at the rear. However, she had never encountered such a villa garden. Devoid of vibrant flowers and lush trees, it instead featured a fence of wire mesh enclosing a football field. The white lines marking the rectangular expanse of green grass confirmed her familiarity with it. Yet, it appeared smaller than a standard pitch. Indeed, it was a nine-a-side football field. Before she could voice her curiosity, her husband provided the answer with a smile, addressing the sales representative. All right, we'll take this one. The sales representative seemed taken aback. This is merely the first property we are viewing today. Qin Lin shook his head, affirming, no need for more. We'll take this one. Wang Yuan certainly appreciated this choice, but she sensed what had driven her husband to this decision. With a woman's intuition, she had already surmised the reason. Her gaze lingered on the football field. A grand garden had been transformed into a football pitch, and curiously, she found nothing amiss about it. Hu Lai shared a photograph in a WeChat group named Old Friends, which included himself, Wang Guangwei, Zhang Qinghuan, Chen Xingyi, Xia Xiaoyu, and Morikawa Junpei. Morikawa's WeChat account was set up under Hu Lai's guidance after his arrival in China, although he is not yet proficient in typing Chinese. He can send voice messages that are translated adequately by WeChat's built-in translation feature, ensuring the essence is conveyed accurately. The agent informed us that the football field is nearing completion. Hu Lai commented after sharing the photo. The image depicted the football field, encircled by a wire fence, with half of the white lines drawn. The goalposts were positioned correctly, albeit without nets. Additionally, each corner of the field featured a lamp post intended for nighttime illumination, though the bases were not fully installed, leaving some exposed wiring. Wow, awesome. Xia Xiaoyu immediately responded with a thumbs-up emoji. Impressive. When can we move in? Wang Guangwei inquired. The agent said it should be ready in about a week. Technically, we could move in now, but the field cannot be used just yet, Hu Lai replied. No rush. Let's wait until the field is ready before moving in. We should throw a party for the teammates then, Zhang Qinghuan suggested. Chun Xing equipped when others host parties. It's usually poolside barbecues with beautiful women. Are we really inviting teammates over for a friendly match instead? Brother Huan, are you trying to lure them into a trap? Morikawa Junpei sent a voice message in Japanese, which was translated for everyone. Hu Lai-san is amazing. Hu Lai responded, a party sounds good. Let's set a date for after the field is completed. Zhang Qinghuan added, let me check online for an auspicious moving day. Hu Lai interjected, is that really necessary? Can't you just calculate it? Chun Xingyi teased. Oh, Hu Lai, I didn't know you were knowledgeable about such matters. Hu Lai modestly replied, just a little. Zhang Qinghuan urged, enough chatter. Which day is auspicious? Hu Lai declared, as long as we win, every day is a good day. Everyone responded with a collective sigh. Chapter 69. Not a single one should be left behind strangely, despite having integrated both the first team and the reserve team for training, which should have resulted in a larger gathering than usual. Chun Mo could not shake the feeling of desolation as he observed the players gradually leaving the training ground. As the players concluded their training and departed, they clustered in small groups, chatting while making their way to the locker room. A stark contrast to the usual lively atmosphere filled with laughter. Perhaps it's because a few key figures are absent, Zhao Kongming remarked with a chuckle beside him. All right. Chun Mo slapped his forehead, realizing that those young players were no longer present. A weekend had passed since the Flash Stars secured their first victory in the AFC Champions League at home, and during this weekend, they faced a familiar rival, Haihai, whom they had encountered in the previous season's FA Cup. Considering the upcoming international match day, which would allow for a week of rest for club competitions, Zhao Kongming opted against making significant alterations to the lineup after the Champions League match, instead opting for minor adjustments in specific positions. For instance, during the midweek AFC Champions League match, Qin Lin, who was a starter, found himself on the bench, while Xia Xiaoyu, who had not started in the Champions League, took his place, forming a double pivot alongside Sun Quan Junping. Simultaneously, the formidable trio of Hu Lai, Chun Xingyi, and Zhang Qinghuan all began the match. Such arrangements were made in light of the challenging relegation battle this season, as the team must seize every opportunity to strive for victory and accumulate as many points as possible. Ultimately, the team's performance did not disappoint Zhao Kongming, as the nearly full-strength Shining Stars triumphed at home with a score of 3-1 against Haihai. Each member of the trio scored a goal, showcasing a balanced performance where none were left wanting. Following this league match, several players, including the trio, departed the club to participate in their respective international fixtures. Zhang Qinghuan and Ding Yuanhai were set to join the national team for the second round of the Asian qualifiers for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, jointly hosted by the United States and Canada, commonly known as the 40-team tournament. Meanwhile, Hu Lai, Chun Xingyi, and Wang Guangwei were to compete in a friendly match with the U23 national team against Serbia's U23 squad. Sinchuan Junping also received a call-up from Japan's U23 head coach, Koichi Sato, to represent Japan in a friendly against Portugal's U23 team. The young lad was visibly elated upon receiving Sato's call, reportedly bowing repeatedly to a wall in the locker room, as described by other players, almost as if he were bowing to Sato from a distance. Alas, with 6 players absent, it felt as though our Shining Stars were increasingly bolstered by their involvement in international fixtures. While this is indeed a positive sign of our growing strength, the fact that each international break siphons away nearly half of our main players does bring considerable pressure. Sigh, Chun Mo lamented, this time it's just a friendly match. Which isn't too bad, But during the training camp and the Olympics in July and August, we could be missing players for 2 full months. Who can bear that? Well, there's nothing to be done, Lao Chun. In a universally watched event like the Olympics, club interests must yield to national interests. There's no room for negotiation. Zhao Kongming replied, his tone laced with resignation. With Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, Wang Guangwei, and the addition of Sun Chuan Junping representing Japan at the Olympics, there will be 4 players missing for 2 months. And let us not forget the overage players. Zhang Qinghuan is just 1 year over. What if Shi Wuyin plans to select him as an overage player for the Olympics? Will you let him go, Lao Zhao? Zhao Kongming spread his hands. What can I say? If the U23 team needs him, then I will release him. And what about the club? We'll just have to grit our teeth and endure. What else can we do? Zhao Kongming's tone conveyed a sense of helplessness. Yet, this is the inevitable price of the Shining Stars' youthful focus. A necessary consequence of igniting a youthful storm in the new season. Xiao Shi, how do you view the matter regarding overage players? U23 team leader Ran Jiachang knocked on Shi Wuyin's office door and inquired upon entering. Shi Wuyin shifted his gaze from the computer screen to Ran Jiachang's face and smiled. What is this? Has a club approached you privately to help someone get in? Ran Jiachang quickly waved his hand, saying, your words suggest that some players might aspire to participate in the Olympics, but you are well aware of the club's stance. No club would willingly send their key players to train here for a month before heading to the Olympic Games. If they were not mainstays, I suspect you would not be interested, would you? Shi Wuyin's smile grew increasingly radiant as he replied, indeed, old Ran, you understand me well. What objectives or expectations does the Football Association hold for us regarding this Olympic endeavor? Ran Jiachang shook his head. There are none, no goals are set, and thus no pressure is imposed. This was clearly articulated in the Olympic work meeting. That sounds rather superficial. Shi Wuyin suddenly lowered his voice and inquired, old Ran, do give me the lowdown. Does the Football Association truly have no expectations for results? Ran Jiachang's expression turned somewhat awkward. To claim there are absolutely no expectations would be unrealistic. Speaking for myself, I do harbor hopes for our performance at the Olympics. However, to establish a minimum standard in advance, whereby failure to meet it would result in consequences, I believe is not the sentiment within the Football Association. Poor results would indeed be regrettable, whereas good results would bring joy. Is that not a natural human response? Shi Wuyin nodded in agreement. Sensing his demeanor, Ran Jiachang hastily added, but do not think this will impose any pressure on you. As I mentioned, simply qualifying for the Olympics is already a significant achievement. The sole objective set by the Football Association when they appointed you to coach this team was to participate in the Olympics. You have already fulfilled that goal. It is time to shed any burdens and give your utmost effort. The key is to showcase the spirit and demeanor of this team. For instance, during the U23 Asian Cup, despite the challenges posed by that Iranian referee, the team maintained their composure and countered with more goals, which is commendable. Old Ran, hearing you say this puts my mind at ease. I also wish to discuss the matter of overage players with you. To be honest, I intend not to include a single overage player. What? None at all? Ran Jiachang exclaimed in surprise. Before arriving, he had contemplated which overage player Shi Wuyin might request, preparing to negotiate with the club should they have reservations. He never anticipated that Shi Wuyin would choose to exclude all overage players. Thus, he inquired, are you concerned that the club might be displeased with you? That is not something you need to worry about, Shi Wuyin quickly interjected. Once you have confirmed the roster, I will handle that aspect. I shall be the bad cop. Ran Jiachang responded, that is not my concern, old Ran. My worry lies in the possibility that the introduction of overage players could disrupt the current harmonious atmosphere and synergy within the team. You have been with this team from the youth ranks to where we stand now. You understand the composition of these players and their relationships. If we were to introduce 3 overage players who are older and more seasoned, it would inevitably create a gap, potentially undermining the team's effectiveness. Moreover, football is a collective endeavor. The team operates as a cohesive unit. Our training arrangements are designed with the current squad in mind. And suddenly introducing 3 strangers raises the question of how they would integrate into the team. Is a month of training sufficient? How would the players whose positions are taken by these overage players feel? Might this lead to deteriorating relationships within the locker room? Would their friends harbor discontent towards the overage players? In response to the series of probing questions posed by Shi Wuyin, Ran Jiachang furrowed his brow and fell into contemplation. He conceded that Shi Wuyin had a point, recalling the 2012 Olympics when Qin Lin was included as an overage player in the national Olympic team. Given Qin Lin's exceptional ability and prowess at the time, it was no exaggeration to consider him one of the strongest players in China, and thus, he was naturally held in high regard. However, the addition of such a formidable foreign aid did not bolster the team's strength. The national Olympic team left that Olympic Games with a disgraceful record of no victories, no goals scored, and no points earned. Hence, many are already cognizant of the answer regarding whether overage players can enhance the Olympic team's performance. Football is a sport that requires 11 individuals, or even 23, training together to develop synergy, rather than merely a card game where selecting the strongest 11 on paper guarantees invincibility. Therefore, I pondered that rather than recruiting 3 potential time bombs, it would be wiser to recruit none at all. Additionally, this Olympic opportunity is rare for young players. It serves as a critical training ground where they can improve by competing against high-caliber international peers. What significance does it hold for those established overage players to participate in the Olympics? Aside from embellishing their personal resumes, Shi Wuyin shrugged and spread his hands. The Football Association has not set any objectives for the Olympics. Yet I personally hold a goal. If the national Olympic team players can learn and grow through participating in this Olympic Games, it would be beneficial for both them and the future of our nation's football. I hope that this participation can fulfill such objectives and yield such effects. Such a vital opportunity for training, learning, and growth should not be ceded to overage players. What about Zhang Qinghua? He is merely 1 year older and can still be considered a young player. Ran Jiachang inquired again. When people think of overage players participating in the Olympics, Zhang Qinghua is often the first to come to mind. Although he is no longer the one upon whom the hopes of the entire nation rest due to the emergence of younger talents like Hu Lai, his remarkable performance upon returning from a wayward path, paired with his only marginally older age, leads many to feel he should participate in the Olympics. Lest it be a missed opportunity, Zhang Qinghua and Guo Juanfu are pivotal to our team, with Guo Juanfu being the captain and the core of midfield organization. If Zhang Qinghua were to join, Guo Juanfu would have to settle for the bench. Guo Juanfu has exerted considerable effort in helping the team qualify, only to find himself relegated to a substitute role in the Olympics. I personally believe this would be quite unfair to him. Furthermore, have you considered another issue, Old Ran? What issue? Currently, 3 key players from our Olympic team hail from Shining Stars, and if they were to compete in the Olympics, they would be absent from the team for 2 months, missing at least 7 league matches. This would be detrimental to the team's relegation efforts. Then we would select Zhang Qinghua as an overage player for the national Olympic team to participate in the Olympics. The Shining Stars have nearly lost half of their main lineup. Although Zhao Kongming is renowned for his amiable temperament, we cannot simply take advantage of him. As the saying goes, a cornered rabbit will bite. Are you not concerned that old Zhao might come knocking on your door? Ran Jiachang was amused by Shi Wuyin's words, nodding repeatedly. All right, if you say so, I truly fear old Zhao might come to my house. Shi Wuyin then spoke earnestly, from the perspective of enhancing Chinese football. I too hope the Shining Stars avoid relegation. I wish for old Zhao to fully express his football philosophy through the Shining Stars. Perhaps it could illuminate a brighter future for Chinese football. Ran Jiachang appeared somewhat taken aback. Your words are rather exaggerated, aren't they? Can a single Shining Stars team really bear the future of Chinese football? Old Ran, Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, Wang Guangwei, and Zhang Qinghua are all part of the Shining Stars now. Which of them do you think will not make it to the national team in the future? Faced with this question, Ran Jiachang fell silent. Can they indeed shoulder the future of Chinese football? If they cannot, to whom shall we entrust our hopes? Ran Jiachang remained mute. I have been following this team since they were in the China League. They have brought something unique to our country's football. Although the Chinese Super League has just begun, I dare assert that this team will be an anomaly within the league. If they can successfully avoid relegation, it may validate Zhao Kongming's approach. Perhaps more teams will be inclined to offer opportunities to the youth. When the entire football environment leans towards young talent, surely more gifted young players will emerge. At that point, perhaps we can even abolish the U23 protection policy in our league. As Shi Wuyin spoke, his voice grew lighter, as if his thoughts were ascending towards a distant future. Chapter 70. As agreed, when Li Ziqiang stepped out of the terminal, she was greeted by enthusiastic fans and media reporters. Upon seeing her, the latter surged forward, thrusting microphones in her direction, inquiring about her well-being. Ziqiang, was your journey exhausting? Despite her mental fatigue, Li Ziqiang mustered her strength, smiling at the reporters and shaking her head. Not tiring. I managed to catch some sleep on the plane. Observing her smile, many reporters seemed relieved, as if she had indeed been unaffected by her travels. This upcoming match holds immense significance for the Chinese women's football team. They must defeat the Australian women's team at home to secure a spot in the Olympics. It is no wonder that the reporters were so concerned about Li Ziqiang's physical condition. As the only player on the team playing abroad, she had to traverse the entire Eurasian continent by plane for the match. The strain of travel coupled with jet lag could understandably hinder her performance. However, if Li Ziqiang were to underperform, the Chinese women's football team's hopes of qualifying for the Olympics would be in jeopardy. Who could have foreseen that the Chinese women's team, which has never missed an Olympic Games, would face a predicament akin to that of the men's team? Previously, due to the team's lackluster performance, they found themselves closely pursued by their direct competitors, the Australian women's team. Regarding the forthcoming match, do you have any expectations? Ziqiang? Li Ziqiang initially intended to reflexively utter some pleasantries about mutual well-being, but as her lips parted, she recalled Hu Lai's messages on WeChat. Let me tell you, I have secured my qualification for the Olympics. If you cannot make it, you owe me 60 meals. At that moment, Li Ziqiang protested, why 60 meals? Because you proposed this arrangement initially. If I fulfill my part and you flake on me, you must bear double the responsibility. With this thought in mind, Li Ziqiang confidently declared to the reporters, we will definitely go to Madrid. This was also her response to Hu Lai on WeChat. Observing her direct and self-assured reply, the reporters exchanged glances, sensing a departure from Li Ziqiang's usual demeanor. Nonetheless, they were pleased to hear her assert such optimism. They hoped that the women's football team's performance in the qualifiers was merely a minor setback and that they would ultimately succeed in attending the Olympics in Madrid. Otherwise, it would be a great pity for the men's team to qualify while the women's team did not. Why is it all the same old faces? During a meal at the restaurant, Hu Lai, after greeting his teammates, posed this question to Wang Guangwei at his table. The evaluation of new players cannot be applied at this juncture, Wang Guangwei explained. The Olympics are in August, with training camps in July. What new players can we still evaluate? Those who have the potential to join the national team are already here. Even if any new talents emerge now, Coach sure would not recruit them. Does this mean Xiaoyu has no chance of participating in the Olympics? Hu Lai lamented for his junior. It is unavoidable. Evaluating new players now would raise eyebrows. It would suggest that the national team has not even solidified its basic lineup, which would jeopardize our chances for success at the Olympics. Moreover, I believe Xiaoyu's absence from the Olympics would benefit Coach Zhao. Otherwise, if we all depart, how will the league continue? Do you think Huan Gu will accompany us to Madrid as an overage player? Chen Xingyi inquired from the side. There is a high probability, which means Xiaoyu certainly cannot go. He needs to guard the home front. Otherwise, when we return, everything will be gone, and what fun would that be? Wang Guangwei's analysis was astute. For the current national team, the focus had shifted from evaluating new players to deepening the understanding and execution of tactics among the existing roster. Therefore, in the upcoming match against the Serbian national team, Coach Sherwin not only refrained from recruiting any new players, but also appeared indifferent to the outcome of this friendly match. He opted for entirely different tactics and personnel configurations for the first and second halves. Hu Lai and Chen Xingyi started the match, with Chen Xingyi scoring a goal for the Chinese team. However, this did not alter his fate of being substituted alongside Hu Lai at halftime. Wang Guangwei, on the other hand, entered as a substitute in the second half and completed the match. Amidst such intense rotations, the Chinese Olympic team ultimately succumbed to the formidable Serbian Olympic team with a score of 12-0, a conclusion that was anticipated by many. In the eyes of experts, this outcome is hardly surprising. The score itself was not the primary focus for observers. Rather, they were more concerned with the players' performances during the match and their comprehension and execution of the tactics devised by Coach Sherwin. From this perspective, the young athletes of the Chinese team performed commendably, essentially fulfilling the objectives of their training and warm-up match. After concluding the afternoon's game, the players disbanded upon returning to the hotel, preparing to return to their respective clubs, where they would await reconvening in June for 2 more warm-up matches before disbanding once again. Subsequently, in July, they would report back to the Olympic team for a month-long training camp in preparation for the Olympic Games. After passing through security, Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, and Wang Guangwei sought out a KFC, where they dined while awaiting their flight. As the trio settled at a table in the corner, Hu Lai retrieved his phone, donned his wireless Bluetooth headphones, and skillfully opened a live streaming app. "What are you watching?" Chun Xingyi inquired with curiosity, only to find the close-up of Li Ziqiang on the screen. "Oh, it's Li Ziqiang." Upon hearing this, Wang Guangwei turned his attention to the phone screen. "Is there a women's football match today?" "Oh right. How is the score in the crucial match for Olympic qualification?" "Still 0-0? And it's already the second half?" The commentator mentioned that Li Ziqiang was facing difficulties. Removing one of his headphones, Hu Lai remarked, and Chun Xingyi and Wang Guangwei shifted positions to sit beside him, hamburgers in hand, their eyes fixated on the small screen. Li Ziqiang rose from the ground, her jersey and shorts marred with dirt, revealing few clean spots. In this match, as the midfield core and star player for the Chinese team, she was closely marked by the Australian women's team, often facing one defender, and at times, up to four, creating a scene akin to being confined within a cage. The referee called a foul on an Australian player, who protested to the referee, believing she had committed no infraction and that it was Li Ziqiang who had been too fragile in the collision. Simultaneously, she cast a glance at Li Ziqiang, hoping to witness signs of agitation or anger on her face. This was part of their tactical objective, to exploit repeated physical confrontations and fouls to destabilize Li Ziqiang's composure. If they could render her incapable of playing effectively, the Chinese team's offense would be mired in difficulty. The stakes were high. The victor of this match would secure a place in Madrid, prompting exhaustive tactical maneuvers from the Australians, whose aim was to dismantle Li Ziqiang. However, to the surprise of the fouling player, as Li Ziqiang rose from the ground and brushed off the grass from her jersey, her expression bore no sign of distress. She accepted the referee's verbal warning without any dissatisfaction, remaining composed in the face of adversity. However, her teammate appeared to be even angrier than she was. In the subsequent match, this Australian football player was astonished to find that Li Ziqiang was not intimidated by her presence. Rather, she charged directly towards her. As Li Ziqiang surged forward with the ball, it was evident that her target was none other than herself. This young girl resolved to show her opponent what true prowess looked like. Thus, she also advanced, attempting to leverage her physical advantage once more to thwart Li Ziqiang. Unbothered by the possibility of a foul being called against her, she was determined not to allow this young girl to gain momentum. She needed to instill a sense of fear. However, as she rushed forward, Li Ziqiang executed a clean sudden stop and swift change of direction, leaving the Australian player off balance and tumbling to the ground. The Phoenix Football Stadium in Yunyang, originally the home ground of the Yunyang Phoenix Club, had now become the fortress of the Chinese women's football team. With a capacity of 30,000, half of the stadium was filled, and at that moment, 15,000 spectators erupted in the loudest cheers for Li Ziqiang, expressing their pent-up frustration and dissatisfaction over their once-admired goddess being knocked down repeatedly. The three players of the National Olympic team, watching on their mobile screens, could not contain their excitement. "Wow, beautiful." Instead of charging directly towards the goal, Li Ziqiang seized the opportunity as the opposing defenders closed in on her, deftly nudging the ball forward to the right, setting up the Chinese forward Inaugural. With the Australian defense focused solely on Li Ziqiang, Inaugural found herself in a pocket of space. Receiving Li Ziqiang's pass, she confidently surged into the penalty area. And facing a feeble defensive effort, she calmly struck the ball, which soared into the net from the upper corner, giving China the lead. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the previously shut door to Madrid now showed the slightest sign of opening. Following the goal, the Australian women's team intensified their counterattack, putting the Chinese team under considerable pressure. The Chinese women even resorted to blocking shots with their bodies to prevent their opponents from scoring. In this tense and fierce atmosphere, the match approached its final 10 minutes. The score remained 1-0, with China temporarily in the lead. Wang Guangwei suddenly looked up. "Hey, didn't the broadcast just announce that our flight is boarding?" Uncertain, Hu Lai and Chun Xingyi remained fixated on their mobile screens, seemingly indifferent. Seeing their lack of reliability, Wang Guangwei took out his phone to check the flight information through a travel app, confirming that boarding had indeed commenced. He then alerted the two. "We really need to leave. It's time to board." Chun Xingyi reluctantly stood up, her eyes still lingering on Hu Lai's phone screen. Just then, the live broadcast showed Li Ziqiang breaking through the center, only to be brought down by an Australian player, awarding the Chinese team a free kick from 32 meters out. Centrally positioned, Hu Lai raised his hand. "Wait a moment, Let us finish watching this attack. All right, replied Chen Xingyi, promptly taking her seat again. As Wang Guangwei stood by, watching the match while waiting for his two teammates, the airport announcement echoed overhead, informing passengers of flight 3U8962 from Shanghai to Jincheng that boarding had commenced and to please ensure their belongings were in order. He thought to himself how fortunate he was that the boarding gate was nearby, sparing him the trouble of traversing half the terminal, lest he be burdened with dragging along two others. On his phone screen, the Australian women's football players had formed a wall in the penalty area, while on the Chinese side, Li Ziqiang bent down to place the ball at the spot marked by the referee's spray. It appeared she would personally take the free kick she had earned. After positioning the ball, she straightened up and stepped back, creating space for her run-up. With her hands on her hips, she turned to the referee, awaiting the whistle. In the stands of Phoenix Stadium, the cheers diminished significantly, with many fans instinctively quieting their breaths. In the ensuing silence, the sharp sound of the whistle rang out clearly. Upon hearing it, Li Ziqiang took a deep breath, exhaled, and began her run. After a decisive two-step approach, her left foot struck the ball. The football soared high, effortlessly clearing the jumping Australian wall, then plummeted rapidly, akin to a cruise missile breaking through the clouds, heading straight for the Australian goal. Despite the goalkeeper's desperate leap, her view was obstructed by the wall, and by the time she reacted, she was far from the ball, unable to reach it even with outstretched arms. It seemed merely a futile attempt at salvation. Amidst the roaring cheers that erupted, the ball found its way into the Australian net. Beautiful. Magnificent. With such a stunning free kick, Li Ziqiang had nearly secured the tickets to Madrid for the Chinese team. Hu Lai's earpiece crackled with the excited shout of the commentator. He faintly heard the astonished exclamations of Chen Xingyi and Wang Guangwei. Wow, what a goal. A brilliant strike. Even in a men's match, this would be a world-class shot. Chen Xingyi quickly offered up his knee in celebration. Wang Guangwei, momentarily forgetting the boarding announcement, stared in disbelief at the small screen of his phone. Li Ziqiang was truly remarkable. After scoring, Li Ziqiang ran towards the corner flag, where she was enveloped by her teammates in joyous celebration. The veteran coach, Yan Kai, surged from the bench, elatedly tossing his lucky hat into the air. The pressure that had mounted on him due to the team's earlier lackluster performance seemed to dissipate with that single motion. After embracing each celebrating teammate, Li Ziqiang returned to her half of the field. On her way back, she raised her palm to the sky, retracting 4 fingers to leave only her pinky extended, slightly bent. Then, gazing up, she smiled at the visage that existed only in the night sky. According to their agreement, Hu Lai, I too shall be heading to Madrid. Let us meet in Madrid. Li Ziqiang's unique celebratory gesture raised questions. What could it possibly mean? Is it 666? Chen Xingyi speculated. But isn't the 6 gesture made by extending the thumb and little finger together? How could it just be the little finger? Wang Guangwei corrected his assumption. Hu Lai, however, did not engage in their conjectures and instead stood up to gather his phone. Let us go home, he declared. Wang Guangwei and Chen Xingyi, each pulling their luggage, trailed behind him, continuing their debate about the meaning of Li Ziqiang's gesture. Ahead of them, Hu Lai wore a broad smile. Chapter 71. Who do you look down upon? Upon his return to Jincheng, Hu Lai received the delightful news that the football field had been completed. Yet he found himself preoccupied with the impending move. In fact, he had not even had the chance to toss his used clothes into the washing machine before he had to repack his belongings and embark on another journey with the team. This time, their destination was Seoul, South Korea, for the 3rd group match of the AFC Champions League, where Flash Star would face off against Seoul LG. Among the players was an old acquaintance of the Chinese Olympic team, Park Ga-hyun, who even managed to score during the match. That kid just threw a punch towards us. I suspect it was intentional, Chen Xingyi remarked from the substitutes bench, addressing Hu Lai. Be confident, little star, remove any doubt. It was deliberate, Hu Lai retorted. Despite Hu Lai's enhanced stamina from consuming performance-enhancing supplements, Zhao Kongming felt that Hu Lai had played too many matches recently, becoming a veritable flying man with his constant travel. Thus, for the sake of caution, he opted to keep both Hu Lai and Chen Xingyi on the bench, not starting them in the match. After all, he was unaware of Hu Lai's secret advantage. As a result, Hu Lai found himself sitting alongside the somewhat fatigued Chen Xingyi on the bench, watching as Park Ga-hyun broke the deadlock, putting Seoul LG in the lead. That guy is truly annoying, Chen Xingyi frowned. I had a decent impression of Park Chun-tae. As he represents Asian football, But how can Park Gi-hyun be hailed by Korean media as his successor? Their judgment must be utterly flawed. I heard from Morikawa Junpei that the Japanese team also holds Park Gi-hyun in low regard. He is far too arrogant, and even boasted about the Japanese Olympic team. Li continued. The friendship between China and Japan relies on that, Chun Xingyi lamented. Just then, assistant coach Chun Mo approached them and announced, Li, Chun Xingyi, it's time to warm up. Quickly, realizing that Coach Zhao intended to substitute them in, the two sprang to their feet and hurried to the warm-up area. Park Gi-hyun, who had just waved his fist towards the Flash Star bench, observed this scene, his expression momentarily stiffening as his smile faltered. After 5 minutes of warm-up, Li and Chun Xingyi stood at the sidelines, and when a stoppage occurred in the match, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Andong Shining swiftly made 2 substitutions, bringing on Li and Chun Xingyi. The commentator from the Korean television station remarked, evidently, Shining is unwilling to concede defeat on foreign soil and is preparing to unleash their trump card. The defense of Seoul Lejean must remain vigilant, particularly not to underestimate Li. This commentator, who had previously covered the East Asian Cup, was profoundly impressed by Li's performance. Moreover, the evident progress Li displayed during the U23 Asian Cup earlier this year suggested a maturity that surpassed his earlier showing in the East Asian Cup. One might even say he has become more formidable. The astonishing display of 5 goals within 9 minutes left this Korean commentator questioning the authenticity of the match, likening it to expert gamers engaging in a football video game against a 1-star AI opponent. Zhao Kongming simultaneously introduced Chun Xingyi and Li, and alongside Zhang Qinghwan. Shining's attacking trident was now fully formed. The voice of the CCTV commentator, He Feng, rose with excitement, barely concealing his anticipation. After Li and Chun Xingyi entered the fray, the tactical approach of Seoul Lejean seemed akin to a ship struggling against the waves, due to its momentum. It was not easily redirected to counter the onslaught. They continued to press forward, riding the momentum gained from their recent goal. It was evident that Li was receiving significant attention from the opposition. When Park Gi-hyun once again found an opportunity to shoot within the penalty area, but sent the ball soaring over the bar, Li turned to Chun Xingyi and remarked, Little star, it seems the Koreans do not fully comprehend your prowess. Look at the vast spaces behind them, so ample one could gallop a horse through. Leaving such a gaping hole before you is akin to a woman disrobing in your presence. Do you think she is enticing you? No, she is insulting you. Perceiving you as lacking in courage, little star. Chun Xingyi rolled his eyes in response. Perhaps you should first consider how to evade their defenders. With that, he directed his gaze towards the back line of Seoul Lejean, where indeed, numerous gaps were visible, though he had been on the pitch for less than 10 minutes. It was clear from Li's defensive encounters that Seoul Lejean was wary of him. A player was always stationed near Li, whether in a defensive role or a defensive midfielder when he retreated. Such attention towards Li was understandable, given the painful memories he had inflicted upon Korean football during the East Asian Cup. However, Chun Xingyi, despite not having participated in that tournament, had just concluded an impressive performance in the U23 Asian Cup, where he was the top assist provider. Did they not watch a single match of the Chinese team during the U23 Asian Cup? Had they truly researched Li without giving due regard to him? Li's assertion rang true. Chun Xingyi felt indeed insulted. Soon, Shining seized an opportunity for a counterattack. Before Zhang Qinghwan could receive the ball, he heard Chun Xingyi vociferously calling out, Brother Huan, pass the ball to me, with his back facing the direction of the attack. Zhang Qinghwan found himself momentarily unable to evade the defenders of Seoul Lejean. Upon spotting Chun Xingyi, he deftly used the outside of his left foot to flick the incoming ball sideways, providing Chun with a head start to accelerate. Indeed, as soon as he delivered the pass, Chun was already off, sprinting with determination. Zhang's pass was executed with such precision that Chun did not need to decelerate or even stop the ball. He merely had to propel it forward with vigor. The ball was sent soaring about 10 meters ahead. 2 defenders from Seoul Lejean prepared to close in on Chun, yet before they could secure their formation, Chun burst through like a gust of wind, slipping past them effortlessly. The stands of Seoul Lejean erupted with the boos and gasps of Korean fans, reminiscent of the howling sound left in the wake of the wind. Chun Xingyi, what a splendid breakthrough. An astonishing display of speed. Here he comes, having outmaneuvered the defense. Chun, relying on his swiftness, raced to catch up with the ball, charging towards the goal of Seoul Lejean. He had darted from the left side to the right, slicing across the pitch. A central defender positioned himself to impede Chun, attempting to slow him down and buy time for his teammates to regroup. In a flurry of speed, Chun swung his right leg, feigning a long-range shot just outside the penalty area, enticing the defender to reach out and block. However, he adeptly pulled the ball to his left and pivoted in the opposite direction. The tenacious central defender followed suit. Despite his precarious balance, he pressed on valiantly. With a swift maneuver, Chun unleashed a powerful shot with his left foot, sending the ball hurtling towards the goal. It arced beautifully, targeting the upper corner at the far post. The goalkeeper of Seoul Lejeune leaped into the air, reaching out for the ball, but it eluded his grasp, remaining tantalizingly out of reach. The ball ultimately sailed over the crossbar, soaring into the stands amidst the screams of the Korean fans. What a close call! What a close call! The commentator from the Korean television station exclaimed repeatedly. Hulai shifted his gaze from the stands back to the defender beside him from Seoul Lejeune, remarking, "Did you see that? Your defense stands no chance against my teammate. What are you still doing here beside me?" The defender, equally surprised, turned his attention away from the goal to Hulai, asking, "You speak Korean?" Hulai chuckled, just a little. He quickly returned to the previous topic. "Let me tell you, my friend, when this teammate of mine goes wild, even I get scared. Did you witness that breakthrough just now? Your defensive line crumbled before him like tofu, utterly defenseless." The opposing player cast a doubtful glance at him. "Believe it or not, you saw his performance just now?" Hulai shrugged and jogged away, leaving the defender frowning in contemplation. He had indeed witnessed Chun Xingyi's remarkable display. He simply could not comprehend why Hulai, as a teammate, felt compelled to caution him about an opponent, pondering whether this indicated a rift between them. Did these two not share a cordial relationship? In his gaze, he noticed Hulai had approached Chun Xingyi, and the two seemed to engage in conversation. Chun Xingyi observed Hulai chatting with the Korean player. "When did you learn Korean?" "I picked it up while studying Japanese," Hulai replied nonchalantly. "You even watch Korean dramas?" Chun Xingyi's eyes widened. Hulai paused for a moment before realizing the implication of Chun Xingyi's words. "Get lost. I've already mentioned that's not how I learn languages." All right. You're exceptionally talented. What did you say to that player?" "I warned him not to mark you, or else you'd promptly pass the ball to me." As anticipated, the player refrained from making any rash moves, sparing you from being cornered. Hulai asserted with conviction. "What do you mean by cornered? I'm playing a match, not engaging in social media." "Did you really say that?" Chun Xingyi fixed his gaze on Hulai. With sincerity in his eyes, Hulai replied, "Of course. Do you think he would dare disregard my words afterward?" Chun Xingyi thought to himself, that made sense. Given the importance Seoul LG placed on Hulai, such a remark could indeed instill caution in the opponent, preventing them from double-teaming him. Alas, he lamented missing the opportunity Hulai had fought for. Feeling a twinge of guilt and regret, Hulai patted his shoulder. "It's all right. There will be chances in the future. I'll do my best to hold back their defenders. Next time, there may not be an opportunity as good as this." Chun Xingyi sighed. "What are you saying?" Hulai retorted seriously. "Where has the strongest high school student I know gone? The one who would dare to venture into the lion's den regardless of the number of opponents? Are you afraid just because a few more are focusing on you? Aren't you determined to show them your prowess? Relying on your opponents to overlook you and seizing the chance to score is a mindset of the weak. A true warrior confronts the toughest defenses head-on." Chun Xingyi felt a pang of shame from Hulai's words. Damn it. Although it's frustrating to be lectured by Hulai, he is absolutely right. How could I harbor such a weak mindset? With that thought, he turned to look at the Seoul LG players and noticed a few of them casting cautious and serious glances in his direction, markedly different from their previous expressions. Chun Xingyi smirked at them disdainfully. "Now you realize my prowess? No, you still have yet to witness my true strength." Chapter 72. A fortunate ground. Although Chun Xingyi had missed a golden opportunity to score, his performance became increasingly vibrant thereafter. He had now emerged as the foremost troublemaker for the Seoul LG defense, as Hifeng noted in connection with the ongoing match. This commentary was exemplified by Chun Xingyi's shot within the penalty area. The Seoul LG goalkeeper made a remarkable save, deflecting the ball with his fingertips out of bounds. A collective gasp resonated from the stands, the sound of Seoul LG fans collectively inhaling sharply, as they had become accustomed to their anxiety. The temperature in the stadium seemed to rise by 2 degrees. "Splendid." Hulai first gave a thumbs up to Chun Xingyi and cheered, then turned to the number 4 center back of the Seoul Lejeune, saying, "Did you see that? This isn't personal, my friend. I mean, in the presence of our extraordinary teammate. Everyone else here pales in comparison. So, are you truly not going to lend a hand in defense? By keeping your eyes on me. Aren't you simply aiming to prevent my score? Well, let me tell you, my friend, I have no intention of scoring today. I am here solely to provide cover for my esteemed teammate. The Seoul Legion defender did not respond to Hu Lai's remarks. Instead, he merely stared at the goalkeeper, who had just risen from the ground, squinting his eyes. Unbeknownst to them, the focus of Seoul Legion's defense had shifted, with more players now dedicated to containing Chun Xingyi. In the commentary of the Korean television broadcaster, Chun Xingyi's name was mentioned with a frequency that clearly surpassed Hu Lai's. The commentator opined that the player posing the greatest threat to Seoul Legion at present was indeed Chun Xingyi. He is incredibly agile and swift, at times. He can even slip through the narrowest gaps between two defenders. The commentator praised, his footwork is extraordinarily quick, given the same opportunity. He can make contact with the ball before our players. As the Legion players believed they could seize the ball and extended their feet, they would find themselves thwarted by Chun Xingyi, resulting in a breakthrough. Today, Chun Xingyi was in exceptional form, showing no signs of fatigue from his recent match with the national U23 team. His incisive and decisive breakthroughs stirred great excitement among the spectators. Assistant coach Chen Mo, observing from the sidelines, held a high regard for the young talent. Old Chen, have you noticed? Chun Xingyi's impressive performance came right after his exchange with Hu Lai. Zhao Kongming remarked. Are you suggesting Hu Lai invigorated him? I'm not certain. But there seems to be an unspoken camaraderie between the two that outsiders may not fully comprehend. Zhao Kongming sighed. Thankfully, I didn't keep them in Jincheng. In terms of offense, it was indeed wise not to impose excessive tactical demands on them. Our tactical approach is sound. However, Chen Mo was focused on another matter. After many matches, he believed they had uncovered a strategy suitable for these young players. In simple terms, Zhao Kongming's tactical arrangements for the Flash Stars included numerous stringent requirements for defense and a high demand for tactical discipline. He meticulously outlined the strategies each defender should employ in various scenarios, continuously reinforcing their understanding and execution of these tactical mandates during regular training. During matches, detailed defensive arrangements were made against different opponents, with strict adherence to tactical discipline mandated, ensuring that players did not deviate from their roles. After all, Zhao Kongming, with his background as a center back, possessed a wealth of insights and experience in defense. He understood well that discipline is paramount in defense, and the notion that defense relies solely on the extraordinary individual skills of defenders, elevating individual defenders while completely disregarding their roles within the overall defensive structure, is merely an entertaining exchange among fans. Trusting a professional coach is folly. In terms of offense, while the team does engage in tactical training with certain overarching requirements, such as emphasizing the utilization of the field's width, Chun Xingyi holds a pivotal position within the current tactical framework of Flash Star. This is because, in Zhao Kongming's offensive strategy, it is essential to stretch the width of the field, thereby constraining the opposing fullbacks and compelling them to make defensive choices. If they remain on the flanks, space will inevitably open up in the center, which can be exploited by Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan. Conversely, if they converge towards the middle only to return to the flanks, it may be too late, granting Flash Star the opportunity to penetrate the wings. Zhao Kongming requires a player who is technical, swift, and adept in one-on-one situations, and Chun Xingyi is the most fitting candidate. Furthermore, it appears that Flash Star's formation is somewhat unconventional, as they lack a player capable of hugging the sideline on the right. When Flash Star adopts a 4-3-3 formation, Hu Lai and Li Rong or Kong Ziqiang serve as conventional forwards, while Chun Xingyi must position himself along the left flank to create width for the team. In a 4-4-2 setup, with an additional midfielder, Hu Lai plays as a lone striker, but Chun Xingyi still occupies the far left. Though it may seem that Flash Star's formation is heavily skewed to the left, this actually offers opportunities for the right-side fullback to advance, allowing for a dynamic attack from both wings. Depending on the situation, the players on the field can choose their specific routes. A prime example is the Super Cup match against Lingnan South China Tigers, where Flash Star, while aggressively attacking the left through Yu Daisong, suddenly shifted to the right, resulting in an equalizer. However, Chen Mo reflects not on this moment alone, but on another principle that Zhao Kongming firmly believes in. The area within 30 meters should always serve as a stage for showcasing the creativity and technical prowess of talented players. They should be granted the freedom to create decisive opportunities. The tactical discussions previously mentioned, such as creating space, utilizing width, and advancing from the wings, merely serve as a framework and foundation, all aimed at fluidly advancing the ball into the critical 30-meter area, creating chaos within the opponent's defense, and ultimately allowing the team's most formidable offensive players to deliver the decisive blow. Thus, in actual matches, Zhao Kongming often refrains from imposing excessive restrictions on his attacking players, instead encouraging them to express their talents in the attacking third. Even in the face of errors or failures, there is no reproach or pressure. Zhao Kongming and his coaching staff at Flash Star have conducted such tactical experiments. Supported by their achievements in the China League and now the Chinese Super League, including championships in the China League, FA Cup, and Super Cup, which affirm the efficacy of this tactical philosophy through practice. Yet, Chen Mo understands that, in Zhao Kongming's mind, this is merely a beginning. He may require an entire season in the Super League to further validate his approach and provide additional data support and compelling evidence for the tactical paper he is concurrently drafting. The title of this paper, which Chen Mo has already learned, is My Football Philosophy: How to Fully Harness Players' Talents and Creativity in Offense, alongside methodologies for enhancing young players' confidence. Wang Guangwei gazed at the Seoul LG goal ahead, letting out a slight sigh of relief. In this match, he had not been rotated but rather started as a key player. From the onset, the defensive line formed with Ding Yuanhai had endured tremendous attacking pressure from Seoul LG. They withstood nearly 60 minutes before finally conceding a goal, and to make matters worse, it was scored by the infuriating Park Gae-hyun, which further dampened Wang Guangwei's spirits. Following the goal, the morale of Seoul LG surged, and they relentlessly bombarded the Shining Stars goal. During this period, Wang Guangwei, as a center back, felt as if he was caught in a veritable storm. However, when Chun Xingyi and Hu Lai were substituted onto the field, the dynamics of the game began to shift imperceptibly. He had not sensed any pressure from the opposing team for quite some time, even finding himself leisurely observing as Chun Xingyi wreaked havoc on the adversary's defense. What had gotten into that lad today? Chun Xingyi received the ball again on the left flank, but faced with the tight defense of two Seoul LG players, he was unable to penetrate the penalty area directly. To protect the ball, he chose to turn and shield it with his body. Park Eun-kyung, the right back for Seoul LG, seeing Chun Xingyi forced to pivot, charged in, persistently colliding with him from behind while attempting to pry the ball away from his shoulders and arms. Even if he could not intercept the ball, he was determined to make it uncomfortable for Chun Xingyi to maintain control. This was a reaction to Chun Xingyi's earlier breakthroughs, particularly from Park Eun-kyung, who found himself directly targeted by the agile player. Naturally, he aimed to impart a memorable lesson to Chun Xingyi. In the face of Park Eun-kyung's fierce pursuit, it appeared increasingly difficult for Chun Xingyi to protect the ball, forcing him closer to the sideline, where his maneuvering space was rapidly diminishing. Just then, as he shielded the ball from the opposing player, Chun Xingyi suddenly pulled the ball back with his right foot. The ball slipped through Park Eun-kyung's legs, catching him completely off guard. Simultaneously, after executing the pullback, Chun Xingyi swiftly turned and maneuvered around Park Eun-kyung's left side. "Oh, what a splendid move!" He foamed in the broadcasting studio, raised his fist, exclaiming in exuberance. Park Eun-kyung, attempting to turn and chase back, lost his footing and fell to the ground, widening the gap between them. That was an audacious display of skill. Yin Kong laughed heartily, suggesting that Park Eun-kyung should file a police report. Haha. Chun Xingyi's unexpected turn and dribble sent ripples of excitement through the stands at Seoul LG's home ground. The home fans responded with a cacophony of boos. Yet in that moment, their jeers resonated more like a battle cry in support of Chun Xingyi. Shaking off his defender, Chun Xingyi surged diagonally towards the penalty area, with the Seoul LG players stationed there scrambling to intercept him once more. Yet, as Chun Xingyi faced an opponent still finding his footing, he executed a subtle shift in his upper body rhythm, gently nudging the ball with his foot. The football rolled past the second defender on his right and into the penalty area, while Chun deftly maneuvered around him from the left, separating the ball from his own presence with finesse. The jeers from the crowd swelled, coalescing into a tangible cloud, casting a shadow over the entire Seoul World Cup stadium. Chun's breakthrough stirred the penalty area of Seoul Eland, captivating the attention of nearly all the players, including the number 4 center back who had been closely following Hu Lai. Observing this, Hu Lai halted his stride and swiftly retreated, darting towards the blind spot behind the center back. Simultaneously, Chun, having penetrated the box, swung his left leg and directed the ball towards the far post. Seoul Eland's goalkeeper, Choi Songmu, promptly dove to the side, managing to touch the ball with his fingertips. The Korean television commentator erupted in exultation. Choi Songmu, what a remarkable save. However, before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed the ball, grazed by Choi, approaching the goal line, only to be intercepted by a foot that nudged it into the net. His remaining cheer caught in his throat, as if someone had tightly grasped his neck. "Hulai!" exclaimed the commentator. He phoned from CCTV, "Beautiful." After nudging the ball into the goal at the far post, Hulai turned to confirm with the referee, and upon seeing him blow the whistle and gesture towards the center circle, he knew the goal counted. Thus, he spread his arms and ran towards the corner flag, enduring the chorus of boos from the Korean fans as he performed his signature celebration. The Seoul Eland supporters were no strangers to this scene, for they had witnessed it twice in the previous year's East Asian Cup at this very stadium. Had it not been for Hulai's taunting celebration after scoring the third goal, they might have seen this celebration culminate in a hat trick. Hulai had indeed prophesied that the Seoul World Cup Stadium was his fortunate ground. P.S. I will be attending a meeting in Haikou, and as my stock of articles is running low, I will take a 2-day leave. The next 2 days will feature a single update, and I shall resume 2 updates after that. I sincerely apologize and will strive to write more during my travels to accumulate more content. Chapter 73. This is not his best self in the video of Hulai's goal. The initial segment showcasing Chun Xingyi's deft touch as he skillfully maneuvered past Seoul Eland's right back Park Eun-kyung with a Seoul dragback was replayed repeatedly. The barrage of colorful 666 messages flooded the screen, nearly obscuring the entire image. This was a scene from post-match on Bilibili. Thanks to this goal, Flashing Stars, despite making substitutions, managed to secure a commendable 1-1 draw against Seoul Eland away from home, earning a valuable point. Although they did not emerge victorious, fans across video comments, Weibo, and forums were exuberant, playfully mocking Park Eun-kyung. For Flashing Stars, not losing while challenging a Korean team on their home turf was a remarkable achievement. It is essential to recognize that in the history of AFC Champions League encounters, Chinese Super League teams have predominantly faced defeat against Korean teams, particularly in away matches, where the record is lamentably poor. Over the years, Chinese Super League teams have only managed to secure 4 victories against Korean teams on their home turf, with the remainder resulting in draws or defeats, a rather dismal performance. Yet, as a debutant in the AFC Champions League, Shandong Taishan remarkably drew 1-1 away against Seoul Eland, a performance that has evidently astonished the Korean media. In the aftermath of the match, Korean journalists vehemently criticized Seoul Eland for their lackluster display, having taken the lead. They became complacent, and after conceding an equalizer, they panicked, ultimately failing to triumph over what is perceived as the weakest opponent in their group. This consensus among Korean media regards Shandong Taishan as the most vulnerable team in the group, despite a few familiar names within their squad. Their overall strength is widely acknowledged to be lacking. Historically, Chinese teams participating in the AFC Champions League have at least been seasoned competitors in the Super League. In contrast, Shandong Taishan was merely a second-tier team last season, having clinched their qualification for the AFC Champions League through a surprising cup victory in the FA Cup. Under normal circumstances, a team of their status would not even appear in the AFC Champions League. Yet, this rising Chinese team managed to hold Seoul Eland to a draw, a result that has undeniably embarrassed the traditional Korean football powerhouse. The comments section of online news articles is filled with irate messages from Korean fans. The media consensus is that Seoul Eland's failure to secure a win against Shandong Taishan constitutes a significant blunder. Given that they have already lost to the Japanese team Gamba Osaka, they have squandered their initial advantage. To ensure advancement from the group stage, they must win their remaining matches. They have already triumphed over Sydney FC, faced with the AFC newcomer Shandong Taishan, and playing at home. The 3 points should have been a foregone conclusion. Instead, what was anticipated as 3 points turned into a mere single point. Now, with the AFC Champions League group stage halfway through, Gamba Osaka leads the table with 3 victories, amassing 9 points, with qualification almost assured. Seoul Eland, initially aiming to contest for the top spot with Gamba Osaka, now finds themselves in an awkward predicament, following their draw with Shandong Taishan. They have fallen behind Gamba Osaka in the standings. They are now tied on points with the team they previously deemed the weakest in the group, only managing to secure second place based on goal difference. While the AFC Champions League regulations prioritize goal difference in the event of tied points, as long as Seoul Elan maintains their advantage in this regard, they can still qualify for the next stage. However, for a team with aspirations of competing for first place with Gamba Osaka, merely advancing from the group is far from satisfactory. The current situation can undoubtedly be described as a disgraceful predicament. Nevertheless, they still have the opportunity to rectify their mistakes with a victory in their upcoming away match against Shandong Taishan next Thursday. If Shandong Taishan could manage to draw against Seoul Elan on their home ground, why shouldn't Seoul Elan be able to defeat them on their turf and reclaim their pride? Upon returning to domestic competition, faced with the weekend match against the Shanghai Mariners, Zhao Kongming decisively opted for a significant rotation of the squad. Some players who participated in the midweek Asian Champions League matches were not even taken to the away game against Shanghai. Hulai did accompany the team, but Chen Xingyi, who had performed admirably in the previous match, was completely deflated. Consequently, Zhao Kongming decided to leave him in Jincheng, omitting him from the matchday squad to allow him adequate rest. After all, traveling to Shanghai and even being a substitute would undoubtedly drain his energy. "Dad, look! Hulai is on the roster," Zhou Ziqiang exclaimed, showing his father Zhou Shanghai his phone, which displayed the news of the Starlight squad announcement. The headline alone sufficed. Hulai leads Starlight's substitute lineup against Mariners. "Your excitement makes it believable that you are a fan of Hulai," Zhou Shanghai remarked. Unable to resist teasing his son, Zhou Ziqiang, unfazed by his father's jests, began to envision the thrilling moment he would face Hulai on the pitch during the weekend league match. "Hey Dad, how should I introduce myself when I see him? He must still remember me, right?" Zhou Shanghai sighed. "Son, it's not that I want to discourage you, but are you certain you will be playing in Saturday's match?" Zhou Ziqiang was taken aback, standing in front of his seat, hands in pockets, staring blankly at the Starlight players warming up below. Zhou Shanghai stood beside him, patting his shoulder. "Don't be disheartened, son. You have just been selected for the first team. It's normal not to play immediately. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." It was quite disheartening. Initially, he thought his son would at least be on the bench. Yet he hadn't even made it onto the matchday roster. Then why did Hulai come off the bench after just one match with Starlight? Zhou Ziqiang retorted indignantly. "You must remember that Zhao Kongming is Hulai's godfather, while I am merely your agent. Hulai is an exception and should not serve as a benchmark. Be patient. Don't let Hulai disrupt your rhythm. Have you not seen how Lin Ziyuan suffered from such comparisons?" Zhou Ziqiang understood that his father had his best interests at heart, and he was indeed correct. However, gazing at that figure on the field, he couldn't help but yearn for the day when he would don the Shanghai Mariners jersey. Standing before him to declare, "Shanghai Mariners, Zhou Ziqiang, I am here to defeat you, Hulai." Just the thought of it made Zhou Ziqiang feel exhilarated. But for now, he could only indulge in such fantasies. "Consider it a rehearsal," Zhou Ziqiang sighed deeply. Although Hulai started in this match, he could not alter the outcome. The Starlight, fielding a rotated squad for the away game, unsurprisingly succumbed to the current league leaders, the Shanghai Mariners. Hulai failed to score and was substituted in the 66th minute by Kong Ziqiang, with Starlight already trailing 0-2. Upon witnessing Hulai being substituted, Zhou Ziqiang, who had been standing for the majority of the match, finally took a seat, allowing the fans behind him to exhale in relief and follow suit. "This was not the strongest version of Hulai, and since I did not compete against him, I felt no regret," Zhou Ziqiang remarked to his father, Zhou Shanghai. "If I am to compete, I wish to face him at his peak." "Such ambition. Well said," Zhou Shanghai responded with a thumbs up, pleased to see his son find solace in self-reflection. Although he often chastised his son, it was merely out of concern that Zhou Ziqiang might become complacent. He knew his son all too well. One might say he was confident, while others might label him arrogant. Occasionally, he felt the need to temper his son's enthusiasm, fearing that he might spiral into overconfidence. Yet, when reflecting on the considerable gap between his son and Hulai, as well as the challenges Zhou Ziqiang faced at the Shanghai Mariners, Zhou Shanghai believed that a gentle reminder was necessary. Balancing the harshness of reality with encouragement to avoid swinging from one extreme to another. Being the agent for his own son was no easy task. As the match concluded, the entire Flash Star team boarded a bus to the airport. In their group chat, Hulai received a message from his old friend Chen Xingyi. who had not made the trip. You scoundrel, what is wrong with you? You let us lose. When will we ever win again? When can we move to a new place and host a party for our teammates to play practice matches here? The term scoundrel was a private moniker that only Chun Xingyi could see, unless Hu Lai checked his phone. Hu Lai responded, "Come on, little star. You've got it all wrong. The reason we lost is clearly because your stamina was lacking, preventing you from participating, and thus we suffered a defeat. I refuse to take the blame. Besides, I'm just a forward. Can I be held responsible for the 2 goals we conceded?" Next door, old Wang, was how Hu Lai referred to Wang Guangwei, who indeed resided in the adjacent room. Wang Guangwei replied, "Hu Lai, be a decent person." Chen Xingyi promptly tagged Zhang Qinghuan. "Brother Huan, I'm not one to stir trouble, but Hu Lai claims we lost because we didn't attend the away match. Does he speak sense?" Zhang Qinghuan retorted, "What does that have to do with me? I suggested that our draw against Seoul was a prime opportunity to move. While we didn't win, we wouldn't attract criticism. Yet you all insisted on waiting until we won, citing a need for a sense of ceremony." Mizukawa Junping, having grasped the general conversation through a translation app, interjected with his broken Chinese. "Please, let us not argue. I am not well today, I apologize." Hu Lai replied, "That is too much, Junping. No need to be so formal. I just need a meal to feel better. It doesn't have to be so serious." Chen Xingyi added, "Feeling unwell? Is that appropriate?" Mizukawa isn't about to disembowel himself for a meal. "Brother Huan, didn't you mention there's a newly opened Japanese restaurant on Sunway Road? When will you take Mizukawa to experience the flavors of his homeland and ease his homesickness?" Wang Guangwei noted, "That place is a bit pricey. The average cost is around 1,500. Chen Xingyi scoffed. "Homesickness and the taste of one's hometown cannot be measured in money. How vulgar." Xia Xiaoyu observed the incessant stream of messages popping up in the group chat and quietly deleted her earlier message, which read, "Today's loss is partly my responsibility," opting instead to send a facepalm emoji. Zhang Qinghuan remarked, "What are you thinking? Previously, you were reluctant to settle for a draw against Seoul LG, and now, after losing, you're off to indulge in fine Japanese cuisine. Are you hoping to be photographed and subsequently vilified?" Chen Xingyi jested, "I'm just kidding. If Sun Chuan truly insists on treating us, let him buy us each a bowl of brothership ramen." After a brief silence, Hu Lai suddenly inquired, "I recall that when we visited the villa, the washing machine in the laundry room appeared to be from LG, correct?" "Indeed, it's a washer-dryer combo," Wang Guangwei affirmed. "Well then, once we complete our home match against Seoul LG in the AFC Champions League group stage, we shall move," Hu Lai declared with conviction. Following his proclamation, the group fell silent, seemingly puzzled about the connection between the washing machine brand and their moving date. After a moment, Chen Xingyi hesitantly asked, "Does this imply a predetermined arrangement? P.S. I neglected to mention yesterday that many statements in that segment of the paper are quoted from Perlow's My Football Philosophy. This is a clarification." Chapter 74. Park's predicament. Park Guiyun gazed out of the airplane window, intending to survey the landscape below, only to find nothing but a dense blanket of clouds obscuring his view. As the aircraft descended, the gray clouds quickly enveloped the space outside, plunging them into a thick mist. Yet, Park Guiyun felt as if the plane had plunged into a viscous liquid, making it difficult for him to breathe. With this thought, he retrieved an unopened N95 mask from his jacket pocket, unwrapped it, and donned it over his mouth and nose, finally regaining a semblance of breath. Although his chest still felt somewhat constricted, the assurance of filtering out invisible particles brought him peace of mind. As a meticulous professional athlete, safeguarding one's lungs is of paramount importance. At that moment, the cabin jolted violently. The tremors were so severe that a passenger making their way to the restroom stumbled, barely managing to grasp the seat back to prevent a fall, as faint screams echoed from the rear of the cabin. Meanwhile, the cabin announcement echoed, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing some minor turbulence due to unstable air currents. Please remain calm, stay seated, and fasten your seatbelts. The restrooms will be temporarily unavailable, and we will pause cabin service until the plane stabilizes." Seated with his seatbelt fastened, Park Guiyun glanced down at the orange juice that had spilled into his lap, his eyes widening as his heart raced uncontrollably. "Is this what you call minor turbulence?" Zhao Kongming gazed up at the ominous sky, which, despite it being nearly a little past 3 in the afternoon, appeared as dark as night. This unsettling gloom compelled the staff at the training base to activate the floodlights beside the training field for illumination. How peculiar! Just moments ago the weather seemed fine. How could it suddenly turn so bleak? Chun Imo murmured beside him. Looks like rain is imminent, remarked the team's offensive coach. I fear it may be quite a downpour, added the fitness coach, Sun E. The players, who were resting at the edge of the training field, also lifted their heads to observe the strange phenomenon above. It's strange to witness such drastic weather changes. This is more typical of summer, yet it's only early April. How could this happen? Wang Guangwei pondered, frowning at the sky. I suspect it's due to the arrival of the South Koreans, Chen Xingyi scoffed. Didn't they say they were coming to Jincheng today? Just as he spoke, a distant rumble of thunder echoed. Hearing the ominous sound, Hu Lai grinned. Goodness, does Seoul LG always make such a grand entrance? Do they arrive with their own thunder and lightning effects? At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air, accompanied by assistant coach Chen Mo's call. Continue training. Everyone, make the most of your time. Rain may soon be upon us. The players reluctantly withdrew their gazes from the sky and returned to the field to resume their practice. Dismissed. When head coach Zhao Kongming uttered this command, the players of the Flashing Stars eagerly dashed towards the changing room. Each of them was already drenched, eager to return for a shower and change into dry clothes. After all, catching a chill from a spring rain was all too easy. Just before the conclusion of their training, the rain finally descended. During the last third of their practice, all the Flashing Stars players trained under a torrential downpour. Water began to accumulate on the field, prompting the coaching staff to hastily revise their training plan. They abandoned offensive drills in favor of a scrimmage, fully utilizing the muddy and slippery conditions to enhance their practical experience. After all, the weather forecast indicated that rain might greet them on the day of the match in the northern part of Jincheng. This sudden deluge spared them the trouble of having the staff water the training field with hoses, as they observed the players hurrying back to the changing room. Necks hunched to shield against the rain, Zhao Kongming and the coaching team quickly retreated from the training ground. The rain had diminished significantly from its initial intensity. What had started as a torrential downpour had now settled into a gentle drizzle. Nevertheless, being soaked by the rain still brought a chill, and no one wished to linger outdoors in the wet weather. As they hurried back, Chen Imo suddenly burst into laughter. Zhao Kongming noticed him gazing at his phone and couldn't help but tease. You're still on your phone in the rain? Aren't you afraid it'll get wet? My phone is waterproof. A little drizzle won't harm it, Chen Imo replied, shaking his device and flicking off some droplets. What are you looking at? I just saw Chun Jinyu post on Weibo that due to severe convective weather at Jincheng Airport, the Seoul LG flight has diverted to Zhongshan. Zhao Kongming's pace slowed slightly, and the other coaches gathered around, peering curiously at Chun Mo's phone screen. Then he exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Someone captured footage at the airport in Chongshan of the Seoul Ligun players, who appeared to be waiting for transportation. Were they planning to take a direct bus to Jincheng? Park Goe-hyun, clad in the team's pristine white tracksuit, stood outside the terminal alongside his teammates. On ordinary days, the combination of the white tracksuit and Park's tall stature would certainly provoke excited cheers from numerous female fans at the training ground. However, at this moment, the very same white attire became a source of considerable embarrassment for him due to the orange juice that had spilled in his lap. Though it had dried now, the yellow stain left behind in such a sensitive area resembled the remnants of a long-held urge. Even if he removed his tracksuit top and tied it around his waist, the evidence would still be visible, as his clothing could not conceal the yellow mark stretching from his groin to his knee. He surmised that those wielding smartphones aimed at him and his teammates were either discreetly snapping pictures or brazenly photographing him, as he caught a glimpse of mocking smiles on their faces. Alas, Park Goe-hyun merely turned slightly, yet on the other side, eager travelers held their phones aloft. The sight of this group, all dressed in matching tracksuits, was undeniably eye-catching, particularly as they were foreigners. Their manager was nearby, frantically speaking on the phone with the local reception in Jincheng, shouting various Korean phrases. What? Is the bus not an option? Can we not take the highway? Why? The weather in Jincheng is severe, and the highway is temporarily closed. What shall we do now? Are we expected to walk to Jincheng? Take a train? A high-speed rail? Ah, is that possible? Please assist us in purchasing tickets. I will send over everyone's passport information. His teammates looked up at the clear sky above Chongshan, sighing in frustration. Why? It is a splendid day here. Why is there thunder and lightning over there? Isn't Chongshan adjacent to Andong? How can there be such a stark difference in weather? Is China truly so vast? Park Goe-hyun refrained from expressing such futile lamentations. He sat atop his suitcase, his complexion paler than the white tracksuit he wore, appearing utterly dejected. The N95 mask that had once hung on his face was now nowhere to be found. Thanks to that mask, he had managed to contain his stomach's contents during the turbulence of the flight, but it had also caused him to choke on his own vomit, leaving him coughing and red-faced, nearly believing he would perish aboard the aircraft. He even entertained the morbid thought that if the plane were to crash, those discovering his remains would likely never suspect he had succumbed to choking before the descent. Tormented, Park Gui-hyun leaned gently against a teammate. Though they too were not in much better shape, their vacant gazes fixed on an indeterminate horizon. After showering and changing into fresh clothes, the star players revived, engaging in lively conversation within the locker room. Someone exclaimed in astonishment at their phone, "Wow." Jincheng Airport experienced significant delays, resulting in the cancellation of numerous flights. Wasn't Seoul LG arriving today? If they failed to land and had to return, would the match the day after be counted as a victory for us? Alas, one can dream. Seoul LG was rerouted to Zhongshan, and numerous individuals on Weibo shared photos of them waiting for transportation at Beishan Airport. Chen Xingyi pulled out his phone and began scrolling through Weibo. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon a picture of Park Gi-hyun, which made him burst into laughter. Did Park Gi-hyun wet himself out of fright? Ha! Upon closer inspection, it indeed appeared so, as there were yellow stains between Park Gi-hyun's legs, even though his jacket somewhat concealed the evidence. Was the flight really that turbulent? Wang Guangwei turned to Hu Lai and said, "Hu Lai, your mouth must be enchanted. Just the other day, you mentioned wanting to move after the match against Seoul LG, and now this incident occurs. What does this have to do with me? I am not a child of the weather." Hu Lai firmly rejected Wang Guangwei's superstitious notions. Wang Guangwei remained skeptical. Then how do you explain this situation? Such severe convective weather at this time of year is quite unusual. Hu Lai chuckled, dismissing Wang Guangwei's concerns. What is so unusual about it? Can anything be more bizarre than time travel? Can it surpass the fact that I have an additional system in my mind? Humph. Park Gi-hyun, after a refreshing shower, lay on his bed clad only in his underwear, letting out a long sigh. After enduring such an exhausting day, he finally had the chance to rest. He had never felt such bliss from merely lying on a bed. Following their diversion to Zhongshan, the entire team traveled by bus through the enchanting city, spiraling between elevated bridges and weaving through mountains and buildings, allowing these Koreans to fully comprehend why the city bore the name Zhongshan. In a rush, the local bus driver sped through the streets, providing the Seoul LG players with yet another roller coaster experience. Several teammates could not withstand the motion and ended up vomiting on the bus. At that moment, Park Gi-hyun felt particularly fortunate to have already been ill on the plane. His stomach was empty, sparing him from further distress. After a frantic dash to the train station, the entire team, laden with luggage, boarded the train just moments before its departure. This journey left even these physically fit professional athletes feeling utterly exhausted. Thus, the coach had no need to worry about them succumbing to the temptations of Jincheng's vibrant nightlife or sneaking out for leisure. Park Gi-hyun was certain that nearly all his teammates were dutifully remaining in their rooms, just as he was. Lying on the bed, he savored the softness and comfort of the mattress, believing that a good sleep would significantly alleviate his fatigue. Indeed, sleeping on the bed of this five-star hotel felt akin to resting on a ship, gently swaying as if adrift on the ocean waves. Park Gi-hyun suddenly realized that something was amiss. Even if the bed were exceptionally soft, it couldn't possibly sway on its own while he remained perfectly still. Oh, truly worthy of a five-star hotel. Even the bed is so intelligent, capable of providing an automatic massage. He squinted his eyes, and at that moment, he was startled by his roommate's scream as he leapt from his bed. Earthquake. Hu Lai, engrossed in watching absurd videos on Bilibili, was laughing heartily. Suddenly, Wang Guangwei, sitting up from the sofa, inquired, "Was that an earthquake?" "Huh, an earthquake?" Hu Lai raised his head to look at Wang Guangwei. "I didn't feel anything." He then opened WeChat, glanced at the flood of posts declaring earthquake in his friend's circle, and confirmed, indeed, there was an earthquake. He then posted an update on his friend's circle. Damn, there was an earthquake. The tremors were intense. After posting, he exited and returned to Bilibili. Clicking on a video titled "Let Me Tell You About the Forbidden Zone," Hu Lai's goal highlights. Meanwhile, Wang Guangwei checked Weibo for news updates. In the Xinchuan Mountains, magnitude 4.0, with an epicenter depth of 10 kilometers. It seems to be in an uninhabited area, and so far, there are no reports of casualties. Once he confirmed the epicenter and magnitude, realizing it was deep in the mountains, Wang Guangwei lost interest in the earthquake and lay back down on the sofa to continue watching his online series. Park Guihyun and his teammates trudged back to their room, weary from having rushed down 10 flights of stairs through the emergency exit alongside their fellow teammates. When they stormed into the hotel lobby, they noticed the peculiar glances directed at their disheveled group. Some overly excited teammates shouted at the approaching staff, "Earthquake! Run!" Yet, it quickly dawned on them that they were likely the most panicked individuals in the hotel, while everyone else, particularly the local hotel staff, remained remarkably composed. The staff merely glanced up at the gently swaying crystal chandelier before resuming their duties. Of course, bowing their heads might also have been an attempt to stifle their laughter. After all, a group of foreigners clad only in undergarments, or in some cases, merely wrapped in towels, panting and disheveled, appeared rather comical compared to the calm surrounding crowd. Park Guihyun flung himself onto the bed, once again sensing its quivering. However, he no longer wished to investigate whether it was the internal springs of the mattress or yet another wave of tremors. Exhausted, he thought, whatever. P.S. The first chapter has concluded. 2 updates will resume tomorrow. Chapter 75. Do not take it lightly. Yesterday, our city experienced severe convective weather, resulting in significant flight delays at Dongxing Airport, with 410 flights affected to varying degrees, 103 flights canceled, and 220 flights diverted to other airports. Since the early hours of today, the order of arrivals and departures at Dongxing Airport has returned to normal. Early in the morning, local news broadcasts filled the television. Zhao Kongming was at home, enjoying breakfast prepared by his wife. After finishing his meal, he was set to head to the training base to commence a day of work. He did not raise his gaze to the television, regarding the news broadcast merely as background noise. His wife served herself a bowl of sweet potato millet porridge and sat down with a smile, saying, "I heard that the Korean team's flight had to divert to Zhongshan." Zhao Kongming slurped his porridge and then reached for a steamed bun from the plate. "Heaven is on your side. It seems you are bound to win this time." Just as he was about to take a bite of the bun, Zhao Kongming paused at his wife's remark, his mouth agape over the bun. "What's wrong?" His wife noticed his unusual demeanor. "You reminded me." Zhao Kongming shook his head and resumed his bite, nearly devouring half the bun in one go. "Reminded you of what?" His wife asked, puzzled. "To be wary of a complacent mindset within the team, much like yours. Just because things seem to be going smoothly, we must remain vigilant against the perils of overconfidence leading us to ruin." His wife chuckled softly. "You can ponder so much even while eating? What can I say? There are many young players on the team. You know how they can be. Easily carried away," Zhao Kongming replied, finishing the bun, rubbing his hands together, pushing the bowl aside, and standing up. "I'm done eating. Take care on the road," his wife advised from her chair. "Yes, I know." Zhao Kongming donned his coat, took the house keys and car keys, and stepped outside. As he drove towards the Shining Willow City training base, he heard the radio host discussing the events from Jean City that had transpired the day before, both trivial and significant. There was an earthquake over in Xinchuan yesterday. While it occurred in a remote valley, the people of Jean City felt it quite strongly and expressed their surprise online, claiming to have been shaken from their beds and sofas. It said that only 3 things can flood the social media feeds of Jean City residents: snow, sunshine, and earthquakes. While it's commendable to face an earthquake with a positive attitude, let us be cautious not to spread rumors. For instance, I saw someone online suggesting that the severe convective weather in the afternoon was related to the earthquake that night. What nonsense! What connection could there possibly be? Upon hearing the host's words, Zhao Kongming mused that, indeed, there was no connection. Yet the coincidence of these 2 events occurring on the same day was striking. One could only say that the Seoul team, arriving in Jean City for an away game, was rather unfortunate. He wondered if they had rested well the previous day. When Park Gi-hyun stepped out of bed, his feet landed on the hotel room carpet, feeling the solid texture beneath him. He finally affirmed that he was not floating in the air, having emerged from the terror of a night filled with nightmares of a plane crash. His roommate was already in the bathroom getting ready. Wearing only his underwear and barefoot, he walked to the bedside and pulled back the heavy curtains. Instantly blinded by the brightness, he reflexively raised his hand to shield his eyes as golden sunlight streamed around him, flooding the room and illuminating the disheveled bedspread with a dazzling whiteness. Once Park Gi-hyun's eyes adjusted to the brilliance of the sunlight, he lowered his hand, and surveyed the world outside with a sense of wonder. The azure sky appeared as if it had been washed with water, devoid of the shadows cast by the dark gray clouds he had witnessed from the airplane yesterday. The sunlight flickered upon the glass facades of the buildings facing east, as if playfully bouncing and frolicking in a mirrored dance. He glanced down at the bustling thoroughfare outside the hotel, teeming with vehicles and pedestrians. Slightly ajar, the soundproof window allowed the cacophony from the outside to seep in, the rustle of tires on the asphalt, the occasional honk of a car horn, and indistinct shouts drifting from an unknown source. Park Ji-Hyun gazed at the lively scene of the city, feeling a surreal dissonance with the terrifying torrential rain and earthquake from yesterday. Had those events truly transpired? As Park Ji-Hyun stood by the window, lost in thought, the teasing voice of a teammate broke the silence. "Hey, Ji-Hyun, if you wish to enjoy the scenery, do remember to wear pants. Otherwise, while you admire the view, you might just become a part of it for others." Park Ji-Hyun turned to face his freshly groomed teammate, smirking. "What's the big deal? I'm not losing anything." With that, he pivoted towards the bathroom, but as he passed by his teammate, he suddenly inquired, "How did you sleep last night?" His teammate displayed a wry smile, pointing to his dark circles. "What do you think? I assumed you were in the bathroom for so long to apply a smoky eye." Park Ji-Hyun retorted, "Go to hell. And you? Did you sleep well?" I spent the entire night dreaming. About the plane or the earthquake?" Park Ji-Hyun scoffed. "About the delightful dream of mercilessly vanquishing Andong Star." Zhao Kongming stood upon the dew-kissed grass, observing the first-team players before him. "I heard that during the earthquake yesterday, the players of Seoul LG hastily fled to the hotel lobby without even putting on their clothes, and some photos of that moment made it online," he remarked. Laughter erupted among the players. This incident had already spread across Chinese networks, spawning a plethora of jokes. Even on Korean platforms, images surfaced of the Seoul LG players appearing in the hotel lobby, either completely nude or clad in only their underwear. Having encountered torrential rain on their arrival, they were forced to divert to a mountainous region before finally arriving in Jincheng via high-speed rail. After enduring the harrowing experience of checking in, they were subsequently rattled by the earthquake. This was the series of events that Seoul LG had faced within a single day of their away game, and one could imagine the weary and beleaguered appearance they must have now presented. While they laughed at their misfortune, they also believed that victory in the upcoming match was secured, correct? This time, no one laughed. Everyone looked at Zhao Kongming, whose expression had grown serious, and their smiles gradually faded. "If you truly believe that, then we are destined to lose. I concede that the adversities faced by our opponents may impact their morale and performance to some extent, but is it necessarily decisive? Not at all. The decisive factor lies in our own complacency and underestimation of them. Therefore, while this situation may seem advantageous, if we fail to perceive it correctly, it may turn into our disadvantage." With merely 2 days remaining until the match, I have yet to finalize the starting lineup. Should anyone exhibit a lackadaisical attitude during training over the next 2 days, treating our opponents with disdain, they may as well prepare to watch the game from home. His words were delivered with such severity that the players felt an immediate chill, their jovial expressions fading away. Indeed, some players, upon learning of the misfortune befalling Seoul's FC, had harbored thoughts of an assured victory, even envisioning a leisurely win. They believed fate was favoring them. However, with Coach Zhao's admonition, many had no choice but to dispel those notions, recalibrating their mindset to approach the upcoming training and match with utmost seriousness and focus. At the Andong Provincial Sports Center, located just outside the northern third ring of Jincheng, there remained less than 20 minutes before the match commenced. The stands, capable of accommodating 60,000 spectators, were nearly devoid of any empty spaces. This was the second AFC Champions League match hosted by the Provincial Sports Center and pitted the Shining Stars against the South Korean team, Seoul FC. Given the uniqueness of this opponent, the enthusiasm among Shining Stars fans was palpable. A mere glance at the remaining vacant seats revealed that attendance had surpassed that of the previous match against Sydney Coast. After a month of navigating both League and Champions League challenges, the Shining Stars supporters had begun to acclimate to this reality, no longer burdened by the anxiety of potential relegation during AFC matches. After all, the league season had not yet reached its conclusion. Worrying about relegation to the extent of feeling trepidation during Champions League games was akin to lamenting the inevitable mortality of a newborn. It was an exercise in futility. Previously, Shining Stars fans had been somewhat naive, prone to emotional extremes. Yet, having gained a modicum of worldly experience, they now understood the importance of maintaining composure, lest they invite ridicule from fans of other illustrious teams in the Chinese Super League. They may be newcomers, but that did not render them provincial. Another source of optimism stemmed from two significant incidents that occurred upon Seoul FC's arrival in Jincheng. The fans were convinced that these events would profoundly affect the players' condition and morale, leading to inadequate rest. For the Shining Stars, this was a tremendous boon. In stock market terms, it signified a continuous rise, leaving every shareholder of Shining Stars grinning from ear to ear. On the football field, it instilled a robust confidence in the home team's prospects for victory. A middle-aged man in the stands looked up at the overcast sky and muttered, "Didn't the weather forecast predict thunderstorms for today? I've been hoping for rain all day, and yet, here we are, still dry. Let us hope it doesn't start pouring during the match. Let it rain, I say." Watching the game in the rain could be quite exhilarating, old chap, teased Yunyang, seated beside him. "I'm not as spry as you youngsters. One rain shower might leave me nursing a cold for a month." "Fear not. I brought an umbrella, old man. I'll share it with you," Yunyang replied, patting his backpack. "I've got one too," came another voice. A middle-aged man extracted a folding umbrella from his bag. However, he realized that using an umbrella while watching the match would be inconvenient. So he decided to stow it away. "Hey, uncle, shall we place a bet?" After the two settled into their seats, Yunyang suddenly addressed the middle-aged man again. "Not betting. What would be the point in wagering on this match?" The man shook his head. Although he was financially comfortable, he was not a fool. "Oh, one should not speak too confidently, uncle. After all, the ball is round," Yunyang retorted. The middle-aged man cast a curious glance at Yunyang. "What? You believe Flashing Stars might falter at home?" Yunyang replied earnestly, "Not at all. I meant you could bet on Flashing Stars losing, while I would wager on their victory." With a cold snicker, the middle-aged man dismissed the young lad who sought to take advantage. "I hope you all remember what I said on the training ground that day. If you all believe we are assured victory in this match, then we are bound to lose," Zhao Kongming stated solemnly. After delivering this message, he led the coaching staff out of the locker room, leaving the players a few final moments to themselves. The players could utilize this time to share their feelings, announce anything of significance, or deliver motivating speeches to one another, thereby fostering team unity and bolstering their fighting spirit. This had become a customary ritual for him before matches. As soon as the coaching staff departed, Hu Lai eagerly stood up, raising his arms high. "Everyone, listen up. I have an announcement to make." Seeing Hu Lai's enthusiasm, the other team members readily relinquished their opportunity to speak, even Qin Lin. In front of everyone, Hu Lai declared, "Well, comrades, the six of us, Old Wang, Huan Ge, Little Star, Xiao Yu, Sun Chuan, and I, have recently found a spacious new house. Everything is set up, and we are ready to move in. But we haven't yet, because we are waiting for an auspicious day." Han Xiangfei interrupted. "You're waiting for a good day to move, Hu Lai? I didn't think you were one to believe in that." Hu Lai waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Fei, the good day I refer to is winning the match before we move. What kind of reasoning is that? It's just a house move. What does winning have to do with it?" Another teammate, Lu Binwei, questioned. "Does losing mean we can't live our lives? If we lose, we won't be able to invite everyone over for a party at our new villa." Hu Lai spread his hands. "Just think about it. If we lose, and a crowd of people come to our new home for a feast and merriment, what will the media and fans think? Do you want to be confronted by reporters asking how you feel about partying after a loss?" Lu Binwei was momentarily speechless. Han Xiangfei perked up at the mention of a party. "Hu Lai, are you inviting us all to join in?" "Of course, Brother Fei. Moving into a new home is a joyous occasion. We should definitely have a housewarming party, right? Everyone can come over for a barbecue, play games, and enjoy themselves. But only if we win, of course." "That makes sense," Han Xiangfei nodded. "So, I would like to ask everyone for their support. Having triumphed over the South Koreans on home turf, we can finally relocate, and only after we move can we invite everyone to visit. Would you not agree?" After Hu Lai finished speaking, he gazed at his teammates in the locker room, his smile warm and his eyes sincere. "P.S. Although I have only accumulated one additional chapter as a draft, I have still managed to restore 2 updates. The day before yesterday, I attended a meeting that lasted all day, resulting in 1 chapter written. The meeting extended from morning until afternoon, and my phone nearly ran out of battery. Finally, I seized the half hour before dinner to return to my room and charge it, boosting the battery from just over 20% to 99%. At the evening banquet, there was a raffle, and I won a reward from the guild leader. I initially thought myself fortunate, only to discover that this prize was nearly ubiquitous among attendees. True luck was required to win rewards from the silver and gold guilds. Those fortunate enough to be chosen as guild leaders were automatically disqualified from the raffle. Chapter 76. Echoes of 6 years later. When an individual arrives in an unfamiliar place, their preferences for that locale are often dictated by their initial impressions. By this logic, Park Gae-hyun's impression of Jin Chung was decidedly unfavorable, for the chaotic events of that day left him feeling misaligned with the city's ethos. He had already seen the online images in Korea of himself standing in the hotel lobby clad only in his underwear, a stark contrast to his usual dashing and charismatic star persona. This photograph had incited ridicule from many Seoul Lujin fans, causing his reputation in the Korean online sphere to plummet. All of this misfortune could be attributed to the city itself. Upon further investigation, he discovered that Jin Chung lies within a geologically active zone, frequently experiencing minor earthquakes, a fact that locals had grown accustomed to. No wonder the residents appeared remarkably composed that day, even casting amused glances at the outsiders. Evidently, it was only they who were oblivious to the local customs. Feeling unjustly treated in Jin Chung, Park Gae-hyun was determined to deliver a resounding retort to the locals during the match. Not only did he aspire to secure victory alongside his team, but he also yearned to score a goal and celebrate exuberantly before the home supporters. In that moment, he envisioned gesturing for the raucous home fans to silence themselves. This image had lingered in his mind for quite some time before the match. Yet, the reality diverged somewhat from his expectations. The towering and invincible figure he had imagined was nowhere to be found. Instead, he found himself awkwardly half reclining on the ground, twisting to raise his arms towards the referee and vociferously protesting against the foul committed by Sun Chuan Junping of the Flash Star team, whom he believed had unlawfully seized the ball from him. After all, given his stature, how could he possibly be toppled by the slender figure of Sun Chuan Junping? However, the referee clearly held a different perspective. As he turned to follow the Flash Star's offensive play, he beckoned to Park Gae-hyun, signaling him to rise. As Park Gae-hyun angrily scrambled to his feet, Sun Chuan Junping had already passed the ball to Qin Lin, who launched a long pass to initiate a counterattack, pushing the Flash Star's advance into the Seoul Lujin's defensive territory, 30 meters from their goal. The stadium resonated with the raucous cheers and screams of the Flash Star supporters. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Chen Xingyi, having made his way to the sidelines, deftly halted Qin Lin's long pass nearly at the edge of the field. Just as he controlled the ball, the right back of Seoul Lujin, Park Young-kyung, charged towards him with fierce determination. In response to Park's approach, Chen Xingyi skillfully flicked the ball inward with the outside of his right foot. As Park closed in, he attempted to obstruct Chen's path to the center. However, taking advantage of Park's momentary lapse, Chen nudged the ball towards the baseline with his heel. At that instant, Liu Binwei, the left back for Shanxing, surged forward at high speed, darting past Chen and reaching the ball. Park Young-kyung was unable to catch up in time and could only rely on another central defender from Seoul Lujin to step in for the defense. Upon receiving the ball, Liu Binwei pressed into the penalty area, drawing the opposing defenders away before executing a precise back pass to Zhang Qinghuan, who had made a clever run into the space on the flank. Zhang, approaching the ball, allowed it to roll past him as he sidestepped, inadvertently causing the Seoul Lujin midfielder to stumble in pursuit. He then swung his right leg, curling the ball with finesse towards the far corner of the net. Despite the valiant leap of Seoul Lujin's goalkeeper, Choi Song-moo, who stretched his arm in a desperate attempt to intercept, he could not make contact with the ball. It traced a stunning arc before gracefully entering the goal. The Provincial Sports Center erupted in thunderous applause. Zhang Qinghuan, what a magnificent strike. That curling shot into the far corner was simply exquisite. A rainbow rose above the penalty area of Seoul Lujin. In the 34th minute, Shanxing took a 1-0 lead at home. This was not Zhang Qinghuan's first goal in the AFC Champions League. His inaugural goal had come during his time with the capital Tunglong, when at the age of 18, he scored his first goal in the tournament and became the youngest domestic scorer in AFC Champions League history. Back then, even he could not have anticipated that it would take 6 long years for his second goal to materialize. Yin Kong reminisced about those days with a touch of nostalgia. Fortunately, although it took 6 years, we have finally welcomed his return to the AFC Champions League, the once gifted young talent. Hefeng remarked with a smile. On the field, after scoring, Zhang Qinghuan did not rush to celebrate wildly. Instead, he stood still, raising his hands and gazing skyward. He was soon enveloped by his fellow Shanxing players. In the stands, Yongjun stood, applauding for Zhang Qinghuan, much like the exuberant Shanxing fans around him. However, his smile was more subdued than that of the jubilant supporters. While the fans rejoiced in the team's lead, he felt a deeper sense of joy and relief for Qinghuan. Returning to the Super League and scoring again. Returning to the AFC Champions League and finding the net once more. Although there had been a hiatus of several years filled with life's detours, he had ultimately returned to the place he knew well. Those absurd years can be seen as the price of growth. It is precisely because he had once fallen into despair that he now cherishes the life he possesses. Old Zhang, behold. Your son has finally scored again in the AFC Champions League. Splendid. Huanggu. Chun Xingyi leaped forward, embracing Zhang Qinghuan, exuberantly shouting in his ear. I thought you were going to pass to Hu Lai at the far post. It is precisely because I drew the defenders towards me that you were able to find the net with ease. Huanggu, I must say, this goal owes half its credit to me. I deserve half of your goal bonus. Oh wait, I forgot you don't have a goal bonus, so never mind. Hu Lai, you, Zhang Qinghuan, mid-curse, found himself chuckling. More teammates gathered around, patting his shoulders and back, tousling his hair while cheering. Incredible. Dashing. Beautiful. This scene was familiar to him, as it was not his first goal in a match. Yet, in this moment, he felt somewhat dazed. Realizing this was indeed his second goal in the AFC Champions League. When was the first? It was 6 years ago when he was still with Capital Tunglong, establishing a new record as the youngest Chinese player to score in the AFC Champions League. Memories flooded back after he set that record. Newspapers and television were ablaze with reports about it. His father had joyfully said to him, Huaner, based on my understanding of Chinese football, I believe this record will stand for a long, long time, unless a more talented prodigy emerges. But how could that be? My son is the greatest genius. Dad. It turns out there really was a more formidable genius, scoring 11 goals in half a season at the age of 18, becoming the top scorer for his team. Unfortunately, he entered the AFC Champions League too late. Zhang Qinghuan wrapped his arm around Hu Lai's neck. I just remembered. I am the youngest goal scorer among Chinese players in the AFC Champions League, at 18. Hey Hu Lai, how old were you when you scored in the AFC Champions League? Hu Lai was momentarily struck dumb, his expression betraying his surprise. He was 20 when he netted his first goal in the tournament. Seeing Hu Lai's reaction, Zhang Qinghuan burst into joyous laughter, releasing his hold on Hu Lai, and sprinted back to his half alongside his teammates. Park Gyuhyun stood at the center circle, not waiting for the kickoff, despite appearances to the contrary. In truth, he had just returned to the center circle when Shanjing scored. Thus, he remained rooted, staring blankly at his own goal. Everywhere he looked, he found his teammates frozen in shock. Their image overlapped with memories from that day in the hotel lobby, rekindling unpleasant recollections for Park Gyuhyun. He reaffirmed to himself that he truly disliked this city. The commentator from the Korean television station, spotting Park Gyuhyun standing in the center circle, seized the opportunity to rally the Seoul LG fans watching at home. Park Gyuhyun can hardly wait to resume the match. Only 34 minutes have passed, and we are just a goal behind. There is still a chance, still time. Don't give up. Show your spirit and deliver a counterattack against Shanjing. The guest commentator echoed. Indeed, in the previous match, Flashing Star, after conceding an early goal, mounted a spirited comeback to ultimately equalize the score. Now, it is our turn to showcase the prowess of Korean football. Chapter 77. Thunderstorm. The commentator from the Korean television station placed their hopes on the young prodigy, Park Gyuhyun. However, by the end of the first half, Park had yet to level the score for his team. He found himself entangled with Wang Guangwei, struggling to find opportunities within the penalty area. Just as the first half was drawing to a close, he finally managed to break free from Wang's defense, thanks to a well-timed screen set by a teammate, and seized a chance to shoot. Yet, in his haste, his attempt was too straightforward, easily caught by the Flashing Star goalkeeper, Yu Zhiming, who firmly grounded the ball. Subsequently, the referee signaled the end of the first half. With a 1-goal lead, the players of Flashing Star retreated to the locker room. Inside, Zhao Kongming's expression was devoid of joy. Instead, he remained serious and remarked, a 1-goal advantage is precarious. Although you performed admirably in the first half, We must enhance our offensive efficiency in the second half. Do not relax until the final whistle is blown. This is indeed a splendid opportunity for us. But if we fail to secure victory, all chances will be in vain. As the second half commenced, the trailing Seoul Legion unleashed a vigorous assault on the Flashing Star penalty area, aiming to equalize swiftly and lay the groundwork for a turnaround. In response to Seoul Legion's fierce onslaught, Flashing Star remained composed, opting for a defensive counterattack. During halftime, Coach Zhao had already anticipated this scenario and reassured his team. Judging from Seoul Legion's performance in the first half, it was evident that the challenges they faced upon arriving in Jincheng had significantly impacted their physical recovery and mental state. Consequently, Seoul Legion was bound to launch an aggressive attack from the outset of the second half, with their stamina not at its peak, leaving them no alternative. As time progressed, the scales of victory would gradually tip in favor of the home team, Flashing Star. If Seoul Legion chose to engage in a slow contest, they risked being metaphorically boiled like a frog in warm water. It would be more advantageous to capitalize on their brief recovery during halftime and emerge with full force from the onset, striving for an all-out offensive. If they could catch Flashing Star off guard, causing panic and mistakes, and equalize the score, they would have truly gambled successfully. In light of this potential scenario, Zhao Kongming's solution was to adopt a defensive counterattack. As the leading side, Flashing Star had no reason to engage in a direct confrontation with Seoul Legion. "Yes, that's it. Go for it, Legion," exclaimed the commentator from the Korean television station, animatedly urging from the studio, as the broadcast captured Seoul Legion's siege on the Flashing Star goal. In the first 3 minutes of the match, they attempted 2 consecutive shots. The first was parried away by Yu Zhiming, and Park Gae-hyun, lurking in the penalty area, sought to capitalize on the rebound, but was thwarted by Wang Guangwei's timely intervention. The ball, having been cleared from the penalty area, fell to the feet of a Seoul Legion player, who orchestrated a secondary attack, delivering a cross from the flank. Then, another forward from Seoul Legion, the Uruguayan foreign player Ignacio Morales, attempted a header at the goal, slightly sailing over the crossbar. Despite failing to score or earn a corner kick, the South Korean commentator praised Seoul Legions' offensive efforts. It appears as if the entire team has been revitalized since the second half commenced, presenting a stark contrast to their first half performance. Their relentless assault has created significant challenges for the Stars, who now find themselves retreating into their own half. If this continues, a goal will surely come. As Yu Zhiming positioned the ball on the goal line and stepped back to prepare for a goal kick, he noticed that the Seoul Legion players seemed somewhat advanced in their formation. His observation was accurate. The players did not retreat like a receding tide, but hesitated in the midfield, seemingly unwilling to concede ground to the Stars. Instead, they aimed to intercept the opposing attacks directly in the midfield and launch counterattacks. This strategy necessitated having sufficient personnel in the midfield. It was unclear whether the players of Seoul Legion felt confident in their recent offensive prowess or realized their dwindling stamina necessitated a final push. Regardless, they adopted a high-pressing strategy. Uncertain about this predicament, Yu Zhiming opted for a long clearance towards the midfield. Zhang Qinghuan lost out in a header duel against the opposing defensive midfielder, who managed to redirect the ball back. Park Gae-hyun attempted to control the second ball, but Wang Guangwei unexpectedly surged past him, leaping to head the ball upwards. This time, the seasoned Qin Lin successfully seized control of the drop. However, just as he settled the ball, a player from Seoul Legion lunged in from the side. Qin Lin promptly returned the ball to the more defensively positioned midfielder, Sun Chuan Junping, while simultaneously gesturing towards the left flank, indicating for him to pass the ball to the left back, Lu Binwei. Sun Chuan Junping complied without hesitation, passing the ball across. During his time in Japan, he had heard of Qin Lin's esteemed reputation, a rare Chinese player whose influence reached Japan. After all, Qin Lin had faced Japanese teams numerous times while representing the South China Tigers in the AFC Champions League, being one of the few Chinese players capable of leading his club to victory against Japanese sides. Not to mention, he had once famously grasped a Japanese national team's neck during an international match, making him a figure both revered and resented by the Japanese. As Lu Binwei received the ball, Chen Xingyi withdrew to support him. However, Lu Binwei hesitated to pass immediately, aware that Seoul Legion's right back, Park Eun-kyung, was closely marking Chen Xingyi. Instead, he advanced with the ball, aiming to create a 2-on-1 situation with Chen Xingyi. In response, Seoul Legion bolstered their defensive presence. With the defensive midfielder, who had previously contested a header with Zhang Qinghuan, rushing over. Only then did Liu Binwei pass the ball to Chen Xingyi, propelling himself forward in hopes of drawing away a defender to create an opportunity for Chen Xingyi's breakthrough. If the players of Seoul Ligan failed to keep up, Chen Xingyi would send the ball into the vacant space ahead, accelerating to chase after it, thus creating an opportunity for a breakthrough or a cross. As he sprinted forward, Park Young-kyung instinctively fell back in tandem, leaving another Ligan player to defend against Chen Xingyi. Advancing with the ball, Chen Xingyi managed to tether the Seoul Ligan defensive midfielder to his side before suddenly delivering a lateral pass. He sent the ball to the approaching Zhang Qinghuan, who, without pausing to control it, struck it with his left foot, executing a delicate lofted ball that soared toward the vacant space behind the Seoul Ligan defensive line. Prior to receiving the ball, he had noticed Hu Lai making a sudden dash, moving laterally across the backline from the far post to the near post, prompting him to recognize Hu Lai's cue for a through pass. However, the most direct route for the pass was obstructed by a Seoul Ligan center back, and a ground pass risked landing at the opponent's feet. Thus, he opted for the more challenging lofted pass. What a splendid play by Zhang Qinghuan. At the moment the ball left his foot, Hu Lai, who had been running laterally, abruptly turned and sprinted forward, breaking through the Seoul Ligan backline and heading straight for the ball's landing spot. The number 4 center back of Seoul Ligan, upon spotting Hu Lai behind them, reflexively raised his hand to signal for offside. Yet, another center back at the far post recognized Hu Lai's positioning and rushed over, striving to thwart him. Simultaneously, Seoul Ligan's goalkeeper, Choi Song-moo, charged out to seize the opportunity during Hu Lai's moment of ball control, attempting to close the distance and block the shooting angle. Unexpectedly, just as he dashed forward, he witnessed Hu Lai elevate his left leg, deftly bringing down the airborne ball. This was an awkward moment for him, as he seemed unable to close in quickly enough to obstruct the angle. A well-timed stop, not offside. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Hu Lai's left foot made contact with the ground first, swiftly followed by his right foot, which gently nudged the still airborne ball. The ball sailed toward the far corner, and although Choi Song-moo attempted to make a save, diving to extend his foot in an effort to block the shot, he was too late. Given the seamless transition between Hu Lai's control and shot, the ball danced past his toes, rolling directly toward the lower corner of the net. Hu Lai, magnificent. The ball is in. Flash Star leads Seoul Ligan by 2 goals at home. Starting from a goal kick, Flash Star executed a beautiful team combination, culminating in Hu Lai's decisive strike after a series of passes and runs. As Seoul Ligan launched a fierce offensive, this goal doused their fervor with a cold splash of reality, delivering a significant blow to their arrogance. Amidst the resounding cheers, Hu Lai sprinted toward the corner flag, leaping into the air, twisting and bending his elbows, arms outstretched as he landed with his legs firmly planted on the grass. Accompanying his landing was a wave of sound that surged toward the sky before folding back, bringing with it the rain. At first, only a few scattered raindrops fell upon the crowd. Yen touched the back of his neck and gazed up at the sky. On the field, Pu Guoxian similarly looked up at the overcast heavens, a drop of rain landing in his eye. The moment he blinked, a torrential downpour descended from above. In the distance, the rumble of thunder could be faintly heard. The thunderstorm mentioned in the weather forecast had finally arrived. Chapter 78, A Valuable Lesson. In the stands, Yen and the man beside him each held an umbrella, continuing to watch the match. Yet, beneath such a deluge, the comfort provided by their umbrellas was likely more psychological than practical. Despite their attempts to shield themselves, only their heads and the immediate vicinity remained somewhat dry. Their shoulders, arms, palms, the hems of their clothes, and their trousers from thigh to shoe were all thoroughly soaked. It was not just rain, there was also wind. The man, who had earlier expressed concern about catching a cold, now seemed oblivious to his own drenched state, his focus intent and slightly anxious as he watched the field. On the field, the Flash Stars were launching an offensive. The rain continued to fall, rendering the ground somewhat slippery. Hence, during their attack, the Flash Stars opted for a straightforward and forceful approach, bypassing meticulous midfield maneuvers and directly sending long passes from the backline to their forwards. For instance, during this particular offensive, Wang Guangwei delivered a long pass from the backfield to Hu Lai up front. Upon receiving the ball in an open space, Hu Lai returned it to Zhang Qinghuan before swiftly repositioning himself. However, throughout his run, he was closely shadowed by a defender from Seoul Ligan, prompting Zhang Xinghuan to forego the pass to Hu Lai in favor of a lateral pass to Qin Lin. After receiving the ball, Qin Lin made a slight adjustment and took a shot. Observing this scene, the man in the stands instinctively tightened his grip on the umbrella handle. The ball soared low, heading towards the goal of Li Ziqiang, albeit at a slightly straight angle. Choi Songmu quickly moved into position, kneeling to prepare for the reception. Just then, the ball landed and bounced in front of him. Due to the repeated trampling of that area in front of the goal, it had become exceedingly slick. The ball's bounce, upon hitting the ground, was not as it would typically be. Choi Songmu's reflexive catching action, conditioned by usual circumstances, proved ill-suited for this scenario. Consequently, the ball did not rebound into his grasp, but instead struck his fingertips, deflecting away. He lost control. An alarm rang in Choi Songmu's mind as he attempted a second save, but his foot slipped on the grass at the most critical moment, preventing him from launching himself forward. All he could do was stretch out his hand, striving to push the ball further away, when out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a red figure charging towards the ball. Before he could reach it, the figure kicked the ball towards the goal. Hu Lai had a chance. What a shot. Splendid. 30. The Flash Stars now held a 3-goal lead over Li Ziqiang at home. Hu Lai also celebrated his first brace in the AFC Champions League. The Provincial Sports Center erupted once more with tremendous cheers. The elderly gentleman in the stands raised his umbrella high, as torrents of rain lashed against his face. Yet, he remained unfazed, joining the throngs of jubilant supporters around him. Countless others, like him, clutched their umbrellas, yet were drenched to the skin, indifferent to their plight, lost in ecstatic cheers of "Rise up! Rise up! Rise up!" The downpour seemed to shatter beneath the force of their fervent roars. Park Gi-hyun, soaked to the bone, stood with his hands hanging limply at his sides, observing his team's penalty area where a teammate had collapsed after Hu Lai's goal, splattering mud as he fell. His composure surpassed that of his teammates. At least he had not disgracefully crumpled to the ground, hands covering his face in shame. Instead, he remained rooted, gasping for breath, enveloped in silence. On this frigid, rainy night, he felt no chill, for his heart was colder than the relentless rain. Promised vengeance and the intent to silence the Shining Stars fans, he now found himself devoid of even the strength to utter a curse. With 14 minutes remaining, the Li Ziqiang trailed 0-3 away from home, an almost irretrievable defeat. It was utterly disheartening. He was consumed by a singular thought. What a tragedy this was. Upon arriving in Jincheng, he had been tossed about by turbulent air currents. And after checking into the hotel, he had fled in nothing but his underwear, startled by an earthquake. Now, in the midst of this torrential downpour, he had witnessed his team concede 3 goals. Park Gi-hyun was not unfamiliar with defeat. He had experienced painful losses, such as the East Asian Cup when they lost 3 goals at home. Yet, he felt that today's AFC Champions League match was the most humiliating of all. They had been utterly overpowered, subjected to a relentless onslaught from their opponents. Ultimately, thanks to Hu Lai's brace and Zhang Xinghuan's second career AFC Champions League goal, the Andong Shining Stars triumphed 3-0 against Li Ziqiang on their home turf. Following the group draw, Andong Shining Stars, deemed the weakest in the group, had decisively outperformed their rivals. In terms of the outcome, it was not entirely unexpected. From the moment Li Ziqiang embarked on their dismal away journey, South Korean media and fans had cast a critical eye on the team. While other teams might face the usual fatigue of traveling away, Li Ziqiang's away games were nothing short of harrowing, leaving the players unable to perform at their best. Yet, even among their own supporters, there was an expectation that the team might lose, but no one anticipated such a clean and decisive defeat. Throughout the match, Li Ziqiang barely posed a threat to the Shining Stars' goal, save for a fleeting moment at the start of the second half, which ultimately amounted to little more than a loud clap of thunder with scant rainfall. One could say that Li Ziqiang succumbed pitifully to Andong Shining Stars. Given their poor form, losing away to the Shining Stars was understandable, but the manner of their defeat was unacceptable to many. At least put up a fight. Don't make it so easy for your opponents. What does a score of 0-3 signify? In an away match against the formidable opponent, Osaka Victory, Songnam Ilhwa Chuama only suffered a narrow defeat of 1-2, managing to score a goal themselves and fiercely contending until the final minute. It can be said that they emerged with dignity despite the loss. However, in today's match, the disparity was not merely 3 goals. Any Songnam fan who witnessed the entire game could discern that their team was utterly dominated by the opposition. The esteemed third-place team in the K1 League was unceremoniously outclassed by a newly promoted side from the Chinese Super League. Songnam has unfortunately become a subject of ridicule. And even before the final whistle, mocking remarks about their players began to circulate online in South Korea. If it were merely mockery, it would be bearable. However, the stakes were much higher. With this defeat, Songnam not only relinquished their second position in the league, but also saw the gap widen to 3 points. It is no longer a matter of whether Songnam can contest for the top spot against Osaka Victory. Rather, it is imperative to seriously question if they can even advance from this group. Despite Osaka Victory being held to a draw at home by Sydney FC in this round, they still amassed 10 points, firmly atop the group and leading third-place Songnam by 6 points with only 2 matches remaining. The possibility of Songnam losing their chance to progress is becoming increasingly theoretical. Meanwhile, with this victory, the Stars have ascended to second place with 7 points. Defying expectations as the weakest team in the group, now harboring hopes of advancing to the knockout stage of the AFC Champions League. This outcome was beyond what many had anticipated or dared to envision following the draw. After all, merely qualifying for the AFC Champions League had already seemed quite extraordinary to many. In post-match interviews, every player from the Stars, despite being drenched by the rain with their hair slicked against their foreheads, could not hide the joy radiating from their faces. They expressed immense happiness about winning the match. Yet, when a reporter inquired if the prospect of advancing to the knockout stage brought them special joy, their expressions momentarily betrayed a hint of discomfort. This did not raise any suspicions among the reporters, who assumed that the players were merely being modest, given that they had yet to secure their advancement. Upon returning to the locker room, the teammates eagerly approached Hu Lai, exclaiming, "Hu Lai, when will you invite us to your new villa for a warm gathering?" "Yes, indeed. I also want to experience the luxury of a mansion." In response to the enthusiastic teammates, Hu Lai confidently assured them, "Once we are settled into our new home, I will certainly host all of you." Qin Lin, however, did not join in the joviality but stood to the side, drying his hair with a smile as he observed the scene unfold. Meanwhile, the team's head coach Zhao Kongming expressed during the post-match press conference to both domestic and foreign journalists, "We do not focus on the prospect of the knockout stage. It is too distant for the AFC Champions League. Our objective is crystal clear, to exert our utmost effort in every match." I am delighted to see that our players accomplished this today, which ultimately led us to victory in this match. However, it is still premature to speak of the knockout stage. Our participation in the AFC Champions League is intended for us to learn from the formidable and outstanding Asian teams. After he concluded his statement, a Korean journalist raised his hand and inquired, "Coach Zhao Kongming, do you agree that the victory against Seoul FC was related to some unexpected circumstances they faced during this away match?" His tone suggested a hint of skepticism. It appeared that he was a reporter accompanying Seoul FC. Some Chinese journalists, upon hearing his question, could not help but cast disdainful glances, thinking, a loss is a loss. Why seek excuses? However, Zhao Kongming seemed oblivious to the obvious expressions of the Chinese reporters and responded with a smile. "Firstly, I extend my sincere sympathies to Seoul FC for their pre-match difficulties. Unexpected events are a part of life and football. We cannot alter them, but we can strive to mitigate the impact of such occurrences through our efforts. In light of this match filled with surprises, I advise my players to give their all and temporarily set aside those unexpected situations. Ultimately, I am pleased that our team was not affected by these unforeseen events and secured the victory. This is a valuable lesson we have learned from our experience in the AFC Champions League." The questioning Korean journalist? Meanwhile, the Chinese journalists applauded Zhao Kongming's wit, and the press conference erupted into enthusiastic applause. P.S. Upon returning to Chengdu, I am sharing a sunset photo taken from the balcony of my hotel room. Chapter 79. Relocation. When Xia Xiaoyu drove the Volvo V60 his father gifted him to the foot of Hu Lai's building, he spotted Sichuan Junping emerging from the entrance, burdened by a mountaineering backpack that seemed taller than himself, as well as a suitcase. Upon seeing Xia Xiaoyu's head protruding from the car window, he grinned and greeted him in halting Mandarin. "Hello, Xiaoyu." Xia Xiaoyu promptly opened the car door, alighted, and assisted in opening the trunk. "Are all these your belongings?" Sichuan Junping shook his head. "No, the suitcase belongs to Huan Ge." Xia Xiaoyu understood. The suitcase belonged to Zhang Qinghuan. Then, he noticed Zhang Qinghuan emerging with a backpack, simultaneously complaining to Hu Lai, who was carrying a suitcase. I told you to hire a moving company, but you insisted on doing it yourself. Why save that little money? I thought I wouldn't have much, yet look at how much I've ended up with. When I returned from Lingnan to Jincheng, I only had a suitcase and a backpack. Xiaoyu has come to help? Hugo, let me assist. Xiaoyu swiftly stepped forward, taking the suitcase from Hu Lai's arms. Though it felt somewhat heavy, he managed to steady it and turned to place it in the trunk. Thank you, Xiaoyu. I still need to make another trip. I haven't collected everything yet. Hu Lai sighed in relief. Fortunately, your vehicle is a station wagon. Upon seeing this, Zhang Qinghuan sighed, remarking that had it been a compact car, we would have had to make several trips. No worries, I can fold down the back seats to accommodate more, Xiaoyu replied as he began arranging the luggage. Wang Guangwei approached from the side of the electric car, shaking his head. I can't fit anything more over there. We still need room for passengers in the back. Hu Lai glanced at his phone, noting, little Xingxing has arrived with just 2 suitcases and a backpack, quite neat and unencumbered. Following their match against Seoul Lejin, all players who participated were granted a half-day off the next morning, exempt from training. Thus, even Xiaoyu, who had only played for 10 minutes as a late substitute, was entitled to the same break. However, it could be argued that 10 minutes on the field was hardly distinguishable from not playing at all. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, Xiaoyu would not genuinely rest at home. Instead, he would dutifully head to the training base to practice with the team. The coaching staff welcomed such self-motivated substitutes who sought to enhance their skills. Yet, today, due to the move, Xiaoyu opted out of training to lend a hand. Once the vehicle was packed, the 2 cars departed from the aging community. At the entrance, the gatekeeper, Grandpa Qin, glanced at Xiaoyu's car, which was brimming with belongings, and asked Hu Lai, moving away? Yes, relocating. It's mainly for Brother Huan. I apologize for the trouble, Grandpa Qin. Zhang Qinghuan, seated in the passenger seat, shot a disapproving look at Hu Lai. What does this have to do with me? Grandpa Qin chuckled. Not at all, not at all. I'll miss you. It feels strange to see you go. Wang Guangwei reassured him. You can still watch our matches. Oh right, I almost forgot. I'll be cheering for you in front of the television, Grandpa Qin said as he opened the large gate for their passage. The group waved farewell to him as they drove away. The 2 cars, carrying them and their belongings, cautiously navigated out of the old neighborhood, heading toward their new home and life. Grandpa Qin watched as the vehicles turned onto the road, merging into the traffic, and sighed as he returned to his post. The community would revert to its previous tranquility, no longer hosting unfamiliar young women lingering at the entrance, making his duties considerably lighter. While this was undoubtedly a good thing, Grandpa Qin found himself somewhat reluctant to part with these charming youths. When Hu Lai and the others arrived at their new residence, Chen Xingyi was already busy organizing his room. He opened his suitcase, spreading clothes across the bed, carefully hanging each piece in the wardrobe. Hearing the honking from outside, he dashed out to assist. The 6 young people moved back and forth between the house and the vehicles like ants on a mission. Wang Yuan was in the yard, drying clothes freshly washed that morning, when she heard the sounds of laughter from the grand villa diagonally across the street. She curiously approached the courtyard wall, peering outside, and then widened her eyes, whispering to her husband, Lao Qin, the tenants of that villa are Hu Lai and his friends. I see. Her husband's voice unexpectedly resonated from behind her. Startled, she turned to find her husband standing right behind her. She raised her hand and playfully tapped Qin Lin's arm, exclaiming, You startled me. You were so silent. Qin Lin paid no heed to his wife's complaints, instead directing his gaze towards the 2 cars and 6 individuals outside. They were engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors, the victors celebrating joyfully, while the defeated continued to compete until they determined the ultimate loser, Wang Guangwei. Subsequently, Wang Guangwei retrieved a box from the trunk of a car, cradling it as he made his way toward the villa's entrance. The others, arms crossed and laughing, followed behind him into the villa. What are they doing? His wife inquired, puzzled. Qin Lin, familiar with these young people, explained. It seems they only have this one box left, and they are deciding who will carry it by playing rock, paper, scissors. But the box doesn't look heavy. Does it really require a game to decide who will move it? His wife questioned further. It's merely a playful game among a group of young people. Qin Lin replied with a chuckle, turning to head back inside. He contemplated that their forthcoming life would likely become much livelier. As Wang Guangwei placed the box in the living room, everyone gazed at the mountain of luggage, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Moving is such a hassle. The thought of categorizing all these items again drives me insane, Zhang Qinghuan lamented, slumped on the sofa. Lazy, Hu Lai criticized. Zhang Qinghuan shot a glance at Hu Lai, who was similarly sprawled on the couch. How can you say that? Actually, it's not too bad. Everyone just needs to organize their own things, Xia Xiaoyu remarked. Although she too was reluctant to move. Only Sun Chuan Junping approached the pile of luggage, sifting through it to locate his belongings, sorting them out, and gradually carrying each item upstairs to his room. Sun Chuan is really full of energy, the others commented, admiring his dedication. Let us get moving, comrades. Wang Guangwei declared as he rose from his chair. We can't let the Japanese look down on us. Upon hearing this, which touched on their international image, the remaining individuals felt obliged to stop lounging and began to sigh and work. Chun Xingyi, having arrived first, had already organized most of his belongings, which consisted of just a few pieces of clothing. He decided not to hang them up and instead began to visit each room to see what was happening. He first entered Sun Chuan Junping's room and discovered that his suitcase was open, its contents sprawled out, unorganized. Instead, two of Hu Lai's national team jerseys lay neatly on the bed, and Sun Chuan stood solemnly, staring down at the jerseys. Witnessing this scene, Chun Xingyi felt a twinge of discomfort and called out, Hey, Sun Chuan. Sun Chuan Junping lifted his gaze and turned to him. What is up, Xing-Xing-san? Chun Xingyi initially thought to comment on how he resembled someone bidding farewell to a corpse, but upon reflection, he believed that such complex Chinese might be lost on Sun Chuan. After all, they weren't even his jerseys. He waved dismissively. It's nothing. Carry on with what you're doing. After speaking, he exited Junping Senkawa's room. He proceeded to the next room where Guangwei Wang was organizing his belongings. As the only local from Jincheng among the six, he possessed very few items since most of his possessions could be kept at home. Need any help, Lao Wang? Asked Xingyi Chun, leaning against the doorway. Wang shook his head. No, I'll be done shortly. Have you finished packing? Not yet. Just a few pieces of clothing left. I threw them on the bed. Too lazy to sort them out. Then he noticed the empty wardrobe in Wang's room. Is that all the clothes you have? Yeah, Wang replied. What about your seasonal clothes? Oh, they're at home. I'll get them when the seasons change. I don't want to keep too much here, Wang explained. It's great to be a local, Chen sighed, then turned to leave. You carry on. All right. Exiting Wang's room, he found himself facing Xiaoyu Xia's room. He peeked in and saw Xia carefully placing a box on the table, suggesting it contained something of great value. Intrigued, he entered. What do you have there? Upon seeing Chen enter, Xia smiled. Brother Chun, doesn't this look familiar? Chen leaned in closer to see a championship medal from the National High School Football Championship nestled within the box. Wow, he exclaimed, recalling that this was the very medal he was missing, unexpectedly showcased by Xia. Xia chuckled. In response to his laughter, Chen smirked. I have something, 2 of them actually. And you have one. I'm not talking about eggs. Guess what it is? Xia's smile froze on his face. This time, it was Chun who burst into joyous laughter, throwing his head back as he exited. Turning up the stairs to the 3rd floor, he arrived at the coveted garden view room, which commanded an additional 500 yuan in rent. If it were indeed a blooming garden, it might have been worth it. But it had been transformed into a football field. Each morning, he would pull back the curtains to reveal the now familiar sight of the field. And Chen wondered if Huan Gu would grow tired of it. Each morning, he would motivate himself with a cheerful greeting. Good morning, footballer. Need any help, Huan Gu? Why? Do you want to help? Oh, it's nothing. I was just asking. Chen waved his hand. You carry on with what you're doing. Zhang Qinghuan shot Chen a glance and continued sorting his belongings. Chen walked straight to the spacious window, gazing down at the football field enclosed by barbed wire. The well-maintained grass was marked with enduring white lines, delineating a 9-a-side football pitch. The penalty area was reduced to one side. Unlike a standard field with separate large and small penalty areas, though smaller than a proper football pitch, the view from the 3rd floor was still quite impressive. This view is unbeatable. No wonder the rent is 500 more, Chen remarked. Hearing this, Zhang replied, then give me 500, and I'll let you have this room. No, Huan Gu is the eldest among us. We must respect our elders, Chen said with a grin, turning to leave. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a picture frame on Zhang Qinghuan's bedside table, containing a group photo. In the center stood a youthful and innocent Zhang Qinghuan clad in a Tunglong jersey, flanked by a man and a woman on either side. Just as he was about to casually inquire, he suddenly recalled the experiences Zhang Qinghuan had endured, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze and bid farewell. Brother Huan, I'm heading to Hu Lai's room. Hurry up and leave. Zhang Qinghuan waved his hand impatiently, ushering him out. Exiting Zhang Qinghuan's room, he continued down the corridor towards Hu Lai's chamber. Upon reaching the door, he saw Hu Lai retrieving a round soccer ball from his backpack. What the hell? Why is your backpack so cumbersome? What on earth do you need to bring a ball for? Chen Xingyi exclaimed in surprise. Are we going to play? Play your head. Hu Lai placed the soccer ball on the top shelf of a glass cabinet in the room. Wow, such a dirty ball, and you treat it like a treasure? Chen Xingyi remarked, growing more curious at Hu Lai's actions. This was the first soccer ball I bought with my pocket money, Hu Lai explained. Then turned to Chen Xingyi and asked, do you remember what happened to your first soccer ball? Chen Xingyi shrugged. Who remembers that? You lost your first soccer ball. And with it, your original aspiration. Original aspiration, my foot. He cast a dubious glance at the grimy soccer ball, thinking it unnecessary to carry it around everywhere. You don't understand. This ball holds extraordinary significance for me. It is what set me on the path to professional football, Hu Lai said earnestly, gazing at the ball. Given his serious demeanor, Chen Xingyi found it hard to discern whether Hu Lai was being genuine or merely putting on an act for himself, so he smirked. All right then. He surveyed the room, noting its ordinary nature, the only somewhat out-of-place item being the soccer ball. Perhaps he wasn't lying. This ball indeed held great importance for him. Akin to the two jerseys of Hu Lai owned by Sichuan Junping, or the national competition gold medal belonging to Xia Xiaoyu, which was just a single piece. Not to mention brother Huan's family portrait. In this context, it was entirely reasonable for this battered soccer ball to bear exceptional significance for Hu Lai. Speaking of which, he pondered what old Wang might cherish even more. Chen Xingyi used to believe that old Wang prized his hair above all, but upon learning that Wang Guangwei had cut his hair into a buzz cut, his worldview nearly shattered. If he truly valued his hair, such a decision would seem inconceivable. After much contemplation, he still couldn't identify anything particularly significant that old Wang might possess. Sigh, what a dull man. Chapter 80. I am going to Europe in the afternoon. When heading to training, the teammates learned about Hu Lai's recent move and clamored eagerly, asking when they would be treated. Faced with such enthusiastic inquiries, Hu Lai could only respond as the official spokesperson. Once we get settled and organized at home, we will invite everyone. All right, we shall eagerly await. The teammates were naturally enthusiastic, as this was a rare opportunity for Hu Lai to treat them. Despite Hu Lai and several teammates extending the invitation, it was indeed Hu Lai's share. It was no small feat to persuade the frugal Hu Lai to treat others. After concluding their training, Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, Chen Xingyi, Zhang Qinghuan, Morikawa Junping, and Xia Xiaoyu returned to their new residence in 2 vehicles. An amusing incident occurred en route. At an intersection, instead of making a right turn to head home, Wang Guangwei inadvertently veered left, followed by Xia Xiaoyu in his vehicle. Neither Zhang Qinghuan, seated in the passenger seat, nor Hu Lai, in the back, perceived anything amiss until Morikawa Junping hesitantly inquired in Japanese, Hu-san. Did Wang-san take a wrong turn? What's wrong? Isn't this the way home? Hu Lai replied, momentarily oblivious. Oh, you arrived late. Wang has always known this route well. He initially rented the house alone. It finally dawned on Hu Lai, who promptly tapped the back of the passenger seat and called out to the driver, Old Wang, where are you headed? Home, of course, came Wang Guangwei's realization. Zhang Qinghuan quickly glanced in the rearview mirror, warning, don't slam the brakes. He too recognized the error and feared that a sudden stop from Wang would lead to Xia Xiaoyu rear-ending them. Fortunately, Wang Guangwei remained composed both on and off the field. Despite realizing he was off course, he did not panic. Instead, he swiftly checked the rearview mirror and signaled right to alert Xia Xiaoyu following behind. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyi's call reached Hu Lai's phone. Hu Lai, have you all become so engrossed in conversation that you forgot where we're headed? We're not chatting. I'm just on my phone, and that is not my issue. Hu Lai deflected blame, attributing Wang's mistake to his instinctive navigation back to their previous residence. No need to rush, just follow our lead. Thus, the 2 vehicles made a roundabout journey before finally redirecting to the correct path. They were still adjusting to their new home, not merely because it was larger, but also due to the novelty of so many living together. They had much to acclimate to regarding shared living, such as who would cook dinner. During their ride, they amiably deliberated on the matter, ultimately concluding that dining at the community clubhouse restaurant before returning home was the most convenient option. After all, with everyone having moved out, they could no longer rely on Uncle Yong for meals, as he was no longer consistently around Zhang Qinghuan, only visiting occasionally. The villa still had 2 unoccupied bedrooms, which might serve as temporary guest rooms for Uncle Yong. Furthermore, Hulai stipulated that whoever brought a girl home for the night must do so, while those with such desires should book a hotel. Chun Xingyi humorously remarked in the group chat, "Hulai, are you being overly optimistic? Who among us can actually bring a girl home? I'd suggest changing the group name to a bunch of happy bachelors." Hulai, brother Huan, your transformation is truly profound. You were once the most charming among us, and now you seem as if you've been castrated. Zhangqing Huan, Hulai, you rascal. A wave of laughter erupted from both vehicles. After enjoying dinner at the club, they returned to their new home, where they had already organized their respective rooms in the morning. The remaining task was to tidy up the communal areas. In truth, the communal areas did not require much elaborate decoration, as a group of reclusive men have remarkably low expectations. Prior to the move, they had already discussed the purpose of each area through their group chat. For instance, the villa possessed a gym. Although it was not as professional or well-equipped as that of a sports team, it still contained essential fitness equipment, such as treadmills, ellipticals, and even a rowing machine. Thus, this gym became their designated space for workouts. Additionally, the villa featured an indoor temperature-controlled swimming pool on the basement level. For professional athletes, swimming serves as an excellent means of recovery after injuries or post-match muscle relaxation. Hence, the purpose of the indoor pool was established. Next to the swimming pool was a sauna, offering both steam and dry options, which also proved beneficial for the athlete's recovery. The training base of the Flash Stars included a sauna, and now Hulai and his companions could enjoy the same facilities and benefits in the comfort of their home. On the lower ground level, the entertainment area included an empty temperature-controlled wine cellar, a billiards room, a mahjong room, and a media room. No changes were necessary here either. The main alteration involved connecting the gaming console brought by Zhang Qinghuan to the projector in the living room, enabling everyone to play games together. The 100-inch screen, complemented by a comprehensive 71-channel sound system, provided a far more exhilarating experience compared to the television in Huan's previous rental. Furthermore, they no longer had to worry about disturbing the neighbors upstairs or downstairs while gaming. As they gazed at the gaming visuals on the large screen, everyone sincerely exclaimed, "What a thrill!" When Zhang Qinghuan opened his eyes, the room was dimly lit. He turned to glance at the drawn curtains, through which light seeped in through the cracks. Soon after, he heard Hulai's voice resonating from the neighboring window. "Old Wang, isn't your morning exercise a bit too early? It's barely dawn." Zhang Qinghuan's drowsiness vanished instantly, and he sprang from his bed, drawing open the curtains. Through the thin morning mist outside, he spotted a figure diligently stretching on the football field below. Why not? If we wait any longer, we might as well skip morning practice and head straight to the training base. Hurry down to join me, Wang Guangwei shouted, hands on his hips, directing his gaze towards Hulai's window. Just wait a moment. Came the sound of a window being closed from next door. However, this was soon followed by the sound of more windows opening, as their exchange roused others from their slumber. Do we really need to be so intense? Aren't we training soon? There's no need for morning practice. Chun Xingyi's voice still carried the remnants of sleepiness. Thus, little star, when you joined the professional team and struggled to score for so long, I arrived at Flash Star and found the net immediately. Hulai's voice resonated by his window. This is the disparity, do you comprehend? Damn it, Chun Xingyi retorted. Hulai, don't get too cocky. Just you wait. With that, a muffled thud followed. Presumably the sound of Chun Xingyi forcefully shutting the window. I'm coming too, came the voice of Xia Xiaoyu. Mizukawa Junpei has arrived. Zhang Qinghuan scoffed. What a bunch of delusional adolescents. I refuse to be so foolish. Turning his gaze, he noticed a photograph on the bedside table. In that picture, his father seemed to be gazing directly at him. With a deep sigh, he decided to change into his sports attire. After everyone finished warming up, Hulai, with the football at his feet, challenged Wang Guangwei. Old Wang, come defend me. I'm going to obliterate you. What did I do to provoke you? Wang Guangwei replied. Bewildered. During the Super Cup match, I was closely marked by Yao Huasheng and had hardly any opportunities. The goal I scored was largely due to luck and trickery. At that moment, I realized I needed to enhance my ability to score while being closely guarded, Hulai explained. However, before he could finish, Chun Xingyi burst into laughter. Hulai, are you perhaps mistaken? Yao Huasheng is the captain of the national team and currently the strongest center back in the country. Isn't it normal that you struggled against him? Wang Guangwei chimed in to comfort him. Exactly, Hulai. Chen Xingyi is right. You managed to score against Yao Huaxing's defense, which is quite impressive. Chen Xingyi spread his hands and chuckled. I believe Hu Lai is practicing the art of subtle bragging. Yet Hu Lai huffed, what nonsense. Let me ask you, what level does Yao Huaxing represent among Asian center backs? The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Wang Guangwei, the center back, who responded. He is not considered top tier in Asia, but certainly a first-rate player. After all, he succeeded Lin Gu as the captain of the national team. And what about his standing in European football? Hu Lai pressed on. Are you just being contrarian, Hu Lai? Chen Xingyi interjected. Let us not even talk about Yao Huaxing. How many of our domestic players can even establish themselves in European leagues? As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Qinghuan, thinking that had things turned out differently, he would have had the best chance to play abroad. But I want to play in Europe, Hu Lai declared. Although not right now, I am determined to play in Europe in the future. The young players on the field looked at Hu Lai in astonishment. Chen Xingyi stammered. Why, you're already considering playing in Europe? Why not? Do you all wish to play in the domestic league for the rest of your lives? Hu Lai countered. Who desires that? Chen Xingyi surveyed the group, noting that while no one openly expressed a desire to remain in the domestic league indefinitely, none shared Hu Lai's unwavering conviction to pursue a career in Europe. Hu Lai continued, given that my goal is to play in Europe, I believe setting Yao Huaxing as my benchmark is rather conservative. That may be true, Hu Lai, Zhang Qinghuan interjected, frowning, but Yao Huaxing is the national team captain. Wouldn't your statement come across as somewhat disrespectful? He has been reselected for the national team and is confident that Hu Lai and his peers will surely follow suit in the future. Given Yao Huaxing's standing within the national team, what repercussions might arise for his career if Yao were to overhear Hu Lai's comments today, or if Hu Lai's attitude were to inadvertently manifest later on? Hu Lai spoke the truth. A voice echoed from afar, startling everyone. They turned to see a figure leaning against the railing of a second-floor terrace of a townhouse diagonally opposite the field, gazing at them. Upon recognizing the person, they were taken aback. Brother Lin. Qin Lin stood on the football field, observing the earnest young men before him, and chuckled. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It's just that the neighborhood is so quiet this early in the morning that I could hear you perfectly well. Did we disturb you, Brother Lin? Hu Lai asked, particularly ingratiating. Well, we didn't even know that house belonged to you, Qin Lin replied, chuckling at his expression. We only just moved in. We didn't want to keep renting, so we purchased this place. He then addressed the others, saying, Hu Lai is right. If you can't handle Yao Huaxing, you might as well abandon any thoughts of playing in Europe. No one dared to contradict him. After all, Qin Lin was considered a senior to Yao Huaxing in the national team, and he felt no qualms about expressing his opinion. Additionally, having played in Europe's top leagues, he possessed an intimate understanding of the level of competition there, making his insights both valid and irrefutable. With Qin Lin's endorsement, Hu Lai beamed with delight. See, I told you so. Qin Lin glanced at him. Although Yao Huaxing may not meet the standards of European football, defeating him in a match will not be an easy feat. It requires more than mere enthusiasm and practice. As it happens, I just obtained my coaching certificate. So from now on, you'll train with me for 40 minutes every morning. Hu Lai readily agreed. No problem, Brother Lin. Zhang Qinghuan and the others were taken aback. Brother Lin, it's Hu Lai who wants to defeat Yao Huaxing, not us. Qin Lin, smiling, queried them. So, do you wish to improve yourselves? The group exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Yes, Brother Lin. We want to improve. Well then, that settles it. Join me in practice. Don't worry. I have a coaching certificate, so I won't let you train aimlessly. With Brother Lin around, there is certainly no issue. They all chimed in. However, Chen Xingyi suddenly asked with a whimsical expression, Brother Lin, you're not using us to practice, are you? Qin Lin shot him a glare. Nonsense. If I were to practice, wouldn't I use my own son? With that, he turned and called towards his home. Chi-Chi, come here, as promised. As everyone looked on in confusion, they saw Lin's son, Qin-Chi, clad in his soccer attire, burst through the courtyard gate and dash forward. Qin Lin patted his son's shoulder, who was now nearly as tall as himself, and said, Allow me to introduce my son. He will be training with you all from now on. Is that agreeable? The group exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. Not at all, Lin. Your words are overly courteous. Very well, Qin Lin replied, retrieving a whistle from his pocket. He placed it in his mouth and blew forcefully, the crisp sound echoing through the corners of the neighborhood. Training commences now. Chapter 81. Something seems off. Chen Xingyi sat in Xia Xiaoyu's car, complaining to Zhang Qinghuan, who was also in the vehicle. Hu Lai's desire to play in Europe is undoubtedly motivated by Li Ziqiang. I sense they must be involved. Zhang Qinghuan, seated in the front passenger seat, turned back with a cold chuckle. What does it matter to you? All you need to know is that when Hu Lai goes to Europe, he will be flaunting it on WeChat every day. Will that not irk you? Are you planning to blackmail him like before? Chen Xingyi was momentarily taken aback, then fell into silence, listening to the conversation between the two seniors. Xia Xiaoyu refrained from interjecting, focusing intently on driving. The car was enveloped in silence. Chen Xingyi turned to gaze out the window, seemingly lost in thought, while Zhang Qinghuan remained absorbed in his phone, indifferent to Chen's musings. As the vehicle neared the training base, Chen finally withdrew his gaze, noticing the electric scooter carrying Hu Lai and his companions ahead of them, and declared to Zhang Qinghuan, I want to play soccer in Europe too. Zhang Qinghuan, without lifting his head, merely responded with a non-committal mm. Chen Xingyi reiterated, I wish to play soccer in Europe, as if conversing with himself. Europe. Xia Xiaoyu, who was driving, sighed inwardly, sharing the aspiration to play in Europe. However, he lacked the audacity to voice it as directly as Hu Lai and Chen Xingyi had. He feared that expressing such lofty ambitions without fruition would render them a source of ridicule. Thus, he consoled himself mentally. After all, the prospect of playing in Europe feels far too distant for me at this moment. I am not even a mainstay in the Xinjiang first team. One must take life step by step, savoring each bite of the meal. With Xia Xiaoyu's continuous self-reassurance, the two vehicles turned into the northern gate of the training base. Upon arriving, Qin Lin did not head straight to the locker room, but instead made his way to the head coach's office, where he discussed with Zhao Kongming the morning training session he had conducted with 6 young players. You say Hu Lai wishes to play in Europe? Zhao Kongming's eyes widened upon hearing Qin Lin's account. That lad is quite ambitious. He has just begun his journey in the Super League and is already contemplating Europe. What is the matter? As Qin Lin spoke, he noticed Zhao Kongming's expression grow serious. Do you think my morning training with them was inappropriate? Zhao Kongming, snapping out of his reverie, shook his head. No, that is not it. I'm pondering where to find a successor for Hu Lai if he leaves. Qin Lin couldn't help but chuckle. No way, old Zhao. Have you already begun contemplating how to address the offensive issues arising from Hu Lai's departure? That seems a bit premature, doesn't it? Hu Lai has only just begun his journey in the Chinese Super League. It is better to prepare for the future. Do you think Hu Lai will eventually play in Europe? Or do you believe he possesses the capability to compete at that level? In response to this inquiry, Qin Lin's expression grew serious. I believe he has the potential to go, but whether he can thrive there remains uncertain. His strengths and weaknesses are both distinctly apparent. If he encounters a coach who does not understand or utilize him effectively, he might be unjustly labeled a failure in return after only a few matches. However, if he finds himself under the guidance of someone who truly comprehends his abilities, I am confident that his achievements abroad would surpass mine. You hold him in such high regard. Yet, his characteristics seem to clash with the prevailing views in the global football arena. The requirements for forwards in European leagues are increasingly demanding and complex. This has little to do with his abilities, old Zhao. My optimism stems from the tenacity he possesses. I believe that individuals imbued with such determination will always reach commendable heights, regardless of their circumstances. Once he encounters the right people and team, he will undoubtedly soar to great heights. Qin Lin spoke with unwavering conviction. After Qin Lin departed, Zhao Kongming continued to ponder his earlier remarks. Is a golden-scaled fish destined for a mere pool, only to transform into a dragon when faced with the winds and clouds? Zhao Kongming shook his head gently, genuinely beginning to contemplate who might succeed Hu Lai if he truly left the team. After much reflection, he realized that it is exceedingly rare to find another player like Hu Lai in the current domestic football landscape. Zhou Zijin from the Maritime Mariners was once a promising talent during his student days, yet upon entering the professional realm, his technique seems somewhat lacking. His physical strength has become increasingly prominent, though it remains unclear whether the Mariners club is intentionally training him in that direction. After watching several matches of him in the youth team, it appears he relies more on his physicality, and aside from scoring, there are numerous tactical demands he must fulfill, making him far from a pure striker. Thus, while finding an excellent forward in today's football is not particularly challenging, discovering a player like Hu Lai, who is solely focused on scoring with remarkable efficiency, is nearly impossible aside from Hu Lai himself. In the absence of a suitable successor, Adjustments to the tactics will be necessary, Zhao Kongming mused, scratching his head. Has anything noteworthy occurred recently? After training concluded, Chen Mo approached Zhao Kongming. Why do you ask? Zhao Kongming inquired, puzzled. It's nothing. I just sensed that Chen Xingyi was somewhat off today. Since he trained even harder, what is so unusual about that? Zhao Kongming chuckled. It's precisely because he previously lacked diligence in training that today's fervor appears unusual. Your point is valid. Perhaps he has been stimulated in some manner. Zhao Kongming wore a knowing smile. What kind of stimulus? Chen Mo, curious at his demeanor, suddenly recalled something. Could it be related to Hu Lai? Zhao Kongming nodded with a smile. Indeed, it pertains to Hu Lai. He then recounted to Chen Mo the details of Qin Lin's visit, emphasizing not the morning training with a group of young players, but rather Hu Lai's own declaration of his aspirations to play in Europe. In conclusion, he analyzed, I suspect that Chen Xingyi has been inspired by Hu Lai, or rather, that Hu Lai's words have struck a chord within him, compelling him to strive harder. Chen Mo, upon hearing this, was left dumbfounded. The current youth are indeed remarkable. The inaugural season of the Chinese Super League isn't even completed yet, and one by one, they are contemplating a move to Europe. He then shook his head. Well, it's ultimately a good thing. Having ambition is far superior to being complacent. In recent years, our nation's professional players have lived rather comfortably. Regardless of their skill levels, they have managed to secure decent contracts amidst the tide of capital. I was previously concerned about the players' lack of fighting spirit, but now, I have no such worries. Upon hearing Chen Mo's remarks, Zhao Kongming couldn't help but chuckle. Regarding this matter, dear Chen, you need not fret. How so? Haven't you heard? Recently, Hu Lai and his companions have moved into a new home, renting a luxurious mansion where the young players are cohabitating. Of course, I've heard about that. But what does it have to do with the team's fighting spirit? Chen Mo felt puzzled. Allow me to finish. It is said that Hu Lai intends to invite his teammates over to their mansion for a gathering, perhaps a party. Hu Lai is planning to host. Chen Mo was somewhat taken aback, more so than hearing about Hu Lai's potential move to Europe. Indeed, Chen Mo furrowed his brows. But what does this have to do with our team's determination? It seems Hu Lai mentioned that only after winning would be an appropriate time for a celebration. Chen Mo paused for a few seconds, then realized, so, in order to prompt Hu Lai to host, we first need to win the match? Zhao Kongming smiled silently, merely nodding. Chen Mo burst into laughter. All right then. We are set to face Wulishunqing at home this weekend. I feel much more at ease now. On the afternoon of Sunday, April 7th. With merely 10 minutes remaining before Flash Star's match against Wulishunqing commenced, in the home team's locker room, the players of Flash Star were gathered around Hu Lai, asking, Hu Lai, you mentioned that if we win, we'd have a party? Hu Lai, seated comfortably with his legs crossed, waved his hand in response to his teammates. Indeed, I said so. Win, and we'll have models from the club. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm. Excellent. The players of Flash Star, filled with fervor, strode out of the locker room, their synchronized footsteps echoing through the corridor, akin to the might of an army. This commotion caught the attention of the Wulishunqing players, who were already waiting in the hallway, causing them to turn and gaze in confusion. They sensed an unusual energy among the Flash Star players today, yet couldn't pinpoint what was amiss. Before long, the answer to their query became apparent. Opportunity for Li Rong. What a goal! Merely 12 minutes into the match, Flash Star took the lead with a goal from Li Rong. This goal set a promising tone for Flash Star in this encounter. Wulishunqing had focused too heavily on Hu Lai and Chen Xingyi, neglecting Li Rong, and they paid the price for it. Hu Lai created space for Li Rong, who appeared at the perfect moment to receive a pass from Zhang Hao and score. After scoring, Li Rong did not seek out Zhang Hao to celebrate. Instead, he rushed towards Hu Lai. Zhang Hao had no objections to this, even running ahead to join Hu Lai, as did the other teammates. After encircling Hu Lai, they exuberantly chanted, Club models! Club models! On the sidelines, Zhao Kongming and Chen Mo exchanged glances. Although they could not hear the cheers of their players, their jubilant expressions hinted at the reason for their delight, the prospect of Hu Lai treating them. The two shared a knowing smile. What could be amiss with the Starlight team today? Perhaps it was their insatiable thirst for victory that fueled their fervor. Chapter 82. Riding the coattails 12 minutes into the match, after Starlight scored, Zhao Kongming issued fresh directives from the sidelines. He urged the team to intensify their offensive efforts, to neither retreat nor slow their pace, but to maintain relentless pressure on Wulishunqing. After conveying his instructions through gestures, he returned to the coaching bench, smiling at Chen Mo. Let us also benefit from Hu Lai's generosity, channeling all this energy into overwhelming our opponents. Chen Mo chuckled. Players typically do not invite coaches to their gatherings. Such circumstances would render everyone uncomfortable, akin to inviting a boss to a colleague's get-together, which only leads to unnecessary stress. Thus, players refrain from inviting coaches, and the latter possess the self-awareness to recognize this. While they may not partake in Hu Lai's feast, they can still seize this opportunity to gain an advantage. Zhao Kongming's adjustments swiftly bore fruit. Upon the resumption of play, Starlight, already a goal ahead, showed no signs of complacency or retreat. On the contrary, they relentlessly pressed Li Ziqiang. Bolstered by the cheers of their home crowd, their attacking waves crashing ever harder, rendering Li Ziqiang unable to regain composure, often struggling to cross the halfway line. Under such sustained offensive pressure, Li Ziqiang's goal eventually succumbed. In the 21st minute, seizing a corner kick opportunity, Ding Yuanhai leaped high in front of Li Ziqiang's goal, heading the ball home amidst the thunderous cheers of the home crowd. The players were utterly determined to ensure Hu Lai would treat them, especially as this marked Ding Yuanhai's inaugural official goal since joining Starlight. As a center back, Ding Yuanhai seldom found the net, having scored only 6 goals throughout his career with Lingnan Haishan and Shanghai Lanhua. Remarkably, he had just transitioned to Starlight and immediately found the back of the net, showcasing his seamless integration into the team in every conceivable sense. Starlight's overall performance today felt exceptional. Although Zhao Kongming made a few rotations, it appeared the team was unfazed by the midweek AFC Champions League match, where they had triumphed 3-0 against Seoul Lekan. Observing their vigor, I sensed Starlight still had reserves to confront their league adversaries. It seems Zhao Kongming has now mastered the art of coaching Starlight, possessing a keen intuition for when to execute significant rotations and when to implement subtle adjustments. At times when everyone assumes he should rotate players, he refrains, often yielding positive results, as exemplified in this match. After the match against Seoul Lujin, everyone anticipated significant rotations, yet the trio of forwards started without exception. Upon seeing this, Li Ziqiang shifted the defensive focus entirely onto the trio from Flash Star. However, to everyone's astonishment, it was the other players from Flash Star who erupted in performance. It appears that the players and coaching staff of Flash Star have entered a remarkably intricate realm of understanding. They share an extraordinary familiarity and trust with an unexplainable synergy that is difficult for outsiders to grasp. He Feng and Yin Kong analyzed the match situation, with Yin Kong making particularly grandiose and enigmatic statements. From a certain perspective, his assertions hinted at a deeper insight, yet he still failed to uncover the true underlying reason. Who could have anticipated that a group of players, bursting with enthusiasm, was so fervently striving to outshine the team's top scorer, the offensive linchpin, and the beloved pet of the head coach? Such a cohesion is indeed perplexing to outsiders. As teammates began to score, Hu Lai, the team's leading scorer, was unwilling to be left behind. In the 37th minute, Zhang Qinghuan executed 2 exquisite feints, penetrating the penalty area, only to be brought down by Wu Lisunchang's defender. The referee adjudged a foul and awarded Flash Star a penalty kick. Hu Lai stepped up to take the penalty and converted with assurance. 30. Before the first half concluded, Flash Star had already established a 3-goal lead. Observing their condition, it was hard to believe they had just endured a grueling 90 minutes in the AFC Champions League midweek. Yifeng exclaimed, I believe Zhao Kongming's decision to start all 3 forwards was undoubtedly a gamble. He aimed to sustain the team's exemplary form from the midweek AFC Champions League match. Although it carried risks, the potential rewards were immense. And it seems they have indeed won this gamble. On the sidelines, Zhao Kongming clapped his hands. What a stroke of luck! As the second half commenced, Zhao Kongming gradually made substitutions, replacing all 3 starting players, including Hu Lai. With 10 minutes remaining in the match, he had exhausted his substitution quota. Rather than opting for widespread rotation prior to the match, he prioritized securing victory first, then implemented substitutions to afford the players some rest. After all, Wu Lisunchang was not a formidable opponent. Had Flash Star faltered at home due to a rotation strategy, it could have jeopardized their chances in the relegation battle later on. As head coach, Zhao Kongming must maintain a long-term perspective, considering not only the present but also the implications for the 30th round, despite the league having just commenced its 5th round. Since the aim has been survival from the very first round, every available point must be seized. Ultimately, with 3 goals scored in the first half, Flash Star triumphed over Wu Lisunchang with a score of 30, securing their 3rd victory of the season. After 5 rounds of league play, they registered 3 wins and 2 losses, accumulating 9 points, and currently stand 6th in the league table. It was only when others noticed Flash Star's league ranking that they were surprised to find the newly promoted team positioned unexpectedly high. Although the league has just commenced, the standings after 5 rounds do not necessarily indicate their ultimate success in avoiding relegation. Last season, the 2 promoted teams, Heshi Daqin and Capital Shangyun, did not exhibit such performances in the early stages of the league, even suffering consecutive defeats. The team appeared to struggle with the pace of the Chinese Super League matches. However, Shining Star does not share this predicament, possibly due to their prior encounters with the league's strongest teams in the Super Cup. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that Shining Star has achieved such results while contending with the demanding schedule of consecutive matches over a week, alongside their Asian Champions League commitments. As a newly promoted team, they have played 5 league matches and 4 group stage matches in the Asian Champions League, with only 1 international match day interrupting their rigorous schedule, facing formidable opponents throughout. Consequently, they currently stand 6th in the league and 2nd in their Asian Champions League group. Given such accomplishments, what grounds are there for criticism? While it remains uncertain whether Shining Star can ultimately secure their place in the league, their performance thus far is certainly deserving of admiration. After the match, the jubilant Shining Star players surrounded Hu Lai in the locker room, inquiring when he would treat them. "Listen, Hu Lai, don't wait until the next match," they urged, recalling his promise to celebrate a victory with them. They were apprehensive that he might postpone it until their upcoming away game against Sydney Coast, the outcome of which was uncertain. "Rest assured, I will honor my word and treat you after a win. How about tomorrow night? If we wait any longer, we'll be off to the away match for the Asian Champions League without time to celebrate," Hu Lai replied. The team agreed that tomorrow evening was indeed the only feasible option. Thus, they consented to head to Hu Lai's villa for a party right after training the following afternoon to unwind. Hu Lai declared, "All right, it's settled then. We'll welcome everyone. No one is allowed to bring gifts. If you do, I'll throw them out. Don't worry, Hu Lai. We're just here to take advantage of you," Han Xiangfei quipped, eliciting laughter from the locker room. The following morning, all players who participated in the match were allowed to rest at home for half the day. During this time, Hu Lai and his teammates visited the community clubhouse, paying for staff and equipment to provide catering services at their villa, as it would be impractical for them to cook for such a large gathering. The clubhouse specializes in such services, perfectly addressing their needs. Thus, Hu Lai and his teammates could simply enjoy the festivities while being catered to. "What shall we play? Are there any entertainment activities?" Chen Xingyi asked Hu Lai. "Video games, mahjong, billiards, poker. Aren't these activities diverse enough? If all else fails, we can always play football." Hu Lai waved his hand grandly. "You seem eager for another gathering, Hu Lai," Wang Guangwei teased. "Let us continue our training here after practice." As the afternoon training session commenced, Zhao Kongming observed the eager players, striving to suppress a smile while maintaining a serious facade. Before the training began, he addressed them. "I am aware of your upcoming plans, and I do not wish to dampen your spirits. Celebrating a victory is entirely acceptable, but I must caution you not to indulge excessively, as we have an away match in Sydney approaching. Qin Lin, Li Tailin." He pointed to the 2 individuals. "You both are the team captains, and I expect you to set a commendable example. Enjoy yourselves, but do not get carried away. Rest assured, Coach Zhao." Qin Lin and Li Tailin assured as they stepped forward to pledge their commitment. "We know our limits." Zhao Kongming nodded, then turned his gaze towards Hu Lai, casually inquiring, "Hey Hu Lai, I seem to recall you mentioning something about inviting models to a club?" Amidst the laughter of his teammates, Hu Lai waved his hands vigorously. "Coach Zhao, that was just a joke. I never intended to actually invite models to entertain the team, nor do I possess the means for that. If it were the old Huan Gu, he might have said something different." Hu Lai, unexpectedly caught in the crossfire, could not hold back and retorted at Zhao Kongming's presence. Upon hearing a chuckle from behind him, Zhao Kongming recognized it as Chun Mo's laughter. Struggling to maintain his stern demeanor, he nearly cracked a smile, hastily signaling, "All right, enough of that. Let's begin our warm-up and prepare for training." Chun Mo blew his whistle emphatically, stepping forward to guide the team in their pre-training warm-up. Observing the vibrant players from the sidelines, Zhao Kongming finally allowed a smile to grace his face. Chapter 83. Where is the Promised Party? Fanhai Rongjuan is an upscale residential community located in the western part of Luqing District. At first glance, one might easily assume the community consists solely of 2 elevator apartment buildings near the entrance. However, venturing further reveals a hidden paradise. From above, it may resemble a park annexed to the community. Upon closer inspection, the charming houses nestled among verdant trees and flowing streams are actually villas discreetly positioned behind the elevator apartments. The community extends westward, ultimately merging with a forest park at the city's edge, evoking the sensation of residing within a forest. At the far end of the community, nearly bordering the forest park, lies the largest villa, the residence of Hu Lai and his companions. Typically a serene location, today the streets of the community are filled with parked cars and bustling activity. Xia Xiaoyu and Sun Chuan Junping are seen darting about, directing teammates on where to park, while Hu Lai stands at the entrance, assuming the role of a doorman. Chen Xingyi, Zhang Qinghuan, and Wang Guangwei are inside, welcoming their teammates. After parking his Porsche on the roadside, Han Xiangfei stepped out and, upon seeing Hu Lai, shook his head. You can't do this, Hu Lai. Huh, what's wrong? Your attire is inappropriate. You should wear a black suit, drape a white towel over your arm, and greet everyone with, "Welcome to the party." That would truly impress. Hu Lai nodded in agreement. All right, I've got it. As Han Xiangfei approached the entrance, Hu Lai called out with a loud voice, one male guest on the second floor. Han Xiangfei, who was about to ascend the steps, nearly stumbled from surprise, eliciting hearty laughter from the nearby players. Someone teased, Hu Lai, you seem quite knowledgeable. Hu Lai protested loudly, I only heard it from Xiao Xingxing. Chen Xingyi, who was inside greeting his teammates, rushed out upon hearing this, exclaiming, You're talking nonsense. I never told you that. Hu Lai, you can't say that. Aren't you turning your own home into a bathhouse? Qin Lin's voice chimed in beside Hu Lai. Initially, Hu Lai intended to reflexively retort, I didn't expect you to understand too, Brother Lin. But upon turning, he noticed Qin Lin's wife and Qin Shi standing beside him, prompting him to smile sheepishly. Brother Lin, hello, sister-in-law. He then reached out to tousle Qin Shi's meticulously styled hair, leaving it in a disheveled state. In front of so many people, Qin Shi could only suppress her anger. For today's gathering, Hu Lai encouraged everyone to bring their families, resulting in some bringing girlfriends and others wives. However, Qin Lin's presence with his family served an additional purpose. In front of his sister-in-law, everyone felt less inclined to indulge excessively. Thus, without needing to say a word, everyone naturally moderated their behavior. So far, the effect seemed quite effective. Had anyone noticed that the usually playful Hu Lai was behaving himself in front of his wife? Amidst the laughter, everyone entered the house. Each individual was awestruck by the opulent hall adorned with golden splendor. Han Xiangfei could not help but gaze upward at the dazzling crystal chandelier, remarking, No wonder Hu Lai shouted like that. It truly fits the occasion. It's just like a bathhouse. Qin Lin, witnessing this scene, stifled a laugh. The teammates who entered the house dispersed freely. Some gathered around the large projection in the living room to watch others play games, while others ventured to the basement for billiards, and some sat at the mahjong table, engaged in a game of cards. Led by Wang Guangwei, others embarked on a brief tour of the grand villa. Upon reaching the backyard, they were left speechless. Wow, is that a football field that comes with the villa? Someone exclaimed. No, we built that ourselves, Wang Guangwei clarified. The astonishment grew. Wang Guangwei, what were you thinking? Don't you train enough as it is? The garden is so vast, we can't just leave it for planting vegetables. Not utilizing such a large space for a football field would be a waste, Wang Guangwei replied. When we feel like playing, we can just head down. How convenient. The group exchanged glances, realizing this was not something a professional athlete should typically say. After all, as professional players, they interacted with football daily. Even if they loved the game, the passion often waned when a hobby became work. They yearned for a life devoid of football. The results indicate that these individuals seem to be insatiable, as they play football not only at the training base, but also after returning home. While some find it difficult to comprehend the self-discipline exhibited by Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei, others discern the very reason behind the success of these young individuals. Li Ziqiang murmured, Your passion for football is truly remarkable. Without such fervor, how could one achieve such success in such a short span of time? Hu Lai's voice echoed from behind. If anyone wishes to burn off some energy, we can head out for a few kicks. We could even organize a mini-match. Whoever concedes a goal must leave the field. Are you out of your mind? Why would we play a match here after leaving the training ground? The crowd responded with laughter and playful rebukes. In the side garden adjacent to the house, chefs from the community center were grilling, with the delectable food arranged on a long table for everyone to help themselves. Another table displayed beverages and various snacks. The aroma wafted through the air, enticing everyone to linger by the dining area, selecting their preferred dishes before retreating to find a seat or simply standing to eat and chat. Most gazes were directed towards the backyard football field below, where a small pitch had been set up with movable goals, and two teams were engaged in a spirited match. I never expected the facilities here to be so comprehensive. I almost felt like I was visiting the dormitory of the base, Zhang Xiaolei remarked. Zhang Hao shook his head in disbelief. I'm more surprised that there are actually people willing to play more football. Haven't they had enough? Isn't this a bit insane? Just as they spoke, Hu Lai performed his signature celebration and shouted at their observing teammates above, the solitary victor. Who else is there? Damn, I'm coming for you, Hu Lai. The two who had previously derided the madness exchanged glances, and Zhang Xiaolei said, I just can't stand Hu Lai's arrogance. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. Neither can I. I simply cannot abide such behavior. Let us go teach him a lesson. The two rushed down. Qin Shi, watching from above, felt an urge to join. And his father, Qin Lin, chuckled, if you want to go, then go. Ecstatic at his father's approval, Qin Shi dashed down and pointed at Hu Lai, exclaiming in a youthful voice, I challenge you. He sought to avenge his disheveled hairstyle from earlier. The onlooking players erupted in cheers, applauding vigorously, yes. Take down Hu Lai. Show some spirit. Go Xiaoqi. The atmosphere became electric, even drawing in those inside playing games, billiards, and cards, who set aside their activities to witness the excitement. In a moment, the area beside the football field buzzed with voices, the cheers reverberating. Observing the commotion, Qin Lin turned to Zhang Qinghuan and inquired, what inspired you to create a football field here? I am not sure whether to deem this idea brilliant or childish. Zhang Qinghuan smiled and remarked, this idea was initially proposed by Hu Lai, and we later inquired about it with him. He mentioned that when he wanted to play football in the past, his father disapproved, forcing him to surreptitiously seek out places to play. Eventually, he found a secret base, which was nothing more than an overgrown, abandoned lot, yet for him, it became a sanctuary where he could play football undisturbed. After school, he would rush there daily, carefully timing his return home to avoid being caught by his father, lest he face a beating for sneaking off to play. From that moment on, his dream was to one day step outside his building and kick a ball whenever he desired, without the need for concealment or fear of punishment. Now, it seems he is merely fulfilling that dream from his past. Observing Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, and Morikawa Junpei engaged in a 3-on-3 match with his son, Qin Lin reflected. We pursue football as a profession, while they relish it as a hobby, one that serendipitously brings in some income. Zhang Qinghuan smiled quietly beside him. Qinghuan, what are your thoughts on Hu Lai's aspiration to play football in Europe? Qin Lin casually inquired. Zhang Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. Do you wish to play in Europe? I recall you had the opportunity to study abroad back then. That was in the past, Brother Lin, Zhang Qinghuan replied, her expression somewhat conflicted. Now, my body, don't speak as though you've suffered a grievous injury. What if your speed has diminished? I'm merely asking if you still wish to play in Europe. If Hu Lai heads to Europe, I suspect Chen Xingyi will feel left out, with everyone going there. Don't you want to join? Qin Lin shot her a sidelong glance. Who wouldn't he want to go? Then it's settled. If you want to go, go soon. When I left, I was about 25, and I still benefit from that overseas experience years later. Qin Lin sighed, reminiscing about the past. At that moment, a chorus of sighs erupted from the sidelines as Hu Lai's triumphant voice rang out. You've got to concede. Qin Lin and Zhang Qinghuan turned their attention to the field, where Qin Shi stood dejectedly, while Hu Lai celebrated nearby. Seeing this, Qin Lin rose and said, come, join me for a few kicks. All right. Zhang Qinghuan set down her juice-filled cup and followed her brother down to the pitch. As they entered, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The following day, before training commenced, Qin Lin received a call from Zhao Kongming, summoning him directly to the head coach's office from the parking lot. How was last night's gathering? Was it enjoyable? Zhao Kongming inquired eagerly upon Qin Lin's arrival. However, Qin Lin did not respond immediately, his expression betraying a peculiar sentiment. What's the matter? Did something happen? Zhao Kongming's heart sank at the sight of him. Not at all, Qin Lin reassured him, calming his nerves before organizing his thoughts to recount the events of the previous evening's gathering. He shared how he and Zhang Qinghuan had concluded the match by defeating Hu Lai, sending him off the field. However, the competitive match amongst the teams did not conclude there. Rather, it ignited an even greater sense of rivalry and interest among the participants. The card games were abandoned as everyone began forming their own teams, taking turns to play. The root cause of this fervor lay with Hu Lai. That young man set up a whiteboard, a mobile one typically found in locker rooms, on which he inscribed the names of himself, Chen Xingyi, and Sun Chuan Junping, accompanied by their respective victory counts. Among all the names, there stood proudly at the pinnacle. Furthermore, he had inscribed their names in bold, vivid letters, while the names of others were relegated to a diminutive size. Who could possibly tolerate such a slight? Who would willingly allow themselves to be overshadowed by Hu Lai's audacity? Consequently, a collective resolve emerged among the players to dethrone Hu Lai from his lofty position. Eventually, when Hu Lai's name was finally eclipsed, the arena erupted in fervent cheers and applause, marking the conclusion of the gathering. After listening to Qin Lin's account, Zhao Kongmin covered his forehead in disbelief. So you all merely changed the venue for your team competition? Qin Lin, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation, offered a wry smile. At that moment, no one perceived it that way, but in hindsight, that is precisely what transpired. We simply relocated our training. Zhao Kongmin found himself at a loss, torn between sympathy for the players and finding humor in their predicament. In the locker room, Hu Lai once again extended a warm invitation to his teammates. When shall you all come over to our place for some fun? Unlike the previous enthusiasm, his teammates now evaded the question. Han Xiangfei waved his hands dismissively. Not going, never going again. I went for relaxation, not for extra practice. Isn't the Iron Cage Scorpion fight enticing, Brother Han? I plan to enhance the game rules, with the ultimate victor receiving a mysterious grand prize. Hu Lai, resembling a devil, fervently enticed Han Xiangfei. Yet, Han Xiangfei was not swayed. What nonsense. I fear for my well-being, Hu Lai. If the media and fans discover I was injured at your party, who knows how they would perceive it? They might think we were so wild that we ended up hurting ourselves. But in reality, I was injured playing football. Is that not an outrageous injustice? The other teammates nodded in agreement. From the anxious expressions on their faces, one might assume they had attended a demonic feast that demanded the sale of their souls. Where was the promised party? Chapter 84. The internet celebrity team, virtually the entire first team of Star Flash, attended Hu Lai's warm-up party. A gathering that was a far cry from the intimate gatherings of fewer than 10 people, creating quite a commotion. Coupled with the presence of numerous hired staff, it was impossible for the media to remain oblivious to this event. As Star Flash ascended from the China League to the Super League, their visibility surged to new heights. From a certain perspective, Hu Lai believed that hosting a celebration post-victory would evade controversy. Yet he was still too young and naive. Soon, rumors began circulating online about the entire Star Flash team reveling wildly in an opulent villa. Following the emergence of this rumor, the public reaction has predominantly been negative. Although the Flash stars have secured victories in their last 2 matches, critics argue that such achievements provide no justification for complacency. How can one become so self-satisfied after merely 2 wins? Have they forgotten that a challenging away match against Sydney Coast looms on Wednesday? Detractors express concern that the revelry at this juncture may adversely affect the team's performance in the AFC Champions League. Some believe this is simply youthful hubris, an obliviousness to the gravity of their situation, devoid of respect. Others feign disappointment, lamenting that they had hoped players like Hu Lai would surpass their predecessors, only to find their optimism misplaced. Indeed, Chinese football resembles a vast dye vat, where anyone who enters risks losing their original hue. What becomes of those who receive salary increases? They indulge in opulent villas and lavish parties, reveling nightly. Hence, I often assert that as long as the overarching environment remains unchanged, the emergence of any number of prodigies will prove futile. While these sentiments may appear sympathetic towards Hu Lai, they ultimately serve to define him. It is as if one is hastily arranging a memorial service for someone who is still very much alive. The implications are all too clear. Such remarks have understandably incited dissatisfaction among Hu Lai's supporters, yet their arguments seem feeble in light of the facts. After all, it is an established truth that Hu Lai hosted a party for his teammates following his move. Faced with this undeniable evidence, their options for defense are severely limited. One cannot simply close their eyes to the truth and insist that the gathering was a training session rather than a celebration. After concluding their morning training, the team boarded a bus to the airport, bound for Sydney, Australia, where they would compete in their 5th group match of the AFC Champions League against Sydney Coast. Upon their arrival in Sydney and reconnecting to the internet, shocked exclamations arose. What is this? It turned out that someone had shared screenshots of the online discussions regarding their party at Hulai's opulent residence. The topic had even trended on Weibo. Titled, Hulai's Mansion Party. Why is it solely my mansion? Hulai protested upon seeing the topic. What about Huan Gu and Xiao Xingxing? I'm not the only one paying the rent. Why are their names excluded? Do they look down on Huan Gu? Huan Gu, I assure you. I am not one to stir trouble, but I truly cannot tolerate this. The crux of the matter, Zhang Qinghuan interjected, is that they are using this to criticize us for our recklessness in hosting an ill-timed party. Hulai shrugged. People die every day in this world. Should we refrain from laughter simply because they lost their parents? He remained largely indifferent to the clamor online, asserting, with integrity, one need not fear shadows. Upon disembarking, the club's general manager, Dong Wan, also caught wind of the news and hurried to find Zhao Kongming. Lao Zhao, are you aware of this? He inquired, showing his phone to Zhao Kongming, who glanced at it and chuckled. Oh, I'm aware. As Dong Wan observed his continued smile, the weight in his heart began to lift. He inquired, what is going on here? Are the criticisms not centered around the notion that the players were merely visiting Hulai's residence for leisure? However, Zhao Kongming shrugged. They weren't playing, were they? Dong Wan paused, momentarily taken aback, before his expression turned grave. Old Zhao, this response to public sentiment is untenable. Who would believe they weren't having fun? Zhao Kongming intended to clarify the situation to Dong Wan, yet he spotted Hulai waiting for his luggage by the conveyor belt and beckoned him over. Hulai, come here. Upon Hulai's arrival, Zhao pointed to Dong Wan. You should explain to manager Dong the events of that evening's party. With unwavering integrity, Hulai recounted every detail of their gathering to Dong Wan. Zhao Kongming observed as Dong Wan's expression transitioned from anxious seriousness to one of utter bewilderment. So, you and over 20 others spent the entire night playing a competitive match in that backyard football field? Hulai nodded affirmatively. Yes, Manager Dong. They managed to dethrone me from my top position. Dong Wan raised his hand. That's not the crux of the matter. Let me clarify. You invited everyone to your new home for a housewarming gathering? Hulai nodded again. Indeed, Manager Dong. Then you mentioned that you invented a game called Iron Cage Scorpion Fight? Yes, Manager Dong. You created this game, and everyone eagerly participated until the event concluded? Precisely, Manager Dong. I was leading until they knocked me off my perch. This time, Dong Wan did not address Hulai but fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly processing the information he had just received. After a while, he said, It's not that I doubt you, Hulai. It's just that your account is rather extraordinary. I dare say others would find it hard to believe as well. This is the first time I've heard of professional players gathering for a party to engage in competitive matches rather than revelry. Hulai quickly interjected. We have photographs as evidence, Manager Dong. Photographs? Dong Wan's eyes lit up. Not only photographs, but also videos, chimed in Qin Lin, who had approached unbeknownst to them. He handed over his phone. My wife recorded a segment of the match between Qin Shi and Hulai that day. Dong Wan clapped his hands together. Excellent. This situation will not stir any controversies online. Instead, it presents our club with a splendid promotional opportunity. As the entire team of Shining Stars engaged in on-field training at the away venue, the club arranged for the accompanying reporter, Chen Jinyu, to interview Hulai and Qin Lin, aiming to dispel the swirling rumors online. Some online claim that you celebrated excessively after the team's victory, disregarding the upcoming AFC Champions League match, throwing a party in wild abandon. Hulai, what do you have to say about this? Chen Jinyu posed the question. Hulai spread his hands. The issue is, we did not indulge in wild celebrations. Chen Jinyu, playing along, pressed further, no revelry? Did you invite your teammates to your new home? After dining, we engaged in a spirited team competition in the courtyard. Hulai promptly retrieved his phone and showed Chen Jinyu the photos captured during the event. This moment was, of course, meticulously recorded by the nearby camera, leaving no room for doubt. Soon after, Chen Jinyu shared these images on his personal Weibo, accompanied by an interview narrative, thereby clarifying any misunderstandings regarding their gathering in the media. Following this, influential marketing accounts began to craft humorous anecdotes around the incident, widely disseminating them. The posts were often adorned with on-site photos or videos. Care to join the party? The kind where, after a meal, we engage in a competitive match. The players of the Shining Stars, full of enthusiasm, believed they were in for a feast of fine wine, delectable food, and beautiful company. However, what awaited them was rigorous strength training, endurance drills, and competitive confrontations. Although the situation was rather unfortunate, I found myself chuckling at the absurdity of it all. I had heard of barbecue parties and pool parties, and I was aware of gatherings filled with stunning individuals, but honestly, this was my first encounter with a competitive match party. What a sight to behold. To be frank, when the rumors spread online about Li and his friends reveling in a mansion, I was skeptical. Why? Consider who was hosting the event. Li. If he were to throw a party, would it unfold in the orderly manner everyone envisioned? Surely, he would conjure some unexpected twist to make the gathering memorable. And indeed, he did. Recently, an intriguing incident unfolded in the domestic football scene. Li and a few of his close friends rented a lavish villa and invited the entire Shining Stars team to celebrate their housewarming. Upon hearing party, one might instantly envision a plethora of indulgent revelry and nightly festivities. The Shining Stars players likely shared this anticipation, excitedly finishing their training and donning attire for the soiree, eager to shine as the stars of the event. But guess what? A group of professional athletes, fresh from the training ground, found themselves engaged in a match at Li's warm-up facility. What a surprising turn of events. I cannot speak for the Shining Stars players, but had I known this was the plan, I would have opted out entirely. It must be said, the ingenuity in organizing a competitive match at a party is quite remarkable, and Li deserves credit for this brilliant idea. The event garnered considerable attention, and the unexpected twist sparked a flurry of discussions online. Numerous marketing accounts, social media influencers, and onlookers eagerly shared the amusing anecdotes, often accompanied by laughter. What began as a potential public relations crisis for Li and the Shining Stars transformed into a viral marketing phenomenon, showcasing the team's delightful charm in stark contrast to others. The dialogue extended beyond the realm of football and sports, as individuals from various fields joined in the discussion, allowing the incident to transcend its original context. In a single night, Andong Star transformed into a trending football team, much like the vibrant city of Jincheng that it represents. However, to alter public perception, beyond mere public relations strategies, the team's performance remains paramount. Should the team falter in away games and suffer defeat, all prior PR efforts would be in vain. The blame would inevitably be directed at the celebratory gathering, with the narrative suggesting that it was Li's reckless antics that led teammates to stray from their usual training regimen, resulting in fatigue and, ultimately, the team's downfall. There are countless scapegoats to choose from, and depending on the circumstances, one can easily select an appropriate excuse, ensuring that there is always a suitable blame for Li and his companions. This is the unwritten law of the football realm. Victors reign supreme. As long as one emerges victorious, even if they indulge in nightly revelries, those tales merely serve as embellishments to the triumph, anecdotes beneath the legend. Conversely, should one fail to win, even with a diligent routine between the training ground and home, critics will assert that their lives lack excitement and passion, deeming them unfit for such a fervent sport. This phenomenon mirrors the superstition surrounding the act of touching the trophy before a final match, widely regarded as an omen of misfortune. The belief is so ingrained that any loss is attributed to the individual who dared to touch the trophy beforehand. Even before the match commences, the mere sight of someone touching the trophy instills anxiety, preemptively providing justifications for a potential loss. Yet, there are instances where teams have triumphed despite the pre-match ritual of trophy touching. In such cases, it seems that the collective memory conveniently forgets this supposed curse, failing to acknowledge that such actions are not the decisive factors in determining a team's ultimate victory. Thus, the success of the gathering hinges on the outcome of the match between Star and Sydney Coast. In the penultimate round of the AFC Champions League group stage, the fates of many teams are at stake. Osaka Victory currently holds 10 points and stands at the top of the group. A draw against the third-placed Seoul Eland at home would secure their advancement. If Osaka Victory qualifies, then Star only needs to avoid defeat against Sydney Coast to also secure their place in the next round. In the event of tied points, the standings are determined by the results of the matches between the tied teams. Here, Star leads Seoul Eland with 1 win and 1 draw. Therefore, even if Seoul Eland draws against Osaka Victory away, and Star draws with Sydney Coast, Star would still hold a 3-point advantage over Seoul Eland, having the edge in head-to-head results. Even if Star loses at home to Osaka Victory in the final round, and Seoul Eland triumphs over Sydney Coast, both teams would have equal points, yet Star would still qualify for the next stage. Ultimately, Star settled for a goalless draw with Sydney Coast, while Seoul Eland suffered a 1-3 defeat against Osaka Victory. In their inaugural participation in the AFC Champions League, Andong Shining Stars, alongside Osaka Victory, have successfully emerged from the group stages, advancing to the round of 16. Has there been any criticism of that match? None. Online, the topic of Shining Stars qualification has once again surged to the forefront of trending discussions, solidifying their status as a popular team. Chapter 85. A witness to Asia. If anyone had pointed to Andong Shining Stars' name following the draw for the AFC Champions League group stage and declared, "This team will be among the top 16, they would surely have been met with ridicule. What do you know about football?" Even Shining Stars head coach, Zhao Kongming, declared that they were there to learn from the strong teams of Asia, adopting a humble stance. Yet now, the team that came to learn has indeed progressed from the group stage, embodying the demeanor of an exemplary student. This team, in their first appearance in the AFC Champions League, has begun at a commendably high starting point. During their initial group stage match, a 0-3 defeat to Osaka Victory, many debated whether participating in the AFC Champions League would be a blessing or a curse for this newly promoted team, and whether it would jeopardize their chances of remaining in the league. Following that, they returned to league play but faced another loss against Nanjiaorui Lions, leading to widespread concern. Some even suggested that Shining Stars should field a reserve team in the AFC Champions League, merely to get through the tournament and refocus on the league after being eliminated. In hindsight, many fans of Shining Stars are grateful that coach Zhao Kongming is a discerning individual, undeterred by public opinion, who did not choose to treat the AFC Champions League lightly. Instead, he prepared earnestly for each match, ensuring the team performed well. Ultimately, this diligence resulted in their impressive feat of advancing from the group stage in their first appearance. Indeed, for Shining Stars, qualifying from the AFC Champions League group stage is a source of immense pride and accomplishment. Thus, when the entire team joyfully returned to Andong Shining, they were met with a warm reception from local media and fans at the airport. Initially, this welcoming ceremony was misconstrued as a celebration for a celebrity's arrival, leading many eager onlookers to wait in anticipation, only to be greeted by a group of professional players clad in matching athletic uniforms. As this scene became a frequent occurrence at Jincheng's Dongxing International Airport, people grew accustomed to it, no longer astonished. They recognized that Shining Stars must have returned triumphantly. However, it is essential to note that not every arrival was a victorious one. Initially, the celebrations were reserved for wins, but now, regardless of the outcome, fans and media gather to welcome the team back from away matches. After all, one cannot support only in victory while ignoring them in defeat. Such behavior would be overly superficial. For the players of Flash Star, each return is met with the heartwarming sight of fans welcoming them at the airport, akin to a weary traveler arriving home after a long journey, where even before they can raise a hand to knock, the door swings open to reveal family members beaming with smiles in the warm glow of the lights. The arduous trek of thousands of miles suddenly pales in comparison. During the period when Jincheng, in Andong Province, lacked a professional football team, this city was dubbed a football desert, with playful jabs suggesting that the local entertainment scene had no room for the sport. Such sentiments, repeated countless times, led many to genuinely believe that this city had no need for football. Indeed, the fans of this city have long been absent from the annals of Chinese football history and missed the rapid evolution of domestic football culture. However, it is essential to remember that this city was once a golden hub for Chinese football, the very place where the first whistle of the professional league was blown, and where numerous facets of Chinese football culture were born. The rallying cries of encouragement that echoed nationwide, the term dismissed becoming synonymous with firing a coach, and the pioneering spirit of chartering flights to watch matches. Nowadays, both fans and professional clubs are gradually rectifying the gaps left behind. The fervor of cheering has never waned with the passage of time, and Andong's football culture is being revitalized. A desert, once devoid of grass and trees, can sprout life with a few rains amidst climate change. Wild grasses emerge eagerly from the sandy soil and gravel. These wild grasses not only benefit from the climate change, but also serve as agents for its continuation. Eventually, as rainfall increases, birds carry an array of seeds to this barren land, embedding them in the soil where they take root and sprout, giving rise to shrubs. Many years later, when attention returns to this place, one would be astonished to find that amidst a lush, verdant forest, the shadows of desolation have vanished. What was lacking were merely a few seeds and some rains. The match has concluded. Although the Dongchuan Golden Arrows did not secure a victory on their home ground, they nonetheless earned a place in the next round of their group due to this draw. The Ocean Sports Center erupted with jubilant cheers as the fans of Dongchuan Golden Arrows celebrated their team's performance. Despite the team's inconsistent form in the league this new season, their performance on the Asian Champions League stage has been remarkably stable. In the opening round of the group stage, they celebrated a resounding 4-1 victory against the Canberra Kangaroos at home, marking a triumphant start to the new season of the Asian Champions League. Subsequently, they secured a 1-0 away victory against the Hiroshima Sailors. In the third group match, they played to a 2-2 draw at home against Busan Daewoo. Upon visiting Busan, they triumphed with a narrow 1-0 victory. Thus, after the first 4 matches in the group stage, the Dongchuan Golden Arrows achieved 3 wins and 1 draw, remaining unbeaten and accumulating 10 points to claim the top position. Following their home draw of 1-1 against Hiroshima Sailors, they currently stand at 11 points, while the third-placed Canberra Kangaroos have only 5 points, creating a 6-point gap that allows the Dongchuan Golden Arrows to advance from the group ahead of schedule. Moreover, they have not only advanced early, due to their performance against the second-ranked Busan Daewoo, where they secured 1 victory and 1 draw. They hold the advantage in the win-loss relationship, even if, in the final round of the group stage, Daejeon Golden Arrow loses to Canberra Kangaroos, while Busan Daewoo triumphs over Hiroshima Shooter. Daejeon will still emerge as group leaders owing to their superior win-loss record. Not only will they qualify for the next stage, but they will do so as the top team in the group. Such remarkable performance has even led many fans of Daejeon Golden Arrow to daydream about contending for the AFC Champions League title. With such achievements in the AFC, fans are momentarily refraining from lamenting the team's less-than-stellar performance in the Chinese Super League. If Daejeon can indeed bring home an AFC trophy to this football city, then the league title can be disregarded. As the final whistle blew, Wang Xinke rose from the coaching bench and first shook hands with the coach of Hiroshima Shooter. He then turned and made his way directly into the players' tunnel. After walking a few steps further inside, he paused and glanced back towards the tunnel's exit. Although the cameras could no longer capture the moment, the enthusiastic cheers of the fans still resonated in his ears. Listening to such jubilant sounds, a smile crept onto Wang Xinke's lips. Victory belongs to the conquerors. It has been proven that as long as I can lead the team to triumph, the whispers of dissent will bear no impact on me. I wonder if Shui Chaoyu regrets not renewing his contract with me. However, it is too late now. Once this season concludes, I shall seek opportunities with other teams. When we meet again on the pitch, he should not fault me for lacking nostalgia. Wang Xinke shifted his gaze downwards and retrieved his phone from his pocket, where he found news about yesterday's qualification of Flash Stars from Group H in the AFC Champions League. The accompanying image was none other than Hu Lai's photograph. Nowadays, Hu Lai seems to have become the very embodiment of Flash Stars. Wherever there is news about Flash Stars, there is his likeness. Observing the image of Hu Lai, Wang Xinke let out a cold chuckle. After concluding the live broadcast, he removed his earpiece and, with the camera now turned off, turned to Yin Kong beside him and remarked, "This is getting lively. The round of 16 hasn't even begun, and the media is already buzzing with excitement." Yin Kong appeared somewhat resigned, responding, "I can't help but wonder if this script is somehow orchestrated by the AFC. You're overthinking it, Yin Kong. The AFC hardly pays attention to our domestic gossip. Moreover, when the group draw results were announced, there was little speculation about these two teams clashing in the AFC. Who would have anticipated that Daejeon Golden Arrow would secure the top spot in their group, or that the first-time participants Flash Stars would manage to advance? The likelihood of these two teams meeting was indeed exceedingly low. What they were discussing was precisely the knockout stage of the AFC Champions League. Following Daejeon Golden Arrow's achievement of qualifying as the first in Group F, their opponent in the first round of the knockout stage was confirmed to be the second-place team from Group H. That second-place team was none other than Flash Stars. The enmity between Hu Lai and Wang Xinke has become well known in the domestic football scene. However, The eyes of the public were primarily focused on the upcoming match in the 10th round of the league, where Flash Stars would be visiting Daejeon Golden Arrow. Unexpectedly, these two individuals encountered each other on the Asian Champions League stage. Yin Kong chuckled wryly, shaking his head. This is bound to stir up quite a commotion. The entire Asia will soon be aware of their long-standing grievances. Chapter 86. Joyous occasions bring fresh spirits shortly after the conclusion of the match between the Daejeon Golden Arrows and the Hiroshima Strikers. News outlets and online platforms were inundated with reports regarding the outcome. The media's fervor was understandable, as they recognized the significance of this result. When the group stage draw was announced, a few astute observers noted that, according to the rules, the teams advancing from Group H would face those from Group F in the round of 16. However, most people did not dwell on this, as the prospect of these two teams meeting in the knockout stage seemed exceedingly improbable. On one hand, the newcomer, Flashing Stars, needed to secure their place in the next round, while on the other, the Daejeon Golden Arrows had to perform admirably, not only to advance, but to finish at the top of their group. Thus, only under these circumstances could the two teams meet in the round of 16. Historically, the Daejeon Golden Arrows have been regular participants in the Asian Champions League, yet they have only managed to advance from the group stage twice, and they have never finished first in their group. As for the Flashing Stars, expectations were even lower regarding their chances of progressing. Ultimately, what everyone deemed impossible actually transpired. The Flashing Stars, competing in their inaugural Asian Champions League, secured a spot in the knockout stage, while the Daejeon Golden Arrows, despite their tumultuous league performance, excelled in the group stage, clinching first place ahead of schedule. This confluence of events created an utterly unforeseen scenario. Fate plays its tricks, Xiaolon remarked, holding her phone, her face betraying an unmistakable smile. Are you genuinely pleased? Hu Lisin shot a sideways glance at his wife. I had contemplated this beforehand. The two encounters in the league were inevitable. However, if I were to merely teach that scoundrel a lesson twice in a single season, it would hardly suffice. Now, it seems we have two more opportunities. Xiaolon extended two fingers, resembling a peace sign. Hu Lisin shook his head, choosing not to respond. At the post-match press conference, Wang Xinke was questioned by reporters regarding this matter. He adhered to his usual narrative, vehemently denying any intentionality, claiming it was merely an unfortunate incident from years past. He expressed understanding of Hu Lai's assertion that he would confront him whenever the opportunity arose, stating that Hu Lai was free to act as he wished. This pitiable facade of contrition irked Xiaolon, yet Hu Lisin had grown indifferent to Wang Xinke's remarks. Whether or not Wang Xinke acknowledged his past actions would not alter Hu Lisin's current reality. Even if Wang Xinke were to confess, what would it change? Hu Lisin understood that as long as Wang Xinke continued to lead his team to victories and championships, the transgressions of the past would hold little sway over him. With the passage of time, as the public's interest waned and fatigue over the incident set in, Wang Xinke would undoubtedly continue to thrive. For Hu Lisin, 30 years had elapsed, and as time marched on, the anger of yesteryears had gradually diminished. If there remained the slightest trace of anger, it has since dissipated with the hat trick scored by his son in last season's FA Cup final. Upon witnessing his son's success, the discord between him and Wang Xinke has long ceased to matter. After all, despite Wang Xinke's illustrious coaching career, rendering him a victor in life, Hu Lisin is not lacking either. He is blessed with a devoted wife and a son whose achievements continue to flourish. Is this not the very aspiration that many yearn for? For someone devoid of grand ambitions, this represents his vision of a blissful existence. Yet, he comprehends fully the sentiments of his wife and son. They have not had the luxury of 3 decades to gradually process the upheaval this situation has wrought upon them. Currently, they mirror his former self, gripped by anger, resentment, and confusion. They grapple with the perplexity of how one can commit such acts yet continue to thrive unperturbed. This is a phase that must be traversed, and he too has slowly emerged from such emotions. Hu Lai, manipulating the character within the game, had just infiltrated Xiao Yuan's team's penalty area, preparing to shoot, when a sudden exclamation from Chun Xingyi startled him. What the heck? The unexpected shout caused Hu Lai to fumble, inadvertently applying too much force as he pressed the shoot button, resulting in the character launching a wayward shot. Come on, little star, were you doing that on purpose? Hu Lai hurled the game controller onto the sofa and turned to pounce on Chun Xingyi. Haven't we already confirmed our opponent for the quarterfinals? Chun Xingyi, raising his phone to Hu Lai's line of sight, replied, "We're up against the Golden Arrow." Upon closer inspection, Hu Lai was taken aback. A Chinese derby in the AFC Champions League quarterfinals, with Golden Arrow facing off against Flash Star? He was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the odds of 25-1, as mentioned by Zhang Qinghuan, had indeed materialized? These odds had been set by foreign bookmakers regarding the AFC Champions League. Such professional betting entities offer wagers on virtually everything, from who will clinch the championship to predicting the score of each match, even the potential matchups between teams. Given the various possibilities of the four teams in groups F and H, the likelihood of Dazhong Golden Arrow and Flash Star clashing was quoted at 25-1 by that particular bookmaker. Realizing the implications, Hu Lai slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. "Excellent. Hu Lai, I suspect you have somehow manipulated the AFC Champions League." "Manipulated? Please, is this something I could control? It seems even fate cannot bear to watch." Ecstatic, Hu Lai tossed the game controller onto the sofa, seized his phone, and rushed to the online forum to see the public's reaction to this development. Almost everyone was eagerly anticipating the commencement of this match. Hu Lai too was impatient, inquiring of his companions, "When does the AFC Champions League quarterfinal begin?" Wang Guangwei shook his head. "It cannot be determined yet. We must wait for all qualifying teams to be finalized before a specific date is set. Surely there must be an approximate time frame?" Hu Lai persisted, unwilling to relent. "It should be in May, right?" Wang Guangwei could only reference last season's AFC Champions League, as the round of 16 took place in late May. "May, you say? That is soon approaching. Today is already April 11th. Hu Lai cheerfully flipped through the calendar, counting down the days. Less than 20 days remain. While perusing the calendar, he suddenly paused, staring at his phone. "What's the matter?" Wang Guangwei inquired. "It just dawned on me that our match against the Golden Arrow in the league is also in May. Isn't it?" It seems so." Hu Lai chuckled again. "Hey, this May is going to be exhilarating." He then set aside his game, humming a tune, and made his way towards the stairs. Xia Xiaoyu, observing the unfinished match on the projection screen, wanted to call out to him, but her mouth opened without a sound. Hu Lai had vanished around the corner of the staircase, his footsteps and melody echoing behind him. "Run, proud youth, in the heart of the young. Let the steadfast belief burn bright, proud and passionate. I shall sing the song of victory once more." His roommates, hearing Hu Lai's off-key singing, withdrew their gazes from the staircase, exchanging glances. After a moment of mutual observation, Xia Xiaoyu softly hummed, "I shall sing the song of victory once more." The following day, after training, Hu Lai was cornered by reporters outside the training ground. Everyone was solely concerned with one matter: Hu Lai's perspective on the match result. "What else is there to say? I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep." Hu Lai opened his mouth, provoking laughter from the crowd, truly embodying his signature playful sarcasm. His rivalry with Wang Xinke was well known, needing no further elaboration. In essence, everyone was eager to witness the encounter between Hu Lai and Wang Xinke, to see if Hu Lai could fulfill his solemn promise, or if he would concoct excuses after a potential defeat. Regardless of the outcome, whether Hu Lai triumphed or Wang Xinke emerged victorious, the spectators remained unfazed, always in a position of advantage. How did Hu Lai perceive this situation? He had never concerned himself with the mindset others held towards the match, nor did he care about the secret judgments regarding his actions, whether they deemed him a reckless youth or believed in acts of mercy. He simply adhered to his original intention, and that intention was to utterly defeat Wang Xinke. By a twist of fate, the AFC Champions League presented him with this opportunity, which he would undoubtedly seize. In the end, he addressed the reporters, each harboring their own agendas. "I keep my word. Please look forward to it, and do anticipate." With that, he turned to bid farewell to the group of reporters and strode towards the locker room, leaving them with only his silhouette. The off-key melody echoed from afar. "I shall sing the song of victory once more." P.S. The song is Proud Youth by Nanjung Beijan. The chapter concludes. Chapter 87. Changes are afoot. Although Hu Lai was already brimming with anticipation, he understood that the remaining 20 days would still pass one day at a time. During this period, for Flash Star, the schedule remained intensely packed. On April 13th, Saturday, the Flash Stars faced a challenging away match against the Mountain Sea Blue Moon. Having recently traveled to Sydney, Australia, for an AFC Champions League group match, many players were not in peak physical condition. Consequently, coach Zhao Kongming implemented significant rotations in the starting lineup, resulting in a 1-2 defeat for the Flash Stars. Despite Hu Lai's substitution and his subsequent goal, he could not avert the team's loss. Nevertheless, even with this setback, the Flash Stars only slipped one position in the league standings, from 6th to 7th. For a team focused on relegation survival, this ranking was entirely acceptable, and there was no discontent among the supporters regarding the defeat. Additionally, having just advanced from the AFC Champions League group stage, the fans were unconcerned with the league outcome, eagerly anticipating the round of 16 matches to commence the following week. However, this was not feasible, as the upcoming midweek match would be the last of the group stage, featuring two already qualified teams in a friendly encounter. In the home match against Osaka Victory, Zhao Kongming opted for a blend of starters and substitutes, primarily to provide more players with the experience of the Champions League atmosphere. The away team, Osaka Victory, also did not field their strongest lineup, favoring a rotational strategy. In a harmonious atmosphere, the match ended in a 1-1 draw, concluding both teams' journeys in the group stage. Following the final round, all teams advancing to the knockout stage were confirmed, and the specific schedule for the round of 16 was released. The first leg between the Flash Stars and the Golden Arrows was set for Wednesday, May 8th, with the return leg scheduled for the following Thursday, May 16th. Upon the announcement of this schedule, spectators found humor in the timing, sandwiched between these two matches on Saturday. May 11th was a much-anticipated Chinese Super League match, where the Dazhong Golden Arrows would host the Anton Flash Stars. It was a delightful coincidence, with both significant events converging. Within a mere 8 days, the Flash Stars and Golden Arrows would face each other 3 times in both the Champions League and the league. Wang Guangwei humorously lamented the arduous scheduling. Not necessarily, he replied. It seems more likely that the Golden Arrows might be the ones overwhelmed by us. Hu Lai, however, was quite pleased. He genuinely feared missing opportunities to compete against the Golden Arrows, eager to demonstrate his resolve to the world. After all, relying solely on 2 league encounters would lack sufficient weight to be persuasive. I even hope we might meet the Golden Arrows in the FA Cup, he added, prompting Wang Guangwei to gesture in disapproval. You must consider Chen Xingyi's perspective, he cautioned. Chen Xingyi, bewildered, responded, What does that have to do with me? To which Wang Guangwei inquired, Are you not concerned that if Hu Lai goes on a rampage, you might never return to the Golden Arrows? To discuss Hu Lai seeking revenge on Wang Xinke, the only awkward issue lies here. Chen Xingyi, now a player for the Shining Stars, must consider matters from their perspective. Jin Jiantu is his opponent, and as a representative of the Shining Stars, he must give his all to vanquish Jin Jiantu. Yet, fundamentally, his contractual obligations still tie him to the dodgy Jin Jiantu team. If he continues to defeat Jin Jiantu repeatedly while with the Shining Stars, how will the Jin Jiantu fans perceive him? What will the players of Jin Jiantu think? And how will their coach, Wang Xinke, regard him? Indeed, it is evident that Wang Xinke harbors a certain pettiness. Should he bear animosity, he might extend that sentiment towards all associated with Chen Xingyi. How will he navigate his relationship with Wang Xinke upon returning to Jin Jiantu next year? Zhang Qinghuan taunts Chen Xingyi, to which Hu Lai reassures, Do not worry, little star. It is not a significant matter. I shall help you deal with Wang Xinke, and this issue will be resolved. When you return to Jin Jiantu next season, you need not fret about Wang Xinke giving you a hard time, for he will no longer exist. After training, the players of Daji Jin Jiantu return to the locker room, changing clothes while discussing the most talked about topic, their opponents in the Asian Champions League round of 16. Outside, there is a frenzy surrounding these 3 matches. Just yesterday, a reporter sought my opinion on the matter. What could I possibly say? That is a concern between Coach Wang and Hu Lai. What relevance does it hold for me? I truly cannot fathom why those media reporters come to inquire. What else could they want? Surely, they thrive on the drama. This trivial issue has been sensationalized for so long that my ears have grown calloused from it. Say, do you think Coach Wang truly did that? The lively discussion in the locker room abruptly ceased, and silence enveloped the space. The questioner realized he had posed a rather foolish inquiry. How could he expect an answer in such a semi-public setting? Regardless of their private thoughts, everyone remained reticent. Similar discussions had occurred before in the locker room, and they too had gone unanswered. However, this time, the silence was suddenly shattered. I think he might have actually done it. All eyes turned in astonishment towards the speaker, Jin Yong. Yet, they merely widened their eyes at one another without uttering a word, and no one foolishly asked, why? After voicing his thought, Jin Yong fell silent, dressing quietly before exiting the locker room alone. The others hastened their movements, seemingly eager to escape the palpable awkwardness that lingered. The team captain, Chai Shun, noticed the shift in atmosphere and furrowed his brow slightly. Although the match against the Shining Stars was still far off, it seemed the locker room was already affected by the impending encounter. As an experienced captain, Chai Shun felt a twinge of concern. He recognized that he could not allow such an atmosphere to fester, so he spoke up in the silent locker room. "All right. That is a private matter for the head coach and does not concern us. Why overthink it? We merely need to perform well in our matches." As the captain, his words certainly commanded attention. However, Chai Shun could still discern from the expressions of certain players that they did not take his words to heart. In truth, Chai Shun himself felt that his statement was particularly feeble and lacked any solid foundation. The matter at hand was undoubtedly a personal affair of the head coach. Regardless of his actions, it had no bearing on the current situation of the Golden Arrow. After all, even if he had indeed committed such acts, it was not during his tenure at Golden Arrow. Yet, after the situation escalated, could it still be said that it was unrelated to Golden Arrow? To maintain such a notion would be nothing short of self-deception. Wang Xinke is the head coach of Golden Arrow, and if Li seeks revenge on Wang Xinke, he cannot simply arrange for someone to assault him. Naturally, the retribution must occur on the football field, which means that the true target of his vengeance is indeed Golden Arrow. Thus, how could one assert that this matter is unrelated to Golden Arrow? In a certain sense, if Wang Xinke truly committed that act, inciting Li's fury and desire for retribution, his wrath would ultimately be directed at Golden Arrow. It could be said that the team is suffering the consequences on behalf of their coach. Wang Xinke noticed that ever since the opponent and match time for the AFC Champions League round of 16 were determined, the atmosphere seemed somewhat off. He even sensed that the team was discussing him and Li behind his back. Not only the team, but even the club staff, he felt, regarded him with a gaze that seemed to harbor ulterior motives. The ongoing training was abruptly interrupted by a sharp whistle, and Wang Xinke, seething with anger, stormed onto the field, pointing at a player and berating him. "How many times have I said this? After conceding a goal, you must immediately press back. Was that a press just now? If my grandmother were alive, she could do it with more vigor. Did you not have lunch?" The player of Golden Arrow, who had drawn his ire, lowered his head, too intimidated to retort. The other players, witnessing this scene, fell silent, casting sympathetic glances at their teammate. But do not be misled into thinking that this would spare them from Wang Xinke's wrath. He turned to the other players and shouted, "Let me make this clear. Do not take training lightly. Anyone who cannot adopt a proper attitude can leave. My team does not need slackers. Do not think that winning the league title means you can rest easy. You have yet to secure the AFC Champions League title, and this season presents your final opportunity." Thus, he silently added to himself that he would not be here to cater to them next season. Every player, under the barrage of their coach's scolding, appeared numb, devoid of any emotion, whether joy or sorrow. Witnessing such a group of players, who remained puppet-like regardless of his criticisms, only fueled Wang Xinke's frustration further. "What are you staring at? Huh? Wooden heads. Do you need me to teach you the basics? Who would believe that? The mighty champions of the Chinese Super League. And you can't even manage to press back after conceding a goal. With your lack of discipline, it's no wonder you lost the championship last season." After venting his frustrations, he entrusted the training session to the assistant coach and departed from the training ground. A group of players exchanged bewildered glances, their previously expressionless faces now adorned with confusion. They struggled to comprehend why the head coach was so irate. Even if some players underperformed during practice, it hardly warranted such an outburst. After much contemplation, Chai Shun resolved to seek an audience with the club's general manager, Xue Qiaoyu, to clarify the situation. Following the conclusion of training, teammates convened in the locker room to discuss the incident that had transpired on the field. During their discourse, they expressed both confusion and dissatisfaction with Coach Wang's conduct. Though no one dared to contradict Wang Xinke at the time, it did not imply their willingness to be berated like fools. After all, each was an established professional player. Was it too much to ask for dignity? Listening quietly to the complaints and bewilderment regarding Wang Xinke's actions, Chai Shun eventually exited the locker room to find Xue Qiaoyu. "Just in time, Shunzi. I was just about to seek you out," Xue Qiaoyu remarked with a smile upon seeing Chai Shun. "I heard that Coach Wang left early today during training." Chai Shun was not at all surprised that Xue Qiaoyu was aware of the matter, as it was hardly a secret. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes. Coach Wang is dissatisfied with our team's performance during practice." "Oh, was the team's performance really that poor?" Chai Shun recounted the events of the training session in detail to Xue Qiaoyu. After listening attentively, Xue Qiaoyu fell into a contemplative silence. Chai Shun continued, "Old Xue, I am somewhat concerned. The atmosphere within the team has become increasingly abnormal. If this continues, I fear it may affect our upcoming matches." Xue Qiaoyu did not respond immediately, but instead posed a question. When did this abnormality begin? After a moment of thought, Chai Shun candidly replied, "It started after we secured the top position in the AFC Champions League group. I suspect it is related to that incident with Hu Lai." Initially, many dismissed his remarks. But now that we are set to face the Starlight in the round of 16, the topic has resurfaced with heightened intensity. To be honest, old Xue, I didn't take Hu Lai's words seriously at the time. I thought a young lad couldn't stir much trouble. Yet, his performance in the U23 Asian Cup transformed him into a beacon of hope for fans nationwide, and now his words carry a different weight. Upon hearing Chai Shun's reflections, Xue Qiaoyu sighed softly. Indeed, the national team has practically confirmed his selection. Once Hu Lai completes his Olympic duties, he will join the national squad to assist in the World Cup qualifiers. The attention he receives is extraordinary. Because of this, I have heard that the Football Association has paused their evaluation of Wang Xinke. Chai Shun was taken aback, and then realization dawned upon him. I understand now why Coach Wang has been in such a foul mood lately. Previously, he was aware that the Football Association was assessing Wang Xinke, seemingly with the intention of having him succeed Marcel Wilson as the head coach of the Chinese national team. To be frank, the reason for Wang Xinke's high regard within the Dazhuan Golden Arrow team stemmed from the prospect of him potentially becoming the national coach in the future. Are you daring to offend him now, ignoring his words? Do you still wish to join the national team in the future? At this thought, Chai Shun suddenly inquired, "Why didn't the club terminate his contract before the season commenced?" Xue Qiaoyu sighed. "Isn't it simply due to the absence of suitable candidates? Domestic coaches are mostly like that, and negotiating with foreign coaches takes time." Chai Shun pressed, "So, is there now a suitable candidate?" Xue Qiaoyu hesitated before responding, "We are striving to negotiate." Chai Shun understood the predicament Xue Qiaoyu faced. Despite their long-standing collaboration and deep relationship, certain matters could not be casually discussed. He nodded, "All right, I understand." Seeing Chai Shun's reasonableness, Xue Qiaoyu felt relieved. On the side of the locker room, you must maintain order with the veteran players, ensuring they remain unaffected by external factors. Our performance in the AFC Champions League has been commendable, and the club naturally harbors ambitions. I comprehend, old Xue. It is precisely for this reason I sought you out. I do not wish for our team to crumble. I will also have another word with Wang Xinke, urging him to temper his temper. After all, no one in the team is an inexperienced child. His behavior is counterproductive. Indeed, that is wise. I would not want to see players and coaches embroiled in conflict. Should it reach that point, it would spell significant trouble. After bidding farewell to Chai Shun, Xue Qiaoyu returned to his office, seated himself at the desk, and shook the mouse, awakening the previously dormant computer screen. A document materialized on the screen. In the center appeared the photograph of an evidently aged, white-haired gentleman. Any true football enthusiast would instantly recognize the individual in the photo, the illustrious Spanish coach Jorge D'Alessandro, who had once led both Real Madrid and Torino to UEFA Champions League glory. The candidate Xue Qiaoyu was striving to negotiate with was none other than this man. Although the old gentleman's agent was demanding a rather steep fee, it seemed that the Golden Arrow would have to make concessions, for time was not on their side. Chapter 88. A reunion with Hu Lai. Luo Kai, accompanied by his teammates from Hedong Thunder, exited the airport, only to be immediately approached by eager reporters thrusting microphones toward him. "Luo Kai, how does it feel to return to your hometown?" He succinctly replied, "Quite well." This left the questioning reporter somewhat embarrassed. He had intended to use this approach to create rapport with Luo Kai, naturally segueing into the next topic. But Luo Kai's curt response stifled the ensuing dialogue. At that moment, another reporter interjected, "Luo Kai, you have known Hu Lai since high school. Your relationship must be quite close, right?" Luo Kai's expression stiffened momentarily before he replied with a forced smile, "It's all right." He then gestured toward his teammates, "Apologies. I need to catch a ride." Without waiting for the reporter's reactions, he jogged to catch up with his companions. In the 7th round of the league, the Shining Stars will host Hedong Thunder. Luo Kai has returned to Anton once more, marking his second visit to this venue to compete against the Shining Stars. His first appearance was during last season's Chinese Jiao League, where he represented the Nanhai team. However, Luo Kai felt no particular sentiment regarding this return. His sole purpose here is to conquer Hu Lai. The questions posed by the journalist struck him as utterly foolish. How does it feel to be back in your hometown? He mused. I have not been away for years. I returned home right after last season ended. With 6 rounds of the league already played, Hu Lai, as the primary scorer for the Shining Stars, has netted 4 goals, while Luo Kai remains goalless. This discrepancy is largely attributed to Luo Kai's role within the Hedong Thunder team. Under the tactical guidance of head coach Yin Li, Luo Kai is not designated as a primary attacker. Rather, his mission is to create opportunities for his teammates. Thus far in the league, although he has yet to score, he has provided 3 assists, demonstrating his adherence to the coach's strategic demands. Consequently, he has solidified his position as a key player for the Hedong Thunder, with Yin Li confidently entrusting the team's right flank attack to this young talent. Upon rejoining his teammates, a fellow player playfully nudged him on the shoulder and pointed toward a group of youthful and attractive female fans in the distance, jesting. I never imagined you would have fans here, Luo Kai. The banners held by those female supporters prominently displayed Luo Kai's name. He glanced in their direction, and upon noticing his gaze, they erupted in jubilant cheers. Yet, Luo Kai offered no response. He neither waved nor smiled, quickly averting his eyes after their excitement subsided. Those few fans cannot turn our away game into a home advantage, he remarked dismissively. Who cares about that? His teammates thought, perplexed by his indifference. Luo Kai chose not to linger on the enthusiastic female fans and instead boarded the waiting bus with his teammates. They animatedly debated which hot pot restaurant in Jincheng was the best and where the most beautiful women resided, but as a local from Anton, he found himself detached from the conversation, his mind solely focused on the impending match and Hu Lai. Luo Kai is in. He shoots. Danger. In the midst of the commentators' exclamations on Anton Sports Channel, Yu Zhiming leapt into the air, attempting to palm the football away, but failed to make contact. The ball soared into the net he was meant to guard. What a splendid goal. He foamed. The commentator for CCTV maintained a neutral stance, devoid of overt emotional bias. For him, the outcome, whether the Andong Shining Stars or the Hedong Thunder emerged victorious, was inconsequential. The quality of the match was what mattered. Luo Kai has scored his first goal in the Chinese Super League. Following the goal, he was filled with exhilaration. He cared not for the hometown supporters before him. In a burst of enthusiasm, he sprinted to the corner flag and executed a dramatic slide on his knees in front of the Shining Stars fans. Not only did he score, but his goal also propelled the Hedong Thunder to an away lead. It is well known that Luo Kai and Hu Lai were once classmates in the same high school. Having played together on the school team, Hu Lai and his companion both ascended to the status of professional athletes, subsequently representing the national U-23 team and bringing glory to their country by securing a spot in the Olympic Games. Such an experience is reminiscent of a captivating narrative. Their mutual progress and healthy competition are destined to become a cherished tale in the annals of Chinese football. Observing the growth of young talents like Hu Lai, Luo Kai, and Chun Xingyi fills us with gratitude, as He Ping expressed with a sigh. However, had he been aware of the true nature of the relationship between Hu Lai and Luo Kai, he might have refrained from such remarks. Luo Kai, in splendid form today, turned to Chun Xingyi after a goal was conceded and said, "It's all because of you." To which Hu Lai retorted, "What does that have to do with me? Have you considered why his performance is stellar today? Perhaps it is because he saw you. Everyone knows that your fans and his fans are at odds," he quipped. On the sidelines, head coach Zhao Kongming merely furrowed his brow at the unfolding match, showing no sign of anger. Facing a team currently ranked 3rd in the league, even on home turf, a clean sheet was an unrealistic expectation. Conceding a goal was anticipated, and the crux of the matter lay not in avoiding goals, but in how to score them. He had certainly made meticulous preparations for this scenario, confident that these harmonious young players would not disappoint him. They not only trained together but also shared their living quarters, meals, and leisure time, engaging in morning exercises led by Qin Lin. Such camaraderie transcends mere teammate relationships. Even Zhao Kongming found it hard to witness such a bond. While some may maintain such pure relationships during their youth, living in club-provided accommodations, it becomes increasingly difficult to sustain this purity once they turn professional and enter adulthood. The burgeoning desires and incomes naturally lead to independence. Continuing to live together would be deemed peculiar and unnecessary. Once one's earnings allow for a lavish lifestyle, solitude becomes more convenient. eliminating the need to tether oneself to teammates. At the very least, bringing someone home would not require explanations to a roommate, nor would one need to worry about disruptive noises during an intimate moment. Thus, Zhao Kongming observed many players with strong friendships, yet upon entering the senior team, they often led separate lives while still gathering socially. However, Hu Lai and his friends remarkably chose to remain together. Zhao Kongming and Chen Mo privately contemplated the reasons behind this phenomenon, ultimately attributing it to Hu Lai's unique personal charm, which unites individuals of diverse personalities and experiences. In other words, without Hu Lai, Zhang Qinghuan would merely be Zhang Qinghuan. Without forming friendships, Chen Xingyi might become friends with Wang Guangwei, as they had known each other since high school, but Xia Xiaoyu would remain just Xia Xiaoyu, perhaps still struggling to integrate into the team. As for Sichuan Junping, he might never find his place within the squad, even upon his eventual departure. A Japanese player, one whose brainwaves do not resonate with those of his teammates, finds it quite challenging to integrate into the team. However, with the arrival of Hu Lai, circumstances have changed dramatically. Hu Lai serves as the pivotal connection among them, consolidating all interpersonal threads into a singular entity, subsequently redistributing them, thus uniting individuals who initially seemed worlds apart. This synergy fosters a chemical reaction, transforming them into teammates who can communicate effortlessly with a mere glance on the field. The young talents, upon whom Zhao Kongming has placed his considerable hopes, do not disappoint. As the first half draws to a close, through the harmonious collaboration of the frontline trident, the Shining Stars advance the ball into the penalty area of the Hedong Thunder. After receiving a pass from Zhang Qinghuan, Chen Xingyi, exploiting a breakthrough along the flank, returns the ball as he approaches the byline. Hu Lai, darting towards the near post, deftly flicks the ball with the outside of his right foot before the Hedong Thunder defender can intervene. The ball sails into the net from the far post. Hu Lai, what brilliance! The sports commentator from Anton TV exuberantly praises Hu Lai's exquisite strike, a masterstroke. The goalkeeper of Hedong Thunder, who also serves as the national team's primary custodian, Hao lies half reclined on the ground, arms outstretched, irked as he queries, how did we let him slip by? The center back responsible for marking Hu Lai, Sui Huiming, bows his head, refraining from engaging in a dispute. Indeed, prior to the match, head coach Yanli had explicitly instructed him to closely monitor Hu Lai. Yet, only upon competing against this elusive player does one realize how exceedingly difficult it is to contain him. His movements are as ethereal as a feather. The harder one tries to seize him, the further he seems to drift away. Players are human, not machines, and lapses in concentration are inevitable. The recent goal conceded can be attributed to a lapse in the Hedong Thunder defense, as most players were drawn towards Chen Xingyi's breakthrough. Sui Huiming merely cast a fleeting glance towards Chen Xingyi, and by the time he turned back to locate Hu Lai, the latter had already darted in front of him. This young man is perpetually seeking opportunities, ensuring that one cannot afford a moment's relaxation. Throughout the first half of this season's Chinese Super League, the majority of Shining Stars opponents will be facing Hu Lai for the first time. They will soon experience firsthand why this young talent has emerged as a standout among his peers, scoring goals with an ease akin to slicing through vegetables. At this moment, Sui Huiming comprehends the formidable prowess of Hu Lai. Defending against a player whose movements in the penalty area are ghostly indeed poses a significant challenge. In truth, he yearns to say to Hao, why don't you try marking him and see if you can still voice such criticisms? However, he refrains from uttering such words. As the national team's primary goalkeeper, Hao holds the authority to direct the defensive line at the club level and is entitled to critique those he deems underperforming among his defensive teammates. For a defender to speak in such a manner would be tantamount to insubordination, potentially inciting discord within the team. Sui Huiming understands all too well that if such a situation were to arise, head coach Yanli would undoubtedly feel the weight of greater responsibility. Thus, he wisely opts for silence. Chapter 89. Professional players with Hu Lai's goal in the 42nd minute. The Shining Stars managed to equalize against their opponents just before the end of the first half. As the teams switched sides for the second half, the morale of the Shining Stars soared, and they relentlessly pressed the attack towards the goal of the Hedong Thunder, despite Hedong Thunder's third-place ranking. For positions above the Shining Stars, the latter showed no signs of intimidation. After all, they had triumphed over the defending champions. What was there to fear from a team temporarily placed third in the league? They charged forward with determination, Their fierce assault resembled a tempest, forcing Hedong Thunder to tighten their defense to prevent conceding any goals. Luo Kai nearly transformed into a fullback, retreating deep into his half to confront Chen Xingyi. The sight of these two athletes facing off ignited a wave of excitement among their fans, who eagerly anticipated the outcome of their duel. At times, when Chen Xingyi, under the pressure of Luo Kai's defense, opted to pass the ball, Luo Kai supporters would declare victory online. Conversely, when it was Luo Kai who fell victim to Chen Xingyi's breakthrough, the latter's fans would erupt in cheers, venting their exhilaration towards Luo Kai's supporters. As Chen Xingyi fiercely battled Luo Kai down the left flank, the Shining Stars executed their decisive play on the right. Qin Lin made a sudden diagonal long pass to the overlapping right back, Zhang Hao, who, upon receiving the ball in the 30-meter zone, cut inside towards the center. He then delivered a perfectly timed diagonal through ball, which appeared to be both a cross and a shot, leaving Hedong Thunder's center back, Cui Huiming, in a quandary, fearful of inadvertently scoring an own goal. In this critical moment, the qualities of an exceptional goalkeeper were put to the test. Howda, wary of Cui Huiming's hesitation, shouted out, "I got it." He decisively abandoned his goal and rushed towards the ball, intending to ensure Cui Huiming relinquished possession. Upon hearing the call, Cui Huiming instinctively withdrew his foot and spread his arms wide, allowing the ball to glide past him. However, behind him, Howda found himself in a precarious situation. He had only just noticed Hu Lai darting in from behind Cui Huiming, racing towards the ball. In a split second, Howda launched himself, extending his foot in an attempt to intercept the ball. He lowered his center of gravity, nearly sliding on his knees, arms outstretched to increase his defensive area. Hoping to thwart Hu Lai's shot, he had already resigned to the fact that he could not reach the ball before Hu Lai. All he could do was react. Yet, the ball, deftly touched by Hu Lai's toe, slipped through his armpit and into the net behind him. Hu Lai, the commentator from Anton Television, paused momentarily, regaining his composure, anxious that the goal might be ruled offside, as he had been unable to ascertain the situation clearly in that fleeting moment. When he finally focused on Hu Lai, the latter had already positioned himself behind Cui Huiming. Had he advanced before Zhang Hao's pass, it would undoubtedly have been offside. Upon seeing the referee turn and point towards the center circle, the commentator could finally exclaim with confidence, "It's a goal. Splendid." The Shining Stars lead Hedong Thunder 2-1 at home. As Cui Huiming turned around, he witnessed the scene of the football nestled in his goal, accompanied by Hu Lai, arms outstretched, sprinting towards the corner flag in celebration. Instinctively, he raised his arm to signal an offside against Hu Lai. Yet, neither the referee nor the assistant referee heeded his protest. Viewers at home, through the slow-motion replays on their screens, could clearly see that at the moment Zhang Hao made the pass, Hu Lai was perfectly aligned with Cui Huiming, his toes not even breaching the offside line. There was no issue with the goal. Hu Lai's instincts were remarkably sharp. Zhang Hao must have been uncertain whether he aimed for a cross or a shot. Zhang Hao embraced Hu Lai, exclaiming, "I knew you would make that run." Teammates patted him on the back, teasing, "Are you sure you weren't trying to shoot?" Zhang Hao retorted, "Have you ever seen such a soft shot? I was clearly aiming to assist Hu Lai." Cui Huiming glanced at the goalkeeper Howda, who had just risen from the ground, muttering in frustration, "When the hell did that kid slip past?" Now he understood just how challenging, if not impossible, it was to constantly keep an eye on him, Cui Huiming thought. He then turned his gaze towards the jubilant players from the Shining Stars. That slender figure was now engulfed among his teammates, nearly invisible, much like his movements within the penalty area, carefully concealing himself, only to reappear in the most critical positions when least expected. It was no wonder even Yao Huaxing struggled to contain him. Truly, he possessed remarkable prowess. Luo Kai also watched Hu Lai. As Hu Lai and his teammates returned to their half, Luo Kai's head followed them like a radar locking onto its target. His classmates seemed to have strengthened further. How intriguing. He clenched his fists. "Who are you looking at?" Luo Kai turned to find Chen Xingyi behind him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Your opponent is me, Luo Kai," he said with a chuckle. Luo Kai scoffed. "Here's a suggestion. If you want to score, shift to the left, because I won't be going that way." Chen Xingyi shrugged. Hearing Chen Xingyi's audacious remarks, Luo Kai's gaze fixed intently on him. Quite good, indeed. It was precisely this look that reminded him of their first meeting. For years had flown by, Chen Xingyi mused. Meanwhile, Luo Kai turned and sprinted away, clearly uninterested in reminiscing with Chen Xingyi. Determined not to concede defeat away from home, the Hedong Thunder bolstered their offensive efforts. With Luo Kai in exceptional form today, their attacks naturally gravitated towards the right flank where he played. Previously, during the Shining Stars' aggressive onslaught, Luo Kai had been tasked with defending against Chen Xingyi. Now, it was Chen Xingyi's turn to defend against Luo Kai. The two shared similar attributes, both being swift and skillful players. Luo Kai was robust, while Chen Xingyi exhibited greater agility. Thus, they engaged in a fiercely balanced contest along the wing. During the halftime break, in response to Luo Kai's exceptional performance today, Zhao Kongming made an adjustment, assigning Chen Xingyi to focus solely on defending Luo Kai. The objective was to leverage Chen Xingyi's speed advantage to contain Luo Kai, as he was the only player on the Shining Stars capable of matching Luo Kai's pace. Faced with Chen Xingyi, Luo Kai could no longer rely on his speed to force his way through as he had previously. Once he slowed down, the Shining Stars' defense could reorganize, denying him the opportunity to create chaos with an easy breakthrough. Simultaneously, Chen Xingyi's defense against Luo Kai would allow for counterattacks, compelling Luo Kai to retreat and keep him away from the Shining Stars' penalty area. In this tussle, Luo Kai found himself with few opportunities as Chen Xingyi effectively restricted him. After Luo Kai, under Chen Xingyi's pressure, sent the ball out of bounds, Chen Xingyi gasped and remarked, "I told you, if you want to score, switch sides." Luo Kai, equally breathless, retorted, "Your breathless delivery is hardly convincing. Are you talking about yourself?" Chen Xingyi chuckled, catching his breath, "With me here, scoring is out of the question for you." Luo Kai scoffed, yet deep down, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Time was slipping away, and the score remained unchanged. As the focal point of his team's offense, he felt immense pressure for not being able to help equalize the score. It must be said that Chen Xingyi, as a winger, had proven unexpectedly formidable in his defensive role. His speed made it challenging for Luo Kai to shake him off. Turning to glance at the large screen, Luo Kai noted that the match had reached the 72nd minute, with less than 20 minutes remaining. He charged forward again, initiating an attack down the right flank. Chen Xingyi stayed closely behind, denying him any chance to escape. The Shining Stars fans in the stands cheered loudly for Chen Xingyi, while the few visiting Thunder fans rallied in support of Luo Kai. Amidst the cacophony, Luo Kai feigned a continued drive to the baseline, but suddenly struck the ball inward with the heel of his right foot, simultaneously halting and pivoting to cut across the middle. Chen Xingyi, who had been shadowing him, quickly turned, utilizing his remarkable agility and explosiveness to position himself between Luo Kai and the penalty area once more. Luo Kai swung his left leg, pretending to take a long-range shot, but Chen Xingyi remained unfazed, refusing to give Luo Kai the opportunity to maneuver around him. Realizing he could not carve out a shooting lane, Luo Kai opted to gently nudge the ball with the outside of his left foot, dribbling it laterally once again. Meanwhile, Sun Quanjun pressed from the defensive midfield position, tightening the encirclement around Luo Kai. Ding Yuanhai advanced, establishing a defensive line in front of Luo Kai. Seizing the moment, Sun Quanjun lunged to poke the ball away. Luo Kai quickly extended his foot to shield the ball, but Sun Quanjun's foot collided with Luo Kai's, causing him to stumble. Observing this, Sun Quanjun promptly raised his hands, signaling that he had committed no foul. Luo Kai did not collapse in front of the Shining Stars penalty area, despite that potentially earning his team a favorable free kick, for he caught sight of an opening. In this interval, others find it insurmountable, yet football can. Seizing the moment while the defense of the Shining Stars is fixated on him, as long as he can pass the ball, no one would anticipate that he would do so. With this thought, Luo Kai strives to maintain his balance, ensuring he does not lose his center of gravity. While deftly flicking the ball to the side with the tip of his right foot, the ball soared through the gap between Chen Xingyi and Ding Yuanhai, landing in the vacant space behind Ding Yuanhai. The powerful forward of the Hedong Thunder, Stuart Balogun, made a diagonal run, swinging his right leg to strike before Wang Guangwei could intercept, sending the airborne ball towards the Shining Stars goal. With a dull thud, the ball hurtled towards the net like a cannonball. Yu Zhiming, confronted with such a forceful shot, could do nothing, lacking even the time to make a save. As the ball sailed into the goal behind him, "Goal!" He Feng exclaimed. Luo Kai delivered a splendid assist. Balogun unleashed a thunderous shot. 2-2. Hedong Thunder equalized. After drawing all three Shining Stars players towards him, Luo Kai suddenly passed the ball into the open space. Truly magnificent. Chen Xingyi withdrew his gaze from the goal, staring in astonishment at Luo Kai. Under his wide-eyed gaze, Luo Kai offered a slight smile, turning to run towards Balagan, who was beckoning him over. As he approached, Balagan lifted him up, and more Hedong Thunder players gathered around, joyfully celebrating and cheering. Why did he pass? He actually passed the ball. Wasn't he supposed to compete with Li? Witnessing this scene, Chen Xingyi expressed his astonishment to Wang Guangwei. Wang Guangwei could only shake his head helplessly, because he is also a professional player. Chapter 90. An important match thanks to Luo Kai's assist leading to Balagan's goal. Hedong Thunder ultimately drew 2-2 against the Andong Shining Stars away from home. Chen Xingyi kept his promise, preventing Luo Kai from scoring under his defense. Given the ranking disparity between Hedong Thunder and Andong Shining Stars, it seemed unfortunate that the former could not secure a victory. However, after watching the match, anyone would agree that a 2-2 draw was satisfactory for Hedong Thunder. Following Balagan's equalizer from Luo Kai's assist, they could not capitalize on their momentum to seize victory and nearly succumb to a counterattack opportunity from Chen Xingyi. Had it not been for the heroic effort of goalkeeper Hao Da, who deflected Chen Xingyi's one-on-one attempt out of play, they might have left the away game empty-handed. It is noteworthy that although the Shining Stars had the home advantage, their schedule included both domestic league matches and AFC Champions League group stage games, leading to greater physical exhaustion among their players compared to the relatively fresh Hedong Thunder. Ultimately, Hedong Thunder should feel fortunate to leave with a point, rather than discontented. In the realm of Flashing Stars, there exists a lingering dissatisfaction regarding their inability to secure victory on home turf. Chen Xingyi, having a one-on-one opportunity thwarted, found himself kneeling on the ground, momentarily immobilized by the weight of the moment. Observing the vibrant performance of Flashing Stars at their home venue left many astonished. Considering this team is a newly promoted entity, having experienced more matches than many of their rivals, their simultaneous engagement in both League and Asian Champions League competitions speaks volumes. Had it not been for the abundance of youthful players within Flashing Stars, who maintain commendable stamina, older teams might have faltered even more than Flashing Stars in such circumstances. For instance, the Dongchuan Golden Arrows, with the highest average age in the league last season, found themselves compelled to relinquish the domestic league in favor of a concentrated effort in the Asian Champions League this season. While they claimed the top spot in their group in the Champions League, they languished in 10th place in the domestic league. With the average age of the Golden Arrow starting lineup, it is indeed a formidable challenge to cope with the rigors of consecutive matches each week. Post-match, the media in Hedong expressed satisfaction with the performance of Hedong Thunder, commending both teams for delivering an exhilarating encounter. Conversely, the media in Andong expressed discontent, lamenting their failure to clinch victory. At this juncture, they seem to overlook the fact that Flashing Stars is a newly promoted team, whose primary objective for the season is to avoid relegation. Even if they did not emerge victorious from this match, they still occupy the 7th position in the league, a considerable distance from the relegation zone. It is rather uncommon for a relegation-threatened team to feel discontented for not winning against the league's third-place team at home. The local media in Andong appears to be gradually influenced and transformed by the presence of this team. Following 7 rounds of league matches, the group stage of the Asian Champions League concluded, yet Flashing Stars could not evade the fate of consecutive weekly matches as the FA Cup looms. As a Super League team, they entered the FA Cup in the 4th round this season, drawing a team from the 2nd tier in the lottery. Their luck seems favorable, avoiding an immediate clash with another Super League team. Given that the FA Cup operates on a completely random draw, it is entirely plausible for 2 Super League teams to meet as early as the 4th round. Regarding the FA Cup, Zhao Kongming no longer harbors the same hopes of gleaning insights as he did in the Champions League. Last season, he aimed for his team to acclimatize to the Super League by facing other Super League teams in the FA Cup. But now that they have established themselves as a Super League team, that need has dissipated. He has not contemplated the significance of defending the FA Cup title, as it holds little relevance. For Flashing Stars this season, the FA Cup has become akin to a superfluous endeavor. Given the intensity of the season's schedule, Zhao Kongming has resolved to forego the FA Cup from the outset. However, to clarify, this forfeiture does not equate to outright withdrawal. After all, it is still the FA Cup. While it may seem somewhat trivial, it serves as an opportunity for training and provides substitute players with valuable match experience. Thus, as the reigning champions of this competition, Flashing Stars fielded an entirely substitute lineup in the 4th round against the 2nd-tier team, Plateau Snow Mountain. Despite the fact that Flashing Stars relied solely on their substitutes, their strength still far surpassed that of Plateau Snow Mountain. As the sole professional football team representing the Plateau province, the Plateau Snow Mountain even lacks a fixed home ground. Nominally, they participate in competitions on behalf of the Plateau province. However, both their daily training and matches are conducted in various inland cities. Last season, they rented a university football field in Jiu'an City, Heshi Province, for their training and matches, with players residing in the university dormitories, dining in the campus cafeteria using a student card, and utilizing the university's football field as their home ground for matches. The choice to rent the university's facilities stemmed from the relatively low rental costs. This season, they have relocated to Qingtang City in Qinan Province, continuing to seek another university to serve as their training base and home ground. Often, aside from their name and sponsors, they have little connection to the Plateau province. In truth, the club has long desired to return to their genuine home ground for matches. Regrettably, the altitude of the plateau is exceedingly high. Should they establish their home ground there, other teams would inevitably refuse to participate in matches. Out of concern for player health and safety, the Football Association would naturally not permit them to set their home ground in Langri City, which lies at an altitude exceeding 500 meters. This predicament has rendered the Plateau Snow Mountain akin to an unwanted waif. Concurrently, the inability to establish a home ground in the Plateau province has led local sponsors to contemplate withdrawing their financial support. After all, a team that fails to bring benefits and recognition to its home location, unable even to compete locally, struggles to truly represent the region's football. In summary, although the Shining Stars fielded an entirely substitute team, they faced the Plateau Snow Mountain, which was grappling with instability due to rumors of sponsor withdrawals and an inability to ensure normal training, and managed to secure a 30-point victory despite experiencing mild altitude sickness. Zhao Kongming's decision to rest all key players and not bring them to Qingtang City was aimed at conserving their energy for an upcoming match of relative significance. This next contest is also an away game, where, in the 8th round of the league, the Shining Stars will challenge the Lingnan Sea Gods. This match holds importance for the Shining Stars not due to any lingering animosities between the two teams, as most grievances were resolved following last season's FA Cup match. Zhao Kongming earned the respect and welcome of the Sea Gods fans, and the dismissal of Sun He, who had previously let go of Hu Lai, further diminished the intrigue surrounding this match. There is hardly any sensationalism left to exploit. Even the notion of revenge seems unfounded. After all, the Shining Stars' triumph over the Sea Gods in that FA Cup match was justified. The Sea Gods Club had indeed erred in their treatment of Zhao Kongming and had used derogatory language to compel Hu Lai's departure, thus bearing the brunt of the blame. With such a mindset, what grounds does the Sea Gods have for vengeance? If every defeat were to be counted as a grudge, then the Shining Stars, who have only faced the Sea Gods once, could scarcely rank on the Sea Gods list of resentments. Given the absence of any sensational elements, the media's attention towards this match has been rather lukewarm, starkly contrasting with the intensity surrounding the 3 matches in 8 days between Dazhong Golden Arrow and Shining Star. Zhao Kongming perceives the significance of this match for the team primarily because, prior to their fierce battle against Golden Arrow and the Olympic competitions, Shining Star needs to accumulate points as a precaution in the event of consecutive defeats during the Olympic training and competitions. Having a cushion of current points would prevent them from plummeting into despair. In simpler terms, Shining Star must exert every effort to secure every point available in the league. Failing to secure a victory at home against Hedong Thunder not only left local media and Anton dissatisfied, but Zhao Kongming himself was displeased. He had originally hoped to convert the 3 points against the league's third-placed Hedong Thunder into a reality, only to settle for 1, which ignited a deep frustration within him. In preparation for the upcoming away match against Sea God, Zhao Kongming has taken proactive measures by allowing his key players to rest at home, rejuvenating them before traveling to Lingnan City to face Sea God. He has assembled his most formidable lineup, exuding an air of fierce determination. This is not merely a quest for vengeance against Sea God. Rather, they happen to obstruct his path to securing points. This season, Lingnan Sea God has encountered a challenging journey. They concluded the last season in 6th place, missing out on the chance to participate in the AFC Champions League. Yet this ranking still positioned them in the upper tier among the 16 Chinese Super League teams. Although it was disheartening to be eliminated from the FA Cup by a second-tier team, Their capabilities would likely have made it difficult to triumph over Dajong Golden Arrow in the finals. Reflecting on this, one can appreciate that last season's performance was indeed commendable and satisfying. All Sea God fans had anticipated that this season would see the team rise to greater heights, steadily advancing towards AFC Champions League qualification and becoming formidable contenders for the league championship. However, since the new season commenced, Sea God's performance has deteriorated, presenting a stark contrast to the previous year. Currently, the team finds itself in 12th place on the league table, a position that is an entire double of their final standing last season, a twist of fate that seems particularly ironic. Club general manager Zhang Chong has also been facing his own set of challenges. Several signings during the transfer period have proven to be rather unsuccessful, failing to enhance the team's strength, while the departure of certain players has further weakened their capabilities. Undoubtedly, the most disheartening aspect for him is Zhao Kongming. Witnessing Zhao lead Andong Shining Star, a team predominantly composed of youth, to a higher ranking in their inaugural Super League season than Sea God, while also advancing to the knockout stage of the AFC Champions League, could not possibly bring Zhang any joy. It was he who, due to a clash of philosophies, compelled Zhao Kongming to leave. Now, seeing the one who was ousted thriving so remarkably is particularly painful. Beyond the sentiments of the fans, there is also a voice within the club advocating for the reinstatement of Zhao Kongming as head coach, hoping to reintegrate his football philosophy back into Sea God. The Sea God Club has always been renowned for nurturing young talent, naturally providing us with a distinct advantage in the reservoir of emerging players compared to other clubs. With Zhao Kongming's return, everything is familiar to him, requiring no adjustment period, allowing for swift achievements. Furthermore, given the relationship between Zhao Kongming and Hu Lai, should he return to the Sea God, we might even have the opportunity to bring Hu Lai back as well. This notion appears reasonable. However, a significant issue arises. If Zhao Kongming is reinstated, it implies that his football philosophy has triumphed at the Sea God Club. Conversely, Zhang Chong, who represents an opposing football ideology and harbors substantial differences with Zhao, would logically need to be sacrificed to demonstrate the club's genuine intent in welcoming Zhao back. Therefore, as long as Zhang Chong remains in his position, he would never consent to the decision of reinstating Zhao Kongming. After all, he cannot be his own executioner, as that would require him to acknowledge the failure of his own approach, for which he must take responsibility. Thus, his only path is to resign. For Zhangqing, the upcoming match is of paramount importance, potentially determining his fate at this club. If the Sea God can triumph over the Starlight, he can prove to the board that, despite Zhao Kongming's success with the Starlight, his strategy at the Sea God is equally commendable. In the realm of football, victory serves as the most compelling evidence. Chapter 91. Your death matters to me. Zhang Chong sat in the VIP box, observing the match alongside Dongchuan, the general manager of the Starlight. However, his expression was far from pleasant. Next to him, a rotund individual beamed with delight, his chubby face appearing almost like a steamed bun, with features squeezed towards the center, seemingly oozing with oil. The source of this individual's joy was the surprising lead taken by the visiting team, the Starlight. Indeed, at the Sea God's home ground, it was the Starlight that scored first. Wang Guangwei, capitalizing on a free kick opportunity, he headed the ball into the net, giving the Starlight the lead. The commentator, He Feng, exclaimed that this was his first goal of the season. After scoring, Wang Guangwei raised his fist towards the sky, only to be enveloped by his teammates in celebration. Come on, old Wang. Your celebration after scoring lacks creativity. Hu Lai chided as he embraced Wang Guangwei. This is your first goal of the season. You merely waved your hand. One might think you were hailing a taxi. I don't score often, Wang Guangwei retorted. Why go through all the fuss? Behind the jubilant Starlight players stood the dejected Sea God team. Captain Chen Farron retrieved the ball from the net, tossed it towards the center circle, and stood with his hands on his hips, shaking his head slightly. Reflecting on the previous season, when the Starlight faced them in the FA Cup, the Sea God had relied on bizarre set-piece tactics to score, performing like a troupe of clowns in front of them. Currently, in terms of set-piece scoring, the performance of Flash Stars is merely a reflection of conventional set-piece tactics, lacking any remarkable ingenuity. Zhang Qinghuan delivered the ball to the center, and Wang Guangwei, overpowering the South Korean international Jin Zikuan, executed a header into the net. It was a straightforward and forceful maneuver, resulting in a goal in the blink of an eye. Is there any sophisticated set-piece strategy involved? Absolutely none. Yet, the Sea Gods failed to defend against it. This corner kick merely encapsulates the essence of the match thus far. The venerable Super League team, the Sea Gods, found themselves surprisingly challenged when facing a newly promoted team. It is worth noting that this is their home ground. As the first half progressed, they struggled to regain their footing under the fierce and incisive onslaught of Flash Stars, ultimately conceding the goal. Having faced Flash Stars in the previous season's FA Cup, the players of Sea Gods are acutely aware of the contrast, and the differences are stark. Any player from the Sea Gods who participated in that FA Cup match can discern the substantial transformation of their team compared to last year. The enhancement in squad strength is one aspect, but the elevation in confidence is likely the most pivotal factor. Presently, Flash Stars do not require flamboyant tactics to overcome the Sea Gods. Their inherent strength alone suffices, as evidenced by Wang Guangwei's goal. When facing the Sea Gods, Flash Stars do not perceive themselves as inferior, even in an away match. Such thoughts do not cross their minds. Following Wang Guangwei's goal, head coach Zhao Kongming refrained from celebrating, instead using gestures to remind the players to remain composed as they returned to their half after the celebration. Although Flash Stars had taken the lead before the end of the first half, caution was warranted, given that it was the Sea Gods' home ground. Indeed, after conceding, the Sea Gods launched a fierce assault on Flash Stars' goal, while Flash Stars adeptly regrouped to initiate a counterattack through Chen Xingyi. Thus, they withstood the Sea Gods' pressure, maintaining the 1-0 scoreline until halftime. As the halftime whistle blew, Chairman Dongwen clasped his hands and remarked to Zhang Chong beside him, "Mr. Zhang, I must concede to you." Zhang Chong, suppressing his anger, replied, "There's still a half to play." Indeed, there is still a half. After all, football is round. Observing the jovial demeanor of the rotund man, Zhang Chong found himself unable to tolerate it any longer and chose to ignore him, rising from his seat. Meanwhile, Dongwen cast a glance at Zhang Chong's departing figure, his smile unwavering. He genuinely appreciated Mr. Zhang. Without him, he would never have had the fortune to invite Zhao Kongming as head coach. Nor would he have unearthed the gem that is Hu Lai for a mere 500,000. What a benefactor. It was rumored that Mr. Zhang had recently encountered some troubles. In fact, he hoped Mr. Zhang would remain in his position for as long as possible, as he feared that if the Sea Gods replaced him, they might poach his own talents. Gao Yujun had just returned from the restroom to the media area and noticed several local reporters discussing the fate of Sea Gods general manager, Zhang Chong. "Do you think if we lose this match, Zhang Chong will be dismissed?" "Not so quickly, I reckon. I believe that even if he remains in his position after this match, his departure is imminent." Frankly speaking, Zhang Chong has completely discarded the traditions of the Sea Gods, resulting in a disarrayed team. The performance of the previous season appeared satisfactory, but it was merely a facade, bolstered by a fresh perspective and an extravagant financial investment. It is said that the annual salary of Coach Matthews' team exceeds that of Zhao Kongming at Shining Stars by more than fivefold. What a prodigal expenditure. With such exorbitant funds allocated to foreign coaches and a plethora of new signings, what tangible results have we achieved? I find myself questioning whether Zhang Chong has profited from these transfer dealings. Who can deny it? Had we invested merely 1/5 of what was given to Matthews and Zhao Kongming's leadership, we might have advanced from the AFC Champions League group stage by now. Zhang Chong's most egregious decision has been the utter dismantling of the Sea Gods youth training tradition. In the realm of Chinese football, it is widely acknowledged how arduous it is to establish a high-caliber youth training system. Old Zhao dedicated a decade to forge a prestigious youth academy for the Sea Gods, only for Zhang Chong to obliterate it upon his ascension. Even if he is ousted, the club will find it exceedingly difficult to reconstruct the youth training system. Gao Yujun, not being a fan of the Sea Gods, is not well acquainted with the journalists aligned with the club, which is why he refrained from participating in the discussions and merely listened quietly. As he absorbed the heartfelt criticisms aimed at Zhang Chong from those who have long reported on the club, Gao Yujun, despite knowing that Zhang Chong's days are numbered, could not find joy in it. Due to a miscalculation in direction, the club has squandered its prior achievements, making recovery an arduous journey. And returning to its former glory seems nearly impossible. In China, the football ecosystem is exceptionally fragile. A single misstep can render a once promising club incapable of recovery. The Sea Gods, while never considered a powerhouse in Chinese football, possessed unique characteristics. On one hand, they represented Southern-style football, producing numerous technically skilled players. on the other, they boasted a youth training system meticulously developed by Zhao Kongming. With these two advantages, the Sea Gods Football Club has garnered a substantial following in Nanling Province. Lacking the accolades of the South China Tigers, these fans support the Sea Gods because they resonate with the club's football philosophy. However, this philosophy has now been discarded by the club itself. While the pursuit of championships is commendable, there is only one champion each year. What becomes of the remaining 15 teams? Are they all mere failures? Gao Yujun contends that perhaps maintaining one's distinctiveness and managing the club prudently is far more challenging than merely seeking championships. A league resembles a pyramid. The champion occupies the pinnacle, yet the key to ensuring the league's healthy growth and continuous development lies not at the summit, but at its base. Among the many smaller teams that may never secure a championship even over a century. Originally, the Sea God was merely a modest team, yet it unexpectedly harbored ambitions that were incongruous with its actual capabilities. While ambition is commendable, it necessitates financial investment to enhance one's prowess. Unfortunately, the funding efforts have faltered halfway, and now the desire to invest has waned. Though not a fan of the Sea God, he empathizes with the journalists' discussions and feels a sense of regret for the team. We lead by only a single goal, and it is not yet a time for celebration. Reflecting on the last match, we were held to a draw at home by the Hedong Thunder. This serves as a cautionary tale, young men. If we cannot learn from matches we fail to win, we will continue to concede goals and points. What is growth? It is the wisdom to avoid stumbling over the same stone twice, at the very least, not consecutively. In the away team's locker room, Zhao Kongming was rallying his players. Therefore, in the second half, we must maintain relentless pressure on them. By skillfully shifting the play from one flank to the other, we can create chaos in their defense, leaving them disoriented and unable to respond appropriately. That will be our moment to deliver a decisive blow. Zhao Kongming struck his palm with a fist. The players looked up at their coach, gritting their teeth, their expressions somewhat fierce. As the second half commenced, Chen Mo stood at the sidelines and asked Zhao Kongming, "Are you still thinking about avenging the Sea God?" Zhao Kongming shook his head. "No? Yet your expression at halftime seemed to frighten quite a few players. It was as if you wished to see the Sea God utterly destroyed." "I indeed wish to triumph over the Sea God, but not out of lingering hatred," Zhao Kongming replied, his gaze fixed on the unfolding match. "Old Chen, have you heard? Zhang Chong is having a rough time." "I have heard. It seems the club's board is contemplating his dismissal. Only now do they consider it. The board's reaction is rather sluggish. In my opinion, they should have acted last year when we eliminated the Sea God from the FA Cup. Back then, he had he as a scapegoat. Now he stands alone. I want to give him a push, so we must defeat the Sea God away." Chen Mo grasped the implication of his longtime partner's words, but felt somewhat pessimistic. "I'm not saying this to be negative, old Zhao. But even if Zhang Chong were to leave, what would it matter? The Sea God has irreversibly changed. It takes a decade to build something, yet it can be destroyed in a day. You are right, old Chen. But this is all I can do. If I can facilitate Zhang Chong's departure from the club, it may be my final contribution to the Sea God." Following that, the two seasoned veterans of the Sea God fell silent, quietly observing the field. In the 63rd minute, the Star Flash initiated an offensive on the flank. Zhang Qinghuan moved to the edge, received a pass from Chen Xingyi, and delivered a cross. Hu Lai surged forward, then abruptly halted and withdrew, creating an opening before heading the ball into the net. Hu Lai, unmarked and exquisite. The Star Flash has scored again. They now lead the Lingnan Sea God 2-0 away. After scoring, Hu Lai gestured to his teammates who wished to join him in celebration, signaling them to hold back momentarily. He then made his way directly to the area beneath the podium, where he performed his signature celebratory gesture. Up on the high platform, Zhang Chong felt a pang of sorrow, realizing the inevitability of his downfall. The following day, news of personnel changes at the Sea God Club emerged. Zhang Chong would no longer serve as the club's general manager effective immediately. Such is the way of the world. Chen Mo mused, shaking his head as he glanced at his phone, where he was reading an online article about Zhang Chong's departure. The Lingnan Evening News had even dedicated a special report to this matter, chronicling the various troubles faced by the Sea God Club during Zhang Chong's tenure. The article highlighted the ideological disputes, with the ousting of Zhao Kongming listed as the foremost issue. In the eyes of reporter Gao Yujun, this was the root of all calamities, the source of all evils. Had Zhao Kongming not been forced out, the inept son, he would not have been appointed as the head of youth training at the Sea God Club. It was a travesty to place such a fool in charge of the renowned Sea God Youth Academy. Under his leadership, he systematically eliminated dissent and favored his cronies, even dismissing the then head coach of the youth team, Chen Mo, and humiliatingly selling Hu Lai at a low price. Under his administration, both the training standards and tactical philosophies of the Sea God Youth Academy plummeted. Talent was lost and morale was shattered, transforming what was once a nationally recognized youth player development base into a chaotic mess within a mere 2 years, tarnishing its illustrious reputation. Ultimately, the Lingnan Evening News concluded that it was fitting for Zhang Chang's managerial tenure to end under the shadows of Zhao Kongming and Hu Lai, serving as poetic justice. Regrettably, Zhao Kongming's decade-long dedication to the Sea God Club had been nearly obliterated. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongming was engrossed in analyzing the team's opponent in the FA Cup, the Miling Wanderers, having faced them multiple times during their time in the second division. However, since their promotion to the Super League, he had not kept up with the second-tier league, necessitating a fresh evaluation of this once familiar adversary to avoid any outdated perceptions. Just enjoying the spectacle, Chen Mo chuckled as he tucked away his phone. Will the Miling Wanderers field primarily their youth and reserves as well? Indeed. Fortunately, this match is at home. Otherwise, we would have to make the round trip. Zhao Kongming replied. We could simply stay in Lingnan until the FA Cup is concluded. If only the next league match against Nanhai were also away. We could enjoy a week-long stay in Nanling and perhaps visit our families. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Kongming shot a knowing glance at his old partner. Upon returning to their home ground, Flash Star indeed fielded a squad primarily composed of youth and reserves to confront the Miling Wanderers. Despite playing on home turf, the Shining Stars faced formidable resistance during the match. The prowess of the Miling Rangers is indeed not comparable to the lofty heights of the past. The Shining Stars, fielding a substitute lineup, found themselves in disarray against the relentless Miling Rangers, ultimately concluding the 90 minutes in a stalemate of 0-0. Commentators noted that had the Miling Rangers possessed even a single Hu Lai, they would have capitalized on one of the numerous opportunities, thus securing victory over the Shining Stars. Although the Miling Rangers performed admirably, the match was drawn into a penalty shootout. At this juncture, the resilience of the Shining Stars substitutes was on full display. While their brilliance may not have shone as brightly as that of the starting players, their shared training experiences surely contributed to their progress. Thus, despite being pressured into a corner by the Miling Rangers, they managed to hold onto the draw. Although they dominated the play, they failed to break the deadlock, allowing the Shining Stars to drag the match into a penalty shootout, which dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the Miling Rangers. Meanwhile, the Shining Stars regained their composure. In the penalty shootout, the mentally stronger Shining Stars excelled, ultimately defeating the Miling Rangers with a score of 4-2, granting the substitute players another opportunity for valuable experience. Of course, the next round of the FA Cup is still a way off, not kicking off until July 10th. After 2 rounds of the FA Cup, time will have progressed into May, bringing the highly anticipated 3 matches ever closer. The online promotional momentum might lead some fair-weather fans to believe that the clash between the Shining Stars and the Golden Arrow is imminent next week. However, the eagerly awaited first leg of the AFC Champions League round of 16 between the Shining Stars and the Deshun Golden Arrow is actually scheduled for May 8th, Wednesday. Prior to that, on Sunday, May 5th, the Shining Stars are set to host their rivals from the 9th round of the league, the newly promoted Lingnan Nanhai. Yet, at present, no one seems to mention or care about this upcoming match. When reporters cornered Hu Lai outside the Shining Stars Liuqing training base, their inquiries revolved solely around questions concerning the Deshun Golden Arrow and Wang Xianku. Even club general manager Dong, when found himself fielding such questions, prompting him to reiterate his unequivocal support for Hu Lai. However, aside from Hu Lai, the spotlight also shines brightly on Chen Xingyi, who himself is a player on loan from the Golden Arrow. This unique position undoubtedly places him in a rather awkward predicament if he does not align with Hu Lai. How will the rest of the Shining Stars perceive him? Conversely, if he stands with Hu Lai, how will his future teammates and coach regard him? After exhausting all avenues with Hu Lai, reporters flocked to Chen Xingyi in hopes of uncovering a sensational story. Consequently, during this period, Hu Lai and Chen Xingyi have been inseparable, walking side by side from the training ground and sharing a vehicle home from the training base. This ensures that whenever reporters interview Chen Xingyi, Hu Lai is always in close proximity. If an unobservant reporter were to pose a question that left Chen Xingyi in a difficult position, Li would interject, saying, "Direct any questions toward me." Alternatively, he would adopt the role of Chen Xingyi's manager, declaring, "We refuse to answer that inquiry." One reporter, exasperated by Li's interruptions, retorted, "We are here to interview Chen Xingyi. Not you, Li. Can you allow us to pose our questions to him?" Li sneered, "Do not presume that I am unaware of the questions you intend to ask. They merely seek to create discord and incite controversy. Let me clarify, this is a personal vendetta between Wang Xinke and myself, and it concerns no one else." The reporter countered, "How could this be a personal grudge? You cannot possibly confront Wang Xinke alone. This is a contest between two teams. We are entitled to interview a player from the team, are we not? My teammates merely aspire for victory. They are simply playing the game, while I carry other concerns." Li positioned himself between Chen Xingyi and the reporters, asserting that any questions should be directed at him. "If you wish to inquire about my teammates, I shall respond on their behalf." "You cannot dictate that," the reporters insisted, their gazes darting toward Chen Xingyi. "What makes it undictated? I possess a delegation agreement." With that, Li produced a document from his attire, displaying it to the gathered reporters. It was indeed a handwritten delegation agreement stating, "I authorize Li to represent me in responding to reporters' inquiries at any time. His answers shall be regarded as mine." Principal, Chen Xingyi. The reporters, confronted with such a farcical agreement, found themselves both amused and bewildered. Ultimately, Li successfully repelled the relentless reporters, and they departed in Xia Xiaoyu's vehicle from the training facility. Once they were a distance away, Chen Xingyi remarked to Li, "You really did not need to go to such lengths, Li. Did we not agree to oust Wang Xinke? Now that he has been dismissed, what do I have to fear?" Li shook his head, responding, "Wang Xinke may be gone. But can you assure me that there is no one within the Jindao team who stands with him? When you return to Jindao, will you not fear potential retribution from certain individuals? It would be wise for you to maintain silence on this matter, uttering not a word, so as to avoid giving anyone leverage against you. Let me tell you, those reporters are quite cunning. Your innocent remarks can easily be twisted into something entirely different. And before you know it, the narrative spreads. Once that influence takes hold, you could plunge into acid and still find it impossible to clear your name." "Why would I jump into acid? That would be the Yellow River," Chen Xingyi exclaimed, dismissing Li's hyperbole. "Do not fixate on such details. In any case, until you return to Jindao, it is best to refrain from commenting on this issue." Chen Xingyi reluctantly accepted Li's good intentions, replying, "All right." When the players from Nanhai Lingnan arrived at Dongxing Airport in Jincheng, they were met with astonished gazes and overheard comments among onlookers. "Why are they not from Jindao?" To which a companion replied, "Ahem. The Jindao match is next week." Oh, the Nanhai players, upon hearing such discussions, felt compelled to apologize. "Sorry, we are not from Jindao. We truly regret disappointing you. Damn it, this is frustrating. The match was undeniably between us and Flash Star, so why do they so brazenly disregard us?" Lugon murmured his discontent among his teammates. "Look at what you're saying, Lugon. A year ago, our match against Flash Star garnered significant attention. But can the circumstances be compared now? Though we are both teams in the Super League, we sit second to last, while they are ranked 6th. We are genuinely fighting for relegation, whereas they are vying for the AFC Champions League," sighed goalkeeper Xie Fang. "Comparing teams only serves to heighten our frustrations. We are all newly promoted teams, yet how has the gap widened so drastically since entering the Super League? It is utterly ruthless." Seeing Xie Fang's despondent demeanor only heightened Lugon's irritation. "I care not for that. I simply know that if Flash Star looks down upon us, I shall show them our true strength." The match concluded. The home team, Flash Star, having rotated their lineup, still managed to triumph 3-1 against Lingnan Nanhai. Amidst the cacophony at the Provincial Sports Center, the announcer from Anton Television proclaimed the results with fervor. Flash Star, having deployed only half of their main squad, secured a relatively easy victory at home. This clearly illustrated that despite being newly promoted, Flash Star and Nanhai are not on the same competitive level. Hefeng remarked from the broadcast studio in the capital, observing the television screen. In this match, Zhao Kongming deliberately preserved his team's strength. Several key players, including Li and Chen Xingyi, did not start, and the famed trio only took the field in the final 5 minutes. It was evident that he was conserving energy for the upcoming AFC Champions League round of 16 match next Wednesday, where Flash Star would face Golden Arrow on the same field. With his head bowed, Lu Gan hurried alongside his teammates toward the players' tunnel. All he desired was to retreat to the locker room, shutting out the jubilant cheers beyond the door. In hindsight, the disparity between Flash Star and Nanhai had already begun to manifest during last season's China League 1. It wasn't that Nanhai performed poorly, but rather that Flash Star's progress was astonishingly swift, akin to a rocket soaring into the sky, only to vanish among the vast cosmos. Behind him, Nanhai's head coach, Pan Hongwei, grasped Zhao Kongming's hand. Best of luck in your upcoming matches. Zhao Kongming smiled in response. Thank you. Let us give it our all. I truly must battle for survival. Pan Hongwei released Zhao Kongming's hand, shaking his head as he walked toward the players' tunnel. In the final hours of the last day, a plea for monthly votes echoed. Chapter 93. What a coincidence. During the post-match press conference, the most frequently posed question to Coach Wang Xinke by reporters pertained to the upcoming round of 16 in the AFC Champions League. Coach Wang, was your decision to implement significant rotation in the match against Capital Tunglong due to the forthcoming clash with Flash Star? Coach Wang, given that Golden Arrow's current league standing does not surpass that of Flash Star, do you possess confidence in defeating Flash Star in the Champions League? Coach Wang, do you have any comments regarding your attitude towards Hulai? In the recently concluded league match, the Shunjin Jian Tiao suffered a defeat against Capital Tunglong on their home turf. However, this was not unexpected, as the team did not bring their main squad to the capital, allowing them to rest at home in preparation for the upcoming AFC Champions League match. This decision underscores the significance he places on the forthcoming encounter. When confronted by reporters, Wang Xianku did not deny this. Yet he skillfully sidestepped any discussion related to Hulai. It is entirely reasonable to temporarily forego the league in favor of the AFC Champions League round of 16. My sole focus is on the match itself. I am not particularly concerned with matters beyond the game, nor do I wish for my personal issues to affect the team's performance. Initially, in an effort to garner sympathy and trust, he crafted a public persona characterized by guilt and magnanimity, expressing remorse regarding the situation with Li Ziqiang, while feigning indifference to Hulai's accusations and personal attacks. This approach won him the support and admiration of some, who believed that such a dignified individual could not possibly be a petty schemer lurking in the shadows. Yet now, he finds himself grappling with the drawbacks of this facade. Confronted with Hulai's relentless onslaught, he is rendered unable to retaliate or respond. On the surface, he must maintain an air of understanding, as if to say that he comprehends whatever Hulai chooses to utter. But is Wang Xianku truly the type to exhibit such forbearance? Clearly not. Thus, it is evident that he is currently wrestling with considerable frustration and a dismal mood. Being struck without the ability to retaliate, or insulted without the means to respond, is fundamentally contrary to his nature. He can only bottle up all these emotions until after the match, when he can then return the favor to both Xing and Hulai with pointed remarks. See him once, strike once. Youngsters should not become overly complacent. Once reality teaches them a lesson, they will grasp the truth that the world does not revolve around them. Perhaps your ineffectual father neglected to impart this wisdom, so allow me to step in and enlighten you. I wish to attend the match in person, Xiaolon suddenly declared to her husband, Li Ziqiang, during dinner. Li Ziqiang was taken aback, so astonished that he forgot to chew the pork in his mouth. Staring blankly at his wife, you should come with me. Li Ziqiang hesitated. Go on, Xiaolon encouraged. We haven't seen our son play in person yet. Watching from home on television is not the same. I want to feel the atmosphere. Tickets are hard to come by these days, right? This match is bound to be sold out, Li Ziqiang remarked, still searching for excuses. I already have them. 2 tickets. With that, Xiaolon rose and retrieved 2 tickets from the bedroom, placing them before Li Ziqiang. He looked down and was indeed surprised to see 2 tickets for the AFC Champions League round of 16 on Wednesday. He looked up at his wife. Astonished, did you ask Hulai for them? No, I don't intend to tell him. I fear he might overthink it. Xiaolon waved her hand dismissively. I had a friend in Jinsheng help me purchase them. 2 tickets already secured? How could I possibly decline? Li Ziqiang shook his head in resignation. Then it's settled. On Wednesday, I took a day off, and we planned to visit Jinsheng in the afternoon, casually stroll through the streets, and later enjoy a meal before attending the match. Xiaolon happily set aside the tickets and resumed eating. Wang Guangwei held a mat in front of him, forcefully pushing Hulai away. Hulai's body was almost at a 60-degree angle to the ground, yet he was gradually pushed further from the goal by Wang Guangwei. Just as he was about to be pushed out of the penalty area, he suddenly pulled back, leaning sideways to slip past Wang Guangwei and move behind him. At that moment, Zhang Qinghuan passed the ball to him. With the momentum from his turn, Hu Lai leaped forward for a header, his body nearly parallel to the ground. And with a flick of his head, he directed the ball into the net. What a splendid goal! Qin Lin blew his whistle and praised him loudly. That's how it's done, Hu Lai. If during a match, Mao Junzheng or Jin Yong, those two defenders, attempt to overpower you, don't engage in a physical contest. Instead, leverage their strength against them. You must become as slippery as an eel, making it impossible for them to grasp you the harder they try. The floodlights of the football field in the villa's backyard illuminated the arena brilliantly. Qin Lin was conducting special training with Hu Lai and the others. All right, let us conclude today's training. Don't overexert yourselves. Additional practice is fine, but if you injure yourselves before the match, you'll have something to lament. Hu Lai climbed up from the grass. Thank you, Brother Lin. Qin Lin waved his hand. What are you thanking me for? I have nothing else to do. What I can do is limited. Ultimately, it depends on you. Hu Lai quickly replied. No, Brother Lin. It's still a team effort. As a forward, I cannot score without the support of everyone. Seeing his eagerness, Qin Lin smiled. Rest assured, Hu Lai. We are united in our goal to defeat Wang Xinke. When Wang Xinke and his team from Dashi Jinjian arrived at Jinqing Dongxing Airport, they were warmly welcomed by the media. Once again, the media was concerned about his personal rivalry with Hu Lai, while Wang Xinke pretended not to hear. Making his victory declaration to the microphones and cameras, we are here to win. My players have the confidence and ability to achieve victory. The reporters were dissatisfied with his evasive responses, and one shouted, But you lost the last time you were here. This abrupt remark drew immediate attention and even laughter from some journalists. Wang Xinke's expression soured, and he refused any further interviews, hastily leading his players away. Of course, along the way, he was met with boos from the starry-eyed fans at the airport, though the matter between him and Hu Lisin remains unresolved. The people in this locality seem to have unconditionally placed their trust in Hu Lai's words, considering Wang Xinke to be nothing short of a hypocritical Yubuchuan. Since Wang Xinke is associated with the team, their criticisms of him appear as direct assaults on the esteemed Jinjianda squad. This sentiment has left many players accompanying the team feeling somewhat disconcerted. However, before the head coach, none of them dare to voice their thoughts. They can only board the bus in silence, sit in quietude, and proceed to their hotel in the same manner. The team captain, Chai Shun, and vice-captain, Mao Jun, exchanged glances, both reflecting a sense of helplessness and concern. Almost simultaneously with the Jinjiana team's arrival in Jinqing, Hu Lai received a task issued by the system. He had grown accustomed to the system's silent presence. Each time he scored in a match, the system would automatically award him 500 points, thereby affirming its existence. Moreover, during this season, characterized by a schedule of double matches each week, the system played a crucial role, with his stamina potions, aiding Hu Lai in swiftly recovering his energy. Not to mention the various training scrolls that enhanced his training effectiveness. Thus, for Hu Lai, the system seemed to be a discreet tool that quietly supported him. As for the tasks, he had no knowledge of when they would be issued or what conditions would trigger them, so he never concerned himself with the timing of tasks. He simply accepted them when they appeared, utilized training scrolls to enhance his training results, and employed stamina potions to restore his physical condition. Since completing the task for the U23 Asian Cup, the rewards provided by the system had remained undisturbed in the system's space. He had not even touched them. He had yet to open the so-called Olympic gift package to take a glance, as the reward description clearly stated that the contents could only be used during the Olympic period. Therefore, what purpose would it serve to open it now? After receiving an additional reward of 300,000 points for winning the championship, Hu Lai had only exchanged 30,000 points for a damaged giant bear shin guard, and had not interacted with it since. Naturally, he had not utilized the damaged giant bear shin guard. Either, it lay untouched in the virtual locker room. Now, he had received a new task. This task was naturally related to the recent matches, requiring him to secure victory in all 3 upcoming matches against Dashun Jinjiantu and to score in each of them. Failing to score in one match or not winning one would result in the task's failure. Upon completion of this task, the system would reward him with 300,000 points. Initially, Hu Lai found the reward of only 300,000 points rather disappointing, as he had hoped for additional items. When he redirected his attention to the task description, He noted the stipulation regarding the consecutive matches. Indeed, the Flashing Stars would face Dashun Jinjiantu in 3 consecutive matches. Coincidentally, the validity period of the Lingxi card also spanned 3 matches. What a fortunate coincidence. Chapter 94. The Starry Fans on the eve of the match. The players of the Jin Aero team were summoned by their captain, Chai Shun, and vice-captain, Mao Junzhong, for a meeting in Chai Shun's room. The gathering was prompted by an unusual atmosphere surrounding the team lately. I am aware of the discussions circulating outside, and I want to clarify that the matters concerning Coach Wang are irrelevant to us, Chai Shun stated candidly. I do not wish for the personal affairs of our coach to hinder our team's performance. I am uncertain of your perspectives regarding Coach Wang, he added, casting a glance at Jin Yong, who had been the sole voice in the locker room expressing skepticism about Wang Xinke's integrity. Such personal opinions have no bearing on our forthcoming matches. I firmly believe that if we focus our energies and give our utmost in the game, we can triumph over our opponents. Surely, none among you harbors no desire for revenge. He continued. Last season, they defeated us here, seizing the FA Cup that rightfully belonged to us. Now, in the AFC Champions League, fate has brought us together once more at this very stadium, an excellent opportunity for retribution. I refuse to believe that losing the FA Cup title last season is something you can brush off, Chai Shun asserted. Li raised his hand and spoke. Captain Chai, I cannot speak for others, but I am quite displeased. How long were we mocked after losing to a second-tier team? To be honest, I am rather pleased that we face Flash Star in this round of the AFC Champions League. They gained their qualification by defeating us, and now we have the chance to send them home, which feels like a fitting end for them. His choice of words elicited laughter from several players in the room. In the midst of the laughter, Jin Yong spoke with a serious demeanor. Rest assured, Captain, we are all clear-headed. What is said outside is their concern. Our aim in defeating Flash Star is not for others, but for ourselves. The others echoed similar sentiments, expressing their commitment to focus solely on the match and seek vengeance on Flash Star's home ground. For these players of Jin Aero, who had once claimed league championships, the current league standings did not intimidate them. Although Flash Star ranked higher, they attributed this not to superior strength, but rather to differing team philosophies. With a younger average age and abundant stamina, Flash Star could maintain competitiveness across both fronts, achieving a 5th place in the league while also advancing from their AFC Champions League group. In contrast, the Jin Aero team, burdened by a higher average age, found it challenging to juggle both competitions, thus opting to concentrate solely on the AFC Champions League, where they emerged as group leaders. Consider their victories in the group stage of the AFC Champions League. If their prowess were lacking, how could they secure the top position? It is essential to recognize that the level of competition in the AFC Champions League surpasses that of the Chinese Super League. A team that can excel in the AFC group stage would logically perform well in the domestic league. Any unsatisfactory results in the league must surely stem from holding back in the Super League. In a bid to substantiate this point, following the conclusion of the AFC Champions League group stage, the Golden Arrows swiftly secured 2 consecutive victories in the league. It was not until they approached the knockout stage of the Champions League that they reverted to their previous rhythm of neglecting the league, resulting in a defeat to the Capital Dragon on their away match. It can be asserted that, were it not for their aspirations to make a breakthrough in the Champions League, the players of Golden Arrow believe they should at least be positioned within the top 4 of the league, rather than languishing in 8th place. They squandered a significant amount of league points during the group stage of the Champions League. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. After concluding the 2 knockout matches, any subsequent Champions League fixtures will not occur until the end of August, leaving ample opportunity for league play in the interim. The formidable Golden Arrow has numerous chances to demonstrate to the world that they merely dozed off in the league upon awakening. They are poised to shake the foundations of Chinese football. Outside the Provincial Sports Center's football stadium, located beyond the North 3rd Ring Road of Jincheng, there exists an expansive parking lot. Yet, as early as 4 o'clock in the afternoon, queues began to form at the entrance. Impatient drivers, disregarding the city's prohibition on honking, sounded their horns with fervor. No cutting in line. Stop. What on earth are you doing? Stay in line. The parking lot merely serves as a microcosm of the bustling atmosphere at the Provincial Sports Center today. A massive throng of people surged from the nearest subway exit, converging towards the stadium. Even before the gates of the stadium opened, fans gathered in the square, displaying their banners, flags, and posters. Media representatives from across the nation alongside independent journalists, navigated through the crowd, conducting interviews or capturing candid moments without the knowledge of those being filmed. Wang Shanshan had just concluded her interviews with several young fans and, gazing at the swelling crowd, remarked, "The last time I reported here during the FA Cup final, there were not this many people. I suspect many here might not even have tickets." As she spoke, several individuals nearby held signs pleading for tickets, casting hopeful glances at passers-by. "You know the reason, don't you?" The cameraman jested. "That sensational news was broken by you." Wang Shanshan furrowed her brow. "I never anticipated that the situation would escalate to such proportions. Given how things have unfolded this season, it seems unlikely to resolve amicably. Xiaozhang, do you think Hu Lai can fulfill his ambitions? I hope he can, but I find it rather improbable. The crux lies in his earlier declarations being overly ambitious. If it were just a single-match victory, that would be one thing, with Shining Star's current capabilities. It is not entirely impossible to defeat Golden Arrow if they exert their utmost efforts, especially since they have triumphed over them in the past during the China League. However, achieving 3 consecutive victories is an entirely different matter." The cameraman, Xiaozhang, clearly an ardent fan himself, took the opportunity to discuss with his partner while not on duty. Once a single match slips away, the bravado Hu Lai displayed beforehand will be shattered. Wang Shanshan disagreed. How can that be considered shattered? He mentioned that he would perform against Wang Xinke every time, but he never stated that this implied winning the match, did he? I believe his intention is to score goals, as long as he manages to find the net in these 3 matches, regardless of the final outcome. He would have fulfilled his promise. However, the cameraman, Xiaozhang, shook his head in refutation. If scoring goals does not lead to victory, how can that be considered a triumph over Wang Xinke? Ultimately, the victor remains Wang Xinke. What sort of revenge is that? Therefore, I surmise that Hu Lai's true aim must be to conquer Wang Xinke. Yet, I find it difficult to believe that the Shining Stars can secure 3 consecutive victories. Upon hearing this from her colleague, Wang Shanshan frowned and pouted. To be fair, she also felt that her cameraman's perspective was not without merit. The world of football is undeniably cruel. Even if one performs a hat trick during a match, failure to win renders one a loser in the eyes of many, particularly those who harbor animosity towards Hu Lai. They care little for the notion of honorable defeat. They only recognize the final score. However, conceding defeat to Wang Xinke would be truly disheartening. Thus, it appears that Hu Lai is still too youthful. In a moment of impulsiveness, he uttered such fierce words, which might sound impressive at the time, but one must contemplate how to fulfill such promises afterward. Everyone is now watching him intently. To achieve 3 consecutive victories against the Golden Arrow is no small feat. Upon hearing Xiaozhang's remarks, Wang Shanshan's expression grew even more despondent. Observing this, Xiaozhang promptly ceased his commentary. In truth, he supported Hu Lai, but could not refrain from discussing the matter from an objective standpoint. He understood that Wang Shanshan likely did not wish to hear such sentiments. If she preferred silence, then silence it would be. There was no need to provoke her. When the realities of the matches unfold before her, she would likely come to terms with it. "Let us get back to work," he reminded Wang Shanshan. As 2 boisterous individuals approached from across the way, their attire starkly contrasting with the surrounding fans. They were dressed in exceedingly ordinary clothing, devoid of any hint of association with the Shining Stars. Wang Shanshan also noticed the middle-aged couple and decided to interview them. "Aren't you supposed to be shopping? Why have you arrived so early? Have you even eaten dinner?" Hu Lisin complained to his wife, Xiaolan, as they walked. "Didn't Ti buy bread for dinner?" "We can have that in the stands," Xiaolan replied, lifting the non-woven bag in her hand. "Just a loaf of bread to tide us over?" "The match starts at 7:30. Arriving this early is just waiting around. Look, the doors aren't even open yet." "Oh, it's just that I'm worried someone might take our seats. You know, assigned seating is not foolproof. There are always those who shamelessly occupy other spots. Wasn't there someone recently exposed for that? What was his name?" "Sunhee. He brought shame upon himself on a national scale," Xiaolan remarked as they continued walking. "Look at how many people are here for this match. I purchased great seats, and I fear someone might have their eye on them. What will we do if they try to sit in our spots? I'm here to watch the game, not to engage in a battle of wits with those fools." Just as she finished speaking, a sweet-faced young woman appeared before her, holding a microphone and looking somewhat awkwardly at her. Clearly, the reporter had overheard her previous conversation with her husband, causing her to feel somewhat embarrassed. Wang Shanshan leaned in and caught the mention of guapi, a term in dialect. But she understood its significance. Is there something amiss? Fortunately, Xiaolan was quick to react. Her gaze darted towards the microphone held by the young girl, wondering if her earlier words had been recorded. Indeed. I am a reporter from the sports channel of China Central Television, and my name is Wang Shanshan. I am conducting random pre-match interviews. May I interview both of you? Wang Shanshan's signature smile reappeared, radiating a refreshing charm. However, Xiaolan remained cautious. Is this live? She was still concerned that her previous remarks might have been broadcasted to a national audience, rendering her a subject of public embarrassment. No. We need to obtain your consent before transmitting any signals back, Wang Shanshan clarified. Oh, Xiaolan exhaled, then nodded. No problem. Please go ahead. Hu Lisin, standing nearby, contemplated interjecting, but upon seeing his wife so readily consent, he opened his mouth but said nothing, merely lowering his head. With consent secured, Wang Shanshan signaled to the cameraman to prepare, then began her interview. May I ask if both of you are fans of the Flash Stars? Yes. We specifically came to watch this match and see how Hu Lai triumphs over Wang Xinke. Xiaolan spoke impulsively, nearly revealing her true identity. Wang Shanshan found the woman's commentary amusing and continued with a smile. There is a notion that the Flash Stars must defeat the Golden Arrow for Hu Lai to fulfill his promise. However, it seems unlikely that the Flash Stars can win against them 3 times in a row. The cameraman, Xiao Zhang, struggled to maneuver his camera and could only roll his eyes discreetly. Wang Shanshan harbored a grudge. Xiaolan furrowed her brow. Who said that? The cameraman silently thought. It was I who said it. Back when the Flash Stars were still in the second league, everyone claimed we couldn't defeat the Golden Arrow and win the FA Cup. And what happened? The Flash Stars just ascended to the Super League, and in the Super Cup against the Super League champions, people also said we couldn't win. Participation is victory. What happened then? Xiaolan questioned fiercely at the camera, her indignation palpable. This gave the cameraman the peculiar impression that she was questioning him. Those who say such things must not understand the Flash Stars. I believe the greatest strength of this team lies in their ability to create miracles. From the second league to the Super League, from the FA Cup to the AFC Champions League. Besides, with Hu Lai on the team, what is truly impossible? Xiaolan declared confidently, hands on her hips. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of applause erupted from behind. Well said. That's why we love the Flash Stars. Startled, Xiaolan turned around to see a considerable number of fans in Flash Stars jerseys had gathered behind them. With Hu Lai, what is impossible? I love this lady's words. I support Hu Lai. Thank you all for your support. Xiaolan beamed, expressing her gratitude to the crowd, who responded by giving her thumbs up. As the exuberant fans of the Flash Stars departed, Wang Shanshan lingered in place, gazing at their retreating figures, a charming smile gracing her face. She was uplifted by the optimism and generosity of the elder sister figure, which instantly brightened her mood. Transforming the impossible into the possible, does this not encapsulate the very essence of this youthful team, the Flash Stars? Watching a Flash Stars match should be accompanied by those seemingly unrealistic fantasies, filled with anticipation. Otherwise, what is the purpose? With this thought, she cast a cheerful glance at her partner, only to find the cameraman furrowing his brow and muttering to himself. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "What are you murmuring about?" Strangely, that man appeared somewhat familiar. Which man? The one who came with the elder sister. At that moment, the cameraman abruptly paused, reached for his phone, and after a brief flurry of activity, produced a photograph to show Wang Shanshan. Take a look. Is this not the same gentleman from earlier? Wang Shanshan's eyes widened. Indeed. Who is he? Hu Lisin, Hu Lai's father. Wang Shanshan turned to glare at her cameraman, her mind racing. After a moment of stunned silence, she swiftly turned her gaze back towards the direction from which the fans had departed, but they had already vanished into the vast crowd. Since they were not seated in the same stand, Xiaolan and Hu Lisin had separated from the enthusiastic fans midway through. Once apart, Hu Lisin lowered his voice to complain. Aren't you afraid of being recognized while giving interviews? And what if I am recognized? Is it shameful to be Hu Lai's parents? I refuse to hide, Xiaolan retorted. Then why didn't you introduce yourself directly to the reporters earlier? Hu Lisin scoffed. Could you not boldly declare that my son is not good enough? That is out of the question. We are here to watch the game, not to become celebrities. We must maintain a low profile, Xiaolan insisted, waving her hand dismissively. You've said enough, Hu Lisin muttered, clicking his tongue. The two continued towards the entrance of their designated stand, and as they approached the gate, the throngs of people around them grew denser. They converged from all directions. ultimately surging towards the stadium entrance. From a distance, their faces were indistinguishable, their identities unknown. Yet, none of that mattered. In this moment, they were united by a singular identity, the Flash Stars fans. They had come to witness the extraordinary transformation of the impossible into the possible. Chapter 95. The 14th player of the Flash Stars, Anton, within the home team's locker room. Head coach Zhao Kongming was delivering his final pre-match rallying speech to the players. The pre-match warm-up had been completed, and the 11 starting players had donned their uniforms, awaiting the coach's concluding remarks before stepping onto the battlefield. In truth, there was little left to say. Zhao Kongming paced the locker room, contemplating with his head bowed, then raised it to survey the surroundings. I am aware that there has been much discussion regarding this match. As for the reasons, I need not elaborate, as you all understand. However, I must remind you that, at its core, this is merely a game. Whether it be the AFC Champions League or the league itself, it remains just a game. We must approach the match with a mindset attuned to competition, free from distracting thoughts. As he uttered these words, he cast a candid glance towards Hu Lai. He understood Hu Lai's desire for retribution in the game. These remarks might not sit well with him, yet he felt compelled to express them. For it was his duty as the head coach. There are certain truths that, regardless of their discomfort, must be spoken if they serve the team's and the players' interests. However, Hu Lai did not exhibit any discontent towards Zhao Kongming's statement. Under Zhao's watchful gaze, Hu Lai nodded in acknowledgement. Only when you recognize that this is merely a game can you truly unleash your potential. Can we triumph over the Golden Arrow? Certainly. We have already bested them once in the FA Cup final. Yet, a persistent voice claims that our victory was merely a stroke of luck, a notion I vehemently contest. Thus, this Asian Champions League and the league itself offer us a splendid opportunity, a chance to affirm our prowess. I never believed our victory over the formidable Golden Arrow was a matter of fortune. It is a testament to our strength. Once Zhao Kongming had dispelled the players' distractions, he raised his voice to rally their spirits. Following his speech, he exited with his coaching staff, leaving the final moments for the players. Outside the locker room, Chun Imo chuckled as he addressed Zhao Kongming. You claim to hope Hu Lai is free from distractions, yet aren't you inadvertently facilitating his quest for vengeance? Zhao Kongming replied with a stern expression. Who said that? I merely desire our victory over the Golden Arrow. It just so happens that Hu Lai's objective aligns with defeating Wang Xianke. Isn't that a coincidence? Chun Imo remained silent, grinning broadly. Amidst his laughter, Zhao Kongming too succumbed to a smile. After a brief moment of levity, he sighed. For Hu Lai, this is indeed a significant hurdle. If he can surmount it, his future will be boundless. Should he falter, I fear it may hinder his development. Hu Lai, do you have anything to say? Qin Lin's voice in the locker room drew everyone's attention to the seated Hu Lai. Under the collective gaze, Hu Lai rose and clasped his hands in gratitude. I simply wish to express my thanks to all of you. What began as my personal affair has involuntarily burdened you all. I am merely a forward. Apart from scoring, I possess little else. It is through the support of all of you that I stand where I am today. Therefore, let us celebrate with a party at our villa once we secure victories in these 3 matches. Get lost, Hu Lai, Han Xiangfei shouted. We don't need your gratitude. Even without your situation, do you think we wouldn't want to win against the Golden Arrow? Indeed, Zhao is absolutely correct, chimed in team captain Li Ziqiang. Although I am not playing in this match, as captain, I must still rally my teammates in the locker room. Last season, we defeated the Golden Arrow and claimed the FA Cup title. Yet, there are those who persist in believing our victory was mere luck. Their essay saying, good things come in threes. If we manage to triumph over the Golden Arrow in the next 3 matches, can it still be said that we relied on fortune? Confronted by the enthusiastic teammates, Hu Lai could only bow repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, everyone. As he spoke, he distributed the 8 Lingxi cards he had purchased in advance, bestowing one upon each of his teammates set to participate in the match. With the exception of the goalkeeper Yu Zhiming and the center back Wang Guangwei, as well as himself. In Hu Lai's perceptive vision, the luminous chains binding them together were a magnificent sight to behold. Yu Zhiming, as the team's goalkeeper, did not necessitate a heightened level of synergy with Hu Lai. Hence he received no card. As for Wang Guangwei, Hu Lai felt their mutual understanding was already sufficient. Thus, in light of the limited availability of Lingxi cards, it was deemed unnecessary to allocate one to him. Consequently, after spending 300,000 points, only 30,000 remained. which he promptly utilized to acquire a lover's red string for 10,000 points, completing the final preparations before the match. The players of the Dazhong Golden Arrows had departed, leaving only Wang Xinke alone in the locker room. With his hands on his hips, he stood at the center, surveying his surroundings. It was indeed a rather rudimentary locker room, devoid of anything beyond the most basic functionalities. The coat hooks were exceedingly simple, and the benches lacked any cushioning, with hard plastic seats that were uncomfortable to sit upon. Yet, it was this very discomfort that enabled him to stir the emotions of the players. Just moments ago, he delivered an impassioned speech to the Golden Arrows players. Upon witnessing their spirited departure, he knew his words had resonated. Even now, he felt a sense of pride in the approach he had chosen. He refrained from discussing his grievances with Hu Lai or clarifying any past actions. Instead, he focused on conveying to the players that this was a contest between the Dazhong Golden Arrows and the Andong Shining Stars, rather than a personal battle between himself and Hu Lai. Thus, the outcome would ultimately be borne by the two teams. A victory for the Golden Arrows would not signify Wang Xinke's triumph, but rather that of the team. Conversely, a defeat would not solely represent his failure, but that of the Golden Arrows as well. As an experienced head coach, Wang Xinke discerned from the expressions and gazes of the players that his words had indeed struck a chord within them. To inspire these athletes to give their all, this was the solitary means. After all, what relevance did Wang Xinke's personal vendettas hold for the players of the Dazhong Golden Arrows? If he could not ignite their fighting spirit, then the match would truly be perilous. Although he did not articulate it directly, he subtly conveyed various messages to the players, suggesting that Hu Lai's claim of meeting once to clash once was not directed at him, but rather at the players of the Dazhong Golden Arrows. Wang Xinke was the head coach of the Dazhong Golden Arrows. How could Hu Lai's encounters with him lead to any confrontation? Ultimately, it was the Golden Arrows who would bear the brunt of the competition. Thus, while Hu Lai proclaimed it was a battle against him, the sting of the slap was felt on their own faces. Reflecting on the players he had inspired, he found himself filled with a sense of satisfaction. The young child dares to demand a meeting with me for a confrontation? I am indeed curious to witness how you intend to strike. Just because you rank higher than us in the league does not mean your prowess surpasses ours. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in humility. Xia Lan and Hu Lisin have already taken their seats, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. Dinner consisted merely of a few pieces of bread, accompanied by mineral water. Now, Xia Lan has taken out her phone, capturing footage of the surroundings in the stands. In the distance, a cluster of banners and flags captivates the eye, while closer by, an eccentric fan, adorned in traditional attire from the Andong region, poses with a painted face, attracting fellow supporters eager to snap photos with him. Xia Lan lingers on this character for a few more seconds before shifting her focus. Oh, what a lively scene. She keeps repeating this as she records. Hu Lisin, seated beside her, is at a loss for words at his wife's naivety. It is essential to recognize the significance of this match. Such exuberance is entirely to be expected. This is his first time back on the football field since his injury. He once thought he would never again engage with football in his lifetime. Yet, fate seems to possess an invisible hand, pulling him back into the realm of the sport. He has experienced similar atmospheres while playing on the field, but to savor the fervent ambience as a spectator in the stands is an entirely new experience. Indeed, as his wife noted, merely watching a match on television cannot compare to the vibrant atmosphere of being present. As Hu Lisin gazes off into the distance, the crowd suddenly erupts into a chorus of cheers. Are they about to take the field? Xia Lan inquires excitedly. Hu Lisin, startled, rises from his seat to peer toward the player tunnel. Yet, no one emerges. Instead, the distinct voice of the DJ resonates through the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, now, I invite you to join me in calling out the names of today's starting players. As I announce their numbers, let us all chant their names together. Number 1. Yu Zhiming. The fans in the stands indeed respond in unison, and simultaneously, the large screen displays Yu Zhiming's photo and number, along with his positional information. Inspired by this fervent atmosphere, Xia Lan joins in the enthusiastic chanting like a seasoned supporter. One by one, names are called and displayed on the grand screen. The 10th name announced is that of the match captain, Qin Lin. Following this, the DJ pauses momentarily before introducing the final player, now, the last, and the star scorer of the Flash Stars, a prodigious talent from Dongchuan High School's football team, the fox of the penalty area, feared by rivals. As he speaks, the atmosphere intensifies, and the crowd, fully aware of who is about to enter, begins to elongate their cheers, their voices gradually crescendoing. Until the DJ boomed. He is the number 14 player of the Shining Stars. The low roar abruptly ceased, akin to a firework leaping into the sky and bursting forth. Hulai. Xiaolan forgot to join in the cheer, her eyes wide in astonishment at the spectacle before her. Though she had witnessed such scenes during televised broadcasts, today, at this very moment, standing among nearly 60,000 fervent Shining Stars supporters in the Provincial Sports Center, the unadulterated roar, free from the attenuation of satellite signal loss, sent shivers cascading down her spine. Beside her, Hulisin clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly. Chapter 96. The Young Fear Not Hulai. Accompanying the commentator's thunderous exclamation was the deafening roar of countless Shining Stars fans in the stands. Amidst the cacophony, Hulai executed a shot within the penalty area of the Dajong Golden Arrows. He took advantage of a splendid off-the-ball run, finding a gap between the two central defenders, Mao Junjung and Jin Yong, to seize the opportunity for a shot. Regrettably, his attempt was thwarted by the Dajong Golden Arrows goalkeeper, Zheng Donglin. Nevertheless, the cheers from the stands did not wane. Instead, they continued to swell like rolling thunder, reverberating from above. Just 6 minutes into the match, the Shining Stars nearly converted this attack into a goal. This offensive display showcased Hulai's exceptional form today, enthused commentator He Feng. Following Hulai's bold declaration, all eyes were on him, eagerly anticipating how he would fulfill his promise. This anticipation bore weighty implications for Hulai, a blend of expectation and pressure. He Feng had previously harbored concerns about whether Hulai could withstand such immense pressure. What if he overthought and faltered on the field? Yet now, witnessing Hulai's shot within the goal frame just 6 minutes into the match, He Feng felt a measure of relief wash over him. He pondered that Hulai's performance in this match might indeed hold promise for even greater moments to come. The Shining Stars fans in the stands likely shared similar sentiments. Thus, despite the shot not resulting in a goal, the cheers persisted, echoing through the stadium like thunder. The reverberations unsettled the Dajong Golden Arrows players, some of whom looked up at the stands, perplexed by the uproar over a shot that had not found the net. The ball didn't go in. Are you blind? Wang Xianke was thoroughly displeased with his team's defensive performance. Upon witnessing Hulai's shot, he sprang from his seat on the coaching bench as if ignited, rushing to the sidelines and bellowing, "Mark your men. Can't you see the players beside you? Are you all blind?" Yet, amidst the overwhelming cheers, it was uncertain how much of his furious admonition reached the ears of the Dajong Golden Arrows players. Regardless, a mere glance at his irate demeanor would suffice for them to grasp that Coach Wang was indeed furious. While Wang Xianke erupted in fury, the television broadcast astutely captured a close-up of his animated expression. As Wang Xianke appeared on the screen, He Feng could hardly contain his laughter. Wang Xianke seems quite anxious. Yin Kong chimed in. Could he not be anxious? Once the match commenced, it became abundantly clear that the home team, the Shining Stars, was relentlessly targeting the Golden Arrows. Despite having witnessed numerous instances of the Shining Stars' resilience and fighting spirit against formidable opponents, today's rendition of the Shining Stars felt strikingly unfamiliar. Their form was simply exceptional. It wasn't just Hulai who was in fine fettle, but all the Shining Stars players exhibited remarkable prowess. He Feng chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Might it be that their stellar performance was an open secret, universally acknowledged? The collective excellence of the team could only suggest that Hulai was indeed well-liked. In their quest for revenge, the entire squad seemed to be operating as if under a spell, even with the advantage of playing at home. The ferocity of the Shining Stars' offensive onslaught exceeded the expectations of many. Undoubtedly, it must have taken the Golden Arrows players by surprise as well. They appeared momentarily dazed by the relentless assault from the Shining Stars. Following this barrage, the Golden Arrows attempted a counterattack, yet their efforts failed to penetrate the Shining Stars' defense, ending abruptly before they could reach the penalty area. A miscommunication occurred during their passing, as Bian Li, in attempting to deliver the ball to Tim Sosa, overhit his pass, allowing Ding Yuanhai to intercept it. Without surveying the field, Ding promptly forwarded the ball to Sun Chuan Junping ahead of him. With his back to the advancing play, Sun executed a deft backheel pass to Qin Lin, who was poised to seize the moment. The previously beleaguered Bian Li, striving to amend his earlier mistake, found himself outmaneuvered. Oh, what a splendid play! The stands erupted once more with cheers from the Shining Star supporters. Today, not only did the players seem to be in peak condition, But the fans also radiated an infectious enthusiasm. Their jubilant roars echoed through the stadium, mocking and provoking the Golden Arrows players. Whenever the Shining Stars exhibited dazzling skills, the fans erupted in applause. Conversely, they celebrated the errors made by the Golden Arrows, just as they had during Bien Li's mispass, which elicited both cheer and laughter from the crowd. They appeared unfazed by the possibility that their taunts could incite a fierce response from the Golden Arrows players, who bore the heavy psychological burden stemming from the incidents involving Hu Lai and Wang Xinke. Thus, the jeering and ridicule from the Shining Star supporters only served to further diminish the spirits of their opponents. Chen Xingyi received a pass from Qin Lin and surged forward along the flank. As the Golden Arrows left back, Yu Rongquan closed in, he deftly shifted direction towards the center, delivering a lateral pass to Zhang Qinghuan, who had made himself available. Before receiving the ball, Zhang scanned the field, noticing Qin Lin making a proactive run into the center. He feigned an approach to the ball, only to let it slip between his legs. This ruse had drawn the attention of the Golden Arrows defenders, allowing Qin Lin to remain unmarked. Positioned just outside the penalty area, he unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Zheng Donglin soared into the air, desperately attempting to parry the ball away. However, upon encountering the football, a pang of anxiety struck him, for he realized that he had merely returned the ball to the penalty area without clearing it out of bounds. Lurking within the penalty area was that formidable opponent. As the ball was deflected by Zheng Donglin, Hu Lai darted forward, eager to seize the opportunity for a follow-up shot. Nevertheless, this time, the national team's central defender, Mao Xingjun, was exceptionally focused. He first used his body to obstruct Hu Lai's path, then decisively sent the ball sailing over the goal line, prioritizing the removal of danger over any concerns about conceding a corner kick. Just after clearing the ball, Mao Xingjun heard a frustrated cry beside him. Turning his head, he saw Hu Lai with his hands clasped atop his head, grimacing in disappointment. It was evident he felt a deep sense of regret and unfulfilled potential for missing that chance. Mao Xingjun endeavored to steady his breath, striving not to appear flustered before the young player, lest Hu Lai detect his racing heartbeat. Though merely 10 minutes had passed since the match commenced, he felt as though a considerable amount of time had elapsed, while the field remained unchanged. He sensed that today's encounter between the two teams was entirely different from their previous clash here. Beyond the unaltered pitch, everything else had transformed. The teams on the field and the spectators in the stands were all distinct. "Oh dear," Xiaolon exclaimed from the stands upon witnessing Hu Lai's missed opportunity. She quickly turned to her husband and inquired, "Did that central defender commit a foul?" "Stop thinking about such frivolities." Hu Lisin shot her a glare, then softened his tone. "But don't worry. I believe Hu Lai will surely score in this match. He's in excellent form." Xiaolon was somewhat taken aback. This was perhaps one of the rare moments her husband expressed such confidence in their son. When was the last time? It seemed to be during the U23 Asian Cup final, and she couldn't help but smile. What a good omen. Hu Lisin noticed a swift change in his wife's demeanor from cloudy to sunny and found himself puzzled. Were his words truly that effective? In response to the aging characteristics of the Golden Arrow players, Zhao Kongming had devised a strategy for the Shining Star team, urging them to elevate their pace from the very beginning, thereby exhausting the Golden Arrow players and leaving them no time to recuperate. The intention was to leverage their physical advantage to wear down their opponents. In the initial minutes of the match, Shining Star's offensive was indeed vigorous. However, despite their struggles, the Golden Arrow players managed to withstand the relentless onslaught. While age may have been a factor, their wealth of experience proved invaluable. Confronted with this scenario, Zhao Kongming moved to the sidelines, gesturing for the players to intensify their attacks and accelerate the tempo. He even instructed them to apply high pressing in the attacking third, aiming to force the Golden Arrow players into making mistakes. High pressing demands considerable physical stamina, and in this regard, Zhao Kongming was confident. Youth, after all, is an asset that allows for unrestrained running. The adage "youth is fearless" holds true. In such physically demanding endeavors, youth is indeed a significant advantage. With Shining Star's implementation of high pressing, the Golden Arrow players found even the simplest tasks, such as moving the ball forward, to be incredibly challenging. This is because, once a player from the Golden Arrow team gains possession of the ball in the backfield, two players from the Star team will instinctively rush to apply pressure, while the other Star players strategically position themselves to intercept any potential passes near the Golden Arrow player. This tactic forces the golden arrow player to either pass back to the goalkeeper or make a desperate long pass exceeding 15 meters, significantly diminishing accuracy. Simultaneously, Qin Lin and Sun Chuanjunping, as defensive midfielders, do not remain stationary but actively push forward, attempting to intercept the long passes from the golden arrow team as they advance. This coordinated assault leaves the golden arrow players increasingly beleaguered on the field. Moreover, every time they falter, the Star fans in the stands compassionately respond with derisive jeers, further unsettling the golden arrow players. Consequently, Wang Xinke recognizes that his team is ensnared in a precarious predicament. The intensified pressing by the Star team aims to compel errors from his players. Yet their performance is disappointingly lackluster. Observing his players return the ball to goalkeeper Zheng Donglin yet again, amidst the cacophony of boos from the stands, Wang Xinke's expression darkens. He had believed that by igniting his players' fighting spirit and redirecting Hu Lai's animosity towards them, he could transform his players into relentless warriors, ready to exact vengeance on the Stars' home turf. However, the unfolding narrative seems to diverge from his expectations. What has gone awry? While Hu Lai's frenzy may be understandable, why are the other Star players emulating his fervor? How is it that each of them is so fiercely committed? What benefits has Hu Lai bestowed upon you? Chapter 97. Celebrating at the opponent's doorstep. The beauty of youth. Zhao Kongming suddenly mused from the sidelines. Look how swiftly they have progressed. Last season, when we faced the Golden Arrow, we were somewhat at a disadvantage, as if we had to risk everything just to match their strength. Yet now, old Chun, I feel they are even beginning to look down upon the Golden Arrow, a team that once reigned as the champions of the Chinese Super League, reduced to this? Standing beside him, Chun Imo stifled a laugh, seemingly attempting to shield his expression from the ever-watchful camera lenses to avoid controversy, especially since the match was still ongoing and Star had yet to score. But he forgot that while he could cover his mouth, his eyes betrayed him, glimmering like crescent moons, revealing his true emotions. Chun Mo's joy stemmed from witnessing the same sentiment reflected in his team's performance as Zhao had. Recalling last year, when the team aimed to fiercely compete against their opponents on home soil, they had to first muster their resolve in the locker room and later feign weakness in post-match press conferences to deceive the rival team. Now, the opponents are acutely aware that the Star team would engage them in a fierce battle, making it impossible to underestimate this match. Yet, when such a thoroughly prepared Golden Arrow team stepped onto the pitch, the young players from Star charged in with vigor, only to realize that their opponents appeared somewhat lacking. It is indeed a source of profound reflection. It is uncertain whether the Golden Arrows have weakened or if the Shining Stars have strengthened. Or perhaps both factors are at play. Nevertheless, as the assistant coach of the team, he remains unperturbed despite the score being 0-0. Will they concede a goal? Perhaps. But we will undoubtedly score. Winning a match is, in essence, quite simple. We merely need to outscore our opponents. Fortunately, our squad boasts one of the finest local goal scorers in contemporary Chinese football, as Bianli observed his teammate, Lian Chongqing. Struggling under pressure from two opposing players in the backfield, he felt compelled to assist. Despite Zhang Qinghuan being nearby, he sprinted towards Lian Chongqing, shouting, "Pass the ball to me." Without glancing up, Lian Chongqing sent the ball in Bianli's direction. As Bianli received the pass, Zhang Qinghuan quickly closed in. Rather than passing again, Bianli opted to advance the ball himself. If they are restricting our passing options, he thought, I shall carry the ball forward myself. Although Zhang Qinghuan was applying pressure, Bianli was confident in his technical skills and physical strength, believing he could shield the ball effectively. Thus, he surged forward with the ball, only to collide with Qin Lin, who had positioned himself strategically. By the time Bianli noticed Qin Lin, they were perilously close. He attempted to maneuver past Qin Lin, but with Zhang Qinghuan's tight defense, his attempt to flick the ball away was thwarted. While he slipped by, Qin Lin retained possession. A splendid interception by Qin Lin. Upon witnessing Qin Lin's successful tackle, Mao Junjing shouted, "Push forward." He seemed to anticipate Qin Lin's next move and directed the defense to advance collectively, aiming to create an offside trap. However, this sudden shift in attack and defense demanded quick adaptability from the players. Some were still reeling from the unexpected loss of possession. Although most players followed Mao Junjing's directive to push forward, two fullbacks lagged behind. Almost simultaneously with Mao Junjing's command, Hu Lai, who had been jogging back alongside the Golden Arrow's left back, Cui Shuangwen, suddenly darted laterally into the open space behind Mao Junjing at the top of the penalty arc. Meanwhile, Qin Lin, with his head down as he adjusted the ball, seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of Hu Lai's intentions. Without even lifting his gaze, he deftly flicked the ball towards the open space behind Mao Junja. An opportunity. The Shining Star supporters in the stands collectively rose from their seats, leaning forward in anticipation. Cui Shuangwen, initially aiming to create an offside, realized the ball had already been passed and quickly shifted his attention towards Hu Lai. However, Hu Lai had already gained a half-step advantage. He sprinted towards the ball that had fallen before him, opting not to stop it. Instead, he took a powerful stride forward, swinging his right leg to strike the ball with a firm foot. The ball, rebounding off the ground, was propelled towards the goal by Hu Lai's strike. As the goalkeeper Zheng Donglin positioned himself near the small penalty area, he found himself unprepared for the close-range shot that was about to unfold. He had not anticipated that Hu Lai would opt for a back foot volley. He expected Hu Lai to control the ball before taking his shot. By the time he reacted to the approaching ball, it was already too late. The ball whizzed past him and crashed into the net behind him. Hu Lai! Hu Lai! Oh, this is a goal. What a splendid display. He Feng and Yin Kong exclaimed in unison. Hu Lai has scored. In the 28th minute of the match, he opened the scoring for the Shining Stars. Wow, Hu Lai is in phenomenal form. This goal was not offside. Hu Lai's movement was exceptionally astute. He first made a lateral run to create space, and then darted forward, providing Qin Lin the opportunity to pass. Qin Lin, without a glance, delivered the ball with precision, showcasing their remarkable synergy. With a simple sequence of run, pass, and shot, the Shining Stars tore through the Golden Arrow defense and found the back of the net. It was astonishingly efficient. The cheers from the Provincial Sports Center reached a crescendo, almost lifting the stadium roof. After confirming his goal, Hu Lai turned and sprinted toward the visiting team's coaching staff, gesturing to his eager teammates to hold on for a moment. The jubilant teammates halted, smiles illuminating their faces as they awaited Hu Lai's performance. As he neared the visiting team's bench, Hu Lai leaped high into the air, executing a 180-degree turn before landing gracefully in front of the Deshun Golden Arrow coaching staff. Wang Xinke, standing at the sidelines, witnessed this entire spectacle. His gaze fixated on Hu Lai's back, where his name and number were displayed. Logically, he should have quickly averted his eyes. Yet that silhouette seemed to possess an enchanting quality that held his attention captive, rendering him motionless in front of the coaching bench. He was uncertain if he caught a glimpse of Hu Lisan's shadow. Xiaolan, overwhelmed with excitement after Hu Lai's goal, jubilantly bounced on the stands, shouting with fervor. Naturally, her exuberance blended seamlessly with the equally ecstatic Shining Stars fans, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Conversely, Hu Lisan stood in a daze on the field, his gaze fixed on the small area in front of the Deshun Golden Arrow coaching staff. In that moment, he beheld both his adversary and his son. Their encounter, unfolding in such a manner, was something the former Hu Lisan could never have imagined. It felt as though something monumental had collapsed within him. His son, proudly displaying their surname in front of his enemy. Meanwhile, the perennial winner Wang Xinke could only stare in shock, as if rendered speechless. Hu Lisan raised his head, maintaining that posture for a while, fighting back the tears welling in his eyes. The DJ announced loudly. In the 28th minute, the Shining Stars lead 1-0. The scorer is player number 14, Hu Lai. Nearly 60,000 fans of the Flash Stars responded in unison with a powerful roar. The players of the Flash Stars surged forward, encircling Hu Lai, and thus commenced their jubilant celebration in front of the coach's bench of the Golden Arrows. The players on the substitute bench also rushed over to partake in the merriment. A throng even encroached upon the coaching area in front of the Golden Arrows. Regaining his composure, Wang Xinke cast a disdainful glance at the exuberant Flash Stars players as he retreated. On his way back to the coaching bench, he noticed a bottle of mineral water on the ground and bent down to pick it up. However, midway through, he suddenly smashed the bottle forcefully onto the ground. Upon contact, the bottle bounced up and flew away. It was only then that Wang Xinke straightened up, his anger palpable. The bottle he had hurled soared toward the substitute bench of the Golden Arrows, leaving the players there either startled by the flying bottle or by Wang's sudden outburst, their faces awash with fear. Nearby, in front of the Flash Stars coaching bench, Zhao Kongming and Chun Mo embraced each other, their other hands raised high in celebration. The scene of the gathered Flash Stars players, the furious Wang Xinke, the terrified Golden Arrows substitutes, and the jubilant Flash Stars coaches was captured by photographers stationed far beyond the field's baseline, immortalizing it in a single frame. It resembled a masterpiece of the world. Aptly titled, Celebration Blocked at Another's Doorstep. Chapter 98. Loach. After Hulai scored, the leading Flash Stars launched an even more ferocious offensive against the Golden Arrows. During this period, the Golden Arrows found themselves defensively overwhelmed, unable to mount any counterattack. Even if they wished to strike back at the Flash Stars from behind, it proved exceedingly difficult. The ferocity of the Flash Stars' assault left them unable to lift their heads. It was a feat in itself to simply ensure they did not concede a goal, let alone have the strength to counterattack. They could only attempt long passes to shift the battle to the opponent's half. Yet the robust Flash Stars' defense consistently controlled both the first and second touches. Ultimately, the Golden Arrows abandoned any thoughts of counterattacking, opting instead to tighten their defense and focus on not conceding another goal before the end of the first half. Thus, they successfully held the score at 0-1 until halftime. Halftime, the Flash Stars led the Golden Arrows 1-0 at home. Any viewer who watched the first half would not be surprised by this outcome. The Flash Stars showcased their formidable control on home turf. Under He Feng's commentary, the television footage displayed both teams exiting the field. The broadcast focused intently on Hulai, who had been exceptionally active during the first half, not only threatening the Golden Arrows' goal multiple times, but also scoring a goal that epitomized his signature style, demonstrating his keen instincts and agile positioning. He Feng struggled to contain his excitement, eager to elaborate on the reasons behind Hulai's remarkable form. However, the specific content pertains to certain evaluations of Wang Xinke. As a neutral commentator, some remarks are better left unsaid. After all, Hulai's allegations against Wang Xinke have yet to reach a consensus, and as a commentator, it is inadvisable to harbor personal biases during the match. If he were merely a local commentator, it might be excusable. But he is a representative of a national media outlet, specifically CCTV. In a close-up shot, Hulai walks toward the sidelines, waving his arms toward the stands with a smug smile upon his face. As the players of the Shining Stars joyfully return to the locker room, their head coach, Zhao Kongming, awaits them there. Unlike the jubilant players, Zhao Kongming wears a serious expression. Once the locker room door is shut, he cautions all players, do not celebrate too soon. We are merely one goal ahead. Let us not forget that our opponents have previously claimed the league title. If we become complacent, we may end up as the subject of ridicule. Therefore, in the second half, I expect us to continue applying pressure on their goal, maintaining an aggressive high press, striving to secure another goal. If we can score again, the scales of victory will tip in our favor, including Hulai. The players of the Shining Stars suppressed their smiles, attentively listening to Zhao Kongming's words. A one-goal lead is precarious, a universally acknowledged truth. Without further emphasis from Zhao Kongming, they already understand their course of action. Meanwhile, in the visitors' modest locker room, Wang Xinke is also rallying his players. Contrary to his usual demeanor, he refrains from berating the team for their performance in the first half, despite his strong desire to do so. In this critical moment, reason prevails over impulse. He understands that if he were to continue chastising the team, they might collapse before the Shining Stars even make their move. In the first half, we lacked courage, intimidated by the opponent's offensive play, and hesitated to counterattack. The second half must see a transformation. We have already conceded one goal, so what is there to fear? Let us not dwell on what lies behind us. If we can quickly equalize, we shall disrupt their momentum. At this point, he pauses and scans the locker room, ultimately fixing his gaze on one individual, Jin Yong. Upon hearing his name, Jin Yong raises his head. In the second half, you have but one task, to closely mark Hulai. Wherever he goes, and whatever he does, you shall follow him. Any gaps you leave will be filled by others. So do not concern yourself with that. I need you to ensure that he is never given the opportunity to shoot. Your physique is stronger than his, so make the most of that advantage. Jin Yong nods in acknowledgement. Chai Shun glances at Jin Yong, relieved to see him remain silent. Ever since that day when Jin Yong made a certain remark in the locker room, Chai Shun has been particularly vigilant regarding his actions, fearful that he may become a ticking time bomb. In conclusion, Wang Xinke addresses all the players. The AFC Champions League knockout stage consists of 2 legs. Our opponents currently lead by only 1 goal, which does not signify that they possess the upper hand. As long as we manage to secure an away goal, we will gain an advantage in the competition for advancement. He still considers the 2 matches as a whole. If he can ultimately eliminate the Star of Flash, even if he encounters some setbacks along the way, it will be of little consequence. Hu Lai's boastful words have provided him with an opportunity. Even if the Golden Arrow fails to defeat the Star of Flash in this match and returns empty-handed in the subsequent League and AFC Champions League matches, the Golden Arrow will have the home advantage. Should Golden Arrow triumph over the Star of Flash upon returning to their home ground and ultimately eliminate their opponent, advancing to the quarterfinals, it would render Hu Lai's grandiose declarations moot. Thus, upon calm reflection, Wang Xinke felt that his chances of victory were higher and that there was no need for panic. Jin Yong observed Hu Lai standing before him, his frail physique appearing fragile. Yet he did not dare to underestimate this individual. He understood that any slight lapse on his part might allow the opponent to seize the opportunity to score. Although he harbored dissatisfaction towards Wang Xinke, it did not imply that he would show leniency to Hu Lai during the match. Soon, the Star of Flash delivered a cross, and Jin Yong sprinted alongside Hu Lai, both leaping simultaneously. Jin Yong utilized his physical strength to marginally push Hu Lai aside in midair, successfully clearing the ball with his head. After failing to make contact with the ball, Hu Lai landed and glanced back at Jin Yong, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Big brother, you're not up to par. You look so robust, yet you only managed to nudge me slightly? I must tell you, back in high school, my team coach had me undergo strength training." Jin Yong interrupted coldly before Hu Lai could continue. "I've heard enough." "Huh?" Hu Lai was taken aback. "You've already recounted the story of your high school team coach once before." "Huh?" Hu Lai exclaimed in surprise. "Is that so? He pushed you 5 meters. Do you think I could push you 5 meters?" Jin Yong retorted, aiming to make Hu Lai reconsider and not to employ the same tactics against him again. To his astonishment, Hu Lai shook his head and said, "I don't think you can, big brother." Jin Yong was amused by the retort. "Save your breath. I won't grant you any shooting opportunities. My sole task in the second half is to keep you in check." Upon hearing this, Hu Lai furrowed his brow and ceased speaking. Seeing that he had finally rendered Hu Lai speechless, Jin Yong smiled, thinking, "Let us see what tricks you have left." In the ensuing match, Hu Lai indeed felt how Jin Yong was persistently shadowing him, literally sticking to him like glue. He had attempted to draw out of the penalty area, hoping the opponent would hesitate due to the fear of being exploited, but immediately, another player from Golden Arrow filled Jin Yong's position, forcing Jin Yong to follow him out. Moreover, as a forward who posed the greatest threat within the penalty area, what use was it for him to venture outside? It would be far more effective to confront Jin Yong directly within the box. Speaking of which, Hu Lai recalled the targeted training sessions conducted by Lin Gu. Given Hu Lai's slender build, it was apparent that he was not the type of player skilled in physical confrontations. When opponents defend against him, they typically initiate confrontations, attempting to overpower Hu Lai with sheer physical dominance. Consequently, Lin Ji's targeted training includes numerous scenarios of this nature. He recalls Lin Ji's advice to become as slippery as an eel, able to evade and maneuver deftly. Jin Yong notices that Hu Lai has largely ceased to venture outside the penalty area and is even attempting to engage him directly, which he finds rather amusing. Like a sprout, he thinks, how can he possibly believe that he can outmuscle me? What kind of delusion must he be under? Having just verbally triumphed over Hu Lai, Jin Yong revels in the exhilaration of victory and a sense of accomplishment. He resolves to further provoke Hu Lai, for if he can shatter his composure, he will have fulfilled his mission for the match. With this thought, he scoffs lightly, courageous, yet utterly foolish. Hu Lai turns to him, grinning widely. "Who do you look down on, big brother? Let me tell you, my strength has been honed through specialized training at the club. I am no longer the same person I once was. Just a heads up, if you're solely relying on brute force against me, you will come to regret it." Jin Yong smirks with disdain, regarding Hu Lai with an expression of disbelief. The fast break from Flashing Stars fails to materialize as the defenders from Golden Arrow quickly position themselves. Thus, this attack devolves into a positional battle. In this scenario, Hu Lai must turn his back to the attacking direction, seeking an opportunity. He stands in the center of the penalty area, Jin Yong pressing closely behind him, and he can distinctly feel Hu Lai challenging him. Jin Yong internally scoffs. "So you still have some breath left, do you?" With a slight exertion, he notices Hu Lai being pushed back half a step. However, in an instant, a surge of strength emanates from Hu Lai, who seems to be attempting to reclaim his position. "Huh, today, I shall teach you what it means for one force to conquer 10. With this thought, Jin Yong thrusts forward with renewed vigor. Yet this time, as he pushes out, he feels no resistance. Instead, he loses his balance and stumbles. That force he had been contending with has vanished. Just as Jin Yong prepares to engage once more, Hu Lai suddenly pivots sharply to the side, lowering his right shoulder and effortlessly sidestepping Jin Yong. Now is the moment. After evading Jin Yong, Hu Lai swiftly turns around, just as Chun Xingyi's pass arrives. The two exhibit an almost incomprehensible synergy. Ordinarily, upon seeing Hu Lai entangled with Jin Yong, Chun Xingyi should not have passed the ball to him, as it would likely result in relinquishing possession. Yet, he does so regardless. Moreover, he does not wait until Hu Lai has evaded Jin Yong to make the pass. He has already sent the ball towards the penalty area beforehand. Thus, when Hu Lai turns, the pass is right at his feet, a seamless connection. Wasting not a single second, Hu Lai puffs out his chest, skillfully controlling the ball. Cheers erupt from the stands. Hu Lai has elegantly evaded his opponent. Opportunity. Mao Jun is charging in from the side, determined to tackle Hu Lai and disrupt his momentum. Hu Lai appeared oblivious to the events unfolding around him. His gaze fixated solely on the descending football as he lowered his head. With a focused demeanor, he lifted his right leg, leaning his body to the left. The goalkeeper, Zheng Donglin, lunged forward in a bid to obstruct Hu Lai's shooting angle. Just as he was about to make contact with the ball, Hu Lai's right ankle twisted outward, executing a precise push shot. The football sailed beneath Zheng Donglin's outstretched arms, and despite his desperate attempt to intercept it, he failed to make contact. At that moment, Mao Jun barreled in, colliding with Hu Lai, who had just completed his shooting motion. Yet, Hu Lai paid him no heed. His eyes locked onto the trajectory of his shot. In his vision, the football soared past Zheng Donglin and ultimately found its destination, nestling into the net. A goal. The Provincial Sports Center erupted in thunderous applause once more. Chapter 99. I have come to collect a debt from the stands. The intricate details of the action within the Dongchuan Golden Arrows penalty area were difficult to discern, the distance proving too great for clarity. This left Xiaolan feeling somewhat disoriented. Previously, she had been accustomed to the diverse angles and close-up shots provided by televised broadcasts, which had fostered a misconception that watching a football match should always offer such a godlike perspective, allowing viewers to zoom in or out at will, with various slow-motion replays from different angles accompanying each goal. Now she understood why some spectators brought binoculars to the matches. Take Hu Lai's goal, for instance. She initially struggled to comprehend what transpired in front of the Golden Arrows net. All she observed was her son seemingly entangled with the opponent's center back, and then, in an unexpected turn, the defender staggered, allowing her son to slip behind him, receive the ball, and complete the shot. At that moment, Xiaolan felt a profound disappointment at not being able to witness her son's goal through the lens of a television broadcast. Of course, there were advantages and disadvantages. While the live experience lacked the detail of a broadcast, the atmosphere was incomparable to the quiet confines of home viewing with her husband. When her son scored his second goal, the jubilant cheers from the stands cascaded into her ears from all directions. Hu Lai, Hu Lai, Hu Lai. The continuous chanting of her son's name stirred an indescribable pride within Xiaolan, prompting tears of joy to well up in her eyes, until her husband enveloped her in a warm embrace. Hu Lai, a stunning brace, he exclaimed, as the golden arrow prepared to counterattack. He noted how Hu Lai's exquisite goal had dealt a significant blow to the opposition. The sentiments he had expressed prior to the match were gradually being realized. The commentator from the Andong Sports Channel, a local broadcaster, spoke freely without the constraints that another might have felt. His commentary nearly echoed the sentiment that for every encounter with Wang Xinke, Hu Lai had to seize the moment. Regardless of the complexities surrounding the relationship between Hu Lai's father and Wang Xinke, it would be unreasonable not to support a fellow townsman. After scoring, Hu Lai turned and sprinted towards the away team's coaching staff. This time, there was no need for him to wave his hand for a signal. His teammates did not rush to surround him, but instead kept their distance, allowing him the space to accomplish his intentions without any interference. The television broadcast followed Hu Lai closely, capturing the moment as he approached the coaching bench of the Dongchuan Golden Arrows. Hu Lai did not perform his signature celebration. Instead, upon reaching the designated spot, he turned around, facing away from Wang Xinke, raised his hands, turned his thumbs down, and pointed at the number and surname emblazoned on his back. The number 14 player of the Andong Shining Stars, Hu Lai, the son of Hu Lisin. I have come to collect a debt, Wang Xinke. Wang Xinke was momentarily taken aback, and an overwhelming surge of anger welled up within him, prompting an urge to confront Hu Lai. Just then, he was tightly restrained by the assistant coach. No, Coach Wang, don't act impulsively. Impulsiveness is the devil. The assistant coach feared that Wang Xinke would charge at Hu Lai, resulting in a physical altercation that could lead to a red card, which would spell disaster for them. Wang Xinke struggled fiercely but could not break free, forced to watch helplessly as Hu Lai executed this provocative celebration in front of him, soon surrounded by his fellow Shining Stars players. Logically, when their head coach was subjected to such humiliation by an opposing player, the members of the Dongchuan Golden Arrows should have rallied to defend him. While a head coach must not engage physically, conflicts and pushing among players are not unusual on the football field. However, when Hu Lai celebrated in front of Wang Xinke for the second time, the substitutes on the Dongchuan Golden Arrows bench remained eerily silent. The substitute players simply stared in astonishment, as if they were genuinely stunned by the unfolding drama. The first time Hu Lai celebrated in such a manner, their shock could be understood, but this was the second occurrence. Were they still unable to comprehend the situation? In any case, not a single player from the Golden Arrows stepped forward. By the time the Shining Stars players surrounded Hu Lai, he was well protected. Even if someone had wanted to stand up for their coach, it was now impossible. They could only watch helplessly as the Shining Stars players celebrated right before their eyes. Countless online viewers reacted to this scene, leaving comments such as, "Though there is no evidence, I am inclined to believe that Wang Xinke truly wronged Hu Lai's father back in the day. If it were not true, how could Hu Lai possess such motivation to perform so brilliantly in this match?" Others echoed, "Indeed, if there were no enmity, could Hu Lai harbor such intense hatred for Wang Xinke? This match has erupted into chaos. Words can deceive, but emotions cannot. The hatred Hu Lai harbors for Wang Xinke is undeniably genuine. I too believe in Hu Lai. To be frank, Wang Xinke has always been a controversial figure, notoriously harsh in exploiting his players. Those who have been coached by him seldom express any longing for his return, which speaks volumes about his rapport with the players. Honestly, when Hu Lai accused Wang Xinke of being the culprit behind his father's persecution, many remained skeptical at the time. After all, Hu Lai lacks evidence. Who would believe such baseless accusations against a renowned coach in the Chinese football scene? Hu Lisin's initial concerns were entirely justified, given Hu Lai's influence and fame. Even his allegations against Wang Xinke were met with skepticism by many. It is no surprise that his claims as an obscure player were also doubted. Following Hu Lai's admission of his lack of evidence, numerous individuals online launched harsh criticisms against him, using derogatory language that painted him as a mad dog. However, after witnessing Hu Lai's 2 goals in the match, many began to reconsider their stance. They chose to believe in Hu Lai's allegations, driven by the simple logic that if there were no truth to the matter, would Hu Lai harbor such animosity? Did he even know Wang Xinke before this incident? Why would he go to such lengths? Once he performed on the field like a deity descended, all were moved by his display, leading them to wholeheartedly accept the rationale behind it. On the chairman's stand, Dongchuan smiled and applauded Hu Lai's goals, secretly relieved that he had stood firmly by his player. As the match progressed, he felt that regardless of the evidence, public opinion had begun to tilt in favor of Hu Lai. The reason was simple. In the realm of football, failure is the original sin. If Wang Xinke were to triumph in their contest, as the victor, he could easily manipulate the narrative. But should he falter, Dongchuan discreetly glanced at Xue Qiaoyu, the general manager of the Golden Arrow, whose farmer-like face revealed no signs of joy or sorrow. Yet, Dongchuan was inclined to believe that a tempest must be stirring within Xue Qiaoyu's mind. With this thought, Dongchuan decided to stoke the flames. He said, somewhat guilt-ridden, to Xue Qiaoyu, "Please don't take this to heart. Hu Lai is still just a child, lacking understanding." He referred to Hu Lai's audacious act of confronting Wang Xinke to celebrate. Setting aside their grievances, such behavior was indeed impolite. But was Dongchuan genuinely apologizing for Hu Lai? Certainly not. He was merely fanning the flames. Upon hearing Dongchuan's words, Xue Qiaoyu turned and forced a smile. "I understand, Dong. Understanding is all that matters," Dongchuan replied, feigning awkwardness. Xue Qiaoyu did not engage further, instead turning his gaze to the field, lost in thought. Sensing that he had added sufficient fuel to the fire, Dongchuan closed his mouth and resumed watching the match. After Hu Lai scored twice, nearly half an hour remained in the game. Trailing by 2 goals, the Golden Arrow sought to mount a comeback, aiming to score at least once for an away goal. Even if they ultimately lost the first leg 1-2, they would retain the advantage heading into the second leg at home. Zhao Kongming quickly responded by tightening the defense. While keeping Chun Xingyi up front to counterattack, utilizing his speed and personal prowess to thwart the Golden Arrow's desperate resurgence. In this match, Chen Xingyi performed exceptionally well. In the 73rd minute, he received a long pass from Wang Guangwei, breaking through the defense to create a one-on-one opportunity. Unfortunately, he was deemed offside by a narrow margin and the goal was disallowed. Soon after, he once again showcased his individual skills, leaving the Dongchuan High defense in disarray, only to be halted by a foul from Mao Junzheng. After Chen Xingyi consistently posed a threat to the Dongchuan High defense, Wang Xinke made tactical adjustments from the sidelines, instructing his team to tighten their formation to prevent conceding another goal. After all, it was not merely Chen Xingyi they had to contend with. Hu Lai loomed centrally as well. The combination of these two was far more formidable than a simple 1-1-2 setup. Chen Xingyi's breakthroughs and passes, coupled with Hu Lai's elusive movement and striking ability, meant that their partnership in attack required only a few chances to potentially score. Wang Xinke was unwilling to take risks. He certainly did not wish to be surprised by Hu Lai celebrating triumphantly at his doorstep once again. Despite being down by 2 goals, this was merely the first leg of a 2-legged match. After mitigating losses, returning to their home ground, could they not overturn a 2-goal deficit? Reflecting on the performance of the Shining Stars in last season's FA Cup final, they had managed to mount a comeback after trailing 0-2 in the first leg. Why, then, could the Shining Stars, previously a second-tier team, achieve this feat while the top-tier Dongchuan High could not? Upon deciding to reserve the rivalry for the second leg, Wang Xinke began making substitutions, replacing attacking players with defenders. The commentators noted this shift, recognizing his acceptance of the situation. Consequently, even though the match had yet to conclude, cheers erupted from the stands, celebrating the Shining Stars. When the referee blew the final whistle, the applause grew even louder. The match ended, thanks to Hu Lai's 2 goals. The Shining Stars triumphed over Dongchuan High with a score of 2-0 at home, gaining the upper hand in the 2-legged AFC Champions League knockout stage. Hefeng specifically highlighted Hu Lai's 2 goals, implying that those in the know would understand. As the television broadcast concluded, the camera zoomed in on Hu Lai, who was joyfully celebrating the victory with his teammates. The broadcast then shifted to Wang Xinke. Having lost the match, he perfunctorily shook hands with Zhao Kongming before hastily retreating to the players' tunnel. His swift exit was such that the broadcast only captured his departing silhouette. The sports commentator from Andong Television couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Wang Xinke has fled in disarray. His description was quite apartment. The hasty departure indeed evoked the notion of fleeing in a panic. The stands erupted in jubilation, as the Shining Stars fans seemed to unleash all their pent-up emotions. Given that the Shining Stars had only 1 home match in these 3 games, while the remaining 2 were away fixtures, it appeared as though their supporters sought to compensate for the missed opportunity to cheer in person during those 2 matches by pouring their fervor into this one. Alternatively, one might say it is a prelude to bolster the spirits of the star players. Although they triumphed in this inaugural match, it is merely the first step of a long journey. Everyone is acutely aware that if Hu Lai is to fulfill his promise, winning this single game is insufficient. With 2 more matches remaining, a loss in even one would provide fodder for the naysayers outside. However, Hu Lai appears unperturbed by such concerns. After celebrating with his teammates, he is approached by Wang Shanshan for an interview. In front of the camera, Hu Lai raises a finger. Curiously, Wang Shanshan inquires, "What does that signify, Hu Lai?" "I hope everyone will support us with a single click," he replies. Wang Shanshan, puzzled, responds, "Just kidding. It means I've already won 1 match." Hu Lai laughs heartily. Yet, with the next 2 matches being away games, Wang Shanshan presses, "Do you have confidence in securing victory?" "Absolutely, without a doubt." Hu Lai responds decisively, showing no hesitation, as if he had never contemplated the possibility of losing on the road. "We will present our best performance in the upcoming matches. Even as visitors, we remain confident in our ability to win." Wang Shanshan smiles and encourages him. "Then go for it, Hu Lai." After concluding the interview, Hu Lai waves goodbye to her and heads toward the locker room. Once Wang Shanshan finishes her task, she turns to the cameraman, who is setting down his equipment, and asks, "Xiaozhong, do you think he can achieve it?" The cameraman shakes his head. "I don't make predictions." He was already proven wrong today by Hu Lai's brace. Wang Shanshan initially intended to tease her cameraman, but suddenly recalls something and exclaims, "Oh no, what is it?" The cameraman inquires, "I forgot to tell Hu Lai that his parents are here to watch him play." Surely he knows. As they are family, the cameraman responds. That's true, Wang Shanshan muses. Envisioning Hu Lisin in the stands, watching his son seek vengeance. A truly splendid image. While Hu Lai is still on the field for interviews, Xiaolon pulls a nearby fan and hands her phone to him, requesting a photograph with her husband in the stands, with the stadium as their backdrop. This request is not out of place. Many fans in the stands are engaged in similar activities. The enthusiastic fan captures several shots before returning the phone to Xiaolon. After expressing her gratitude, she browses through the photos, selecting the one where both of them look their best while deleting the others. Hu Lisin observes her actions and cannot help but remark, "Do we need to take a picture just to watch a game? Of course. This is my first time attending a live football match. Such a momentous occasion deserves to be captured," she replies. Hu Lisin falls silent as they tidy up, collecting litter from beneath their feet and placing it into the plastic bag that previously held their bread before they walk towards the exit, merging with the throng of other departing fans. Amidst the throng, they listen to the exuberant discussions of the spectators, who were animatedly praising their sons' performances and expressing their anticipation for the upcoming matches. As they followed the tide of fans exiting the stands, they arrived at the spacious square, where Xiaolon finally found herself walking side by side with her husband. She glanced at him, uncertain whether it was the square's lights casting a shadow on his face. But she sensed that he appeared to be smiling. "What are you looking at?" Hu Lisin noticed his wife's gaze. "Nothing. Let us hurry to the subway. We still need to return to Dongchuan," Xiaolon replied, quickening her pace towards the bustling entrance of the subway station. In the vibrant locker room, the victorious players were filled with excitement. Some roamed about in nothing but their undergarments, while others delivered impassioned speeches to their teammates. "Though we have won this match, we must not let our guard down. There are still 2 matches to go. Let us strike hard and secure our victory." Others engaged with their teammates, sharing insights about the game. "Did you feel particularly in sync during this match? Once I stepped onto the field, it was as if I entered a transcendent realm. I instinctively knew you would run forward as I received the ball, so I passed it to you without even glancing your way." His teammate nodded in agreement. "Exactly. I had that same feeling. I knew you would pass it to me, so I made my run in advance, and indeed, I received the ball." It seemed that this sensation was not unique to him. He expressed how the match felt remarkably fluid, a comfort that was difficult to articulate. Another teammate joined in the conversation. Hu Lai sat in his spot, freshly showered and still glistening with sweat. He observed the jubilant faces of his teammates, who wore smiles that persisted throughout the locker room's lively atmosphere. The exuberance remained undiminished until their coach, Zhao Kongming, concluded the post-match press conference and returned to the locker room. As he surveyed the boisterous players, Zhao Kongming raised his hand, signaling for silence. The previously raucous locker room gradually quieted down as everyone turned their attention to their coach, eager to hear his forthcoming words. "We have won the first match, but this is far from over. The knockout stage of the AFC Champions League is a 2-legged affair, and in the next leg, we will be playing away. They still have a chance to turn the tables. Remember last year's FA Cup final? How did they lose to us? In the first leg, they also defeated us 2-0. So, let us not celebrate too early. We shall properly celebrate only after we secure victories in all 3 matches." As he spoke, the teammates subtly directed their gazes towards Hu Lai. Eventually, even Zhao Kongming turned his attention to Hu Lai. Under the collective gaze, Hu Lai rose to his feet, thumping his chest as he assured Zhao Kongming, "Rest assured, Coach Zhao, I will not let you down." Due to the influence of the Lingxi card, the starting lineup for these 3 matches would be in perfect harmony with Hu Lai's instincts. In addition to fostering greater synergy during the match, the Lingxi card serves another purpose. It ensures that Hu Lai's intentions are comprehended and supported by his teammates. After all, they are united in their aspirations and efforts. As long as Hu Lai remains humble and vigilant, the Shining Stars team will mirror that same humility and vigilance. Hu Lai possesses the confidence and authority to make such assurances to Zhao Kongming. Although his teammates are unaware that Hu Lai has employed the Lingxi card, none doubt his capacity to represent their collective sentiment. In fact, when considering these 3 matches, no one embodies the spirit of the entire team better than Hu Lai, as these games are intrinsically linked to him. Thus, Zhao Kongming expressed no dissent, nodding in acceptance of Hu Lai's promise. After the match concluded, a highlight reel emerged online, accompanied by a plethora of gossip and discussions surrounding the game. Supporters of Wang Xinke naturally deemed Hu Lai's actions as lacking in decorum. Sports journalist Qin Bo, who previously defended Wang Xinke when Hu Lai accused him of ruining his father's career, again criticized Hu Lai's conduct. The allegations he made were merely conjecture, devoid of evidence. Now, it appeared as though he intended to treat this baseless accusation as an undeniable fact. Running to celebrate in front of Wang Xinke after scoring would not convince anyone that Wang Xinke had indeed committed such acts. No, it would only serve to showcase the arrogance and overbearing nature of this so-called genius player. What value does exceptional skill hold if it is overshadowed by poor character? Such individuals are forever distanced from greatness. I now understand why Chinese football struggles. It is because people like this can still thrive in its sphere. His words, of course, incited anger among Hu Lai's fans, many of whom flocked to his social media to inquire, "What is the group number? Let us earn money together." I also comprehend why Chinese football falters. It is due to the abundance of fools like the original poster who can manipulate public opinion under the guise of journalism. Wang Xinke has acknowledged the existence of this matter, and while Hu Lai lacks proof, so does Wang Xinke. If both are merely guided by personal belief, why should we permit the original poster to believe Wang Xinke while denying us the same right to support Hu Lai? To be frank, there are few sports journalists like Qin Bo who openly support Wang Xinke. What does this signify that remains unclear to everyone? Therefore, I cannot fathom how much Wang Xinke has paid Qin Bo to risk alienating a future superstar of Chinese football by siding with him. Surely, he no longer wishes to report on Hu Lai again. What of arrogance and overbearing behavior? I relish such traits. In my view, Hu Lai's celebration was insufficiently audacious. Had it been me, I would have enacted a slapping gesture directed at Wang Xinke, or orchestrated a reenactment with teammates showcasing how Wang Xinke had once crippled Hu Lai's father to thoroughly humiliate him. Upon entering, I found an abundance of criticism directed at the original poster, which reassured me. Few individuals, like Qin Bo, openly defend Wang Xinke. Many of Wang Xinke's supporters remain discreet, refraining from vocal support and instead assert with unwavering conviction that Hu Lai's promises are fundamentally unattainable, particularly with the next two matches being hosted by the Golden Arrow. Hu Lai's performance in this match was commendable. However, I harbor doubts about his ability to confront Wang Xinke effectively. After all, the upcoming two matches will take place in the Golden Arrow's home ground, where the returning team is likely to exhibit a markedly different demeanor compared to today's game. Pressed to the brink, the Golden Arrow will undoubtedly unleash tremendous energy, while the victorious Shining Stars may succumb to hubris, risking a severe counterattack from the Golden Arrow. Their assertions suggest they witnessed the Shining Stars celebrating with champagne after the match. Thus, the two sides engaged in relentless online disputes, persisting from the end of the match well into the night. It is foreseeable that as long as the trio of confrontations between the Shining Stars and the Golden Arrow remains unresolved, such arguments will continue. Chapter 101. Gratitude and Retribution. Chen Xingyi finds himself in a dilemma. Yesterday, a highly anticipated AFC Champions League round of 16 match drew significant attention, not merely as an internal clash, but due to the personal animosity between Shining Stars player Hu Lai and Golden Arrow coach Wang Xinke. This article does not delve into the nuances of their conflict. Those interested may conduct their own research. Today, I wish to discuss an individual who has remained somewhat eclipsed amidst the spotlight. Chen Xingyi, the sole player in the Shining Stars with ties to the Golden Arrow. Having been loaned from the latter, as a loaned player, his return is inevitable upon the expiration of his term. This leads to an awkward predicament. How will the Golden Arrow fans perceive him after he aids the Shining Stars in defeating their team? What will the Golden Arrow players think of him? Conversely, how do the Shining Stars players view this situation? Are they aware that their actions may be perilously nudging Chen Xingyi towards danger? Ultimately, even if Hu Lai achieves a satisfying revenge, what becomes of Chen Xingyi? Can he return to the Golden Arrow? Throughout the conflict between Hu Lai and Wang Xinke, we have scarcely heard from Chen Xingyi. In the lead-up to the match, Hu Lai kept Chen Xingyi close, forbidding any inquiries from reporters regarding him. I suspect Hu Lai understands that his battle with Wang Xinke has, regrettably, ensnared an innocent bystander. Now, this innocent party, Chen Xingyi, grapples with his difficult choices. He is set to accompany the Shining Stars to the Golden Arrow's home ground, a venue familiar to him, albeit with limited prior appearances. The fans here once regarded him as a promising star for the future. Yet now, this player, hailed by Xue Chaoyu as the cornerstone of the Golden Arrow for the next decade, must extinguish his future employer's hopes for the AFC Champions League? As Hu Lai gazes at a widely circulated article on his phone, which has garnered over 100,000 views, he finds himself at a loss for words. Zhang Qinghwan, presenting her phone, remarked, "Did you ever imagine that your attempts to shield Chen Xingyi would ultimately provide journalists with ammunition against you? I must tell you, should reporters set their sights on you, even your demise would be deemed a misstep." Hu Lai sighed deeply, acknowledging his oversight, and inquired of Zhang Qinghwan, "Has Xiao Xingxing seen this article? I am uncertain. However, with such high readership, it is quite possible he has already encountered it. Regardless, let us assume he remains unaware. Please refrain from mentioning this to him." Zhang Qinghwan nodded, understanding Hu Lai's desire to spare Chen Xingyi from further distress. "I genuinely did not anticipate that Wang Xinke would stoop so low as to drag innocent parties into his quest for victory," Hu Lai lamented. "What connection does this have to Wang Xinke?" Wang Guangwei, who was driving, asked with curiosity, though I lack concrete evidence. "I suspect this public relations piece was commissioned by Wang Xinke, intended to disrupt Xiao Xingxing," Hu Lai responded. Wang Guangwei was taken aback, exclaiming, "Surely he wouldn't go that far." "Oh, old Wang, your naivety knows no bounds. It's wise to view Wang Xinke's actions with a more cynical lens," Hu Lai retorted. "Indeed. Did you not witness how Qinbo commented on Hu Lai after the match? If you believe he did not accept money from Wang Xinke, I find that hard to accept." Zhang Qinghwan concurred. "Otherwise, why would Wang Xinke be so sycophantic towards him?" Wang Guangwei fell silent, recalling he had seen Qinbo's Weibo post the previous night. What should have been a moment of joy following their victory suddenly felt tainted. As he recognized Zhang Qinghwan's assertions, he surmised that Qinbo must have a close relationship with Wang Xinke, even if he had not received money. He was likely treated to extravagant favors, indicating a clear conflict of interest. His wife presented her phone to Chen Hantang, asking, "Is what this article claims true?" Chen Hantang glanced at the screen, Chen Xingyi's dilemma. He returned the phone to his wife, dismissing it with disdain. "Nonsense. You haven't even read it," she protested. "I have already perused it. Such scenarios are hardly uncommon in the world of football. What dilemma is there? He is currently a player for Flash Star. Aren't you concerned he might face adversity upon returning, courtesy of Wang Xinke? Jin Jiantu has yet to renew his contract with Wang Xinke, and I suspect he has no intention of doing so. By the time Xingyi returns, Wang Xinke will likely be gone. And what of his teammates? The club officials?" Chen Hantang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I do not think it will be an issue. Moreover, given our son's performance over the past 2 seasons, I doubt he will be without a place. If Jin Jiantu truly discards him, I believe remaining with Flash Star would still serve him well. Worry not. You lack understanding of football matters. Leave this to me, and I assure you our son will not suffer." However, his wife shook her head, expressing, "I am concerned that Xingyi will feel pressure in the forthcoming matches." "Pressure?" Chen Hantang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled in realization. "What is so amusing?" his wife queried, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Oh, nothing. You consider this pressure? I perceive it as motivation." "How can you be so sure?" she asked, intrigued. "Of course. A father knows his child best," Chen Hantang replied, nodding with satisfaction. In the friends group chat, a new message caught Zhang Qinghwan's attention. Upon opening it, she exclaimed, "What on earth?" Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei echoed in unison. Chen Xingyi had shared an article, prompting Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei to respond with surprise. After 2 cars pulled into the villa garage, Chen Xingyi exited from the passenger seat of Xia Xiaoyu's vehicle and hastened towards Hu Lai and the others, asking, "Hu Lai, did you see the article I posted in the group?" Hu Lai, with an awkward expression, replied, "I did." "Haha. I told you not to stop me from accepting that interview, but you wouldn't listen. You insisted on intervening, and now you've given that fool a reason." Chen Xingyi laughed heartily, seemingly more amused by Hu Lai's embarrassment than by his own predicament. "As if I'm truly concerned about that," he declared. "I even posted it on Weibo." Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, and Zhang Qinghwan exclaimed, "What did you post on Weibo?" Hu Lai inquired. "Someone shared that article on Weibo and tagged me, claiming that the Golden Arrow brought me into professional football and that I owe him a debt of gratitude. I simply reposted, saying, 'A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude.'" Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, and Zhang Qinghwan reacted with disbelief. This article actually makes a fair point. It was evident that Chen Xingyi was internally conflicted. caught between loyalty to a good friend and gratitude towards the club that had transitioned him from campus football to the professional realm. As the saying goes, loyalty and filial piety often cannot coexist. If I were Chen Xingyi, I would probably find it hard to sleep at night. Chen Xingyi reposted with a comment. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Respect. Is this really the crux of Chen Xingyi's message? Does he believe others expect him to repay such kindness? Someone remarked. Are you genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? This person likely wishes for you to lose sleep over it. Seeing the comments from netizens on Chen Xingyi's Weibo, Zhao Kongming chuckled, while Chen Mo appeared visibly annoyed. It's best to disregard impulsive individuals like that. A mere glance at them is tantamount to conceding defeat. You're right, old Chen. Zhao Kongming continued to enjoy the netizen comments. But isn't youthful impulsiveness quite normal? Besides, if Chen Xingyi truly alienates the golden arrow, shouldn't we be pleased? It would create an opportunity for us to sign him permanently. Don't just think about the positives. Old Zhao, Chen Mo shot him a glance before sharing a laugh. If the golden arrow were truly that petty, we'd have reason to celebrate. Finally setting aside his phone, Zhao Kongming maintained a smile. However, this incident serves as a reminder in the upcoming match. I suspect Wang Xianke may focus his efforts on Chen Xingyi. It's apparent that the partnership between Chen Xingyi and Hu Lai poses a significant threat. And Wang Xianke is no fool. If he can sever the connection between Chen Xingyi and Hu Lai, won't Hu Lai's threat diminish considerably? Chen Mo contemplated Zhao Kongming's words, nodding thoughtfully. You make a valid point. In the last match, Wang Xianke intensified his defense against Hu Lai, yet ultimately failed. I believe he will employ a variety of strategies in the next match. Thus, with Chen Xingyi publicly expressing his stance on Weibo, we can breathe a little easier. At the very least, we shall not encounter those melodramatic conflicts of loyalty and filial piety. Thus, what tactical adjustments must we undertake? If they focus their defense on Chen Xingyi, we should have Zhang Qinghuan and Hu Lai draw closer to him, minimizing the distance among the three and fostering a tighter connection, ensuring that none of them is left to fend for themselves. Concurrently, we shall encourage our two fullbacks to advance more frequently. Lu Binwei on the left should support Chen Xingyi, while Zhang Hao exploits the right flank, allowing Qin Lin to orchestrate long passes to exploit the weaknesses in the Jin Jiantu defense. Zhao Kongming proposed this strategic approach. Chen Mo nodded in agreement, envisioning how this tactic would materialize, compelling Jin Jiantu to face constant dilemmas, whether to compress and obstruct our trident or to expand and defend against our abrupt transitions. Even if they react swiftly and shift their formation, we can redirect the ball to the left, exhausting their stamina amidst their frantic efforts, ultimately leading to their downfall. That is precisely the intention. Zhao Kongming chuckled softly, pleased. Chapter 102. Fans of Dashun Qiming. Qiming, come here. Wang Xianke summoned a youthful player to his side on the training ground, instructing him, during the upcoming practice, you are to take on the role of breaking through on the flanks, akin to Chen Xingyi's style of play. Do you comprehend? The young man, Qiming, hesitated briefly. Wang Xianke's expression darkened at once. Are you encountering difficulties? Qiming quickly shook his head. No, Coach Wang. I was merely contemplating how Chen Xingyi plays, employing rapid directional changes to evade defenders, ensuring that his initial burst of speed is quick and agile. That is all. Wang Xianke patted Qiming's shoulder, saying, I apologize for making you the practice partner. Understood, Coach Wang, Qiming replied earnestly. Only then did Wang Xianke address the primary defensive players of Jin Jiantu surrounding him. During practice, you will focus on how to defend against Chen Xingyi. Create numerical superiority in localized areas, corner him into a dead end, akin to wolves herding a solitary prey. Sever his connection with Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan. And once you extinguish that link, the prowess of the Xingxing trident shall be diminished. When defending, be decisive, do not hesitate, and fully leverage your physical advantage. He then turned to Qiming, who stood nearby, and Qiming, remember to wear your shin guards during practice. Qiming's expression shifted, but he nodded. Of course. Coach Wang. Excellent. Let us commence the training. With that, Wang Xianke exited the training area and blew his whistle. Are you all right, Qiming? Upon returning to the locker room, Mao Junjing inquired of Qiming, who sat on a bench changing clothes. His bare torso bore several scrapes, remnants of falls on the ground. I'm fine, truly. Qiming quickly expressed gratitude. Thank you for being lenient, brothers. My apologies. Coach Wang requires us to simulate real combat, Mao Junjing said, standing beside Qi Ming. Mao Gu, there's no need for explanations. I understand. For the triumph of the team, this is but a minor inconvenience, Qi Ming replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. In the midst of the competition, must we confront Qin Xingyi in such a manner? That lad will soon be our teammate next season, remarked Jin Yong, casting a glance at Captain Chai Shun. How awkward it will be then. If he feels no embarrassment, why should you? Chai Shun furrowed his brow. Each must serve their master and give their utmost. What is there to discuss? Moreover, as long as there are no malicious fouls, what is the issue? Jin Yong fell silent. Qin Xingyi stepped out of the hotel lobby alone, turning right to traverse the garden square of the hotel, eventually arriving at a narrow path. He recalled that there was a small supermarket along this path from when he had arrived on the bus. Upon entering, he was greeted by a digital female voice. Welcome. The proprietor behind the cash register glanced at Qin Xingyi, who wore a cap, before quickly diverting his gaze back to the phone on the table. Yesterday, the entire team of Flash Star had arrived by plane in our city, commencing preparations for the 10th round of the league and the second leg of the AFC Champions League round of 16. Hearing the voice from the phone, Qin Xingyi felt a twinge of embarrassment and almost turned to leave. How unfortunate it was to have wandered into a supermarket owned by fans of the Golden Arrow. Despite his online bravado, in reality, he was still wary of confrontation. Regrettably, he had ventured out alone at this late hour. He should have called Hu Lai and the others, thinking that a larger group would draw less attention and trouble for his teammates. But now, being alone, he realized that if any trouble arose, no one would be there to assist him. Welcome, the electronic voice repeated. The proprietor raised his head and noticed the customer still standing there, prompting him to inquire, "What would you like to buy?" Qin Xingyi snapped back to reality, quickly scanning the chewing gum displayed at the cash register. He grabbed a box and placed it on the counter. "I'll take this." After scanning the item, the proprietor stated, "That'll be 6 yuan 50. Qin Xingyi pulled out his phone to make the payment, then tucked the gum into his pocket and turned to leave. Just as he did, the owner suddenly called out, "Qin Xingyi?" Qin Xingyi froze in place, slowly turning back with a forced smile. "How did you recognize me?" "I know you're staying at the hotel nearby," the proprietor casually explained before asking. "Your loan contract ends at the end of this season, right?" "Yes," Qin Xingyi replied, unsure of the man's intentions, while remaining cautiously alert. If the owner intended to attack him, he would simply flee, reasoning that the proprietor's portly figure would not be able to catch him. "Will you be renewing your lease?" No, Qin Xingyi shook his head. "That's good." The proprietor slapped the table, causing Qin Xingyi to flinch. "Hurry back. We've missed you playing for Flash Star. The Golden Arrow's roster is aging, and we need young talents like you. What was Xue Qiaoyu thinking, to loan you for another year?" Qin Xingyi was taken aback by the warmth of this fan's enthusiasm and explained, "It was my request. I believe that at Flash Star, I can continue to make progress." The supermarket owner waved his hand. "Your improvement is indeed remarkable. When you first joined the Golden Arrow first team, I watched you play, and the difference from now is quite significant. I speak candidly. Please do not take it to heart." Qin Xingyi smiled and shook his head. "Not at all. That's precisely why I actively requested to be loaned out for training." He now felt assured that this owner would not suddenly lash out at him. "You have indeed made the right move," the owner sighed, then took his phone and stepped out from behind the counter. "How about we take a photo together? I'd like to boast a little on my social media." "Of course, a photo is fine. But aren't you worried about the backlash on social media? What's there to criticize?" The supermarket owner initially did not grasp the implication, but then it dawned on him. "Oh, the debacle between Hulai and Wang Xinka has nothing to do with you. When Golden Arrow loaned you out, there was no clause to avoid such situations. You can play as you wish. Are we so shameless as to think that if you played poorly against us, Golden Arrow's fans would applaud you?" He then retrieved his phone, activated the front camera, and extended his arm as a makeshift selfie stick, grinning broadly as he pressed the shutter button. "All right." He quickly glanced at the photo, seemingly dissatisfied with his expression, and requested to retake it. Qin Xingyi readily agreed, and even suggested another round after the second. After 3 selfies, the supermarket owner escorted Qin Xingyi out, saying, "With just 2 matches left, give it your all, Qin Xingyi. Though you represent Flash Star now, you're still a player loaned from Golden Arrow. You must strive to bring honor to us." Qin Xingyi was puzzled, "But boss, your logic seems flawed. If I perform well and bring honor to Golden Arrow, what if I end up defeating them?" To his surprise, the owner proudly puffed out his belly and replied, "So what? You're still a player loaned from Golden Arrow, so we want to lose out either way. Chen Xingyi was amused by the owner's peculiar reasoning, letting out a hearty laugh. Thank you for your kind words, boss. As Chen Xingyi hummed a tune while approaching the hotel entrance, he noticed assistant coach Chen Mo peering outside. He quickly walked over. Where have you been? Chen Xingyi jingled a box of gum from his pocket. I went to buy some gum, Coach Chen. Did you go alone? Chen Mo glanced towards the direction he came from. Yes, I went by myself. You've got some nerve. Aren't you afraid of being ambushed? Oh, Coach Chen. What do you think of the Shun fans? If all is well, next time you go out, it's better to take a few more people along. You should definitely invite Hulai. Coach, Hulai isn't exactly tough either. Chen Xingyi shrugged. What are you thinking? I mean, with Hulai's way with words. He might just persuade them to turn swords into plowshares. Chen Xingyi chuckled, then opened the box of gum, offering it to Chen Mo. Care for a piece, Coach? Chen Mo extended his hand, and Chen Xingyi poured 2 pieces for him. Hey, one is sufficient. You can't savor anything with just one. You need to consume both together. Chen Xingyi remarked as he poured 2 for himself and tossed them into his mouth. Chen, are you looking for me? It's actually Lao Zhao who wishes to speak with you. Huh? What does Zhao want to discuss? It's nothing significant. He simply wants to have a chat with you. Is Zhao worried that I might feel pressured? Not at all. He merely wants to provide you with insights regarding the treatment you may receive during the competition. As they conversed, they traversed the hotel lobby and entered the elevator, under the gaze of onlookers. After leaving Zhao Kongming's room, Chen Xingyi proceeded directly to Hulai's room. Upon knocking, he found a group gathered around, watching Zhang Qinghuan and Hulai play a game. Noticing Chen Xingyi's arrival, Hulai inquired without turning around. Where have you been? Lao Chen came looking for you. I told him you were out for a massage. Don't let me down. Chen Xingyi replied. I apologize for disappointing you. I went to buy some chewing gum. How dull. Wang Guangwei interjected. What did Chen want with you? Actually, it was Zhao who sent Chen to find me. And what does Zhao want? Well, he merely reminded me that I might be closely marked by the Golden Arrow players during the competition, advising me to prepare mentally and to avoid overreacting. Will the Golden Arrow players play dirty? Xiao Xiaoyu expressed concern. They won't resort to outright foul play, but they will certainly be aggressive, Zhang Qinghuan stated. I am mentally prepared for that. At this moment, reminiscing about past friendships is sheer nonsense. I assured Zhao that regardless of the circumstances, I will remain composed. Mikawa Junpei, only partially grasping their discussion, thumped his chest and declared, I will avenge your grievances. Hey, Mikawa, don't speak as if you're a star hanging in the sky. Hulai commented. Hanging? Mikawa Junpei seemed a bit confused. It means lifeless. Hulai translated. Mikawa Junpei's face flushed, and he hurriedly bowed in apology to Chen Xingyi. Chen Xingyi waved him off and reproached Hulai, don't frighten him. Hulai. Wang Guangwei was still pondering Chen Xingyi's words and cautioned, during the match. Don't be too aggressive with certain plays. If you get injured, it could lead to complications, especially with the Olympics approaching. Rest assured, Lao Wang. I know my limits. Chen Xingyi chuckled, patting his shoulder. Besides, I have learned from Hulai. Hulai was taken aback. What have you learned from me? The art of the dramatic fall. I'll roll on the ground a few extra times to ensure the Golden Arrow players hesitate to approach me. Hulai scoffed, dissatisfied. Is that all you learned from me? Xiao Xiaoyu attempted to defend Hulai, but Hugo, that's not a dive. It's merely self-preservation. Yet, before he could finish, Hulai continued. Let me tell you, little star, your idea of rolling around is fundamentally flawed. The more you roll, the more it appears you are feigning injury. Once you fall, lie still and don't move. I guarantee it will be far more effective than rolling around. After all, if you genuinely get kicked and are in excruciating pain, how could you possibly have the strength to roll about? I understand that you roll to attract the referee's attention, but that could backfire. The referee's attention is drawn by us. You merely need to feign death while I recite to you the twinkling stars. When one experiences pain to the utmost degree, they are rendered utterly voiceless. If you can open your mouth yet produce no sound, only then can one genuinely believe in your suffering. This is the essence of the saying, great sound is seldom heard. Upon hearing Hulai's profound insights, those in the room were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Xiaoyu pondered why this wasn't a conversation in a group chat. He could have deleted the words he had just typed in the input box, but now, the words he had spoken were like water spilled, irretrievable. Is this what great sound is seldom heard means, Hulai? Wang Guangwei was the first to regain his composure, angrily rebuking him. Zhang Qinghuan shook his head with a sigh, exclaiming, Goodness, Hulai. In this regard, You are truly the most talented individual I have ever encountered. I shall bestow upon you the title of the strongest." He then raised his thumb in admiration. Chen Xingyi twitched his lips. I thought I had learned something. Hu Lai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of wisdom. Life is finite, yet knowledge is infinite. You have much to learn, little star. However, Chen Xingyi pointed at the television, reminding Zhang Qinghuan. Brother Huan, look, Hu Lai has thrown down the controller. Zhang Qinghuan hurriedly took control of the character, seizing the ball from Hu Lai's player and launching an attack towards Hu Lai's team's penalty area. Traitor, do not mention that I am your master. Hu Lai fumed, hastily resuming his seat to grab the controller and continue the duel with Zhang Qinghuan. Laughter echoed among the young people in the room. Chapter 103. A dilemma once again at the small supermarket on the side street. The plump shopkeeper sat on a chair, keeping watch over the store while occasionally glancing at the television screen hanging opposite the cash register. The match between Dasun Golden Arrow and Andong Shining Star was underway in the 10th round of the Chinese Super League. The familiar voice of the local Dasun commentator resonated. 20 minutes into the first half, and neither side has scored. The current score is 0-0. The Golden Arrow's defense has been impressive, effectively tightening their grip on the Shining Stars' trident. Accompanying his commentary was footage of Chen Xingyi being surrounded and dispossessed by 3 Golden Arrow players. Seeing this, the shopkeeper let out a sigh. Oh dear, Wang Xinke seems to be giving it his all. The pressure from the Golden Arrow is even more intense than we anticipated. At the match venue, Chen Mo was speaking to Zhao Kongming, who sat on the coaching bench. Their players are closing in exceptionally fast. This is indeed something we did not foresee, Zhao Kongming sighed. Despite thorough preparations prior to the game, they had not anticipated Wang Xinke's ruthless approach. Observing the Golden Arrow players' defense against Chen Xingyi, one might mistakenly believe there was a deep-seated enmity among them. It is worth noting that many on the team were once Chen Xingyi's teammates. Next season, when he returns to Golden Arrow, they will continue to be allies. However, in this match, there was no room for leniency. What shall we do? Chen Mo inquired. We have done all we can, Zhao Kongming replied. From a tactical perspective, there are no issues. The difference lies in the execution. Thus, we can only observe from the sidelines as the players on the field showcase their abilities. Moreover, Lao Chun, hasn't this always been our stance? To grant them the freedom to express themselves? Are you not concerned about Chen Xingyi getting injured? Chen Mo inquired. Just as he spoke, the team, Flash Stars, launched another swift counterattack. Chen Xingyi surged down the flank, only to be brought down by Yu Rongkuan, the right back of the Golden Arrow team. Chen Xingyi tumbled several times on the ground before coming to a halt. The referee's whistle echoed, indicating a foul by Yu Rongkuan. Zhang Qinghuan gestured to the referee, signaling for a card, while Hu Lai approached Chen Xingyi, whispering guidance. Why are you rolling around again? Didn't we say to lie still and play dead? Chen Xingyi grimaced, unsure whether it was an act or genuine pain. I charged forward, and after being bumped, just lying there without moving would be even more disingenuous. It's inertia, Hu Lai. Inertia? How did you fare in physics? Hu Lai paused, realizing he had indeed overlooked the concept of inertia, yet stubbornly retorted. I dropped out before finishing my second year of high school. Inertia is taught in middle school. All right, I'll help you up, but do it slowly and look pained. Hu Lai said, grasping his hand while diverting the topic. Aren't you going to lie down a bit longer? Chen Xingyi asked, puzzled. If you lie down any longer, the stretcher and team doctor will come rushing in, and then you'll have to follow them to the sidelines to re-enter, which would just delay the game, Hu Lai replied. The referee was unlikely to issue Yu Rongkuan a card, so continuing to lie there would be futile. Hu Lai glanced back and saw the referee dismissing Zhang Qinghuan's request for a yellow card for Yu Rongkuan, offering only a verbal warning. Oh. Chen Xingyi allowed Hu Lai to assist him up slowly, and once upright, he limped a few steps. I share your concern for Chen Xingyi's safety. Zhao Kongming responded to Chen Mo's earlier question. However, upon seeing Hu Lai, I couldn't shake the feeling that things were not as straightforward. Hu Lai's physique was even more fragile than Chen Xingyi's, yet he rarely sustained injuries during matches. Lao Chun, have you contemplated the underlying reasons for this? Is it because he can act? Chen Mo blurted out. Zhao Kongming chuckled softly, ensuring the camera didn't capture his expression. I am aware some outsiders claim Hu Lai dives, lacking sportsmanship. Yet, this is also one of his self-preservation tactics. But that isn't diving. He is genuinely fouled. He merely amplifies the severity slightly, Chen Mo countered dismissively. Diving is fabricating a fall when no contact occurs, rolling on the ground with a shout. That is a lack of sportsmanship. Haven't you seen the bruises and scars on Hu Lai's legs after each match? Let me tell you, Lao Zhao, if Hu Lai weren't cunning enough, he would have been utterly ruined by consecutive injuries long ago. You are correct, Lao Qin. Therefore, considering the relationship between Chen Xingyi and Hu Lai, I find it hard to believe that Hu Lai hasn't taught him how to evade serious injuries during matches. Chen Mo fell silent. Wang Xinke stood before the coaching bench, hands in pockets, observing the resumed match. His gaze settled on Chen Xingyi, noting that the repeated assaults on him had indeed taken a toll on his physique. Observing his running posture, which seemed rather unnatural, Wang Xinke couldn't help but smile faintly to himself. The Olympics are set to commence in August, with the national under-23 team scheduled to begin intensive training in July. If any injuries were to occur in the recent matches, how could they possibly participate in the Olympics? Wouldn't you agree, Chen Xingyi? Why does he insist that his players adopt a more stringent approach towards Chen Xingyi? It is simply to ensure that Chen Xingyi contemplates the risk of injury, which could jeopardize his Olympic aspirations, thus compelling him to exercise caution and refrain from exerting himself excessively during the game. If he can extinguish Chen Xingyi's fire, the threat posed by the triad of stars would diminish significantly. Defending against two is undeniably easier than contending with three. As it stands, his defensive strategy is proving quite effective, as Chen Xingyi finds himself embroiled in a fierce struggle, seizing the opportunity while the triad of stars' offensive momentum has been temporarily subdued. The Dazhun Golden Arrows launch a vigorous assault on the triad's goal, hoping to break the deadlock and take the lead. In response to the offensive from the Golden Arrows, the triad of stars slightly retracted, adopting a defensive counterattack. In the 40th minute, after Yu Zhiming successfully saved a shot from the Golden Arrows forward, Ploya Blanche, he wasted no time and initiated a counterattack with a quick throw. He tossed the ball directly to Chen Xingyi, who was positioned wide. As the football sailed towards him, the captain of the Golden Arrows, defensive midfielder Chai Shun, lunged in his direction. Positioned on the sidelines, with his back to the boundary, Chen Xingyi opted not to control the ball. Instead, he raised his foot and volleyed it towards the approaching Sun Chuan Junping. After making the pass, he didn't spare a glance in that direction but swiftly turned, evading the outstretched Chai Shun, and surged forward. Chai Shun attempted to grasp him but was a moment too late, only managing to clutch at the air disturbed by his movement. Noticing that there were defenders ahead of him, Sun Chuan Junping, recalling his previous experiences, chose not to pass the ball to Chen Xingyi. Instead, he redirected it to the other side, finding Qin Lin. The moment Qin Lin received the ball, he was immediately pressured by the Golden Arrows midfielder, Lian Chongqing. Unable to turn and pass forward, Qin Lin could only return the ball to Wang Guangwei. Wang Guangwei then delivered a long pass towards the advancing Chen Xingyi. However, Chen Xingyi was unable to receive the ball, as it was intercepted by Yu Rongquan, who swiftly cleared it out of bounds. Yu Rongquan executed a crucial defensive maneuver, buying time for his team to regroup, thwarting the triad of stars' fast break. As the local commentator from Dazhun expressed this, he let out a sigh of relief. Chen Xingyi had intended to quickly take the throw in, but unexpectedly, the Golden Arrows ball boy did not promptly deliver the ball. He stood there, hands on his hips, feeling somewhat helpless. At that moment, Zhang Qinghuan approached, covering his mouth and whispering beside him. Coach Zhao advised us to communicate more before the match. If the situation goes awry, make sure to pass the ball immediately. Hu Lai and I will be right next to you, ready to support. After you pass, reposition yourself, and you will have more space to maneuver. Understood, Brother Huan. Chen Xingyi nodded. Finally, after the majority of the Golden Arrows players had retreated, the ball boy tossed the football back onto the pitch. At this moment, the player taking the throw-in for Flashing Stars was none other than left-back Lu Binwei. Chen Xingyi appeared unfazed by the aggressive defense from the Golden Arrows players and actively sought the ball within the 30-meter zone. Of course, trailing behind him was the right-back Yu Rongquan from Golden Arrows. Observing the situation, Lu Binwei hesitated, yet Chen Xingyi beckoned him with a shout, "Pass me the ball." Consequently, Lu Binwei tossed the football over. Rather than stopping the ball, Chen Xingyi returned it to Lu Binwei and swiftly turned to run. Yu Rongquan also quickly pivoted to retreat. However, halfway through his run, Chen Xingyi suddenly came to an abrupt halt and returned to seek out Lu Binwei once more. Lu Binwei passed the ball to him again. And at this point, Chen Xingyi had adjusted his direction, facing the Golden Arrows goal as he received the ball. As Yu Rongkuan lunged to reclaim possession, Chai Shun joined in to pressure him. Chun Xingyi feigned a direct breakthrough towards the baseline, intending to pass the ball to Zhang Qinghuan. Zhang Qinghuan, anticipating the pass, pretended to return it, executing a wall pass maneuver with Chun Xingyi, deceiving the approaching Golden Arrows midfielder Lian Chongqing, who lunged towards the intended pass route before abruptly retracting his leg and pulling the ball to the right, transitioning towards the center. He delivered the ball to Hu Lai, who was waiting at the top of the penalty arc with his back to the goal. Hu Lai deftly tapped the ball sideways. Just then, the previously circumventing Chun Xingyi returned, receiving Hu Lai's lateral pass right in front of the penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, he lifted his right foot, deftly controlling it inward as he sliced into the penalty box. "Watch out! Danger!" the local commentator from Das Hun exclaimed in alarm. Yu Rongkuan quickly closed in but refrained from making any aggressive moves, opting instead to raise his hands and use his body to obstruct Chun Xingyi. Simultaneously, Golden Arrow center back Jin Yong rushed over, attempting to block Chun Xingyi's path to goal, accompanied by their captain Chai Shun. The three aimed to encircle Chun Xingyi, hoping to stifle him within the penalty area. However, Chun Xingyi did not carry the ball further in. Instead, after luring all three defenders toward him, he deftly flicked the ball backward with the sole of his foot. The football glided past the trio of Golden Arrows players, rolling behind them. There, Zhang Qinghuan, who had initially passed to Hu Lai, adjusted his steps to meet the ball, seemingly preparing to receive it, his leg movement subtle. Upon contact, his toes first scraped down before slightly lifting. The ball was spun upward, soaring over the heads of the defenders in the penalty area and heading straight for the rear corner of the goal. Golden Arrows goalkeeper Zheng Donglin, caught off guard by Zhang Qinghuan's sudden shot, hastily leapt backward, extending his arm in an attempt to deflect the ball. Yet, he failed to make contact. The ball traced a parabolic arc, gliding over his reach, brushing against the underside of the crossbar before descending into the net. Another goal conceded, the Das Hun commentator lamented, burying his head in his hands. Chun Xingyi's breakthrough had drawn away three defenders from Golden Arrows, creating a vast space for Zhang Qinghuan. The latter's shot was indeed a marvel of ease and elegance. The commentator he phoned from CCTV praised Zhang Qinghuan, remarking that he was renowned for his innate talent in football during his prime. Such a shot posed no challenge for him whatsoever. Yin Kong reminded the audience not to underestimate Zhang Qinghuan. Upon scoring, Zhang Qinghuan raised his arms and gazed heavenward before lowering them and sprinting towards the assisting Chun Xingyi, enveloping him in a jubilant embrace. "Well done." Chun Xingyi beamed with delight in Zhang Qinghuan's embrace. A dilemma? Not at all. Chapter 104, A Breakthrough. As Chun Xingyi and Zhang Qinghuan reveled in their goal, Wang Xinke, observing from the sidelines, wore a troubled expression. He had already instructed his players to intensify their defense against Chun Xingyi, a strategy that had indeed proven effective in previous matches. However, this advantage was short-lived, as the opposing team seemed to adapt to his defensive tactics. If he were to deploy more players to swarm Chun Xingyi, Zhang Qinghuan and Hu Lai would inevitably gravitate towards him, facilitating a seamless exchange of passes and creating opportunities for Chun Xingyi to make incisive runs. Wang Xinke could somewhat anticipate that Zhao Kongming would adopt such a strategy against him. Yet, the efficacy of a tactic on paper is rendered moot without proper execution. Otherwise, how could one justify the term empty rhetoric? With a decade's worth of football watching experience, anyone can wax lyrical about tactics. Yet this does not imply that every fan with a keen theoretical understanding can become a competent coach. Wang Xinke believed that Zhao Kongming's counter-strategy demanded an extraordinary level of synergy among players. Although the Flash Stars trio exhibited an exceptional level of cohesion, he thought that with sufficient pressure from the Golden Arrow defense, their synergy could be disrupted. Much to his surprise, the players of Flash Star demonstrated an even greater level of coordination than he had anticipated, ultimately tearing through his dense defense. The trio of Flash Star was particularly troublesome, as their individual strengths complemented one another perfectly. When working in harmony, their collective impact was exponentially amplified. Chun Xingyi was adept at both penetrating defenses and utilizing his technical prowess to unsettle opponents, delivering the ball to critical areas. Zhang Qinghuan, while slightly less proficient in breaking through, excelled in ball protection, orchestrating attacks with precision and maintaining his own scoring capability. Lastly, Hu Lai, despite lacking in other skills, possessed an unparalleled ability to capitalize on opportunities, demonstrating an exceptional instinct in front of goal. Why did the first two expend such effort in their breakthroughs and passes? Was it not solely for the purpose of securing a goal? Encountering a forward who struggles to convert chances only squanders teammates' passes and undermines both their confidence and the team's morale. This was never an issue with Hulai. Although the goal was scored by Zhang Qinghua, had it not been for Hulai's steadfast attraction of Mao Junzhong in the center. How could Zhang Qinghua have taken such a composed shot in the absence of a defender? Why did Mao Junzhong hesitate to abandon Hulai in order to block Zhang Qinghua, even when he noticed the latter welcoming the ball? It was, after all, due to his apprehension that Zhang Qinghua might pass the football to Hulai, given Hulai's scoring prowess. Receiving the ball comfortably in the penalty area and taking a shot would likely yield a result no different than the current predicament. With this goal from Zhang Qinghua, the Shining Stars broke the deadlock and took the lead before halftime. Neither team made substitutions during the intermission. As the second half commenced, both sides resumed the battle with the trailing Golden Arrows launching a fierce assault on the Shining Stars' goal. This was, after all, their home ground, and they could not tolerate the Shining Stars exerting their dominance in their territory. However, the relentless attack from the Golden Arrows did not yield the desired results. The Shining Stars, now a goal ahead, adopted a defensive counterattack strategy that suited the situation perfectly. Thus, the players of the Shining Stars remained calm, their assured defense instilling confidence that allowed them to navigate the game with ease. On the other hand, Wang Xianke was well aware of the threat posed by the Shining Stars' counterattacks. Yet, aside from urging his players to intensify their offensive efforts, he had no superior alternatives. A conservative defense focused on Chen Xingyi was imperative, even if his players could successfully neutralize the Shining Stars' offensive maneuvers. It would not alter the reality of their one-goal deficit. Such defensive tactics proved futile. An offensive approach was necessary, and it was the only path forward. As the Golden Arrows relentlessly targeted the Shining Stars' goal, Wang Xianke stood on the sidelines, his expression grave as he gazed toward the Shining Stars' net. For this match, he refrained from rotating his lineup, opting instead to deploy his strongest squad, disregarding the impending second leg of the AFC Champions League round of 16. His intent was to stem the momentum of the Shining Stars with a home victory. He was acutely aware that after their triumph in the first match, the morale of the Shining Stars had surged, and their confidence had skyrocketed. However, many believed that once the Golden Arrows returned to their home ground, the Shining Stars' tactics would falter. This belief was the sole pillar sustaining the Golden Arrows' morale. Thus, despite having already resolved to abandon the league, this match was one they could not afford to relinquish. Even if the investment did not equate to proportional returns, they had to grit their teeth and persevere. It was akin to a derby clash. For Wang Xianke, if the Golden Arrows could defeat the Shining Stars in their first home match, it would significantly bolster the team's morale, dispelling the pessimism that loomed after their first leg defeat. This would greatly benefit the team in the upcoming second leg of the round of 16. Therefore, he demanded that the entire team exert their utmost effort in this match, even if it meant targeting their future teammate, Chen Xingyi. He recognized that the Shining Stars were preparing for a counterattack, but he was prepared to take a gamble, betting that the Golden Arrows would equalize before the Shining Stars could score again. Two foreign forwards from the Golden Arrows executed a cross run in front of the Shining Stars penalty area. Tim Sosa, while crossing paths with Chloe Blanky, skillfully flicked the ball to Blanky with his heel. The two of them seemed intent on recreating the moment from the first half when Chen Xingyi assisted Zhang Qinghua. However, Wang Guangwei, who stood between them, saw through their intentions and quickly surged forward to intercept the ball, snatching it away before they could make their move. Next, he feigned a pass to Qin Lin, tricking the defender Bian Li into shifting aside, and unexpectedly surged forward with the ball. Wang Guangwei advanced. Wow! The central defender of the Shining Stars had pushed up. Sumikawa Junpei, noticing Wang's advance, immediately retreated to his position as a center back to provide support. This way, should Wang Guangwei lose possession, the defensive line of the Shining Stars would not be left vulnerable. However, it was evident that Wang Guangwei acted on impulse. After evading Bian Li, he only took a couple more steps before passing the ball to the returning Zhang Qinghua. With his back to the attacking direction, Zhang Qinghua chose not to stop the ball, but instead swung his left foot in a half-turn, executing a long pass that sent the ball to the wing where Chen Xingyi was waiting. Chen Xingyi had already sprinted forward with abandon. In fact, due to his rapid pace, Zhang Qinghua's pass arrived slightly behind him. He had to slightly decelerate to wait for the ball, then used the outside of his right foot to redirect it. At that moment, The captain of the Dazhong Golden Arrows, Chai Shun, attempted a sliding tackle, aiming to bring Chun Xingyi down and thwart his advance. Yet, Chun Xingyi deftly nudged the ball to his left with his right foot, while simultaneously pushing it forward with the inner side of his left foot, evading Chai Shun's tackle. Although the heel of his left foot was grazed, he maintained his balance despite a slight stumble. He quickly regained his composure, accelerating towards the ball. The crowd at Dazhong's Yuanyang Stadium erupted in a tremendous roar at his breakthrough. The players of the Dazhong Golden Arrows attempted to encircle Chun Xingyi once more. But as the Shining Stars executed their counterattack, the Golden Arrow strategy of containment utterly failed. Their defense line was stretched into a long, thin line. The defenders scrambled back, hoping to return to the penalty area to set up their defense before Chun Xingyi could reach it. The midfielders gritted their teeth and chased back. Chai Shun, who had just failed to tackle, quickly scrambled to his feet and sprinted forward with determination. The game had entered the rhythm that Chun Xingyi cherished and relished the most. He caught up with the ball, continuing to drive it forward. After he pushed it ahead, he lifted his head to survey the center, noticing Hu Lai making a run into the penalty area, but he was closely followed by Mao Junzheng. A cross at that moment would unlikely be a favorable choice. Thus, when Chun Xingyi caught up with the ball once more, facing the advancing fullback Yu Rongkuan, he swung his left foot, feigning a cross. As Yu Rongkuan lunged to block, Chun Xingyi deftly pulled the ball back towards the center, abruptly stopping and changing direction to accelerate again. Yu Rongkuan, caught off guard, turned and found himself outmaneuvered by Chun Xingyi. Cutting in, Chun Xingyi advanced towards the penalty area. At this moment, Hu Lai had already sprinted into the penalty area. Upon witnessing Chun Xingyi's inward cut, he chose to remain stationary rather than make a diagonal run, seemingly awaiting a pass from Chun. Mao Jun, observing this, hesitated to pressure Chun Xingyi. Instead, another center back, Jin Yong, charged toward Chun. Faced with Jin Yong, Chun Xingyi swiftly feigned movement with his upper body as if to continue toward the center, yet his foot deftly nudged the ball gently towards the goal, changing direction. Jin Yong was initially deceived, and when he attempted to intercept, he fell just short. With a light touch from Chun Xingyi, he was evaded. Any further attempt to challenge would have resulted in a collision with Chun's legs, potentially inviting a severe penalty for his team, leaving him no choice but to withdraw. At this moment, Yu Rongkuan was still in pursuit from behind, having maneuvered around Jin Yong in an attempt to close in from a distance. After regaining his footing, Jin Yong turned to follow. In addition to the two of them, behind Chun Xingyi was the returning Chai Shun. The three formed a line, chasing after Chun Xingyi. With Chun in front, they created a triangular formation, resembling an arrow hurtling forward. As Chun Xingyi penetrated the penalty area, far at the back post, the left back Cui Shuangwen had already made an astute judgment, abandoning his designated area to rush toward the front post. When Chun bypassed Jin Yong, he found himself positioned precisely inside Chen's path, effectively blocking his shooting angle. Internally, he felt fortunate for his earlier foresight. Now, all he needed to do was obstruct Chun Xingyi to achieve great merit. Confronted by Cui Shuangwen, Chun Xingyi feigned again, rotating his hips, raising his right foot as if to strike for the far corner, only to suddenly flick the ball towards the baseline with the tip of his right foot, gliding past. Cui Shuangwen, deceived by Chen's fluid motion, lost his balance entirely, as if ensnared by a spell, slipping to the ground, nearly lying flat on the grass of the penalty area. At this juncture, Chun Xingyi had surged into the small box, facing the goalkeeper Zheng Donglen, who was positioned at the near post, attempting to block his shooting angle with his legs. The roars from the Yuanyang sports field crescendoed, each wave rising higher than the last, resonating like cheers of jubilation. In front of Zheng Donglen, Chun Xingyi swung his left foot, seemingly preparing for a forceful shot from a tight angle. Just as he swung his leg, Hu Lai, who had been running alongside him toward the goal, suddenly halted and turned back. Mao Jun, who was caught in front, failed to notice Hu Lai's maneuver. His attention was entirely captivated by Chun Xingyi, who had pierced through the golden arrow defense. In his eyes, Chun lifted his left foot but did not shoot. Instead, he feigned a strike, suspending the ball in midair, only to pass it back to the center just as he was about to lose his balance. A backheel pass. At that moment, Mao Jun realized the impending danger. He hurriedly turned, only to see Hu Lai had created a gap of about 1.5 meters, with his back to the goal. Without pausing to control the ball, he directly flicked it towards the goal with his right heel. Mao Junzheng strained to step forward and extend his leg to block, but failed to make contact. The soccer ball brushed past his toes and sailed into the net. Chapter 105, Low Spirits Boss. How much is it in total? A tall and graceful woman placed her snacks on the counter and pulled out her phone to make a payment, yet received no response from the proprietor. Puzzled, she glanced at him and discovered he was seated, gazing vacantly over his shoulder. Following his line of sight, she turned to see a television mounted on the ceiling, modest in size, approximately 30 inches. On the screen, a young boy was darting away, narrowly evading a sliding tackle. Simultaneously, the commentator's voice pierced through the air. He missed the tackle. Chai Shun failed to connect. This is perilous. Chen Xingyi has seized the ball. Charging towards our penalty area, we must intercept him. Yu Rongkuan attempts to cut in on Chen Xingyi. He dodged Yu Rongkuan. Watch out. Chen Xingyi skillfully weaves past Jin Yong. Cui Shuangwen has come to assist. Well done, Cui. He has been sent sprawling. He is about to shoot. About to shoot. Zheng Donglin rushes up to block the pass. Hulai. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from the television. The soccer ball flew into the Jin Jinto's goal. Chen Xingyi single-handedly pierced through our entire defense. How could so many fail to stop him? What a remarkable display. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our very own player. Rented out to the Flash Stars, now scoring against us and twisting the knife in our wounds. I do not blame Chen Xingyi. My ire is directed solely at Xue Qiaoyu. Why did he not include a clause to prevent Chen Xingyi from playing against us when he loaned him to the Flash Stars? A laugh erupted from the boss behind the beauty. Xue Qiaoyu, that fool whose head must have been kicked by a donkey, surely thought that as the reigning champions of the Super League, we would have no fear of a newly promoted team. Xue Qiaoyu, seated at the podium, wore a rather grim expression. How could we, the formidable champions of the Super League, fear a newly promoted side? This sentiment truly reflected Xue Qiaoyu's mindset when he agreed to loan Chen Xingyi to the Flash Stars for another season. At that time, the Flash Stars had already secured their place in the Super League, and the new season would see them face off against Jin Jinto. During the contract negotiations, someone had indeed advised him to consider including a clause that would prevent Chen Xingyi from representing the Flash Stars in matches against Jin Jinto. He had dismissively replied, "Be confident. We are a strong Super League team. They are merely a newly promoted side. Including such a clause would make us a laughingstock." People would say, why is Jin Jinto so anxious about a newly promoted team? Now, he wished he could travel back in time and slap himself. Confidence, my foot. Seated beside him, Dongwen observed the fluctuating expressions on Xue Qiaoyu's face and wondered what internal turmoil he was grappling with. Was he cursing Chen Xingyi, the ungrateful wretch? Should I stoke the flames further? Upon contemplating this, a pained expression crossed his face as he remarked, "Director Xue, please do not be angry. Chen Xingyi's actions are truly excessive. How could he strike so hard against his former employer?" Sighing, Xue Qiaoyu shot him a glance and retorted, "I will not allow you to speak of my player in such a manner." Understanding the implication behind Xue Qiaoyu's words, Dongwen quickly amended his statement. Indeed. Chen Xingyi is an exceptional player. I sincerely appreciate Director Xue for agreeing to loan him to us at Shining Star. It was a timely boon. This only deepened Xue Qiaoyu's frustration, and he wished to say nothing further to the corpulent man. In this match, Chen Xingyi emerged as the standout player for Shining Star, providing assists in both halves, helping the team to a commanding 20-point lead. The first assist was already remarkable, and to his astonishment, he managed to deliver a second. There had been an article online speculating that Chen Xingyi would find himself in a dilemma between Shining Star and Golden Arrow. It was uncertain whether he had seen it, but it seemed to have ignited his competitive spirit, prompting him to respond to the article's claims through his performance. Chen Hantang, seated before the television, proudly remarked to his wife, "See, what did I tell you? This will only fuel our son's determination." Glancing at Chen Xingyi on screen, his wife noted a slight unfamiliarity in their son. He seems to have changed a bit. Has he improved or declined? Her husband inquired. He has become more handsome. She replied. She laughed. Goodness, I now regret that we could only secure a loan for Chen Xingyi instead of signing him outright. As Hulai leapt toward Chen Xingyi to celebrate the goal together, assistant coach Chen Imo stood on the sidelines, hands clasped atop his head, speaking to Zhao Kongming. Do not harbor such hopes. From the outset, Golden Arrow would never part with Chen Xingyi. They truly hold high expectations for his future. We are fortunate to have him for 2 seasons. The two then fell silent, standing side by side, watching the celebrating players of Shining Star. The stands at the Ocean Stadium buzzed with excitement, yet the two coaches relished this rare moment of tranquility. Among those observing the jubilant players were the athletes from Golden Arrow. After being outmaneuvered by Chun Xingyi, Cui Shuangwen struggled to rise, attempting to thwart the opponent's progress, but ultimately found himself watching Hu Lai skillfully redirect the ball into his own net. Overwhelmed, he buried his face in his hands and returned to the ground, remaining there in defeat. Jin Yong stood with hands on his hips, gazing skyward with a deep sigh. Mao Junjing and Zheng Donglin cast their eyes toward Chun Xingyi, now encircled by his teammates. He used to be one of us, Zheng Donglin murmured. I remember when he was not like this in our team. He has grown rapidly during his 2 years at Shining Star, Mao Junjing observed. The two fell silent, lost in thought. Captain Chai Shun, initially intent on uplifting the team's spirit after conceding the second goal, found himself at a loss for words upon overhearing their conversation. If Hu Lai had been the one performing exceptionally, he would have inspired the team's fighting spirit. However, it was precisely today that Chun Xingyi shone brightly. The once popular young man who had trained alongside them. He had been loaned out by the club for 2 seasons to gain experience, and everyone knew he would eventually return to the team. Witnessing his stellar performance, it was only natural for others to feel joy on his behalf. With such emotional support, how could he be easily regarded as an adversary? In fact, Wang Xinka's demand for them to show no mercy towards Chun Xingyi had already caused discomfort among some players. Not everyone possessed the steely resolve of Wang Xinka. As the captain, Chai Shun found himself unable to suppress the players' sentiments regarding the matter. His earlier risky slide tackle had already pushed his limits. On the sidelines, Wang Xinka was anxiously stomping his feet, acutely aware that the morale of his team was plummeting swiftly, spiraling towards despair. Initially, he had fielded his strongest lineup to salvage their waning spirits, only to find that Chun Xingyi was driving them further into despondency. It was utterly confounding. How could Chun Xingyi be as infuriating as Hu Lai? Had 2 seasons with Hu Lai rendered him foolish? Did they forget who approved the loan to Shining Star? As the head coach, it was only with his nod that they could play for Shining Star. How could they be so ungrateful? Just as Wang Xinka's ire was boiling over, he suddenly spotted Hu Lai breaking away from the celebrating Shining Star players, sprinting towards his direction alone. The flames of anger within him seemed to freeze for a moment. This time, Hu Lai, having taken into account Qinbo's criticisms from the previous match, had made a deliberate effort to improve. As he approached, he pointed directly at Wang Xinka, then leaped into his signature celebration, showcasing his back to him. He then turned around, pointed again at Wang Xinka, and laughed heartily as he returned to his half of the field. Wang Xinka refrained from rushing over, despite his assistant coach standing beside him. He merely pressed his lips tightly together, concealing his gritted teeth beneath. This was his home ground, his territory, and he had to maintain his regal image here. In fact, after Hu Lai scored his second goal in the prior match, Wang Xinka's enraged demeanor had been ridiculed online, severely tarnishing his reputation. Therefore, no matter how furious he felt this time, he had to restrain himself. He needed to hold it together. If he couldn't, he might truly shatter. Chapter 106. Best of 3. Here came Chun Xingyi once more. Amidst the astonished exclamations of the local commentator, the stands of the Ocean Stadium erupted with ambiguous cheers. The ambiguity stemmed from the uncertainty of whether the Golden Arrow fans were cheering for Chun Xingyi or jeering at him. Amidst the deafening roar, Chun Xingyi received the ball on the flank and cut inside. Yurongquan was cautious this time, refraining from recklessly challenging, instead following him as he shifted towards the center. Almost as if escorting him, Jin Yong emerged, intent on intercepting the ball, only to find Chun Xingyi deftly nudging the football aside, effortlessly evading him. This underscored the wisdom of Yurongquan's earlier decision to refrain from a reckless tackle. As Chun Xingyi dribbled laterally towards the center of the penalty area, Hu Lai, initially positioned centrally, shifted to the left in anticipation of his approach. Meanwhile, Mao Jun, tasked with marking Hu Lai, hesitated, recognizing that Jin Yong had been outmaneuvered by Chun Xingyi. To pursue Hu Lai would mean conceding the entire central area, leaving the goal wide open for the Golden Arrow's defense. Thus, he reluctantly remained positioned centrally, wary of the potential shots or breakthroughs from Chun Xingyi. As Chun Xingyi continued his movement to the right, he deftly flicked the ball with his heel to Hu Lai, who received it in near solitude. Leaning to the left, Hu Lai readied himself, appearing to aim for the far corner with his right foot. Yet, at the moment of striking, he cleverly redirected the ball with the instep of his right foot towards the near post. Goalkeeper Zheng Donglin was deceived by Hu Lai's earlier motion, diving towards the far corner, helplessly watching as the ball sailed past him into the net. Hu Lai. Wow. He scores again. This marks his second brace in consecutive matches against the Golden Arrow. The commentator He Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyi completed his assist hat-trick for the match. I can only imagine the complex emotions swirling within the hearts of the Golden Arrow fans in the stands and in front of their screens. After scoring, Hu Lai sprinted towards Chen Xingyi, exchanging high-fives in celebration. He then bypassed Chen Xingyi, heading straight towards the bench of the Golden Arrow's coaching staff. Everyone understood what was about to transpire. Frankly, at this juncture, no one cared whether Wang Xinka's actions had prematurely ended Hu Lai's father's career or intentional. What was evident was Wang Xinka's considerable discomfort in the presence of the young Hu Lai. This time, Wang Xinka remained seated on the bench, straining to maintain a neutral expression, aware that numerous cameras were trained upon him. He recognized that, at this moment, he was under scrutiny, trailing behind. He realized this match might already be a lost cause, yet he would not allow himself to concede defeat before the cameras. Hu Lai approached once more, pointing at Wang Xinka and executing his signature celebration. After completing the gesture, he finally returned to his half. With 60 minutes of the match elapsed, the Flash Stars had established a 3-goal lead over the Golden Arrow. It was evident to all that the Golden Arrow's chances were extinguished, even on their home turf. A comeback within the remaining 30 minutes seemed implausible. Had anyone predicted before the match that the Flash Stars would triumph by 3 goals against the formidable Golden Arrow? Many would have found it hard to believe. Despite the Golden Arrow's less-than-stellar performance in the league this season, they were still the champions of the Chinese Super League just 2 seasons prior. The saying goes that a lean camel is still larger than a horse. How could they, returning to their home ground and giving their all, possibly concede 3 goals to the Flash Stars? An analysis based solely on their paper strength and home advantage, position by position, cannot lead to the conclusion that the Golden Arrow would find themselves trailing 0-3 in the match. Unfortunately, the reality of football is often devoid of reason and logic. No matter how improbable the situation may seem, anything can transpire before our very eyes. Perhaps it is this very unpredictability and irrationality that endears football to so many, allowing those leading mundane lives to invest their passion and hopes in the sport. In the realm of reality, where many impossibilities abound, the football field transforms them into possibilities. Shortly after Hu Lai netted his second goal, Zhao Kongming was preparing to make substitutions, with Hu Lai being the first to be replaced in anticipation of the upcoming round of 16 match in the AFC Champions League just 3 days later. However, as Kang Ziqiang warmed up on the sidelines, Hu Lai once again found an opportunity to shoot in the Golden Arrow's penalty area. This time, Zhang Qinghuan delivered a cross from the right, and Hu Lai seized the moment between the 2 central defenders of the Golden Arrow, slotting the ball home. Hu Lai. A hat trick. He completed his hat trick. My goodness, his form is simply extraordinary. He is turning every word he has spoken into reality through his actions. The commentator from Anton Sports Channel spoke with immense pride, declaring that one must always seize the opportunity when it arises. After scoring, Hu Lai rose from the ground and ran to embrace Zhang Qinghuan, who assisted him. The players of the Flash Stars surrounded the two in celebration. This time, Hu Lai did not break away from the jubilant crowd to seek out Wang Xinka. Upon witnessing Hu Lai's goal, Wang Xinka, who had immediately turned to sit down on the bench, breathed a sigh of relief. He felt at ease that Hu Lai had not come looking for him, but he relaxed too soon. After the celebrations, as Hu Lai returned to his half alongside his teammates, he passed by the Golden Arrow's bench, turned around, raised his arms, and pointed to the number and surname on his back, once again showcasing it to Wang Xinka. This time, Zhang Qinghuan, standing beside him, pointed to Hu Lai's back and made an introducing gesture towards Wang Xinka, then burst into laughter and embraced Hu Lai as they ran back together. After Hu Lai completed his hat trick, Zhao Kongming substituted him off. As Hu Lai departed the pitch, the journalist Wang Shanshan, who had been attentively observing the match from the sidelines, turned to the photographer and flashed a victory sign with 2 fingers, as if to signify triumph. We've already won 2 matches, Xiaozhang. The cameraman responded with a wry smile. Although the match had not yet concluded, he understood that worrying about the remaining minutes was futile, given the state and morale of the Golden Arrow. Any fan with a modicum of understanding could see that the tide had turned against them in this match. To be frank, Today's match had a profound impact on him. The previous victory could still be attributed to the favorable circumstances enjoyed by Flash Star, given the home advantage. However, today's game was held at the home ground of Golden Arrow, and tactically, they initially succeeded in targeting Chun Xingyi's defense. Yet, why were they ultimately outclassed by Flash Star? Football is unpredictable. After Hulai's departure, the score remained unchanged, and Flash Star triumphed with a decisive 4-0 victory over Dongchuan Golden Arrow. At the post-match press conference, Wang Xinke found himself besieged by reporters. Coach Wang, knowing that there is a crucial second leg of the AFC Champions League knockout stage ahead, why did you field your strongest lineup in this league match? Hasn't Golden Arrow already conceded the league? Is this a sacrifice of the entire team's interests for your personal gain? Coach Wang, would you consider resigning? After being defeated by your former players at home, what are your thoughts? Coach, the players seem to have lost their fighting spirit after conceding the second goal. Is the locker room under your control? Wang Xinke refrained from answering any of the questions, pushed aside the microphone, and stood up to leave. Behind him, reporters rose from their seats, persistently pursuing him. Coach, please wait. You Haven T, answer my question. Avoiding the issue is futile. Coach, please respond directly to our queries. The chaotic scene of the press conference gradually shrank, becoming a picture-in-picture format fixed on the left side of the screen. While the news anchor seated on the right addressed the viewers, that was the scene from the post-match press conference. Wang Xinke left without answering any questions, his retreat appearing somewhat disheveled. Following this defeat, Dongchuan Golden Arrow has fallen out of the top 10. A staggering decline for a team that was the league runner-up last season and the champion the season before. It is rumored that the club is already seeking a successor for Wang Xinke. In the area directly in front of the television hanging from the ceiling, the supermarket owner waved at Chun Xingyi and his teammates, who stood outside the checkout counter with a basket full of instant noodles, snacks, and drinks. No charge. Huh. That is not appropriate, Chun Xingyi replied, somewhat embarrassed. Wow, little star, your influence is remarkable, Hulai exclaimed in surprise, before grabbing a pack of gum from the counter. Let me get you another pack. You consume these quickly. It's good to have them on hand. In front of the owner, Chun Xingyi was at a loss for words regarding Hulai, merely casting him a resentful glance. The owner, however, laughed heartily. No worries, no worries. Feel free to take more of what you like. Let me tell you, Hulai, in Dongchuan, Chun Xingyi's reputation is quite powerful. So, you Flash Star shouldn't think you can keep him permanently. Hulai chuckled. You worry too much, boss. Little Star's loyalty to you Dongchuan is unwavering. Even with our charm offensive, it hasn't worked. Chun Xingyi turned and shot him a glare. What charm offensive? Do you think Huan Gui isn't beautiful? Hulai, you rascal. Zhang Qinghuan reached out behind him and grasped Hulai's neck. Hulai, rolling his eyes and sticking out his tongue, amused everyone, including the supermarket owner. Once the group of star players had departed, the supermarket owner returned to his chair, still wearing a smile, yet as the moment lingered, concern crept back onto his face. Would Chun Xingyi, having enjoyed himself so much at Star, truly be willing to return to the Golden Arrow? The local fans of Dongchuan are truly remarkable. It's no wonder that even amidst adversity, Little Star yearns to come back. As they walked back to the hotel, Hulai reflected. Dongchuan is a city steeped in football tradition, and its fans possess a profound understanding of the game, which is indeed commendable. Chun Xingyi felt a twinge of pride as he spoke these words. Although he was not a native of Dongchuan, the pivotal moment when he transitioned from high school to professional football had led him to choose the Dongchuan Golden Arrow Football Club, forever intertwining his fate with this city. However, his decision to return was not driven by the fans, or at least, not primarily for them. The true reason remained unspoken, as he did not wish to explain to Hulai the why. We are still teammates after all. Some things are better left unsaid. Perhaps I shall share them with you when we meet on the pitch again after my departure. Hulai continued to grumble beside him. Why must we pay for our own meals when dining out in Jincheng? I believe the people here understand the sport quite well. So where does the issue lie? At this juncture, he turned to Zhang Qinghuan and Wang Guangwei beside him. Brother Huan, is it that your face isn't large enough? Or perhaps you, old Wang, as a local of Jincheng, aren't doing well enough? Hulai, you better watch it. Chun Xingyi chuckled at the scene before him. Chapter 107. One should pursue the retreating enemy with remaining valor. In the office of the general manager of Dongchuan Golden Arrow Club, Xue Qiaoyu sat in his chair, facing Wang Xinke, who was seated across a substantial wooden desk. I do not wish to deceive you, old Wang. The club is indeed troubled by the recent matters surrounding you, Xue Qiu remarked, caressing a purple clay teapot while addressing Wang Xianke. However, his gaze did not meet Wang Xianke's, but rather drifted towards a spot beside him. That is a personal matter of mine, General Xue, Wang Xianke responded resolutely, fully aware of what was being referenced. Of course, it is your personal affair. Yet, the repercussions of your personal matters have led to our consecutive losses in 2 matches, which transcends mere personal concern. Can you honestly claim that the failures in those matches were unrelated to your private issues? As Wang Xianke opened his mouth to respond, Xue Qiu pressed further. Wang Xianke slowly closed his mouth. At the onset of the situation, I had inquired about it, and you stated it was your personal matter, unrelated to the club, assuring me you would manage it. I believed you, and the club did not impose any pressure, did it? Because, as you indicated, we cannot allow the private affairs of a coach to impact our professional responsibilities. To put it plainly, old Wang, if you could defeat Star in the matches without affecting the team's performance, the club would have no interest in whether it was intentional or not. As he spoke, Xue Qiu paused his caress of the purple clay teapot and, for the first time, fixed his gaze upon Wang Xianke's face, staring intently into his eyes. Alas, due to your actions, the team has been ensnared in this predicament. It is evident that when facing us, the Flash Star performs markedly differently than against other teams. Therefore, would it not be more dignified for you to tender your resignation voluntarily? Upon hearing the phrase voluntary resignation, Wang Xianke became agitated, vehemently protesting. No. The illustrious Golden Arrow Club bowing to a mere rookie? Are you truly that afraid of him? Football entails both victories and defeats. But to dismiss me for this reason would render the Golden Arrow a laughingstock. Ah, old Wang, your words suggest we are already the subject of ridicule. Xue Qiu replied calmly and unhurriedly. Not yet. As long as we can eliminate Flash Star in the Asian Champions League, we can reverse all prior misfortunes. Wang Xianke declared with fervor. And what of it? If Flash Star could return home after losing 0-2 in the first leg and triumph over us, why can't we achieve the same? Rising from his seat, he proclaimed, I shall not resign voluntarily. I will fight until the final moment and demonstrate to the club how miracles are born. With that, he turned and exited Xue Qiu's office, forcefully slamming the door behind him, the sound echoing ominously and overshadowing Xue Qiu's derisive laughter. Although their league match with the Dongchuan Golden Arrow had concluded, the entire Flash Star team continued to reside in the hotel, boarding the bus daily to the stadium for practice, as they were to remain for the Asian Champions League round of 16. This was the final match in their trilogy against the Golden Arrow. Outside the Ocean Sports Stadium, Flash Star's head coach Zhao Kongming addressed the players before training commenced. Do not assume that, having won 2 consecutive matches, we can afford to relax. Remember, this is their home ground, and Dongchuan Golden Arrow is no ordinary opponent. Furthermore, I must remind you that last season, after losing 0-2 in the first leg of the FA Cup final, the world presumed our defeat was certain. And what was the result? I need not elaborate further. Therefore, never consider victory a foregone conclusion. We must approach this upcoming match with the same resolve as the previous 2. After Zhao Kongming concluded, Qin Lin stepped forward to represent the team, affirming, rest assured, Coach Zhao, none of us have let our guard down. Zhao Kongming nodded in approval and signaled for training to commence. The sharp whistle echoed outside the Ocean Sports Stadium as the players of Flash Star, clad in training attire and led by assistant coach Chen Mo, began their warm-up exercises. Look, Lao Hu, that Wang Xianke is about to be ousted, Xiaolan exclaimed excitedly, sharing the good news with her husband over the phone. Hu Lisin took the phone and read the headline. Rumor mill, Golden Arrow is in talks with Jorge Dylan. Wang Xianke's countdown to dismissal. However, as it was merely speculation, he returned the phone to his wife, uninterested in the ensuing details. Although it remains uncertain, I believe we are close to the truth. Given Wang Xianke's performance, if he manages to cling to his position without resigning, it would be fitting for the Golden Arrow to be relegated to the 2nd division next season. Upon hearing his wife's words, Hu Lisin smiled slightly. He had previously thought it impossible to bring down Wang Xianke, resigning himself to the notion that he would have to watch this despicable character thrive, potentially becoming a revered figure in Chinese football, an icon, a legend, a master. This pessimism towards Chinese football stemmed from that belief. Yet now, despite Wang Xianke merely facing the possibility of dismissal from Golden Arrow, it was indeed rare for him to exit in such disgrace during his coaching career. Change was evidently afoot. One day, he would witness this debased creature decay into oblivion, forgotten by all. Xiaolon stole a glance at her husband, noticing his dreamy smile, which prompted her to mirror his joy. Son, your efforts for your father are bearing fruit. Only one match remains. Give it your all. Let us decisively put an end to Wang Xinke. What did our great leader say? One should pursue the retreating enemy with the courage still in hand, not seek fame like a tyrant. At the pre-match press conference for the second leg of the AFC Champions League round of 16, the appearance of Wang Xinke before the assembled journalists took many by surprise. They had presumed he would abstain from attending, especially given the recent tumultuous headlines surrounding him. After all, he had left the previous match without responding to reporters' inquiries. So why was he here now? As he entered, he confidently took his seat behind the table, crossed his legs, and addressed the journalists. I am aware of the multitude of rumors circulating about me recently. I shall not respond to those voices. My sole focus is leading my team to excel in the upcoming match. Until the club announces otherwise, I remain the head coach of Dazhong Golden Arrow. Seeing the reporters eager to pose questions, he raised a hand to calm them. There is no rush. I will not answer any questions at this moment. I shall respond with a victory in the next match. Being 2 goals down from the first leg is not insurmountable. I believe we will create a miracle in the second leg, and my team and I will fight to the end. With that, he rose and departed swiftly, leaving the journalists in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the source of his confidence. Could he truly be oblivious to the state of the team? In the previous match, Zhao Kongming had substituted 3 key players early on. Aside from Hu Lai, Qin Lin was replaced by Xiao Xiaoyu, and even the rarely featured veteran captain Li Tailin took the place of Wang Guangwei, having played for merely a few minutes. Such a blatant strategy to conserve strength for the upcoming match. Was he truly blind to it? As they pondered, the journalists concluded that Wang Xinke's only glimmer of hope lay in the possibility that the Shining Stars, after 2 consecutive victories, might grow complacent and underestimate their opponents, only to be struck down by a swift goal from Golden Arrow at the onset of the match. Then came a fierce onslaught akin to a tempest, sweeping away the Shining Stars in a single wave. But would the Shining Stars grow complacent and underestimate their opponents? Zhao Kongming appeared at the pre-match press conference, and after outlining the team's preparations, the team reporter Chen Jinyu was the first to raise his hand and pose a question. Director Zhao, having secured victories against the Golden Arrows in the first 2 matches, does this imply that the Shining Stars hold a significant advantage, ensuring an easy victory in the final match? Upon hearing this question, Zhao Kongming responded with utmost seriousness. Absolutely not. The Asian Champions League knockout stage consists of 2 legs. Akin to the first and second halves of a single match, we are merely leading in the first half for now. In this world, who celebrates a halftime victory prematurely? After receiving Zhao Kongming's response, Chen Jinyu sat back down, contemplating that he had subtly reminded Zhao Kongming, hoping that the performance of the entire Shining Stars team would indeed reflect Zhao's assurances. Despite the growing barrage of doubts and criticisms surrounding Wang Xinke, Hu Lai's initial accusations, lacking evidence, were now nearly ironclad. Many previously neutral fans, who had been wavering, were now siding with Hu Lai, leaving Wang Xinke teetering on the brink of alienation. However, it is crucial to eradicate malevolence completely. One must not engage in a cycle of vendetta. Let us not descend into the melodramatic narrative of forgiveness. If one can vanquish him utterly, one should leave no room for escape. Forgive and forget. Spare me. Therefore, last year's FA Cup final was a painful lesson for us, yet it also served as a valuable experience. If the Shining Stars, then a second-tier team, could achieve such a feat, why shouldn't the current top-tier team, the Grand Shining Arrows, be able to do the same? I do not underestimate the Shining Stars, but objectively speaking, the difficulty they faced in overturning the deficit at home in the second leg was far greater than what we face now. If they could do it, why cannot we? I am not advocating that the players expend every ounce of effort for Wang Xinke. The matter surrounding him remains unresolved and should not influence the outcome of the match. Setting aside the personal grievances of the head coach, should not the players of the Grand Shining Arrows fight valiantly for their team and the loyal supporters who cheer for them? This sentiment was echoed in a commentary piece in the local newspaper prior to the match, where the author aimed to awaken the players' sense of honor, urging them to battle for the fans and create miracles. The issues surrounding Wang Xinke can be addressed after securing victory in the match. It remains uncertain how many of the Golden Arrows fans attending the match at the Ocean Sports Stadium carried such thoughts with them. The stands erupted with fervor as the Golden Arrows successfully thwarted a Shining Stars attack, the fans cheering for their team's performance. Wang Xinke, standing on the sidelines, vigorously waved his arms, shouting at the players on the field, "Press on! Push forward! Speed it up!" 10 minutes into the match, Wang Xinke had yet to settle into his seat on the coach's bench. He remained on the sidelines, continuously directing the game with exaggerated gestures and passionate shouts. In the previous 2 matches, he had never been so exhilarated from the very outset. At most, he would stand on the sidelines with his hands in his pockets or crossed over his chest, merely observing the game. This clearly indicated that Wang Xinke was indeed fighting with his back against the wall. This match represented the final contest of 3, a pivotal battle that would determine whether he could alter his fate. Consequently, he cast aside all notions of a renowned coach's demeanor. If defeating his opponent and overturning the elimination of the Shining Stars meant he had to run naked around the field, he would likely embrace it with enthusiasm. For the victory in this match not only pertained to his reputation, but also to the trajectory of his professional career. His conversation with Xue Qiyu had profoundly impressed upon him that his days at the helm of Dashun Golden Arrow were drawing to a close. Even if he were to lead the team in a comeback against the Shining Stars, he could not escape the fate of dismissal. Thus, this victory was not solely for Dashun Golden Arrow, but rather to enhance the aesthetic of Wang Xinke's coaching resume. Departing from Dashun Golden Arrow would be considerably easier with a victorious legacy. Even if he had to leave, he would do so as a victor, not as a defeated soul. Amidst Wang Xinke's fervent shouts, Jin Jiantu's center back, Mao Jun, launched the ball forward with a powerful kick, subsequently directing all defenders to press forward. However, his clearance was intercepted by Wang Guangwei's header. Sichuan Junping received the ball in the center circle and deftly passed it laterally to Xia Xiaoyu, who was starting in place of Qin Lin for this match. Prior to receiving the ball, Xia Xiaoyu had surveyed the situation and noticed that Jin Jiantu had just completed a transition from attack to defense, pushing their formation significantly forward, leaving ample space behind. This was an opportunity to exploit. Thus, upon receiving Sun Chuan Junping's pass, Xia Xiaoyu did not take a moment to adjust, but directly sent the ball to Zhang Qinghuan, who was making a run back. Zhang Qinghuan accelerated towards the ball. Seeing this, Jin Jiantu's center back, Jin Yong, quickly charged to intercept, unwilling to allow Zhang Qinghuan an easy opportunity to receive the ball. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan had no intention of stopping the ball. Instead, as he approached, he deftly flicked the ball backwards with the heel of his right foot. The ball rolled past Jin Yong and into the space behind the Jin Jiantu defense. It turned out that Hu Lai, who had followed the defensive line, pivoted and surged forward the moment Zhang Qinghuan made the pass. As Jin Yong turned to witness this scene, he instinctively raised his arm, signaling to the referee and assistant referee that Hu Lai was offside. But he quickly noticed that Mao Jun was not raising his arm in unison. Rather, he was rapidly pursuing the play. Hu Lai was not offside. Splendid. Amidst the shouts and gasps echoing above the Far Ocean Stadium, Hu Lai caught up with the ball and entered the penalty area. The goalkeeper, Zheng Donglin, charged forward to intercept. Hu Lai took his shot. The ball traced a parabolic arc, soaring over Zheng Donglin's desperate grasp and plummeting towards the net behind him. A delightful chip shot. This time, Hu Lai did not even wait for the ball to find the net. He turned, spread his arms, and ran towards the Jin Jiantu coaching bench. Behind him, the ball descended like a meteor into the Jin Jiantu goal. The goal is scored. The goal is scored. The match had only just begun, and already 11 minutes had passed. The Shining Stars have once again found the back of the net. Unsurprisingly, the scorer is Hu Lai. The goal is not offside. What a splendid strike. Without a glance back at the goal, Hu Lai sprinted toward the home team's coaching area, once more pointing at Wang Xiangxi. He then executed his signature celebration. After completing his jubilant display, he turned around to find Wang Xiangxi glaring at him with a menacing expression. Yet, Hu Lai felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he pointed back at his adversary. Still hoping for a miracle? That miracle is dead, I assure you. You're finished today. Not even Jesus can save you. I mean it. The commentator from Anton Sports Channel reflected on how many times they had witnessed such scenes in recent matches. Not to ridicule Wang Xiangxi, but out of genuine bewilderment. Following this match, Wang Xiangxi's tenure is surely doomed. Ugh. Xiaolon sat on her sofa at home, watching the televised match, spewing expletives and sunflower seed shells. The coffee table in front of her was already littered with a layer of discarded seed shells. Li Ziqiang glanced at his wife, who was relaxedly watching the game with one leg crossed over the other. One hand clutched a handful of seeds, while the other continuously fed them into her mouth. With a loud crack, a seed was crushed as it entered her mouth, while the shell was tossed into the refuse bowl. It was the first time he had seen her so at ease during their son's game. Seemingly unperturbed by any potential upheaval, Li Ziqiang himself felt no anxiety about unforeseen events. Even if they did not win this match, he was no longer troubled. Throughout these past 8 days, the image of that life winner had gradually peeled away. Witnessing Wang Xiangxi in such a state of disarray brought a sense of calm to his myriad emotions. Thank goodness he hadn't opted for a definitive conclusion back then. Otherwise, how could he have witnessed today a spectacle? As Li turned to seek out his teammates, Wang Xiangxi's furious gaze remained fixed on his retreating figure. Both sides no longer concealed their animosity. Despite having witnessed Li's celebratory antics in the previous 2 matches, Wang Xiangxi felt an entirely different intensity emanating from Li during their recent exchange of glances. It seemed as though Li truly intended to obliterate him. Damn it! I will not grant you your wish. Let us see who falls first. Following the goal by the Shining Stars, the Golden Arrow attempted to counterattack. It was evident that they had not completely relinquished hope for this match, even though they trailed by 3 goals on aggregate. As former champions of the Chinese Super League, the players of Golden Arrow continued to strive to regain control of the game. However, facing the Shining Stars, who were at the pinnacle of both form and morale, Golden Arrow was metaphorically powerless. In their previous match, Wang Xiangxi had fielded a full-strength squad, leaving the players of Golden Arrow, who boasted the highest average age in the league, insufficient time to rest. With 3 matches in 8 days, each requiring their utmost effort, the stamina of all Golden Arrow players was nearing its limit as they approached this final contest. To be candid, if Wang Xiangxi could truly maintain his composure amidst the incessant provocations and taunts from Li, he ought to have decisively forfeited the middle match of the league, allowing the key players of the team to recuperate adequately. This strategy would have ensured the team could concentrate their efforts on triumphing in the second leg of the AFC Champions League round of 16. Perhaps they could even stage a miraculous comeback on home ground. Regrettably, Wang Xiangxi was blinded by fury, unwilling to concede defeat to Li in the glaring eyes of the public. To him, abandoning the league and succumbing to the Shining Stars was tantamount to surrendering to Li. Consequently, he failed to secure victory in the league and jeopardized their performance in the AFC Champions League. No matter how fervently he yelled and ran along the sidelines, the performance of the Golden Arrows players on the pitch did not improve. Any ordinary fan could discern that the players appeared as if their legs were laden with lead, unable to move swiftly. This was particularly evident when they sprinted alongside the younger players of the Shining Stars in pursuit of the ball. Many fans in the stands were filled with sorrow as they witnessed their supported players being effortlessly outpaced by the youthful adversaries. When the Golden Arrows claimed the Chinese Super League championship, it was widely acknowledged that this team, with the highest average age in the league, possessed the most experience. The adage "an elder in the family is like a treasure" was often recited. However, it seems no one holds such beliefs now. All they can think of is the relentless passage of time. In the realm of competitive sports, youth stands as the paramount advantage. Even the richest experience pales in comparison to the vigor of youth, rendering it almost laughable. Frankly speaking, it is high time for the Golden Arrows to undergo a transformation. This change should have occurred long ago, but Wang Xiangxi's reliance on veteran players has stifled the influx of fresh talent. Exceptional young players have been relegated to loan spells in the China League One, and the necessary rejuvenation that should have followed their championship victory has been unduly delayed. Now, it seems a cruel necessity to bid farewell to the veterans in such a manner, both for the fans and the players. Even He Feng, the neutral commentator, could not help but sigh. Setting aside the grievances between Wang Xiangxi and Li, his refusal to embrace change, his unwavering faith in veteran players, and his stubbornness that has led the team to such a dire predicament warrant his dismissal. This season, the Golden Arrows, in pursuit of success in the AFC Champions League, have shockingly prioritized forfeiting the league. When has the illustrious Golden Arrows ever resorted to such measures? A prestigious club in the Chinese Super League unable to manage a dual campaign? It is utterly absurd. Chapter 109. Now I believe after Zheng Donglin once again thwarted a shot from the Shining Stars players, He hardly had time to leap up and vocally rally his teammates' spirits. Instead, he seized the moment to catch his breath. The onslaught from the Shining Stars had been overwhelmingly fierce, and he could still feel his heart racing. Whose home ground is this, for heaven's sake? He cursed inwardly. Clearly, it was the home of the golden arrows. Why were the Shining Stars gaining momentum instead? Spitting in frustration, Zheng Donglin raised his arms and, albeit wearily, shouted, "Corner kick defense." The corner kick taken by the Flashing Stars failed to pose a threat to the goal guarded by Zheng Donglin. However, it merely offered Zheng a momentary reprieve and did not signify an improvement in the overall situation for the Golden Arrow. The only hope for the Golden Arrow now lay in weathering the fierce onslaught from the Flashing Stars in the first half, aiming to conclude the half with a mere 0-1 scoreline. Only then could they hope for a breath of relief during halftime. Wang Xinke, on the sidelines, shared this sentiment. Given the team's current performance, he had little expectation of equalizing before the end of the first half. They would have to devise a strategy during the halftime break. As the first half entered its final 5 minutes, the Flashing Stars did not relent in their pace. Instead, they intensified their attack. Clearly, they were unwilling to settle for a single goal after a relentless 45 minutes of bombardment. Xia Xiaoyu surged forward to receive the ball and, spotting an opening ahead, immediately passed it to Hu Lai, who was making a run. The ball zipped along the grass, slicing through the Golden Arrow's defensive line. A splendid through ball. Hu Lai, who had initially been running laterally, suddenly altered his path to receive Xia Xiaoyu's pass. His change of direction was so abrupt that by the time Jin Yong reacted, Hu Lai had already maneuvered behind him. As Jin Yong turned, he saw Hu Lai poised to receive the ball. In that fleeting moment, Jin Yong instinctively lunged towards the ball in an attempt to disrupt the play. Yet, he was a fraction too late. Hu Lai seized the ball just before Jin Yong could reach it and deftly carried it forward. What had begun as a tackle for the ball now transformed into a reckless attempt to bring down Hu Lai. If that tackle connected, given the angle, it could dislocate Hu Lai's ankle, potentially sidelining him not just for this match, but for many to come. A rising superstar could plummet into obscurity due to such an injury, much like the next Gao Chun, who, even upon recovery, might be a shadow of his former self. And Jin Yong would bear the burden of extinguishing a flickering hope for Chinese football, a notoriety he would rather avoid. Was it truly worth it? Jin Yong's eyes suddenly regained clarity as he exerted force, bending his foot back to avoid Hu Lai. His cleats dug into the turf, carving a deep groove as he failed to reach Hu Lai, who had already advanced into the penalty area with the ball. Jin Yong slid past Hu Lai. Now behind him, the noise from the stands at the Ocean Stadium became indistinguishable between cheers and gasps. Jin Yong missed the tackle. Hu Lai was in. Amidst the cacophony, Hu Lai charged into the penalty area, facing the goalkeeper Zheng Donglin, who was attempting to narrow the shooting angle. With composure, Hu Lai curled a shot with his right foot towards the far corner. Zheng Donglin lunged, but failed to make contact with the ball. Watching in despair as it sailed into the net he was meant to defend, Hu Lai scored again. Just before the end of the first half, the Flashing Stars extended their lead. Can we now declare that the suspense of this match has been entirely dispelled? Yifeng boldly proclaimed. Yan Kong chuckled beside him, remarking that there was still an element of suspense, namely how many goals Hu Lai would score in this match. After netting a goal, Hu Lai did not immediately rush to the coach's bench to celebrate. Instead, he beckoned his teammates to join him. Subsequently, they all surrounded Hu Lai and collectively sprinted towards the direction of Wang Xinke. In the course of their jubilant run, Hu Lai was nearly obscured by the throng. Upon reaching their destination, they leapt into the air together, and as they landed, the other players collapsed to the ground. Revealing the figure at the center of the celebration, Hu Lai, who had already performed his signature celebratory gesture, standing with his back turned to the incensed Wang Xinke. Ha ha! Xiaolon, watching this scene on television, burst into laughter, even spitting out the sunflower seeds in her mouth. What a delightful surprise for Wang Xinke. Shortly after Hu Lai's goal, the first half of the match drew to a close, with the referee not even allowing a minute of stoppage time. As the 45 minutes elapsed, he blew the whistle to signal the end of the half. Observing the situation, it seemed that this match was destined to mirror the trends of the previous two encounters, as the Golden Arrow had yet to demonstrate any capability to rival the Shining Stars. It was indeed a lamentable circumstance. The Golden Arrow players trudged off with their heads bowed, entering the players' tunnel, while their coach, Wang Xinke, had already retreated to the locker room. To be precise, After the Shining Stars concluded their second goal celebration, an irate Wang Xinke had stormed into the players' tunnel, leaving the field prematurely. In stark contrast stood Zhao Kongming, the Shining Stars coach, who remained at his bench, encouraging and praising each player who passed by with a pat on the shoulder. With an aggregate score of 4-0 in favor of the Shining Stars, the outcome of the match seemed all but decided, allowing the head coach to maintain a relaxed demeanor. Inside the tightly shut locker room of the home team, Wang Xinke stood at the door, hands on his hips, berating his players. What on earth were you playing at in the first half? Were you still asleep, or simply not well fed? Or did you all go out for a night of debauchery last night? What did I say before the match? Be ruthless. More ruthless. Even more ruthless. And what about you? Are you here to play a friendly match? Do you even understand the significance of today's game? At this point, he turned his gaze towards Jin Yong, who was seated in his position. Jin Yong, what were you doing in the first half? Both goals conceded were linked to your actions. No wonder you can't make it into the national team. I won't even mention the first goal. What happened with the second one? Don't think I didn't see your last-minute retreat. What were you doing? Retreating allowed that player to slip through. As a center back, you let me down at a critical moment. I wouldn't have retreated if I had to tackle him. Jin Yong defended himself. And what of it? Just tackle him. You needed to thwart their attack, and then we could talk. The team has been forced into a corner, and here you are pretending to be the good guy? How have I not noticed before that you, Jin Yong, were capable of this? Wang Xinke resolutely approached Jin Yong, towering over him with an imposing presence. Typically, when Wang reprimanded others in the locker room, his formidable aura would compel them to bow their heads in silence. However, today, Jin Yong stood his ground, unwilling to submit. I am not a good person, but I refuse to ruin someone for a match I know we will lose. Initially, when Hu Lai revealed that incident, I was skeptical. But now I believe him. I believe what he said. Because you, Coach Wang, are precisely the kind of person capable of such deeds. He rose indignantly. All the players in the locker room gazed at Jin Yong in stunned silence, including Wang Xinke, who found himself faced with Jin Yong, leaning slightly back, gazing up at the towering figure before him. His mouth opened, yet no sound emerged from his throat. Jin Yong, however, appeared determined to press on, launching a barrage of questions. What unexpected incident in training? If I were to incapacitate Hu Lai during the match, would you claim it was merely an unfortunate occurrence? Why should I bear the burden of being the villain? Why should I endure a lifetime of scorn? Everyone will point fingers at me, condemning me as someone who destroyed the future of a gifted player by resorting to foul play. In the end, I would be the pariah, while you would remain unscathed. Correct? Jin Yong looked down at his coach, relentlessly questioning him, striking at the very core of Wang Xinke's being, causing the latter to erupt in fury. Pointing a finger at Jin Yong and shouting, "What the hell are you saying? Do you even want to continue playing? Huh? Do you want to continue playing or not?" This amounted to a threat to Jin Yong, implying he would be substituted out early. Yet, Jin Yong was unfazed. I wouldn't play even if you begged me on your knees. What is the point of playing in such a match? Even if we win, it would merely serve to bolster your facade. With that, he bent down to pick up his discarded cleats, clutching them tightly, and with a sudden burst of energy, he hurled them against the locker room door. The resounding thuds echoed through the astonished minds of everyone present. The second half of the match was about to commence, and it appeared that the Golden Arrows had made a substitution, replacing none other than the starting center back, Jin Yong, with Zhang Keji. Jin Yong's performance in the first half had indeed been lackluster. For the first conceded goal, he had been too preoccupied with protesting the referee's offside call to retreat in time, and for the second goal, he had failed to contain Hu Lai. Wang Xinke's dissatisfaction with his performance likely prompted this substitution. He Feng and Yin Kong had just finished speaking when the television broadcast suddenly focused on the Golden Arrows bench, visually conveying to the audience that Jin Yong was absent from the substitutes area. In the studio, He Feng and Yin Kong exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise and shock reflected in each other's eyes. The substituted Jin Yong was nowhere to be seen on the sidelines, a situation that could only be explained in two ways. Either Jin Yong was injured and receiving treatment in the locker room, but the team's medical staff remained on the coach's side, thus dismissing that possibility. Another possibility is that there exists some discord between Jin Yong and Wang Xinke. This substitution may not be a mere routine adjustment. Zhang Keji, who dashed onto the field in full view of the spectators, felt rather awkward. He had yet to shake off the atmosphere from the locker room during halftime. He couldn't fathom how everyone endured the 15-minute intermission. Hey, Zhang Keji. He was jolted back to reality as he lifted his gaze to the imposing figure of Mao Junzheng standing before him. Don't lose focus. The second half is about to commence, Mao Junzheng reminded him. Ah, right. Zhang Keji nodded and positioned himself in his designated spot. Yet, he couldn't help but steal glances at Mao Junzheng, genuinely intrigued by how he could so swiftly transition into a competitive mindset. Jin Yong had indeed been substituted. His performance in the first half was far from commendable. Yet, he recalled Zhang Keji's last match against Tenglong, where his own performance had been rather lackluster as well. Assistant coach Chen Imo diverted his gaze from Zhang Keji, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with him. Does it really matter? Regardless. He on the field now, Zhao Kongming remarked indifferently. Frankly, even if Jin Yong remained on the pitch, he believed the outcome would remain unchanged. Hu Lai had specifically requested during halftime that he not be substituted early. He intended to play the entire match, even with an upcoming league match against Tenglong. Hu Lai had assured him that his stamina would not falter. It appeared he greatly valued this final opportunity to play. With such aspirations, what difference did it make whether he faced Jin Yong or Zhang Keji? Hey, Lao Zhao, how many goals do you think Hu Lai plans to score today? He netted 2 in his first match and a hat-trick in the second. Perhaps he is aiming for an arithmetic progression, Chen Imo quipped. Chapter 110. His appearance. Zhang Keji was a rotational center-back for Dasun Golden Arrow, primarily participating in league matches this season, as the team's main center-backs. Mao Junzheng and Jin Yong often missed league games due to commitments in the AFC Champions League. For him, only playing in league matches was far from satisfying. Any player with even a modicum of ambition yearns for more playing time, both to hone their skills and to demonstrate to the head coach that they are worthy of a starting position. Under ordinary circumstances, Zhang Keji would have relished the opportunity to participate in a Champions League match. However, today, he had no desire for such an opportunity. For this was anything but a standard match. Had he remained on the bench, the game would have held no significance for him, and the outcome would have been inconsequential. But now, with his name inevitably attached to the match, who would wish to be remembered in such a contest? Mao Junzheng noticed Zhang Keji's distracted demeanor since he had taken the field, furrowing his brow as he patted Zhang Keji's shoulder once more. Focus your attention. Don't overthink it. What happens off the field has no bearing on us, understood? Confronted by the serious demeanor of Mao Junzheng, Zhang Keji gathered his thoughts and nodded. Acknowledging, I understand, Brother Mao. Mao Junzheng was acutely aware of the current situation of the team. He sighed. The second half has just commenced. If you do not wish to become a laughingstock, you must commit fully to the game. We shall discuss everything once the match concludes. Zhang Keji nodded, striving to calm his emotions. At the onset of the second half, the Shining Stars initially anticipated that the Golden Arrows, under the fervent motivation of their coach Wang Xianke, would launch a vigorous assault on their goal. However, after waiting for a while, they realized that the Golden Arrows were not advancing at all. Thus, they began to venture forward cautiously, wary that it could be a ploy to draw them out. Upon pressing forward, they discovered that the Golden Arrows were indeed incapable of mounting an offense and were forced to retreat defensively. Consequently, the Shining Stars players grew bolder. Right back Zhang Hao nearly transformed into a right winger, venturing forward without concern for returning to defend, as it would only require him to advance again. At that moment, Xia Xiaoyu shifted the football towards him. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Hao observed that the Golden Arrows right back, Cui Shuangwen, had not approached to block him, instead positioning himself inwardly, a typical defensive strategy allowing for crosses but not breakthroughs. Thus, Zhang Hao decided against engaging in a battle of wits with his opponent. Since the space for a cross was granted, he took full advantage. He unleashed a cross. Zhang Keji, eyeing the soaring football, noted its modest height and prepared to clear it with a powerful kick. However, just as he swung his left leg, he heard Mao Junzheng's urgent shout from behind, "Be careful!" Almost simultaneously, a shadow darted into his peripheral vision, charging towards the football. He had no time to retract his foot. He sensed that he had struck something, yet he was uncertain whether it was the ball. Zhang Hao's cross found Hu Lai. Amidst the commentator's exuberant shout, Xiaolan witnessed her son surging forward from behind the Golden Arrow's defender, executing a lateral leap. He made contact with the football, seemingly colliding with the opposing defender in the process. The ball, redirected by Hu Lai, soared towards the back post of the goal, catching goalkeeper Zheng Donglin completely off guard. He realized too late, as the football sailed past him, that Hu Lai could achieve such a remarkable header despite being separated by Zhang Keji. The ball found its way into the net. A goal. Another goal. Merely 12 minutes into the second half, Hu Lai had completed a hat trick. This marked his consecutive second match achieving such a feat. Amid the thunderous cheers of Hifeng, the fallen Hu Lai rose, arms outstretched towards the camera near the corner flag. Although the shot was distant, Xiaolon perceptibly noted a subtle difference in her son's expression. Furrowing her brow, she wondered, did he just get kicked? No sooner had she spoken than the television switched to a close-up shot at the corner flag. In the frame, Hu Lai was seen sprinting from afar, the left side of his face vividly reddened. Oh my! Xiaolon was taken aback, rising abruptly from the sofa. Meanwhile, Hu Lai seemed oblivious, his face smeared with blood as he charged toward the camera, bellowing loudly. Hu Lisan sat upright on the sofa, silently observing his son on the television, as if he were utterly mesmerized by the sight. Alas, Hu Lai was injured. Hifeng and Yinkong also noticed the blood on Hu Lai's face, likely a result of a collision with Zhang Keji while vying for a header. Hu Lai truly gave it his all. Despite already leading and having scored twice, he continued to fight fiercely for another goal. The miraculous outcome that the Golden Arrow fans had eagerly anticipated now seemed utterly lost. Yinkong, typically more conservative, finally reached a conclusion at this moment. Gazing at Hu Lai's bloodied visage, the two commentators fell into a profound silence. Once they ceased speaking, the viewers at home realized that the roar of the stadium had significantly diminished. The shock of this scene was not limited to the two commentators. It resonated with countless Golden Arrow fans. Observing Hu Lai's performance, they could have sworn it was the Shining Stars who were trailing. This face was once familiar to them. During the U23 Asian Cup, the Chinese team played all 3 group matches at this venue, and as devoted fans, they cheered passionately for Hu Lai. Especially in the final group match, where Hu Lai scored 5 goals within 9 minutes, delivering a performance akin to a divine being descending from the heavens. All in this very stadium. Many of them had been fervently applauding him then, utterly captivated. Now, gazing at that fearsome countenance, numerous fans fell silent. Why must we persist in this relentless pursuit against such a person? As the Shining Stars players rushed over to celebrate with Hu Lai, they were startled by the sight of his bloodied face, gasping in shock. Prompted by their reactions, Hu Lai raised his hand to wipe his face, only to realize he was injured. His first thought was, damn, am I going to be disfigured? His second thought was, well, it seems I don't have much to ruin anyway. Oh, then it's no big deal. His third thought was, ouch, that hurts. Shortly after, the team doctor hurried over to examine him. Upon seeing the wound on his brow, Zhang Qinghuan, still shaken, remarked, wow, Hu Lai, you are far too reckless. There's really no need for that. If it were any deeper, you could have lost your eye. Hu Lai smiled broadly in response. I wasn't thinking about that at the time, Brother Huan. All I could see was the football. I didn't even notice his foot. Zhang Qinghuan shook his head. In front of the Golden Arrow goal, Zhang Keji repeatedly insisted to Mao Junzhong, I swear it wasn't intentional, Brother Mao. You must vouch for me. I didn't see him. I didn't mean to kick him. After hearing those words during halftime, Zhang Keji now feared being accused of receiving orders from Wang Xinke to deliberately take Hu Lai out. There would be no way to see. Zhang Keji stood transfixed. And upon realizing his lapse in composure, he shamefully lowered his head. In the changing room, Jin Yong, who had remained inside, witnessed Hu Lai celebrating his goal. Bloodied and exuberant, on the television, he buried his head deeply, seated on his bench, silent and withdrawn. During halftime, he finally unleashed the torrent of emotions he had been suppressing. However, in doing so, he inadvertently propelled his team towards the precipice of despair. The Golden Arrow was teetering on the brink of collapse in this match. This game was destined to etch its mark in the annals of the AFC Champions League, a contest that would be revisited and debated for years to come, with the iconic image of Hu Lai, bloodied and roaring at the camera, destined to become a classic moment in the history of AFC football. Yet, the backdrop to this classic was the Dazhong Golden Arrow, marked in disgrace in such a manner. And Jin Yong, regardless of circumstances, could not escape culpability. He felt a profound sense of anguish and guilt. On the sidelines, Hu Lai was receiving treatment from the team doctor. While his teammates had returned to the field, the match resumed. The doctor diligently disinfected the wound with alcohol. Hu Lai winced in pain, squirming as if to break free. The doctor had to firmly press down on his shoulder with his other hand. This was a far cry from the heroic image he had just projected, roaring at the camera. Wang Xinke, however, lacked the inclination to mock Hu Lai's theatrical display. This was the first time Hu Lai had failed to seek him out following a goal. After the match resumed, he turned and returned to the coach's bench. Sitting in silence, gazing up at the sky. Hu Lisin, how I have forgotten what he looks like. Perhaps he resembles the current Hu Lai in some way. Chapter 111. A promise kept. As Hu Lai tended to his wound on the sidelines, assistant coach Chen Mo, representing head coach Zhao Kongming, approached to inquire if Hu Lai wished to rest early. Hu Lai resolutely declined. Chen Mo did not fully heed Hu Lai's words. Instead, after consulting the team doctor, he reported back to Zhao Kongming. The injury was located on the brow, but fortunately, it was not severe enough to require stitches. After cleaning the wound, a specialized adhesive bandage could staunch the bleeding. According to regulations, as long as the bleeding could be halted, the player was permitted to continue. The team doctor also deemed the situation manageable, since both the regulations and the doctor, along with Hu Lai himself, indicated that he could proceed. Zhao Kongming raised no objections. Instances of players sustaining injuries yet persisting in the match were not uncommon in football. Zhao Kongming did not perceive Hu Lai as deserving of any special treatment. He had asked Chen Mo to check on Hu Lai's condition, concerned about the severity. Had the bleeding persisted or the wound been deep enough to expose bone, it would have been clear that Hu Lai could not continue. Soon, Hu Lai returned to the pitch with a bandage on his brow. As he stepped back onto the grass of the Ocean Stadium, the fans of the Dazhong Golden Arrow greeted him with applause. In a scenario where the overall score already lags by 5 goals, even the most die-hard fans of the Golden Arrow must concede their elimination from the AFC Champions League. Although the match has yet to conclude, their exit is merely a matter of time. The performance exhibited by Hu Lai during the game has undoubtedly garnered the respect and support of the majority of Golden Arrow fans. After all, there are reasons behind his actions. Were it not for Wang Xinke's past transgressions against Hu Lai's father, which drastically altered the course of his father's life, why would the son harbor such animosity towards Wang? Setting aside whether Hu Lai possesses concrete evidence, many have come to believe in him over the course of these 3 matches. A youthful prodigy, consistently proving his worth through goals, is far more likely to earn trust than a jaded middle-aged man. Furthermore, in this very stadium, Hu Lai, donning the national U23 team jersey, had previously brought joy to these fans. Emotionally speaking, it is hardly surprising that the Dachshund supporters would applaud Hu Lai, though they are adversaries now. Merely 4 months ago, they were comrades battling side by side. When Hu Lai graced the pitch, they rallied together in the stands, cheering him on. The applause from the Dachshund Golden Arrow fans seems emblematic, symbolizing that the rivalry, which has spanned 3 matches, has lost its significance. The entire Golden Arrow team appears to have lost its spirit. Faced with the relentless offensive of the Flash Stars, they can no longer muster any substantial resistance or counterattack. As for Wang Xinke, since Hu Lai scored his 3rd goal, he has remained seated on the bench, coldly observing the unfolding events without even lifting a finger. Naturally, he has not responded to the match in any capacity. There have been no tactical adjustments, no on-the-spot directives, and no substitutions made. Only 1 substitution has been utilized, leaving 2 still unclaimed. Wang Xinke seems disinclined to intervene. His match has concluded, yet Hu Lai's is far from over. Having netted 3 goals, how could he possibly be satisfied? He fears he may never encounter Wang Xinke again, and thus he is determined to seize the remaining time in the match to score once more. A total of 4 goals, a number imbued with auspiciousness, signifying his earnest and fervent desire to send off his mentor, Wang. In the 70th minute, Hu Lai received a pass from Chun Xingyi within the penalty area, controlled the ball, adjusted his position, and deftly maneuvered past the onrushing Mao Junzhong, then struck the ball into Zheng Donglin's net. A magnificent quadruple. Hu Lai achieved his 4th goal in this match. Over the course of 3 encounters with the Golden Arrow in 8 days, he has scored an astonishing 9 goals, an average of a hat-trick per match. This terrifying scoring efficiency, this remarkable instinct in front of goal, it is evident that evaluating Hu Lai's performance in these 3 matches by conventional standards is a futile endeavor. He seems less like an ordinary player and more like a merciless scoring machine. After scoring, Hu Lai initially intended to rush towards the coaching staff of the Golden Arrow. Yet from a distance, he was met with the sight of Wang Xinke slumped in his seat like a lifeless dog. This left Hu Lai with a sense of emptiness. Consequently, he turned away disinterestedly and sprinted towards his own bench, where he celebrated with coaches Zhao Kongming and Chen Mo. The coaches and players of the Flash Star joyously embraced in front of their bench, reveling in Hulai's goal and preemptively celebrating their victory, marking their first foray into the AFC Champions League with a spot in the quarterfinals. True to his promise made during halftime, Zhao Kongming refrained from substituting Hulai after he netted 4 goals, allowing him to play the entirety of the match. In the 77th minute, Hulai found himself with another opportunity in the penalty area. He could have struck directly at goal, despite Zheng Donglin's advance. With his skill, the likelihood of scoring was still substantial. However, this time he opted against a shot, instead deceiving Zheng Donglin into diving to the ground before deftly passing the ball to Chen Xingyi. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xingyi instinctively swept his foot, sending the ball into the net. It was only when Hulai leapt onto him in celebration that he realized he had scored against his former club, which also happens to be his future club. In Hulai's embrace, Chen Xingyi refrained from exuberant celebration. He merely held Hulai tightly, before being engulfed by teammates such as Zhang Qinghuan, Xia Xiaoyu, and Mori Chuanping. Chen Xingyi's goal was the final one of the match. Following this, Flash Star slowed their pace. Although Zhao Kongming did not substitute Hulai early, he did replace Chen Xingyi, Mori Chuanping, and Ding Yuanhai, bringing on Li Rong, Han Xiangfei, and Li Tailin in succession. This series of substitutions signified the cessation of Flash Star's fierce offensive, as they were fully satisfied with the outcome. It may sound somewhat sentimental, but what was there to be dissatisfied with? In the first leg of the AFC Champions League round of 16, they triumphed 2-0 at home against Golden Arrow. In the second leg, they ventured to the opponent's territory and produced an even more astonishing score, 5-0, utterly overwhelming Golden Arrow. Had they not shown restraint in the end, the scoreline would have been much more lopsided. Of course, such leniency was understandable. After all, Wang Xinke had essentially surrendered, and Hulai, along with the others from Golden Arrow, bore no deep-seated animosity, deeming it unnecessary to further humiliate their opponents in a moment of defeat. Hulai was acutely aware of which adversaries deserved no mercy and which could be swayed or redeemed. The injury time was initially set at 4 minutes. However, just a minute into stoppage time, observing that both teams had lost their competitive spirit, the referee decisively blew the whistle to conclude the match. With that, the 3 matches between Flash Star and Dashun Golden Arrow have come to a close, and it seems the feud between Hulai and Wang Xinke may also be reaching its conclusion. Those who witnessed these 3 matches, particularly the final one, are firmly convinced that Wang Xinke's departure is imminent. Notably, he did not even appear at the post-match press conference, leaving the task to the team's assistant coach. The journalists were fixated on a singular inquiry. When would Wang Xinke resign? Would he step down voluntarily or await the club's dismissal? Such a question was beyond the assistant coach's capacity to answer. In the mixed-zone interview following the match, Hulai, surrounded by reporters, spoke with unbridled confidence. I have stated that I would deliver justice. I also said I would confront him whenever possible. Now, I have fulfilled that promise. A man's word is his bond. If anyone still doubts, I would gladly prove them wrong once more. No one present would deem him arrogant, for even in his audacity, he possessed the credentials to back it up. Over the course of 6 group stage matches in the AFC Champions League, along with 2 knockout rounds, Hulai had scored 10 goals, placing him far ahead on the scoring charts, 6 goals more than the runner-up. To put this in perspective, last season's top scorer in the Champions League managed only 9 goals. Additionally, Hulai is the youngest player to reach 10 goals in the AFC Champions League and the youngest to achieve a quadruple in a single match. Born on September 9, 2003, he is yet to turn 21. Given his remarkable performance and achievements, is it truly excessive for him to say such things? Questioning his confidence at this juncture is akin to challenging a fierce bandit wielding a still-dripping knife. I don't believe you would dare to kill me. Prove it. Is that not courting disaster? Thus, even the local media reporters from Dashun chose to remain wisely silent in this moment. They simply hoped Wang Xinke would depart from Golden Arrow quickly, so that Hulai's wrath would cease to be directed at the innocent club. The world of football is indeed brutal and unrelenting. When Wang Xinke led the team to reclaim the Chinese Super League title after a 7-year hiatus, these local journalists cheered for him, advocating for a long-term contract to continue guiding Dashun football back to its zenith. Yet now, they regard him as a harbinger of disaster, wishing he would swiftly depart, as far away as possible. But who can be blamed for this? The events of today may have been sealed the moment Wang Xinke chose to deliberately strike Hu Lisan's knee with his studded boot. When Wang Xianke seized this opportunity to formally enter professional football, ultimately becoming a coach and claiming one championship after another, he believed it was a stroke of fate's favor. Little did he know, those gifts had long been marked with a price, awaiting the day when a certain Hu Lai would come to collect. Chapter 112. One must take that step. On the morning following the match, the Flash Star team finally bid farewell to the hotel they had occupied for a week. Boarding a plane for their return journey, the small supermarket adjacent to the hotel continues to operate as usual. Its business is neither flourishing nor dismal. This establishment is situated beside a renowned five-star hotel, which regularly attracts a considerable number of guests. Thus, the proprietor remains unfazed by the departure of a football team, as it does not significantly impact his trade. He routinely occupies his modest shop, passing the time by engaging with his smartphone or watching television. On the screen, a significant local football news story unfolds. The Jinjianda Football Club has officially announced the dismissal of head coach Wang Xianke. In its statement, the club expressed gratitude for Wang's contributions during their quest to reclaim the league championship. While the announcement did not explicitly link this dismissal to the ongoing tensions between Wang and Hu Lai, speculations abound regarding this connection. It is rumored that during halftime of yesterday's match, a heated altercation erupted between Jin Yong and Wang Xianke in the locker room, nearly escalating to physical confrontation, which is considered one of the reasons for the team's complete collapse. This incident further indicates Wang's total loss of control over the locker room dynamics, as he appears to have alienated his players. However, the Jinjianda club has refrained from addressing such rumors. Jin Yong, when interviewed post-match, also chose not to discuss the matter. The supermarket owner glanced down at his phone, where he discovered a forum post titled Shan Xing has departed, authored by someone who specifically went to the airport to bid farewell to Chen Xingyi. The post details a dedicated Jinjianda fan who made the effort to send off Chen, accompanied by numerous photographs taken by the original poster at the scene. The subject of these images is undoubtedly Chen Xingyi, who is seen smiling and waving in gratitude to the fans who came to see him off. Farewell, Chen Xingyi. We have made a pact to meet again next year in Dasan. As a devoted supporter of Jinjianda, I can hardly contain my excitement at the prospect of seeing you don the club's jersey once more. Upon the arrival of the Shanxing team at Jincheng Dongxing International Airport, they were informed of Wang Xianke's dismissal. Ah, mission accomplished, Zhang Qinghuan exclaimed, delivering a playful slap to Hu Lai's back, startling him. What's with that reaction? Zhang Qinghuan inquired, bemused. Well, it's not every day someone unexpectedly slaps you from behind. How do you expect my reaction to compare? Hu Lai retorted, rolling his eyes. Yet, the true reason for Hu Lai's surprise was the fear that Zhang Qinghuan might have discovered the nature of his system-assigned tasks. The system's objectives were indeed fulfilled, but they bore no relation to Wang Xianke's dismissal. Following yesterday's AFC match, the system had already confirmed the completion of the task, with the reward of 300,000 points credited in full. This particular mission merely required him to secure victories and score in 3 matches against Dasan Jinjianda, without any stipulation to orchestrate Wang Xianke's departure. Hu Lai would have pursued Wang's dismissal as a vital goal, irrespective of any system directives. He is fully prepared. Should the formidable Golden Arrow truly insist on a relentless confrontation, determined to protect Wang Xianke. In the latter half of the season, when the Shining Stars encounter the Golden Arrow once more, he will undoubtedly make the opponent realize the weight of his words. Yet, upon learning that the Golden Arrow has indeed dismissed Wang Xianke, a tinge of regret washes over him. It is a pity that the world will not witness the veracity of his promises. Hu Lisan, with a sports bag slung across his shoulder and a cap atop his head, stands in a line, listening intently to the animated discussions around him regarding last night's AFC Champions League round of 16 match and the news of Wang Xianke's dismissal earlier that morning. At this moment, he finds himself within the training base building of the Jin City Football Association located in Pujin. Beside him are 29 fellow participants, all equally committed to obtaining the E-level coaching certification. After months of physical training and recovery, he feels ready to embark on this journey, arriving in Jin City to partake in the E-level coaching certification exam and training. The E-level coaching certification, as an entry-level qualification, is accessible to anyone, with virtually no restrictions on eligibility. As long as one harbors a passion for football, even those who do not aspire to become coaches may seize the opportunity to obtain this certificate. Acquiring the E-level coaching certification is quite straightforward. A 3-day training session suffices for those of average intelligence to pass. However, it is worth noting that this certification holds little practical value outside the local football association's recognition, as it may not be acknowledged elsewhere. Nonetheless, the E-level certification serves as a crucial stepping stone for aspiring coaches aiming for higher qualifications. Without it, one cannot pursue the D-level coaching certification or further advancement. Many young individuals, including several university students, seek this certification, yet Li Ziqiang, at 50 years of age, stands as the eldest among them. To appear slightly younger and less conspicuous, he had his wife, Xiaolan, dye his hair black just last night. He arrived this morning on the first high-speed train, opting not to bring his wife along despite her wishes, as he felt it inappropriate for her to accompany him for the 5-day stay. After all, he mused, what would it say about his work if he had his wife in tow? Although Xiaolan's own work schedule is rather erratic, he still wanted to maintain a facade of professionalism. Li Ziqiang understood her concern. This marked the first time he would be away from home for an extended period since taking on the role of a security guard in Dongchuan, and it was only natural for her to feel uneasy. Yet, he reflected on his past, recalling that he had once ventured alone from Haishi to Baishan to pursue his football dreams, and he found this mere 100-kilometer distance hardly daunting. However, standing amidst this youthful crowd, feeling the curious gazes upon him, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. It had been many years since those youthful days filled with dreams and aspirations about the world and his future, and now, at 50, he recognized the vast changes that had occurred. Now, having crossed the threshold of 50, with graying temples, he appears more aged than his years, ravaged by the harshness of life. He had never anticipated that he would have to start anew at this stage of his life. After the individuals ahead of him had completed their registrations and stepped aside, he approached the staff, presenting both his registration form and medical examination report. The attendant glanced at the documents before looking up at Li Ziqiang and, with an affirming tone, inquired, "Are you Li Ziqiang?" Without denial, he removed his hat and nodded, responding, "Yes, I am Li Ziqiang." The attendant gasped in surprise, prompting a ripple of astonishment among the other trainees present, who had just been discussing the previous day's competition and the rivalry between Li and Wang Xinke. They were taken aback to find the central figure of the feud standing among them, creating an illusion that a legendary character had stepped out from the annals of myth. Some scrutinized his face, seeking traces of resemblance to Li, while others cast curious glances at his knee. Li Ziqiang recognized their gazes. They mirrored the looks he received when his identity as a security guard was revealed, drawing attention from the homeowners. At that time, he felt somewhat overwhelmed and had taken leave early to escape. Yet today, he stood amidst the crowd, enduring their scrutiny with a composed demeanor. He understood that such scrutiny and attention would soon become a regular part of his life, and he must learn to face their gazes with equanimity. For he no longer wished to be a recluse, retreating within the confines of his home. He had resolved to begin anew, and thus, he must take this crucial step forward. Amidst the crowd, someone excitedly asked, "Uncle, you are Li's father, aren't you?" Li Ziqiang nodded. "Yes, Li is my son." "Your son is amazing," someone exclaimed. "Thank you," Li Ziqiang replied, forcing a smile. Another voice piped up, "Uncle, could you get me a signed autograph from Li? I want one too." All right. The staff member finally regained composure, emerging from behind the table to disperse the eager crowd, reminding them that they were at a training venue, not a fan meet and greet. After verifying Li Ziqiang's registration details, the staff member handed him a paper bag containing all necessary training materials and room keys. After expressing his gratitude, Li Ziqiang took the bag and relinquished his spot for those arriving later. The already registered young trainees eagerly surrounded him, offering to guide him. "Uncle, let me show you to your room. The elevator is this way. Which room are you staying in?" Accompanied by this enthusiastic entourage, Li Ziqiang departed, while those who had yet to register peered enviously from a distance, torn between the desire to approach and the hesitation to intrude. However, this time there were no staff members reprimanding them, as the staff were also turning their heads to gaze in that direction. Due to the recent surge in the posting of advertisements in the review section, which has increased management difficulties and workload, a speech restriction has been implemented for this chapter in the review section. Only those with a fan value of 100, equivalent to a donation of $1, may speak. Your understanding is appreciated. Chapter 113, Father and son Hu Lai made his starting debut in the league match against the capital Tunglong and even scored a goal. However, he was unable to lead the heavily rotated Shining Stars to victory on their home turf. After a grueling schedule of 3 high-intensity matches in 8 days, Zhao Kongming made substantial rotations to the starting lineup of Shining Stars, adjusting the tactics to a defensive counterattack strategy, primarily focusing on defense to avoid a loss. Ultimately, Shining Stars settled for a 1-1 draw against capital Tunglong at home, achieving their predetermined objective. Many media outlets and fans from the capital had been looking forward to reuniting with Zhang Xinghuan during this match. However, Zhang Xinghuan did not even make it to the 18-man roster. After starting in 3 consecutive matches, he was granted a well-deserved rest. This left the capital Tunglong fans disappointed. Yet they could not complain about the Shining Stars club, as it was a reasonable arrangement. After the match, as Hu Lai boarded the team bus, he received a call from his mother. It was unusual for her to call him at this time, piquing his curiosity. Upon answering, he was further intrigued by her request. Could you prepare some autographs? It was rare for his mother to ask him for autographs. Although perplexed, Hu Lai readily agreed, saying, "No problem, I'll sign them as soon as I get back." "Well, son, I might need quite a few," she replied. "How many exactly?" 30, no, 35. "Mom, are you planning to sell my autographs? How can you speak like that? It's not for me. It's for your father." "My dad. Why are you calling me then?" "Your father is too shy," Xiaolong complained while explaining the situation to Hu Lai. He soon learned that his father had enrolled in a coaching course for an E-level certification and was nearing completion. He wished to use Hu Lai's autograph as a gift for his classmates and the staff at the training center. "That's fine, 35 it is. I'll put in some extra hours when I get back," Hu Lai replied, albeit unable to stifle his frustration at his father's approach to building connections through his signature. "By the way, Mom, how will I get the autographs to Dad? He is studying at a training base for the Jincheng Football Association in Pujin County." "All right, I understand, Mom. I'll make a trip to deliver them." After hanging up, Hu Lai turned to Wang Guangwei beside him and said, "Old Wang, will you accompany me to Pujin tomorrow morning?" Wang Guangwei had caught most of the conversation and knew well what Hu Lai intended to do, so he nodded in agreement. "No problem. Is an E-level coaching certification even useful?" Hu Lai inquired. Wang Guangwei shook his head. "Not at all. It merely signifies that one is qualified to coach, but many places do not recognize it. Then why bother to take the exam? However, to obtain a Class D coaching certification, one must first possess a Class E certificate. Similarly, to pursue a Class C certificate, a Class D certificate is required. Your father aspires to become a coach, does he? A football coach, perhaps?" Hu Lai pondered seriously for a moment, utterly unable to envision his father as a football coach. He had never heard his mother mention this before. Had it not been for the request for his signature, he might still be oblivious to the situation. With a sigh, he expressed his discontent. "What's wrong?" Wang Guangwei inquired, intrigued by Hu Lai's sigh. "Nothing. I just feel as though I am not his biological child," Hu Lai replied, gazing wistfully out of the car window. Wang Guangwei. The following morning, the players participating in the Capital Tunglong League were exempt from training. Yet Hu Lai still ventured out early, with Wang Guangwei driving him to the Jincheng Football Association training base located in Pujin County, south of Jincheng. After parking the car and charging it, Hu Lai called his father to come out. This marked the first time he had seen his father since the brief visit home at the end of last season. Although recent matches had involved his father, this was their first encounter of the year. After Hu Lai introduced Wang Guangwei to his father, Hu Lisin extended his hand towards his son. "Did you bring the signatures?" "Yes, I did," Hu Lai replied, handing his father a non-woven bag filled with the signatures he hastily completed the previous night. After examining the contents, Hu Lisin nodded. "All right, you can head back now. Drive safely." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait, Dad. It seems inappropriate for us to come all this way just to hand you the items and leave," Hu Lai called after Hu Lisin, gesturing toward Wang Guangwei. "People might think our relationship is quite poor." Wang Guangwei felt a wave of embarrassment, wishing he could simply disappear into the car. If it weren't for Hu Lai's father being present, he might have reacted differently. Hu Lisin turned back to his son and calmly stated, "I am doing this for your benefit." "For my benefit?" Hu Lai chuckled. "Dad, I've heard that phrase since I was a child. It's a familiar taste and recipe." Before he could finish his sentence, a commotion erupted at the parking lot entrance as a group of people suddenly appeared, becoming animated upon spotting them. "It's really Hu Lai. Hu Lai. Wow, and Wang Guangwei too. What a fortune." Hu Lai stood momentarily stunned as the crowd rushed towards them, instinctively thinking he had been transported into the world of a zombie apocalypse. As the crowd surged forward, Hu Lisin stepped aside, allowing them to pass by, effectively encircling Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei. Hu Lai, I'm your fan. Could you sign my autograph? Hu Lai, may I take a picture with you? I admire you greatly. All four of us in our dorm are your fans. Wang Guangwei, I also studied at Jiaxiang. We are alumni. Wang Guangwei, can I take a picture with you? My buddy is a fan of yours. Within moments, they were engulfed by more than 30 enthusiastic individuals. Amidst the crowd, Hu Lai strained to reach out, seemingly seeking assistance from his father. Yet, his father merely stood outside the crowd, extracting his phone to capture this moment and send it to his wife with the message, "Our son has arrived, and he has brought his signature as well. Soon." Xiaolan replied, "Wow, so many people. Had I known, I wouldn't have let him sign. Couldn't he have done it live instead?" As it turns out, he stayed late signing after the match yesterday, all for your sake. I tell you, Hu Lisin, your son is quite devoted to you. You shouldn't always wear a stern face towards him. I do not have a stern face. I am smiling, Hu Lisin replied. He set down his phone and watched his son, who had begun to resemble a prop, taking pictures with fans one by one, and a smile broke upon his face, radiating joy. Goodness, let me tell you, Hu Lai, when that crowd surged towards me, my instinct was to duck back into the car. I genuinely thought your father had sent in an ambush. Wang Guangwei recalled the earlier incident, still shaken. Ambush. What do you think our father-son relationship is? Didn't you just say it was poor? After Wang Guangwei uttered this, Hu Lai fell silent, which piqued Wang Guangwei's interest. He wondered if his jest had inadvertently offended Hu Lai. Stealing a glance at Hu Lai, who sat in the passenger seat, lost in thought, he asked, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, Hu Lai inquired, "Old Wang, how do you usually get along with your father?" Wang Guangwei was taken aback by the question, momentarily at a loss for words. "How do we get along? Normally, I suppose. Does your father ever hit you?" "When I was very young, yes." "Did he always have a stern face towards you?" "Not really." "Was your father happy when you became a professional player?" "He was pleased, but not overly so, after all. I was still just in the youth team at that time." After he answered, Hu Lai ceased his inquiries and returned to his trance-like gaze at the road ahead. "Do you feel your father is somewhat distant?" Wang Guangwei attempted to turn the question back. "Not exactly. He used to be quite warm, even slapping me occasionally," Hu Lai remarked. Wang Guangwei was about to respond that this was indeed good, but the latter part of Hu Lai's statement almost made him veer off course, feeling bewildered. Is warmth expressed in such a manner? Unfazed by Wang Guangwei's protest, Hu Lai continued, "Yet, I can empathize with him now. I understand why he behaved that way. He has truly suffered both physically and emotionally because of football. I initially thought that by defeating Wang Xinke, I could alleviate his burdens and perhaps change his attitude towards me. But maybe I was overthinking it." "You are indeed overthinking it, Hu Lai. While I do not know your father well, I am familiar with mine. After our promotion last year, when I returned home and saw my father, do you know how he evaluated my performance on the team?" Wang Guangwei asked. "How did he evaluate it?" "Not bad," he chuckled. "I helped Shining Stars ascend to the Super League after 2 decades, and Dong finally has a team in the Super League. Even the media praised me. Yet my father simply said, 'Not bad.' Well, that's still better. My father didn't even utter those 2 words. People are inherently different." Later, my mother confided in me that during a particular period, my father frequently attended various gatherings with colleagues. Whenever others praised him, he would humbly wave his hand and say, "It's all right." In that moment, I came to understand that for my father to say "not bad" to me was indeed a considerable compliment. Therefore, Hu Lai, just because your father does not vocalize his feelings does not imply that he is not pleased. He may simply be at a loss for words. After all, as you mentioned, his relationship with you has not been particularly harmonious over the years. Expecting him to transform into the person you desire overnight may be unrealistic. Noticing Hu Lai's silence, he continued, "While my mother was recounting my father's reactions in private, she remarked that in matters of affection, men often behave quite awkwardly. They may harbor 100 feelings within, yet express at most 10. She gave the example that my father has never uttered 'I love you' to my mother, yet he genuinely loves her. Thus, I surmise that your father harbors 100 sentiments, but may only articulate 1. Hu Lai listened attentively to Wang Guangwei's words until his phone vibrated, signaling a new message. He glanced down to unlock the screen and saw a photo sent by his mother, depicting Hu Lai smiling alongside a fellow student, captured by his father's lens. This was how his father perceived him. Additionally, there was a message: "Son, your father says thank you." Hu Lai swiftly typed a response on the virtual keyboard. "Tell him." Why be so polite with his own son? After putting away his phone, he nodded and said, "Yes, Lao Wang, you are right. My father has never said I love you to my mother either, has he?" This suggests that our fathers are quite similar in this regard. Wang Guangwei, observing that Hu Lai seemed to have found clarity through his counsel, felt his mood lift as he switched on the car radio. On that Monday morning, the traffic on the second ring road was sparse, and the road was clear. Melodies flowed from the radio. At 70 miles per hour, my heart feels free. I hope the destination is the Aegean Sea. I run with all my might. Dreams await on the other shore. Chapter 114. Relegation still unsecured. The next round of the FA Cup will not occur until July 10th. And the subsequent round of the AFC Champions League will not take place until the end of August. This interval presents a rare opportunity for Zhao Kongming to catch his breath, as the team is relieved from the burden of weekly double matches. This respite will continue until the Champions League reignites. However, this does not imply that the team can rest easy, despite currently holding the 4th position in the league standings. A Damocles sword still hangs over Zhao Kongming's head. He remains apprehensive that following the national team's training camp, the absence of several key players could lead to a significant decline in performance. Driven by this concern for the future, Zhao Kongming resolved to seize the opportunity to accumulate points in the league while Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, and Wang Guangwei were still present. Should such statements become public, they would undoubtedly render many incredulous. You are currently positioned 4th in the league. How can a team in 4th place be preoccupied with relegation fears? A team in 4th should be focused on securing a spot in the AFC Champions League, should it not? However, Zhao Kongming's concerns are not mere bravado. They stem from genuine apprehension regarding relegation. This is primarily due to the impending Olympic Games, during which several key players under his command will be absent for approximately 2 months. During this period, the Chinese Super League will not come to a halt, resulting in their missing around 7 matches. The entire season comprises only 30 matches. Despite Shining Stars currently holding the 4th position, the 5th-placed Nanjia Rui Lions trail by just 1 point. The 6th-placed Capital Tunglong is only 2 points behind them, while the 7th-placed Shanghai Lanyue is 3 points adrift. Furthermore, from the 8th to the 11th positions, 4 teams are tied with 15 points each. These teams are merely 5 points behind Shining Stars. From a points perspective, although they rank 4th, Shining Stars' advantage is not as substantial as it appears. The gap between 4th and 11th place is merely 5 points, equivalent to the outcome of 2 matches. This implies that if Shining Stars falter in just 2 games, their ranking could plummet significantly. Moreover, with Hu Lai and his teammates joining the national U23 team, they will miss approximately 7 matches. In light of this mindset, Shining Stars deployed their full-strength squad for the weekend's away match against Zhongshan Qianfan. Zhang Qinghuan, who had previously missed the match against Capital Tunglong, returned to the starting lineup. Despite being the away team, Shining Stars triumphed 2-1 against Zhongshan Qianfan, returning home with 3 points. A week later, back on home turf, Shining Stars faced the league's bottom team, Huanghai Qingyao. There was little doubt regarding this opponent, and Shining Stars decisively claimed victory, securing another 3 points. Each member of their formidable forward trio contributed a goal. With this consecutive victory, Shining Stars ascended to 3rd place in the league standings. Meanwhile, the previously 2nd-placed Shanghai Shuaibao fell to 4th due to 3 consecutive draws. The plight of the Mariners appears to serve as a cautionary tale for Zhao Kongming, heightening his sense of urgency. It is noteworthy that Shanghai Shuaibao once held the top position in the league this season, and not merely for a fleeting moment. They maintained their lead for several rounds. Yet, they too have gradually descended from their pinnacle. From leading the league standing solo to being caught and matched by the South China Tigers, they subsequently found themselves at a disadvantage in goal difference, ultimately slipping to 2nd place while sharing points with the Tigers. Now, they have plummeted from 2nd to 3rd and then to 4th. Although the South China Tigers currently occupy 1st place, in such fierce competition, no one can predict their final league standing. Following the match against Huanghai Qingyao, the league will temporarily pause for the international match window. The Chinese national team is set to participate in the World Cup qualifying rounds, while the U23 team will engage in 2 friendly matches. Ding Yuanhai and Zhang Qinghuan will represent the Chinese team in the World Cup qualifiers, while Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, and Chen Xingyi will once again don the U23 jersey. The two recent friendly matches also mark the final warm-up games for the national U23 team before their training camp. Following these matches, after the conclusion of the league in June, the national U23 team will reconvene for an intensive month-long training session. The first half of this training will take place domestically, while the latter half will see them traveling to Europe, specifically Spain, to acclimatize to the local climate and cuisine in preparation for their inaugural participation in the Olympics. In these two friendly encounters, the national U23 team achieved a record of 1 victory and 1 defeat. Unlike the March match, where no player was able to complete the full game, the lineup for these two matches was relatively stable, with key players starting and playing substantial minutes. Notably, Hu Lai played the entire duration of one match. It is evident that as the Olympics draw nearer, head coach Shi Wuyin has shifted from unrestricted personnel testing to establishing a fixed lineup, intensifying the team's cohesion in order to perform at their best during the Olympic Games. Observers could glean insights into the primary offensive lineup of the national U23 team through these matches. The central forward Hu Lai, left winger Chen Xingyi, and right winger Luo Kai, supported by Gui Juanfu, comprised the core attacking unit. Their offensive capabilities were notably showcased during the U23 Asian Cup, where the Chinese team scored the highest number of goals among all participating teams. This was, in part, due to Hu Lai's remarkable performance against the Qatar U23 team, where he netted 5 goals in 9 minutes, contributing to the team's 7-goal tally, outscoring many teams throughout the entire tournament. In the June friendlies, this primary attacking combination played together for a significant duration, with Shi Wuyin making few substitutions. Given the current capabilities of the national U23 team, discussing bench depth seems rather futile. Ensuring the starting lineup is battle-ready is a commendable achievement. After all, considering the overall strength of Chinese football, it is challenging to produce numerous young players with sufficient capability all at once. Rather than focusing on bench depth, Shi Wuyin places greater emphasis on the performance of the starting players in these matches. He finds solace in the fact that the national U23 team's offensive prowess appears commendable. Against the Italy U23 and Cameroon U23 teams, they scored 2 and 3 goals, respectively. Hu Lai contributed 1 goal in each match, with the remaining goals distributed among 3 different players, showcasing effective offensive strategies from both the left and right flanks, thus avoiding any one-dimensional play. After the national U23 matches, Hu Lai and his teammates returned to Shining Stars. However, their stay would be brief, as they are set to rejoin the national team in half a month for an extended period. Zhao Kongming, of course, hopes to accumulate as many points as possible while Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, and Wang Guangwei remain with the team. Yet, expectations did not align with reality. In the 14th round, Shining Stars faced a resilient Xanadu Shenwei at home, resulting in a draw. They twice took the lead in the match, only to be equalized on both occasions. After the second equalizer, the players exhibited a palpable sense of impatience, resulting in a subpar performance that ultimately culminated in defeat. Following the match, Zhao Kongming, in a rare display of anger, delivered a scathing critique of the players' performances in the locker room. However, this did little to aid the team in their subsequent match, as they were set to face the league leaders, the Lingnan South Tigers. The South Tigers, having suffered a loss in the Super Cup, were fueled by a desire for vengeance in this encounter. They ultimately triumphed with a resounding 4-1 victory over the Shining Stars, effectively releasing the pent-up frustration they had harbored since the Super Cup. In this match, guarding the goal for the South Tigers was Li Ziqiang. Although the team emerged victorious, his spirits were not lifted, as he conceded a goal, one scored precisely by Hu Lai. Thus, in their personal duel, he found himself on the losing end. Winning should have been a cause for celebration. However, after allowing Hu Lai to score, Li Ziqiang felt as if he had swallowed a fly, leaving him utterly devoid of joy. Conversely, Hu Lai himself did not revel in his success in breaching Li Ziqiang's defense. Following 2 consecutive matches without a win, the Shining Stars League ranking plummeted from 3rd to 5th, precariously close to the relegation zone. Fortunately, in the 16th round of the league, the Shining Stars finally erupted, securing a 3-2 away victory over the Yunyang Phoenix. This triumph, coupled with Tenglong's draw, elevated the Shining Stars to 4th place in the league standings with a total of 30 points, effectively halting their downward spiral before it could lead to collapse. However, the perceptions of outsiders starkly contrasted with those of Zhao Kongming. During the post-match press conference following the 3-2 victory over the Yunyang Phoenix, Reporters inquired of Zhao. The second half of the league has commenced, and the Shining Stars currently sit in fourth with 30 points. There is a prevailing notion that to avoid relegation in the Chinese Super League, one must not fall below 30 points. Given that the Shining Stars have precisely 30 points, do you believe the team has accomplished its relegation objectives ahead of schedule? The atmosphere at the post-match press conference remained generally relaxed, with the questioning reporter wearing a smile as he posed the query. However, upon hearing this question, Zhao Kongming's demeanor shifted. He assumed a serious expression and replied, "I am uncertain whether 30 points will guarantee our safety. What I do know is that in the coming 2 months, we will face a shortage of personnel. I cannot predict what will transpire, so 30 points do not provide us with a sense of security." Upon hearing Zhao Kongming's words, the reporters exchanged glances, many still bearing the remnants of their earlier smiles. What did Zhao Kongming mean by this? After 16 rounds of play, the last-placed Huang Haiqing Niao had only amassed 8 points, failing to reach double digits. The second-to-last Nanhai team had accumulated merely 13 points, 17 points adrift of the Shining Stars. Such a significant gap surely could not jeopardize the Shining Stars' chances of remaining in the league this season. Were they truly anticipating a streak of 7 consecutive defeats? Zhao Kongming's remarks were utterly vexatious. How can a team ranked 4th dare to claim they have successfully avoided relegation, when it cast a shadow on the second-to-last place Nanhai team? Those unaware of the situation might mistake his words for mockery directed at Nanhai. While some may think Zhao Kongming was jesting, his expression suggested otherwise, devoid of any hint of humor. The gathered journalists exchanged glances, then lowered their heads in silence. Very well, let us report the facts. The coach of the 4th-ranked team, Shining Stars, Zhao Kongming, has stated that the team has not yet secured their place in the league. Chapter 115. The system is a nuisance beside the training ground of the Shining Stars' first team. Zhao Kongming gazed at his players, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Shi Wuyin had specifically called to inform him that Zhang Qinghuan would not be summoned as an overage player for the Olympic squad. This news lifted a weight off Zhao Kongming's shoulders. Simultaneously, Xia Xiaoyu was also not called into the national training camp, which was a significant boon for him. Consequently, Shining Stars would only be missing 4 players. Although they were all key players, it was more acceptable than losing 6. With this, he felt confident in maintaining the team's performance in the mid-table, making relegation easier to avoid despite the absence of Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, Chen Xingyi, and Morikawa Junpei. "Oh, I wonder how they will perform at the Olympics," Chen Mo suddenly remarked, with a hint of longing in his voice. Zhao Kongming shot him a glance and said, "I just thought of a question, old Chen." "What question?" "Let us say, hypothetically, if they perform exceptionally well at the Olympics and attract the interest of European teams. What then?" This question left Chen Mo momentarily speechless. After a pause, he replied, "That's not my concern. It's something for Dong Pengzi to worry about." "What about you, old Zhao?" "Me?" Zhao Kongming pondered. "Chen Xingyi's situation doesn't concern us. That's a matter for Jin Jiantu. As for our own players, I wouldn't let Wang Guangwei go. But if the conditions are right, I wouldn't mind considering letting Hu Lai leave." "You speak so lightly of it. Why not? Would you truly part with Hu Lai?" "Whether I'm willing or not is not for me to decide. Old Chen, you know Hu Lai wants to play abroad. If an opportunity arises, would you really stand in his way?" After a moment of silence, Chen Mo shook his head. "I wouldn't want to be the villain here. But why is it so easy for you to agree to Hu Lai's departure?" "Because I believe his growth potential is limited if he stays domestically. Look, this is his first season in the Super League, right? Yet he has already scored 16 goals, leading the scoring charts and surpassing foreign players. The last time I saw such a formidable domestic player was Shi Wuyin." On this note, Chen Mo sighed. "It's truly a pity. If Hu Lai hadn't missed these 2 months of league matches, he might have actually broken Shi Wuyin's record. Shi Wuyin's single-season goal record stands at 28. And Hu Lai has already netted 16 goals, with the season just past its midpoint." Chen Mo indeed spoke wisely, given his current condition and the team's tactics. It is not particularly astonishing for him to score several more goals in the coming half-season. However, considering Hu Lai's 2-month absence from league matches, it will be challenging for him to break any records. Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. There is no need to dwell on it. Zhao Kongming shook his head dismissively. Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, and Chen Xingyi were pushing a luggage cart laden with their suitcases and backpacks. The 3 of them needed 2 carts to accommodate all their belongings for the month-long training camp and the subsequent half-month of matches, totaling over 40 days away from home. They had even brought along Zhang Qinghuan's gaming console. As they emerged from the exit, they were suddenly blinded by the bright flashes of cameras. Wow! A flurry of camera flashes illuminated the scene, resembling a dazzling galaxy. Even though the trio was seasoned in facing such situations, they were still taken aback by the spectacle. Their first arrival at the airport was met with a multitude of journalists, perhaps due to the fact that they were genuinely preparing for the Olympics this time. Unlike previous preparations for qualifiers and competitions like the East Asian Cup, which were of a different caliber, after a brief exchange among themselves, they waved their arms towards the cameras, smiling and encouraging the photographers to continue. Yet, their steps did not falter as they pushed their carts through the corridor. Alongside the journalists, a group of enthusiastic fans had also gathered at the airport to welcome them. Among them, Chun Xingyi's female admirers were the loudest, drawing the attention of others in the terminal. At the exit, the trio was halted by reporters for a brief interview. "What goals do you have for this Olympic journey?" Wang Guangwei stepped forward to represent the group, responding to the journalists. "We will give our utmost in the competition to bring glory to our country." His reply was quite formal and official, yet ultimately lacked substance. Nevertheless, the reporters did not pressure them to create any sensational headlines. Considering the Chinese team's daunting group situation in this Olympic cycle, with everyone placed in a group of death, what more could they hope to achieve? After bidding farewell to the reporters, the trio did not immediately depart. The national U23 team had arranged a vehicle to pick them up, but they needed to wait for their teammates arriving around the same time. Hu Lai then inquired of the staff responsible for their pickup, "Who else will be in our vehicle?" As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of screams erupted from the crowd of waiting individuals. Hearing the predominantly female voices, Hu Lai suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He turned to follow the sound and spotted two individuals, also pushing luggage carts, emerging from the corridor. Under the dazzling lights, he recognized their faces clearly. "Damn!" As expected, the ones sharing our ride are Luo Kai and his teammate from the national U23 team, Zhengqi Hu Lai. "What do you rely on?" "You should say you rely on Luo Kai." Chun Xingyi chuckled beside him. Upon boarding the vehicle, one should inquire whether he had obtained Li Ziqiang's WeChat contact. I assure you, he would remain utterly silent throughout the journey. Wang Guangwei concurred. Following their interviews, Luo Kai and Zhengqi arrived at the gathering point. Upon recognizing the three individuals awaiting them, his expression slightly shifted. A staff member clapped their hands and announced, "Everyone is here, let us depart." However, Hu Lai interjected, "We are only 5 people. How can we fit?" The staff promptly replied, "We have a 7-seater business vehicle." Hu Lai clicked his tongue in disappointment. Luo Kai shot him a glance, remarking, "You could always take a taxi. I am not that detached from the masses." Hu Lai retorted, dragging his suitcase and leading the way out. Luo Kai followed suit. Wang Guangwei and Chun Xingyi lingered behind, observing the two departing figures. Sharing a quiet laugh. Beside them, Zhengqi shook his head, pondering the peculiar animosity between the duo, who had exhibited such rivalry during the U23 Asian Cup. Were they not classmates? Once aboard the vehicle, Zhengqi inquired about Hu Lai and Chun Xingyi, to which Wang Guangwei responded, "What questions did the reporters ask you?" "About our objectives for the Olympics," Wang Guangwei replied. "And how did you respond?" Zhengqi pressed. "Just some diplomatic phrasing, stating that we would give our all." Zhengqi pointed at Luo Kai, chuckling. This guy claimed he aims to score the first goal for Chinese football in the Olympics. This declaration momentarily stunned Wang Guangwei and Chun Xingyi, who turned to Luo Kai in surprise. No wonder there had been a stir among the reporters. "It was Luo Kai's bravado that sparked it," Chun Xingyi remarked. Luo Kai countered, "Is aiming to score a goal considered arrogance? How many times has Hu Lai flaunted his ambitions? Do not conflate ideas. I am specifically referring to the first goal," Chun Xingyi rebutted. "Why can't I score it?" Luo Kai challenged. TSK. Hu Lai, seated in the front passenger seat, overheard the commotion, scoffing, "Look at your aspirations." Thus, he successfully garnered everyone's attention. Zhengqi curiously asked, "By the way, Hu Lai, how did you respond?" "I aim to achieve a hat trick at the Olympics." Hu Lai turned, pointing at himself with his thumb. The occupants of the vehicle fell silent. Even the driver couldn't resist casting a glance at Hu Lai in the passenger seat. Hu Lai was taken aback as well. Just after uttering those words, he heard the emotionless electronic voice of the system announce, "Task: achieve a hat trick in the Olympic competition. Task reward: cleansing elixir. X1, 50,000 points." Hu Lai truly did not anticipate that such a statement would trigger a task. Xingqi exclaimed in astonishment. Hu Lai, are you serious? That would be a hat trick at the Olympics. If you can really achieve a hat trick there, the online jokes would become reality. He referred to the widely circulated internet adage regarding Olympic goals: score a goal, earn a point, win a match. This objective was initially proposed by the media during the first Olympic Games in 2012. Although there was no official acknowledgement, there was also no denial, leading to an unspoken understanding between the authorities and the media, which could be interpreted as the officials' aspiration for the national Olympic team to achieve commendable results on home soil. However, as everyone is aware, the eventual outcome was far from favorable. The notion that one goal equates to 1 point, and winning a match has since transformed into a humorous quip aimed at mocking the national football team for its overestimation of capabilities and lack of self-awareness. Hu Lai exited the system, scoffing. Isn't it just one goal for 1 point and winning a match? What's so difficult about that? I tell you, we are going to advance from the group stage this time. The task at hand was to lead the national Olympic team to advance from the group stage in the Olympic Games, with a reward of 1 washing marrow potion and 100,000 points. Hu Lai covered his mouth. You old fool of a system. I was just boasting. And you take it seriously? Are you even human? How can anyone maintain their bravado like this? Everyone in the vehicle was so stunned that no one questioned why Hu Lai covered his mouth after speaking. Chapter 116, Unified Goals. Hu Lai, were you serious about what you just said in the car? After disembarking, Wang Guangwei could not resist inquiring. Xingqi murmured nearby. I don't know what's harder, advancing from the group stage in the Olympics or achieving a hat trick during the games. Luo Kai pointed at Hu Lai and remarked to Qin Xingyi, you accuse me of showing off, but look at what true bravado is. Qin Xingyi grinned, unsure of how to respond. Who's showing off? Who's showing off? Hu Lai retorted, raising his neck defiantly. What I said is true. Now that the system has issued a task, what good does it do to back down? However, he had wisened up, firmly deciding not to boast about anything else, and instead focusing solely on the 2 tasks the system had already announced. I tell you, both of these goals are quite challenging. But precisely because they are challenging, they hold the value of hard work and endeavor. After all, if one sets a goal that can be easily achieved, what significance does it have? Is it merely a jest? He began to dispense motivational words to his companions. Upon hearing his words, everyone fell into contemplation. Indeed, what significance does a goal hold if it is not set high? Climbers aspire to conquer the world's highest peak, Mount Everest. But who has ever considered scaling the 6th floor of their own apartment complex as a life goal? Hu Lai continued, moreover, don't you all wish for us to advance from the group stage? It's a rare opportunity to participate in the Olympics. It might be the only time in our lives. Don't you want to linger at the Olympics for a few more days? Oh, Hu Lai, you're here. What are you discussing? The team leader, Ran Jiaqiang, approached them. What do you mean by lingering for a few more days? He had just arrived and only caught the last part of Hu Lai's statement. Hu Lai hadn't anticipated that his boast would be overheard by the team leader. Beside him, Xingqi reported to the leader, Hu Lai is talking about his Olympic goals, leader Ran. Upon hearing this topic, Ran Jiaqiang's interest was piqued, and he turned to Hu Lai, smilingly asking, so, Hu Lai, what is your Olympic goal? Hu Lai hastily responded with humility, it's nothing much, Captain Ran. My modest goal is to achieve a hat trick at the Olympics and ensure our team advances from the group stage. Suddenly, Luo Kai interjected from the side, prompting a sharp glare from Hu Lai, who was met with Luo Kai's feigned ignorance. Ran Jiaqiang was momentarily taken aback, and after a few seconds, he regained his composure, exclaiming, that goal is indeed remarkable. Such ambition. Huh. He patted Hu Lai's shoulder vigorously before turning to leave. Qin Xingyi observed the retreating figure of Captain Ran and whispered, it seems like the captain is still processing that. Luo Kai remarked, any sane person would be astonished upon hearing Hu Lai's aspirations. Everyone turned their gaze toward Hu Lai, who shrugged and said, why are you all looking at me? Ran Jiaqiang knocked on the door of head coach Shi Wuyin and immediately inquired, Xiao Shi, do you have any goals for this Olympic Games? None. Primarily, it's an opportunity for learning, Shi Wuyin replied, somewhat perplexed. Didn't I mention that earlier? Is there now a specific goal from above? Ran Jiaqiang quickly waved his hands. No. I just met Hu Lai and the others downstairs. Oh, they have arrived? I recall that the trio from Shining Star came with Lei Dian's Luo Kai and Bai Ji, right? Yes, they came in one vehicle. As soon as I stepped out, I overheard them discussing their Olympic goals. Can you guess who Li's aspiration? Sure, Wuyin refused to guess. Old Ran. Just tell me directly. No need for suspense. With an expression that struck Sure Wuyin as odd, Ran Jiachong said, Hu Lai intends to achieve a hat trick at the Olympics and lead the team to advance from the group stage. Sure Wuyin understood why Ran Jiachong's expression was peculiar, for he too wore a similar countenance. After a few seconds, he shook his head and sighed. I don't possess the same audacity as my players. Xiao Sure. Do you think we can advance from the group stage? We are in the same group as the host nation. In this Olympic men's football tournament, 16 teams are divided into 4 groups, with the top 2 from each group advancing to the knockout stage. The Chinese U-23 team has been placed in Group B alongside Argentina, Nigeria, and Belgium. It is challenging to determine which team is the strongest. Although Argentina boasts rising star Melibane, Belgium is home to numerous talented players excelling in top leagues. Additionally, Nigeria's Super Eagles also feature skilled players. Therefore, even Argentina cannot be assured of advancing from this group. Following the draw, foreign media dubbed this group the group of death for the tournament. While it remains unclear which team is the strongest, the consensus is that the weakest is the Chinese U-23 team. Regardless of which 2 teams advance from this group, it is certain that China will not be among them. How can we know unless we try? Sure Wuyin chuckled. Isn't this quite fortuitous, Old Ran? I was just pondering how to motivate the players without a specific goal, and now, serendipity has provided the answer. Let us prepare with advancing from the group stage as our objective. However, he added candidly, to be honest, I believe the chances of success are rather slim. Ran Jiachong furrowed his brow. If it's low, then so be it. No success came without loss, for we had never truly contemplated the possibility of advancing from the group stage. Thus, if we were to fail to progress, would that truly be an unacceptable outcome for us? However, should we indeed advance, it would be a tremendous gain, taking a chance, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. What do you think, Lao Ran? Perhaps it is this fearless attitude that allows Sure Wuyin to speak so casually. As for me, Ran Jiachong shook his head, stating, Given your perspective, what could I possibly disagree with? Advancing from the group would certainly be a positive outcome, though I find it utterly implausible. Then let us agree on this. Prior to the official training camp commencing tomorrow, we shall convene the players for a motivational meeting this evening to announce our objectives. Sure Wuyin clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, I never anticipated that it would ultimately be Hu Lai who instilled this determination in us. After dinner, the entire Olympic team gathered in the first conference room at the Hongfengling training base. Before Coach Shi's arrival, they huddled in small groups, chatting and speculating about the purpose of the meeting. What else could it be? Just a routine meeting, one remarked, to emphasize the importance of preparing for the Olympics. To refocus everyone's minds on the task at hand. This time, we don't even have any newcomers, which saves us from introductions. I reckon it'll be a quick formality, over in no time. Hey, who's going to my room for a game of cards afterward? What game? Just some casual play. Why isn't your team performing as well this season as last? Ugh, don't even mention it. We've had such bad luck. 2 key players were injured right at the start of the league. The conference room buzzed with lively chatter. This cohort of Olympic team players had played together for many years, some since their youth national team days, with even the least experienced having 2 years of camaraderie. They were all well acquainted and comfortable with one another, devoid of any awkwardness or cliques disparaging one another. Lin Ziqiang had been the one to challenge Hu Lai since his first day with the Olympic team, yet he had not faced exclusion or marginalization. He was currently engaged in an animated discussion with several teammates, their expressions exaggerated and gestures grand, eliciting laughter from those around them. It was no secret that Luo Kai and Hu Lai held a mutual disdain for one another. Yet, no one ostracized Luo Kai for this reason. He was comfortably conversing with Xing Qi, Lu Jinch, whom he had met during his time at Nanhai team, and several others. This camaraderie was precisely why Sure Wuyin preferred not to include any overaged players, wishing to preserve the positive atmosphere within the team. In this lively environment, Sure Wuyin entered alongside the coaching staff and team leader Ran Jiachong, bringing a gradual hush over the room. As we prepare to commence formal training tomorrow, I have gathered you all today to clarify one crucial matter. What performance do you aspire to achieve at the Olympics? As Sure Wuyin posed this question, all eyes turned toward Hu Lai. We finally have the chance to participate in the Olympics. How do we intend to seize this opportunity? Is our goal merely to exit in the group stage? After completing 3 group matches, would we return home only to boast to those who did not attend? Coach Shi Wuyin continued, suggesting we should strive for advancement from the group stage. Many players in the conference room were taken aback, surprised that the head coach would present them with such an option. Advance from the group stage? We are in the group of death. As the weakest team in the group, how could we possibly compete for a qualifying spot? Although the first option sounded somewhat harsh coming from Coach Shi, many were indeed thinking along those lines. Given our capabilities, merely qualifying for the Olympics is commendable, and now we find ourselves placed in this group. What else can we do? We should simply enjoy the Olympics and the international competition. Hey, Hu Lai, did you secretly consult with Coach Shi? Chun Xingyi whispered, covering his mouth as he leaned closer to Hu Lai. I swear I didn't. Hu Lai replied, equally lowering his voice. His surprise evident as he looked at Coach Shi. His astonishment was genuine. He truly did not expect Coach Shi to be on the same wavelength as him. Seeing everyone merely exchanging glances without voicing their opinions, Coach Shi continued, I understand that advancing from the group in such a challenging group is exceedingly difficult. However, precisely because of this, there is value in the fight. When we set our sights on advancing from the group and battle through each match, I believe you will gain much from the experience. Of course, even if we ultimately fail, it is of no consequence. No one will blame us for not accomplishing the task. With Coach Shi having spoken so candidly, what more was there to say? Guo Juanfu stood up to express his stance as captain. Coach Shi, we certainly hope for good results. If we can advance from the group, Hu Wunti desire that. Everyone is on board. Hu Lai raised his arm and declared loudly, what Captain Guo said is absolutely correct. Of course, we should strive to advance from the group. Coach Shi, I am willing to make a pledge. Coach Shi quickly waved his hand. What are you saying? Who needs you to make a pledge? Let us not make this so serious. I merely wanted to ask everyone how you feel about striving for advancement from the group. Coach, I can't speak for others, but I am wholeheartedly in support of this goal, Hu Lai asserted, thumping his chest. Guo Juanfu promptly echoed, I support it too. Vice Captain Liu Yin stood up to voice his opinion. Coach Shi, we have followed you for so many years, you know us well. Just tell us what to do. Coach Shi looked around at the other players. Some, like Hu Lai, raised their hands in agreement while others nodded in affirmation. Seeing that everyone had reached a consensus on this matter, Coach Shi nodded with satisfaction. Very well, since we share a common goal, let us work together towards it. Starting tomorrow, the Team's training will focus on advancing from the group. Hu Lai felt elated. He had successfully garnered the Team's support, and the hope of accomplishing the task had significantly increased. After all, he was merely a forward, without the backing of the entire team. If their thoughts differed from his on the field, he would struggle to fight, while others might approach the matches with a casual mindset. If he sought to advance from the group while his teammates believed participation alone was victory, how could he fulfill his mission? He was unaware of why the coach had set the goal of advancing from the group stage for the Olympic Games. Now, it seems as though fate is on his side. He even speculated whether this was a result of the system's influence.